Yesterday's practice was a little chippy. Guys going at it. Ended up with Marvin Mims calling Roach fat on the podium.
Yeah.
I
don't think of Roach as fat, but Malcolm, you hear him before you see him, and I like that energy about him. I thought the thing I liked about yesterday, it was a physical practice, and yet there was no one really crossing the line. And it's hard to do when it gets warm, but I thought both sides of the ball, handled the pads well.
Yeah. It not rolling over in terms of tempers, in terms of the scuffles and the fights, is that kind of a testament to the seriousness these guys kind of really walked in?
Yeah, I think you ever go to the grocery store and you see like a 5-year-old just being a terror? And you don't really look at the 5-year-old, you look at the parent. And so I think it's up to us as coaches to clearly identify what we're looking for. And one of the things that I enjoyed and appreciated a lot as a young coach is when we had joint practices with New England. And I think we had 4 or 5 of them in those 17 years. Man, as a young coach, I didn't want it to be our team, with Bill. And so once we had that experience, it was easy to say, let's do it again. And there was never, both teams were like, hey, we're here to get better, and we're not going to end up, on NFL Network with one of these bench clearing. We're just not going to do it. No different to that parent on aisle 8. Get your kid out of the cereal boxes.
What? That is Sean Payton from yesterday. We're out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Another day of Broncos camp, and a day after the NFL season opens up with the Hall of Fame game. What a joy to watch. It was a blowout. Chargers roll. Trey Lance looked pretty good yesterday as he led the way for the Chargers. The one thing I did notice, look, I'm not breaking down preseason games from teams that don't involve the Broncos. I don't care about that stuff.
Let's go!
What I do care about is that new measurement system thing that they're doing, so we'll get to that in a couple of minutes. But I love the quote from Payton regarding Malcolm Roach of, I don't think of him as a fat guy, but you see or you hear him before you see him. I'm pretty sure that's just another sort of code phrase for fat. I hear him before I see him. I don't think there's any other way to interpret that.
Malcolm, you hear him before you see him, and I like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you hear somebody before you see somebody, that means that there's a pounding to the ground. You know what else you can hear before you see? You ever seen Jurassic Park? Seen that little glass of water start to have the ripples on the top of it? I wouldn't call a T-Rex small. Anyway, it is one of those things, you get to this point in camp, you are kind of worried about fights, and especially when you go out and you travel to another team's practice. If you remember, I mean, Dallas the last couple of days has had a whole bunch of fights. But if you guys remember, who was it? Was it Dallas when they were here? That there was like 3 fights in 20 minutes, and then they had to like kind of stop practice. You don't want that stuff to. Yeah, go ahead now.
Yeah, I was going to say whoever made this cut sheet with all the Sean Payton cuts even put on it that may have been a veiled shot at Sean Payton's boy Nathaniel Hackett, because in 2022.
Yeah.
They had a benches clearing brawl, if you will, between the Broncos and the Cowboys. Then it ended up on NFL Network. So when Sean Payton said that, like, we're not going to have any fights that make it on NFL Network, that may have been yet another shot at Hackett. I don't know how many lattes he had before taking that one.
Well, Sean just can't help himself sometimes. You know what? He's very clearly better than Nathaniel
Hackett. 2 lattes
Hackett.
in the morning, 40 minutes later, I'm regretting it.
But I'm just saying, texters are all like, we know exactly who he's talking about. Yeah, I remember that practice. I remember there was one big brawl, but it was like bubbling up before that, and you just kind of want to nip that in the bud before it gets to that point. Now, they still have tomorrow and Monday and Tuesday that they're going to practice here before flying out to San Fran, so it's still a ways away. But it's funny, each morning the air's getting a little bit colder. The weather is getting a little bit, or the sky is getting a little bit darker when the show starts every day. Like, before you know it, Nelly, we're going to be driving to work, and it's going to feel like we're driving in at 1 o'clock in the morning. My days of driving in with sunlight are close to being done. But there's a few things, like when you have the Hall of Fame game yesterday and you're talking about preseason, I have the same sort of thought process when it comes to any team, when it comes to preseason stuff, is that you aren't watching for the overall product. You don't care about wins and losses, but you're watching for specific players and specific things. And I think the Broncos are going to have a couple of those guys to keep an eye on when that first preseason game comes. My guess is going to be guys like R.J. Harvey and Jahdae Barron are going to play. You know, the guys that I think that you should really watch are the depth pieces on this team, and who's going to be the guys who fill in as the fire extinguishers, the break glass in case of emergency guys. You can say that it doesn't matter and who cares about the preseason, but I'll tell you this much. When the Broncos have been as healthy as they have over the last couple of years, it's just sort of a law of averages thing where guys are going to be hurt this year, and it's going to be very important to find people that you trust enough to fill in behind them. You can't fully trust them because if you did, they'd be starters. So that's part of it. But there is a sense of you watch a preseason game to get a look at backups because backups are going to be guys who play. And can you trust the guys who play? You know, another thing is, for a lot of these dudes, I don't know what their roles are going to be. When you talk about Jahdae Barron, like, they kind of say, what's he going to do? And the answer is always like, he's going to do a little bit of everything. I go, well, that's a lot to put on a rookie defensive back in his first year. It's not an easy position just to jump in and learn. So that's one thing. The other is guys like Pat Bryant. Can they show enough of a flash to maybe give some guys some run? You know, when you try and project what the 53-man roster is going to be and who's going to go where, these are the types of games, these preseason ones, that are going to decide, are we carrying 3 running backs or 4? Are we carrying 5 wide receivers or 6? Are we carrying 5 DBs or 6? Are we, you know what I mean? Like, that's where you get that sort of separation and answers to your questions. And sometimes somebody just presents himself as someone that, if we put, this is how Jaleel McLaughlin made the team, actually. If you go back to 2 years ago, when Jaleel was first here in camp, he's an undrafted free agent rookie. He's undersized, but he kept making plays in camp, and you're like, man, looks like he's got a little something. Then the preseason games start, and then he plays pretty well, and you're like, dude, is this somebody that you have to keep? And if you remember Sean Payton's answer that year as to why he was kept on the roster, he goes, I kept him because if we cut him, I didn't think we'd get him back. And, like, can you thrust yourself in a category of, I am now like a guy who's too good to lose? Because there's plenty of guys that you would like to keep. If you watch any Hard Knocks episode when it comes down to the cut-down day, it always kind of comes down to the last couple of spots, and the GM and the head coach are all, like, agonizing over the decision, like, do we really have to cut this guy? And Jaleel's a perfect example of somebody who put them in a position of, if I get cut, I'm going to get picked up somewhere else. And if that happens, then the team's going to be sick to their stomach the second that you leave. Once you get put in that position, you're in a really good spot. but these are the times that you earn it. These are the times where I can tell you one guy right now that I think is going to put himself firmly in that discussion is Lavelle Bailey. So if you're out here at camp or you're watching in preseason games, Bailey's an inside linebacker. He's number 56. You see 56 making plays all over the field. And the nice thing about that is there's a 56 that's making plays and a 57 who is Dre Greenlaw that looks like a man-child. Like, as big and as physical as you would get. Legwald yesterday told us he's the first linebacker that he's seen here in Broncos camp that he would say reminds him of Al Wilson. And when you get somebody who's that big and physical but also has the athletic ability to cover some tight ends, which God forbid the Broncos ever get one of those. I mean, the amount of years that they have had linebackers just kind of swimming. You know, it would be any time that you played one of those high-level tight ends, whether it's Travis Kelce or George Kittle, I'm sure you guys all remember that game, or whoever. There's always a catch that's made with a tight end and a linebacker that's like 2 steps behind him, and you're like, that's not good enough. And it's been like that forever. So, again, this is where the guys kind of make their separations. And we are, 8 days away from the Broncos' first chance to get out in the field in an actual game type of setting. So this is where guys can start to make a name for themselves, is right now. So 303-504-0925. Shump Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Out here at Broncos camp, another day at Broncos camp. Give me one moment. I have to look something up.
Cool. And while you're doing that, do you mind if I ask you a question?
Please.
So you were talking about the Hall of Fame game last night. We can get into this later if you want, but I was curious if you follow the same arc of watching preseason football as I do. My excitement for that game was pretty much a bell curve. Where at the beginning, I didn't care, right? I'm going, it's 2 teams I don't care about. They're playing in a small stadium in Ohio, whatever.
Right.
And then I see that ball kick off, and then my excitement starts to mount.
Then you see some hits, and you see some actual tackling.
I'm seeing actual football. I'm going, oh, my God, let's go. And the bell curve starts to peak. Then we get to the top, and I go, dude, like 90% of these guys are never going to see the field. The quality of this game sucks. And then my excitement drops off again. But at that peak, brother, like 3 minutes into the first quarter, as Moser would say, my stinger was fully up.
It's just, look, it's your reintroduction to football again, and if you're watching camp or if you're just sort of dying for some football, like watching guys actually get taken to the ground is great, but then, yes, you hit a firm level of boredom that is hard to escape about midway through the game because you don't care about the teams, and you understand that most of the guys that you see on the field are probably not going to be on the roster, but you see that first tackle, and you're like, all right, football's back, let's go. And I'm sure you're going to have that same feeling when the Broncos game comes. You're going to watch, you're going to see a couple of the names that you recognize, then we're going to get to the third quarter and the fourth quarter, and you will be willing to turn the game off, or at least borderline willing to turn the game off. It's just how it goes. So, all training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. I do want to get to a couple of things just about not the game last night, but the NFL overall, including that virtual measuring system that they got going on. So we'll get to that in a little bit. The Rocks, to their credit, they were active at the deadline. And I think it's probably the most active they've been in years. So I give them credit for it. We'll talk about the trade yesterday involving Jake Bird. And I guess the Rockies are just now becoming the handshake partner of the New York Yankees. So if the Yankees win the World Series, consider that a Rockies World Series. I suppose that's what we have to do now after a couple trades. So we'll get to that in a couple of minutes as well.
We are done with this segment.
Do we drop off?
No, that was a misfire in honor of the Rockies.
Oh, okay.
I hit a miscue. You were talking about how if the Yankees win the World Series, the Rockies get a piece of that, and what I meant to hit was
you'd like that, wouldn't you?
Okay, there you go. Yeah, whenever I hear Nelly do something like that, I'm like, uh-oh, did the connection break? Anyway,
the sports gods would do that. By the way, you bring up Rockies the day after an NFL game, and then they would make us drop.
That is true. So we'll get to all that in just a couple of minutes live out here at Broncos Park for another day camp. Stick around.
technology, and it's a first down, as you see there. There's the virtual measurement. And there was the line to gain. So the Lions have a first down. If it is short, you're going to see how short they were.
Yeah, they got the brand new virtual measurement system in the NFL now, something I have asked for years. And we had the first chance to really see it in action last night. So I don't think they had any that were super, super close. Now, I didn't watch the entire game. I do remember that one specifically, though, where it was pretty obviously a first down. Then they showed it on the virtual thing. And, it kind of looks like a baseball game where they kind of flash to the pitch zone to see if it's inside or outside. And all I could think to myself is, be careful what you wish for. For years I said, what a ridiculous system that we have old men who can't walk straight, that are half blind, with chains to see if first downs are a first down or not. And it sounded ridiculous. And it was ridiculous. And they've now changed it to this. And for years I said, just put a chip in the ball. It's not that hard. Figure it out. We are it's 2025. We got Teslas, the cars that drive themselves. And we can't figure out if something's a first down without an old man with a chain. And then I watched that last night. And I got to be honest. Hated it. I really did. I missed my old guys running out there with the chains. There was a sense of anticipation to it. There was it's kind of like in baseball. I don't want them to go to that robot behind the plate because I kind of like there being some ambiguity to a strike zone. I like seeing an argument every once in a while. What are you going to argue with if you don't think it's a strike? You can't argue with a robot. That's not how it works. But I'd love to see it. If they made one of those, one of those realistic-looking robots behind home plate that would just say, ball, strike, and you didn't think it was that, and you could argue with them, maybe that would replace it. But there is none of that anymore. And I'm being honest. I saw it, and I go, nope. It's just turning back my brain. Remember when I told you the story recently, Nelly, of when I went to McDonald's with my beautiful baby girl, baby Jamal Kale? She likes her Happy Meals. So we go to McDonald's, I walk in, and there's not a single employee that works there. It's just a touch screen in front of me. And I just wanted to burn that place to the ground. I was like, why do people not want human interaction anymore? And now I feel that way about the chains. I'm a hypocrite. I don't know what to tell you.
Honestly, though, I know what you're saying. But yesterday, how cool was it when they go, all right, let's see if this is a first down. Let's bring up the graphic. Okay, it's a first down. Let's go.
It took 2 seconds.
It saved like 20 minutes. Oh, my God. It was like the pitch clock. I loved it. Just, okay, let's go to the robots. First down, game continues.
But hang on, Nelly. What you won't get again is the ball being very close to the end of that chain, and they bring out something like this to see if the point of the ball has actually made it to that marker.
Yeah, take your note card and stuff it, Gene Steratore. We got computers now. You can keep your 3x5.
So that was new. Look, I think it's a way more efficient way to do it. You know what I thought about, though? It still matters where you mark the football. Like, they need to put the ball down somewhere, and then the computer takes over. So there is still some, there's going to be question marks whether guys got first down still. It's more of an efficient way to do it, though. You're right about that. So, to the MLB and the trade that was made yesterday. Now, Jake Bird was incredible for the first portion of the year. And Jake Bird has really struggled as of late. So just to put this into context, before he was traded to the New York Yankees yesterday, the Rockies had Jake Bird, who's a 29-year-old, who at the beginning of the season, up until the end, let's see here, like the end of May, he still had an ERA that was 1.67. all the way until June 10th, it was 1.41. And in the last month, his ERA for the month of July was 19.89, which jumped that ERA up to 4.73. I don't know if that made it a little bit more difficult to negotiate with some teams on trades and who the prospects you would get back are. But the two minor leaguers that the Rockies got in return is Rock Riggio, which is an amazing name, and he's a second baseman, and a pitcher named Ben Shields. So they're now coming to Colorado. And in total, for the two trades that were made by the Rockies to the Yankees, they acquired the number 8, number 10, number 21, and number 28 prospects in the Yankees' top 30 for Rymack and Jake Bird in total. It's a pretty good haul for a couple of guys that you had no long-term plans for. You know, when you're a team that's floundering as the Rockies are right now, and you are looking not next year, but maybe not even the year after that, maybe 3 years down the line for some sort of success, that does not involve 30-year-old Ryan McMahon. It does not involve 30-year-old Jake Bird. So if you can get value for them while they were still valuable, you go ahead and do it. It's one of the things that they've been averse to over the last couple of years when it was very obvious they were a 100-loss team and they would refuse to trade guys like anybody from their starting rotation, which they still haven't, but that might be a sort of what's the market look like for them now sort of thing. But the one that I think is the most egregious is Trevor Story. Trevor Story is still at sort of the peak of his powers. He's your all-star representative. I believe that year was the year that the Rockies were hosting the all-star game in the Home Run Derby, and they knew they weren't going to resign him. I cannot picture a more clear-cut example of somebody you should trade than horrible team that's not competing for anything and good player that you are not going to re-sign after the season, and they just instead decided to let him walk, which I think got them like a second-round comp pick or something like that. But I still can't believe that they didn't make the trade then. To their credit, they made 3. They traded Rymack, they traded Kinley, they traded Jake Bird, and got something for all of them. You know, obviously the better prospects coming in the Rymack and the Jake Bird trades, but the fact that you got anything for Tyler Kinley, I thought was pretty good, actually. I know everybody's hesitant to give this front office any sort of credit, but I give them credit here. I think it's a good move. I'm going out and letting go of 2 good players for, again, you're talking about in the Yankees organization, the 8, 10, 21, and 28 prospects in their top 30. And then getting something. Getting an actual healthy, breathing body for Tyler Kinley is pretty crazy. By the way, are they cleaning up porta potties right now? Because there's an aroma to this place at the moment. And I don't want to breathe through my mouth. I mean, that's thick. You can taste it.
No.
All right.
Come on.
I'm gonna try and power my way through this. But there is something happening.
I want
around
to vomit.
here.
I want to vomit. I want to
Dude,
vomit.
It's building. It's getting stronger. Yeah. All right. Dude, I can't breathe through my mouth. I'm so sorry, Nelly. I know this is like unprofessional. I can't breathe through my mouth right now, but I need to speak.
Hey, Cole,
breathing through my nose isn't much better.
Cole, if you're listening, our engineer Cole Smith on site, I need you to confirm or deny Brett's theory here. Like, is he having a stroke? Is he smelling weird stuff, or can you back this up, Cole?
It's so bad, Nelly. It's so bad. Oh my God.
All right, so trust me. If I start to sound a little bit loopy, you know the reason why now. Thank you for backing me up, Cole.
Oh no, we're about to pass out. Yeah.
Cole, you got to keep it together because somebody look, my responsibility is just to talk, but if I pass out, you're responsible for the board now.
Poop fest.
Yes, it's exactly what it is. Anyway, So I'm going to try and power through. Here we go. The Rocks make these trades, and again, there's a lot from the game yesterday that I think that can apply directly to the Broncos that we'll get to in a little bit. The big news is, at least a scare yesterday, Dre Greenlaw, who we're all worried about, right? Like a major key to this season is his health, because if he's healthy at linebacker, it brings a pretty amazing dynamic to what is already a really good defense. He left the field yesterday, so you could tell he comes up, it's a one-on-one, he's covering a deep ball, and he kind of comes up a little bit gimpy, and he tries to walk it off, but then he jogs off with the trainers to the locker room, and you're like, oh, boy. What's going on here? Nelly, I think we have Sean Payton on this from yesterday, talking about Greenlaw and why he left the field. Let me know if you get that. But Greenlaw leaves, and there's a tangible panic because you just go, this guy is going to be so important to this team's success or failure because the defense is going to be so important to the success or failure. And the last thing you want to do is, when you have somebody like Greenlaw or Hufanga or Evan Ingram or these big-name acquisitions in the offseason that all came with this, it's like they came with an as-is tag on them. And the reason why you get those, everybody kind of thinks the same thing. You go shopping, you see something with an as-is on there, you're like, all right, so I should expect this thing should break soon? But it's just a matter, do I want it for now before that thing craps out or what? I would hate for those guys to get hurt now and not really showcase their ability. We've had a few guys that have come through town that have been free agents where that's happened to them. We just kind of had that example last year with the Nuggets when you're excited about Deron Holmes and in the first Summer League game he rips an Achilles. Like, that stuff is dangerous. But Dre Greenlaw leaves the field yesterday. Everybody's panicked, so Sean Payton gets to the podium afterwards, and he says,
"No, I think he's fine. We in the one-on-one period, he felt it got tight, different area, and so we'll know more. We'll go ahead and have all the precautionary work done, but I think he'll be all right."
I think that is incredibly reassuring. Just hearing Sean Payton say that yesterday was like you had this. You breathed a little bit easier afterwards because of how important he is. Like, we're talking about somebody who legitimately could be the best player on your defense. There's Benito, outside of Pat Surtain. There's Benito, there's Zach Allen. He could be right there in that category with as effective as those two guys if he is healthy throughout the course of this year. I don't think anybody's going to touch Surtain. But we keep talking about, like, blue chip level players on offense and how many are there, and there's probably not a whole lot. Miners is certainly one, and maybe you throw Court in that category. Maybe the defense could be full of them. You got Dre Greenlaw, you got Surtain, you got Zach Allen, you got Nick Benito. I think there's chances for other guys to put themselves in that conversation. I hope they do. Hufanga certainly is another guy, when healthy, can be that. But it's just a matter of, can you guys stay healthy during this portion of the season? I talked about it earlier that there's going to be, hold on. The 6 o'clock sneeze is back.
Let's go!
It's back, baby.
The poop really made you
That's what
force
I think
the
it is.
issue, huh?
I'm going to blame it on that. There's, I'll call them allergens in the air right now. But the key to all of this is health. I know we keep talking about it, but it's true, and especially with those guys, because those guys came with a warning label on them. And you're willing to take the risk because they are so talented. And I think without a doubt, if those two guys, talking about Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw, stay healthy, you grab a couple of dudes over from San Fran, bring them here, and just insert them into a defense that was already third in the NFL last year in points allowed per game, it's only going to take it to that much of a higher level.
And Quinn on the text line actually threw out some good advice. Maybe throw a few schmeckles on Greenlaw, comeback player of the year. If you're feeling a little
you know what?
frisky?
That's not a bad move at all.
Because if he stays healthy and he balls out in this Broncos defense like we're hoping he can, that's a pretty little bet right there.
There's going to be a difficulty with him in doing it. I look, the odds are going to be long for it. So I always think throwing $5-10 on something that's that long of a shot to win, 500 or something like that, it's worth it. But the problem with comeback player of the year is that it's typically going to like an offensive player who got hurt who has another big season because the touchdowns are the things you appreciate, or it could be an edge rusher who comes back and has like a 15-sack season, because those are easy to recognize. What Dre Greenlaw is going to do for this team is going to rack up a whole bunch of tackles, but he's going to do a lot of stuff that doesn't show up as easily in a box score, and it's not as easy to read. But I don't mind that move at all. I think you could totally do that. Out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, and training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. So, you can listen to us anywhere on that Altitude Sports Radio app. I want you guys to keep in mind that the Broncos are going to be here tomorrow, Monday, and Tuesday before heading out to San Fran, but a lot more to get to from Broncos Park. Stick around. Out here, Broncos Park, training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm of Broncos country. A couple of stories yesterday circulating. One, Terry McLaurin is upset, as it feels like many are heading into camp this year. Trey Hendrickson is another. According to Jordan Schultz yesterday, Terry McLaurin requested a trade. Want to be a Bronco? I would love to have Terry McLaurin because he is incredibly good. Here's what I don't understand. The Washington Commanders just made the NFC Championship game. They did so with a rookie quarterback, very similar in fashion to what the Denver Broncos did last year in making the playoffs with their first-year quarterback in Bo Nix. The separation between the two, Jaden Daniels was widely regarded, and I think correctly regarded, as better than Bo Nix. His team did better than Bo Nix's. I would say that doing that in the NFC is much easier than doing that in the AFC, but still, a rookie took his team to the NFC Championship game. Everything in your power should be done to make sure you help that man. There's no question. There is, like, this whole I don't know if I want to pay Terry McLaurin thing seems so silly to me. You know, the Broncos had a receiver in Cortland Sutton that is not Terry McLaurin, but still very good and very valuable to what you want to do on offense, especially with the chemistry that he built with his quarterback last year. I don't know if they wanted to pay him or not, but they did. Gave him this extension, 4 years, $92 million. Now, again, Terry McLaurin's looking for like 35, not 23 a year. Whatever. He's good. He was a receiver last year that caught 82 balls for 1,100 yards and 13 touchdowns for your rookie QB. That guy probably deserves to be paid. It's funny, there's a lot of sort of crossovers between Cortland Sutton and Terry McLaurin. They're both 29 years old. That's probably a hesitation for Washington. Their numbers actually last year very similar. Right around the same amount of yards, right around the same amount of catches, and in the ballpark of the same amount of touchdowns. You know, I think impact to their team, very similar. And Washington, the difference with McLaurin anyway is that McLaurin's been this same guy for about 5 straight years. He's had 5 straight 1,000-yard seasons. He's caught about 80 balls a year. Touchdowns took a big jump last year because their quarterback was way better than any quarterback he's ever had. So that part of it was different. But, I mean, I would love to have McLaurin here, but you're also in the middle of negotiations with guys like Zach Allen and Nick Bonino, probably not great form if you would bring somebody in and pay him first. You know, there is some rumors going around about Zach Allen, and maybe they're getting closer and closer on a contract extension. I hope so. You know, I made this argument yesterday. Good Lord, last week, yesterday. The day before today, I made this argument. As good as Nick Bonito is, and he was an All-Pro last year, he was incredible. He deserves a contract extension. He deserves to get paid more money. I think that Zach Allen is more valuable. And it's only slightly, but I'll lay out the case like this. Really good teams also make this assessment. And I'll give you a prime example that lives within your division. You can find edge rushers easier than you can find interior defensive linemen that wreck a game. There's been 3 stalwarts within this run for the Kansas City Chiefs. 3 guys are the ones that have stayed there and been the constants. And they have let very, very, very good players walk to keep these guys here. It's been Patrick Mahomes, it's been Travis Kelce, and it's been Chris Jones. Like, that to them is a non-negotiable. And if you remember a couple years ago, Chris Jones was going through a contract negotiation. He sat out all of training camp. He sat out the first week of the regular season, which is very rare that stuff happens now. They played Detroit in the opening game of the season on Thursday night. Chris Jones did not play. The Chiefs lost. They had no pressure up the middle, and that's why. And you know what happened the day after that? They gave Chris Jones a contract. Because they're like, you know what, whatever. Take the money. You're too valuable. Getting pressure up the middle from a guy like Zach Allen is so incredibly important because it doesn't just collapse the pocket or decimate the opposing team's run game. It provides opportunity for guys like Benito and Jonathan Cooper and John Franklin Myers and so on and so forth. All these guys that are rushing from the edge that are outside of Zach Allen that are getting, first of all, one-on-one pressures because Zach Allen is such a monster. But second of all, you collapse the pocket, where does the quarterback go? Hopefully right into the waiting arms of somebody on the outside. And so that is just a value that I don't even know if you can put a number on. Zach Allen is closer to the Chris Jones level of a defensive tackle than Nick Benito is, at least for now, to the T.J. Watt, Myles Garrett level that those guys are at. Now, I think you pay them both. But if I had to prioritize, I think I sign Zach Allen first to make sure that's done. You know, Benito, I don't think, is operating or negotiating from a top-of-the-line money standpoint right now. Zach Allen might be. He might be close to it anyway. But Benito is, you know, if another edge rusher gets paid and ups the market even more, he's not competing for $40 million a year. Now, if he goes out this year and doesn't sign a contract before the season starts and gets an 18-sack season, well, then that changes the discussion entirely. But I think that there's a huge value to having an interior rush, and Zach Allen is as valuable as anyone not named Pat Surtain. I would say on this team, he's that valuable. By the way, I'm getting mildly concerned, Nelly. Why would you think I'm getting concerned right now?
Oh, our boy isn't out shuffling, doing the high knees.
I have not seen Brandon Jones barefoot out here yet. I hope he's okay. He's like, you know, when you were a kid, you always watched the same TV show before you went to school. You know, whether it's, I don't know, I watched Rugrats when I was a kid before I went. Rugrats was a great show on Nickelodeon. I don't got my Rugrats on this morning. I turned on Nickelodeon, and they're playing the news. And I'm like that 8-year-old going, what's this? What's going on here? It's not what I didn't sign up for this.
We have no reason to play the Cupid Shuffle. What's going on here? Where's he going?
I'm concerned.
Yeah, me too. Maybe
when
it's
Brandon
Friday.
Jones is not out here at 6:45 in the morning doing his morning laps barefoot in boxer briefs. What are you pointing at? Oh, that's not Brandon Jones. That is not him. Brandon Jones is you'll know when you see Brandon Jones because he won't be wearing shoes. He looks very athletic. And he will be doing odd squats and shuffles all the way across the field. And I hope, look, I don't know if I'm breaking news here. Maybe he's dealing with an injury. You know, I'm not saying that he is, but there has been a constant here. I'm just saying, I'm not the reporting type, but I know trends. I recognize patterns. I'm a human. And I don't see this. I need my friend back out here. And yes, he is my friend. Does he know me at all? No, not the point. When he spends a little bit of time out here this morning with me every single day, and he's not here, it's noticeable. So keep this in mind. Everybody listening right now, you loyal listeners to this appetizer hour, you listen to me and you listen good. If it comes out, if you see news today that Brandon Jones is dealing with a little something, just know this. I reported it first. And I want to be given credit for this. Do I have sources?
Hell, record this.
I don't have sources. The sources are my eyeballs and ability to recognize patterns. And you just let everybody know. If you see one report from anybody, you tell them Brett Kane reported this first because there was no Cupid Shuffle during the 6 o'clock hour. Okay? Wait a minute. Timeout. Somebody just walked out of the weight room facility, taking a walk across the parking lot. Who is this? He's in a sweatshirt. Cole, do you see shoes? That's not him. I'm officially concerned. Moj and Vic are about to get here, and I've not seen Brandon Jones. I am going to go ahead and say,
please, no.
Maybe he's just had a rough morning. I don't know what it is, but you know what? If he's hurt, just let people know I said it first. I'm not the breaking news type, but I want my credit when I do it, damn it. I want it. So 303-504-0925. You can always watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar of the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get great deals. No, you can't do it. Don't do it.
I'm trying to summon him.
Okay,
if I play his theme music, by God.
Okay,
Brandon
so this
Jones
is like WWE.
theme music.
He's going to burst out of the locker room barefoot. I swear to God, Nelly, if he does, you're a genius. But I still don't see him. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Shop on the Safeway app or on Safeway.com. Also, watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the Altitude Sports Radio YouTube channel today. And don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Brandon Jones Watch. We're on it. Let you know in 5 minutes of Moser, Lombardi, and Kane what's going on. Stick around.
man, as a young coach, I didn't want it to be our team, you know, with Bill. And so once we had that experience, it was easy to say, let's do it again. And there was never, both teams were like, hey, we're here to get better, and we're not going to end up, you know, on NFL Network with one of these bench clearing. We're just not going to do it. No different to that parent on aisle 8. You know, I mean, get your kid out of the cereal boxes.
Okay, so a couple of things here. He said, I don't think of Malcolm Roach as fat, but you hear him before you see him, which I think is just another way of calling somebody fat.
Yeah, well, these guys aren't. No, he was talking about how loud he is. He was talking about how loud he is. He's a loud guy. That's what he meant by that.
Well, in Jurassic Park, you heard the T-Rex before you saw it.
Hey, these pro athletes, you know, they may have some extra down low, but ain't nothing fat about them.
Oh, yeah, of course. By the way, is that a shot at Hackett there at the very end? Or we aren't going to have any scuffles that end up on the NFL Network? Because Hackett's year, they went against Dallas, and their scuffle ended up on the NFL Network.
That's all over the NFL, though. I don't think it's a particular coach he's taking a shot at. I think it's just the way the league operates. If you watch other camps and other practices, there's scuffles left and right.
Yeah.
We saw one in Chiefs camp.
Yeah, and Dallas just recently had a whole bunch of practice again. I'm not the breaking news type. I don't have sources. But I think I stumbled across something. I recognize patterns. And I'm not saying anything, but I am saying this. If Brandon Jones is dealing with a little bit of an injury, I reported it first. You understand? You guys all get it? If you see anybody reporting it.
Okay. What'd you notice?
Every morning for 2 years at 6:45, he's come out here barefoot, done laps around the field. Brandon Jones is not to be seen yet this morning.
Well,
every single morning we're out here, he does that at 6:45.
So, timely at 6:45, he's barefoot.
Never missed.
Okay.
Never missed.
So, if Brandon Jones doesn't, maybe he has a personal day.
Maybe.
You know,
I'm just saying,
one of the vets on the team.
If an injury comes up, just know I reported it first.
Okay.
Because I've recognized that he is not here yet.
Sources?
No, sources are my eyeballs.
Okay.
And not seeing anything.
Cole, are you a source? All right, Cole can be a source too.
Dude, I think sometimes you just read a little bit too much into things. That's what I think.
Yeah, you know what I think?
Nope.
No. Here's what I think. We're at that juncture. We're at that point in training camp where the minutia of camp is adding up rapidly, and you're starting to pick up on stuff and trying to churn out information that really doesn't need to be. I listen to our station all day, and I love how we attack camp. I love football. We love football. But my God, some of the stuff we get into, I go back and wonder, 3 months from now, when we think about the conversations we've had during training camp, I will laugh. You will laugh. You'll laugh at it. And I know we're here in the moment, but it doesn't matter.
What's one of them?
It doesn't matter. Just breaking down every little wiggle of a practice. I mean, I was watching the ones versus the twos, and this guy. I mean, I get it. We're here. We have to report what we're seeing. It's the only thing that's in front of us. But it in the grand scheme of things, understand something. It doesn't matter in September.
You guys understand something. Brandon Jones not being here is a big missing detail, okay?
No, that matters.
That's
Dre Greenlaw,
yeah,
limping off the field with something again.
Good news, though, according to Sean Payton. Nelly, if you got it queued up, let's go ahead and hear it. Okay, I'll give you a second.
Apparently he doesn't have it queued up, Brett.
Okay,
way to go.
I'll give you a second.
Ask him if he has it queued up first.
Well, how am I supposed to do that? We're live on the – I don't got a talk back button. So, Nelly, just let me know when you got it because he left practice yesterday. So here's what happened. He was in a one-on-one. He pulled up a little bit lame on a deep ball, tried to walk it off, then ran into the locker room with trainers. And here's what Sean Payton said after practice.
No, I think he's fine. We in the one-on-one period, he felt it got tight. Different area, and so we'll know more. We'll go ahead and have all the precautionary work done, but I think he'll be all right.
That's good news. I don't think he says that if he doesn't really know anything, right?
And I hope it was just got tight on him and didn't maybe doctors have told him if you feel it tighten up, get out of there. It is a little discouraging to know that. He never returned, at least to watch. I mean, he went probably straight to the rehab room.
Yeah.
I would think with his past history, you're absolutely taking no chances. I mean, none whatsoever.
But that's what you inherit, right? You go after a free agent who has an injury past, and you inherit those injury problems. And now you're seeing them firsthand.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And you worry. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I worry a little bit anytime I see Greenlaw limping around. I'm not talking about like the major injury he suffered, blown Achilles and whatnot, but you just want to take it. You want to take it cautiously. You want to have every precaution in place. It's all good.
You know what I said about Greenlaw this morning, because I think he's going to be so important to taking this defense to a new level. Leggy said to us yesterday that he's the first linebacker here that reminds him of Al Wilson.
Actually, I said that, and Leggy agreed.
Okay, fine.
Okay, so let's go and get that down.
Let's get it down.
I reported Brandon Jones not being here this morning.
Yeah, okay.
But I said you ever bought something before that you're like, this is really cool, and I want to get it, and then there's like an as-is sticker on it, and you're like, why is that on? Is this going to break on me soon?
Yeah.
He's got an as-is sticker on him. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And that's sort of the concern.
No warranty?
No warranty. It's just like, hey, this thing could be really awesome, but if something breaks, not on me.
You're talking about you're looking at a used car, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And you're like, hey, it looks pretty good, but it just says as is on the windows.
I checked the Carfax, and it's got a couple of problems on here. I think it'll be fine.
Yeah, I'll get rid of it before it explodes. That's all good. Let me echo what Vic just said, though. And Broncos fans, you may not want to hear this. I'm glad that we're here. I mean, it's interesting. I love being out here. It's a great, beautiful morning, isn't it, man? A little overcast. It feels great. But, Brett, as much as outside of injury, knock on wood, outside of that, we're not going to learn anything more about this team until they play football.
Okay, got it.
I mean, I'm just saying you physically can't learn anything more until they play a game against the San Francisco 49ers a week from this weekend.
I think what he's trying to say is what we're all trying to say. I'm sick of this already.
Okay. Okay. Got it.
Are you? Yeah, you are.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm just.
I mean, you guys just want to get here and just say, I'm tired of this every morning. Okay, fine.
No. You're missing the point completely.
What's the point then? Sounds like the point is you're tired of it.
The point is talking about the same exact thing every morning.
That's a radio show.
Oh.
We do that with the Nuggets and the Avs all the time, too. What are you talking about?
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. Anyway, did you guys catch any of football last night?
A
little bit.
I watched 14 minutes of it. I tuned in. I saw the fun exchange between Dan Fouts and Brett Musburger. Did you see that? That was hilarious.
No. Was it a real knee slapper?
Well, I'll tell you right now, the interviews were better than the game. The game's boring.
Yeah, game sucked. I mean, a bunch of dudes playing that you have no idea who they are.
I mean, would you agree with me on that? The game was boring.
Kaner.
Dude, if you let me tell you, I'm going to look at you right now. If you like that game, you're weird.
Let me tell you something right now. I loved it for about 5 minutes.
Exactly.
God, I loved it for 5 minutes.
Exactly.
I saw some people actually get tackled to the ground. I was like, oh, my God,
that's good.
football, man. That's football. That's what football does.
It was good for 14 minutes.
Then, I was done.
Is there any doubt in your mind that Springer had some bread on it?
Oh, there's no doubt.
Yeah, he probably did.
I mean, the people who watch the game are the people who threw bread on it.
Who threw bread on it. Brett, I encourage you to go. I went through the box scores, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, okay, I want to get a jive of what exactly player that Trey Lance. And Lance was pretty good. I mean, threw a couple of touches, had a fumble, recovered. Okay, good. Go through the Lions box score. And if you can name 5 guys in that box score that are real human beings able to fog a mirror, I'll give you $5.
All right,
Go ahead.
Hendon Hooker was a third-round pick a couple years ago.
Yeah, he out of Tennessee. No, he played Tennessee?
Yes.
I think he played in Tennessee, right? Yeah.
Craig Reynolds is a running back. He's been the running back on that team for a while.
Okay. Will you see Craig Reynolds in the regular season?
Yeah.
Sparingly.
Sure.
Sparingly.
Yeah.
They have 2 stud backs, dude. You won't see him unless there's catastrophe.
Here's what the Hall of Fame game.
Sparingly, my butt.
Hold on.
Isaac Tesla was their
Time out.
4th-round pick this year?
Time out. There was a day.
Wait, no, you wait a second. Moj, he had 31 carries last year, sparingly.
Unbelievable.
There was a day when the Hall of Fame game actually featured starters. There was a day when they played players you recognize. But because it comes on the calendar so early, and because coaches now have, taken their foot off the pedal, it doesn't do that anymore. The Hall of Fame game exists simply to get the weekend started for the Hall of Fame ceremony.
Yeah.
That's the only reason it exists.
Yep.
That's it. to get everything started, but you're not going to see anyone of value playing in that game.
Is anyone going to play in any game ever? Forget the Hall of Fame game. Do you think the Broncos play actual people this preseason?
I'll give you $10 to ask Sean Payton that question today. I might up to 20. Excuse me, Coach, are you playing anybody anytime in the preseason?
Your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
Why do you ask that question? Of course we're playing football players.
How are you going to ask it? So if you want the answer, all you have to do is walk 100 yards and ask it.
First of all, he's going to be asked that question before the San Fran game. Second of all, once it hits 10 o'clock, I'm out. You understand? I'm gone.
Friday at 10,
you'll never
he's
see
gone.
me. You'll never see me again for at least a week.
Yeah, you're out, aren't you? Yeah.
Gone. Gone.
What a jerk.
So you can take your $10 and you can shove it right somewhere around there.
Was it Coach who said it? Did he say it earlier this week? Yeah, he said, look, Sam Ehlinger is going to have a hell of a You're going to see he's going to be throwing the ball around. He's going to be throwing touches. He's going to be running the foot. Well,
he's got a pretty good arm.
I saw him first time I saw Sam Ehlinger in person. Vic, where was it?
You saw him at the Alamo Bowl?
That is correct, with your brother. Beating up on the Buffalo is pretty damn good, right? In fact, so good that they yanked him from the game and put the backup in because the Buffs were getting rocked in San Antonio. But, yeah, he was a terrific college quarterback. He played a little bit with Indy. It feels like this – I don't even know how to describe it. This new third quarterback thing, are they active or are they just allowed to hang out on the sideline on game day? How does that work?
I think that they're one of the they have
practicey squatty sort of kind of thing.
They can be on the active. They have to be on the active roster, but they can be an inactive on game day and be the emergency quarterback still.
Okay.
I think is how.
So
it works.
they can dress, get the pads on, but they're inactive
unless both quarterbacks get hurt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Copy.
By the way, Nelly, can you search for the most famous Sam Ehlinger piece of audio that exists? And I want to see if you guys can remember what this was.
There's something out there from his college days?
His college days.
Okay.
Yes, his college days when he was at Texas.
Okay.
Texas was a struggling team. Nelly, I'm going to give you some time here.
Was this pre-Sarkisian? This is
yes.
Oh, dude, this is a long time ago.
So this is Texas and Oklahoma are always those teams that you're like, hey, they're going to be really good this year, and then they weren't.
Is this like maybe 6 years ago?
2018.
Okay, 7 years ago. Okay.
They won the Big 12 championship game, and Sam Ehlinger is being interviewed by whoever the TV broadcast network doing it was, and they said, what do you got to say to Texas fans? Go ahead, Nelly.
We're back!
They weren't. They still were the exact same sort of Texas team after that. Now, much better now, but yeah. That was used for years whenever somebody brought up Texas being good.
Having worked down there in that city, if I told you how many times they thought they were back and they weren't, but that really is a program
that the
that
Cowboys?
should be.
It's another Texas team. The Cowboys say that.
They should be perennial top 10, no questions asked. The amount of money flushed into that program.
It is sick.
There's no reason they shouldn't be a perennial top 10 program.
I've always said that with the amount of bread that Texas – the first time that I saw their new facility and they were doing the bathroom tour and all this kind of thing, and every television in the bathroom – okay, but the bathroom – every television in the bathroom was nicer than any TV that I had in my house by a mile. Like I don't even know how to describe it. Like, 3D jump inside the TV and wrestle an alligator type of TVs. And I'm like – these guys got more money than dirt, man. They should be absolutely in the hunt every year.
Let me tell you guys something right now. If you've never experienced this, it's incredible. There's a bar in my hometown in Omaha that has TVs above the urinals.
Oh, I've seen that. That's been around for a long time.
It's the greatest touch I think you could put on a sports bar.
Sure.
You have to go pee, NFL Sunday's on, I don't want to miss any of the action.
You'll
walk right in and boom, it's right there.
It used to be newspaper clippings. Remember that?
Yeah.
They put the newspaper, the sports page up there, and you just read the sports page while you're doing your business.
The old Blake Street Tavern they had stuff up there. I remember.
Nobody gets the paper
Listen
anymore.
to me. If you own a bar, put a TV above the urinal. It's a game changer.
I do get the paper. And I haven't had my Sunday delivered in quite some time, so I'll use this this stage to let
All
them
right,
know
let's get you to bed, buddy. Let's get you a little nap, okay? You okay? Want a yogurt? You okay?
Broadcasting from Broncos Park, training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Back after this.
All
right, back here at Broncos Park, another day of Broncos camp. Hey. I know this is an unpopular thing to say. I know that this has probably not been said in years. I think the Rockies front office did a pretty good job this trade deadline. I think they did a pretty good job. They actually traded assets for things that you could use in the future. Now, it doesn't mean that they're going to work out. Maybe none of these prospects become anything. Okay, fine. The point is they tried. And for years, I got sick and tired of seeing really good players walk in free agency for nothing. The worst example, the most egregious one, is Trevor Story. When they let him, I think it was the year that we hosted the All-Star Game and Home Run Derby here, right? That was Trevor Story's contract year. And they tried him out there to participate in the Home Run Derby. And remember, that was like a couple of weeks before the trade deadline. And we were all sitting there like, are they going to move this guy or not? And they didn't. Full well knowing that they weren't giving him a contract at the end of the year. And I go, what's the point of this? And to their credit this year, they found 3 guys, but 2 in particular, and Ryan McMahon and Jake Bird, that were actual assets that they knew that they had no long-term plans for because they'd be no use to them in 3 years. And they got, out of both of them traded to the Yankees, in total, the number 8, number 10, number 21, and 28 prospects in the Yankees' top 30.
Are we Yankees fans now?
No.
Can't do that. I mean, what?
Can't do that.
Why would you say that?
Well, I mean, there's been so many Rockies players that have become Yankees players, and it's just sort of the graduation.
How
right?
many?
I mean,
here's a better question. And Kaner, let me agree with you. They got some assets. Whether or not they pan out the good assets, they got assets for guys who aren't going to be around and they don't have no need for in the future. Fine, that's good.
They got something for Tyler Kinley.
Yeah, and I heard you talking about that, and that sounds like something that I would say, and it really is kind of flippant.
What?
That they were, they actually got a human being for Tyler Kinley. I mean, that's pretty derogatory.
That sounds like
Kinley.
Something
that I would say. Like, hey, guess what? They got a guy who actually breathes for Tyler Kinley. It's a miracle, right? I mean, I trade him for a bag of used batting practice balls, but they did, so good for them. How many? The better question is, how many guys did the Yankees acquire before the deadline?
God. I think it was at least 4 guys just for their bullpen.
The rich get richer, right? I mean, these teams with all kinds of money, you're trading prospects and you're just stacking your club and whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. But, yeah, I think they did a pretty good job.
Well, the Yankees are in a position to trade for people because they're good.
Yeah, that's great.
The Rockies are in a position to trade away people because they're bad.
And they're Yankees fans now? Am I a Yankee fan? I want to be a Yankee fan.
Stupid question. It's really dumb.
I mean, I like to see Ryan McMahon bring home the winning run.
Hey, buddy.
Walk off. I think that's pretty cool.
That'd be awesome. Why don't you go ahead and root for whomever you want to root for? I don't judge you, Vic.
You think I'm going to ask for your permission?
No. And
you should.
But don't include me in your little fantasy. I think that's what we're getting at here. If you want to have a fantasy and you want to go to bed at night
in his pinstripe pajamas,
play a tickle fight with yourself in your pinstripe pajamas, go right ahead. But don't include us in your little fantasy.
The point is the Rockies did what a smart baseball team would do. I'm not calling this front office smart, but in this case, they did a smart thing. The problem that they had with Jake Bird, I don't know if you guys have been following current events with the Rockies lately, but can I explain Jake Bird to you?
Sure. Yeah. Oh, well, you mean the fact that he's gone in the tank?
Yeah, that Jake Bird, up until June 10th, had a 1.41 ERA.
Not bad.
And after a month of July in which his ERA was 19.89, might have taken a little sting out of the trade. Maybe that number 8 prospect could have been a number 6, and that sort of dropped off. But, that's how it bounces, I suppose.
The month of July, he got tattooed.
Well,
absolutely ripped.
If you went the full context, Moj, in every single game prior to July, Jake Bird gave up a grand total of 14 earned runs in the month of July, he gave up another 14 earned runs.
Pay no mind to numbers here in Denver, especially at those positions. Pay no mind.
What do you mean?
I just think it's skewed. I think it changes. I think playing at altitude changes. I think playing for this team changes. I think pitchers cannot be evaluated on numbers alone when they play for the Rockies. I think those numbers will change once they go to their new place.
Could. I'm just saying it was a little bit different this last month for Jake Bird than the first 3 or 4 months of the season. Now, also in the MLB, Carlos Correa gets traded back to the Astros, so he gets the flight back over with the team he won the World Series with.
So the cheater goes back to Cheatville. Okay.
I was waiting for Moser to do that
yeah.
one.
I mean,
I
can't.
Hey, Carlos, you want to bang something? I got something you can bang.
I cannot tolerate
quiche?
Your attitude toward the Houston Astros.
You want some quiche?
Because
Carlos?
you are so short-sighted and blind and so narrow-minded when it comes to that. The assumption, again, obviously,
I'm in a mood
they
today,
cheated.
dude.
Yeah, I know you're in a mood. Obviously,
why are you
they
in a mood?
I don't know.
Why?
Because you kicked my ass yesterday in the golf course.
Is that what it is?
Dude, his back nine, dude.
Is that what it is?
He was brilliant. No. That's not what it is, but he was brilliant.
To be fair,
in the back nine.
I beat him, but we didn't have money on it. We were on a team for another money game, and I saved us towards the end.
You know why he's torqued? Moj, what does it feel like to be the third best golfer on this show? Because that's a fact. That's not a.
You want to go today?
Is that a fact or not?
For the moment.
I've seen you swing. I know you
for
swing.
now. For now.
Just get back to your little baseball talk and
well, that's rough. I understand why he's so.
Hey, why don't you get back to your banging trash cans?
He's in shambles.
Why do you defend cheaters? Why are you that way?
Because I think everybody does that at some point or another. I think they all cheat. I think they've all done something to steal signals. They've all done it. They've done it, and if you haven't done it, you're lying to yourself. We know they have. So don't be stupid. Don't be naive.
Who was it that was using the Apple Watch? Is that the Diamondbacks?
They've all done it.
Who was using
the
Apple Watches?
The Rockies were accused of doing it.
They were. I think that's the funniest part. The Rockies were accused at the exact same time of the Astros.
But they didn't win.
But they were terrible, so
exactly.
nobody cared.
I mean, for you to pinpoint the Astros as the poster children of this, I mean, it's a joke. They all do it. Just like the steroid era. The steroid era bothers me too. Well, he cheated. They all did. You know what? They're all guilty until proven innocent.
Can you cheat in football?
Yeah.
How?
Well, there's different things you can do. We've seen different
are steroids
different
cheating?
tactics. I mean, what is it? You can hold and not get caught. That's cheating.
I don't know how you cheat in hockey. How do you cheat? Like if a team wanted to cheat
you could take something. You could take things before the game.
Go in the opponent's room and steal all the McDavid sticks.
You can ingest things.
Oh no. Okay, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
That's cheating. Is that cheating or not?
Well, I suppose it is if you're talking about doing drugs or something like that.
You can ingest stuff, yes.
Okay, fine. I'm talking about the Houston Astros literally stole signs and banged trash cans on the pitch that was coming.
You could change the curve of your blade. And if you don't get caught, it's cheating.
Wait, in football,
you can the goalies sometimes took the pads and they wore the extra thick pads and they're only supposed to be so thick. That's cheating.
Yeah, but now that's all measured. It's all regulated.
Moser,
it's all measured.
Moser, you're so
hold on.
Holier than thou with that crap.
Literally 2 years ago, a team won a national title that was accused of cheating.
Everybody in sports.
Remember the whole Michigan sign stealing stuff?
I'm going to say something right now.
Yeah, that's in hockey. You can't cheat. There's no way to cheat.
If
you can't.
If you're
how do you get an advantage on an opponent?
You take your skate off and stab somebody.
Yeah, I would do it.
If you're a professional athlete and you've climbed the ranks to that level, at some point or another in your career, you have cheated or skirted the rules to gain an advantage. True or false? True or false? At some point, little league, high school, college, there's something you did to skirt the rules, whether it be benign or serious. Now, the benign would be just in the course of a game. Just, I'm going to cut the corner here. And
Vic, if you're talking about basketball, and let's say a foul's not called, that's not cheating. It's just poor officiating. How do you cheat in the game of basketball? It's like you can lower the rim at your end every time you shoot, and then, so a 6-foot guy can go dunk all the time. I mean, it's not.
I think Shea Gilgeous-Alexander cheats.
Well, I mean, because
falling down.
Yeah, he's a flopper, but it's supposed to be called.
Cheating.
It's not. But it's not cheating. It's on the officials to make the call. In baseball, you can steal signs. In baseball, you can cork your bat. In baseball, you can scuff the ball.
Yeah, there's more opportunity.
In baseball, you can grease the ball.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you can do all these different things. In hockey and in the NBA, there's really nothing you can do to cheat the game.
Hey,
it's not like you can shrink the goal a little bit every time the opponent's on a breakaway.
Oh,
what if you put a walrus
on that? We
agree. Yeah, put a mother trucking walrus in that. Dunk it. No sleepies.
So walrus.
Material cheating in those sports is hard to pull off because it's right in front of you. You can see everything, right? But you don't think football players do things? I mean, what was Deflategate all about?
Wait, I got one. I got a cheat. I have a cheat. What about when you're under a lot of pressure? Let's say you're on a penalty kill. You've been in your own zone for like a minute 50. They're peppering your goalie. It looks like they're about to score. And then you as a defender knock the post off its mooring. Is that cheating?
If you do it on purpose, you're going to get another penalty called.
But how can you tell if I did it on purpose or not? Maybe I lost my balance.
That's an official's judgment, delay of game.
Yeah, but you're putting it on officials. I'm saying that the intent of the player is to cheat, is to change the game by doing something that he knows is going to change the game.
When Macho Man Randy Savage pulls a chair from underneath the platform, is that cheating?
Okay.
Or is it part of the show?
Vic, it wasn't just the sign stealing, okay? And they had a guy out in center field stealing signs. It wasn't just that. It was the trash can banging. Everybody's banging something. Bang this, bang that, bangy, bang.
I'm going to
bang, 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 bang.
I'm going to go on the record. I'm not even a Houston Astros fan. I have zero issues with the Astros winning the World Series the way they did. None. Zero.
Because you have zero integrity.
Okay.
Hey,
that's fine. You could say that.
Can I share just one more baseball story with you guys real quick?
God, no. Not today.
The Braves and the Reds were tied 3-3 going into the 8th inning.
I saw this.
And Atlanta scored 8 runs. They're up 11-3. Vic
saw that.
Crushed it, right?
Awesome.
Game over.
Game over.
The bottom of the 8th, they gave up 8 runs.
Was that game at Coors Field?
16 runs given up by both teams in 1 inning.
Isn't that the first time in history that's happened? Like 16?
I think so.
Yeah.
And the game went to extras afterwards. They're like, we used all of our runs. No more runs anymore.
Was Tyler Kinley on the bump?
Oh, that's a good question. Hang on, let me see.
Please tell me if he blew the lead in the bottom of the ninth.
He did pitch.
Okay.
But he pitched the 7th inning and gave up no runs.
Oh, unbelievable.
Maybe it was just, there was after that there was a vibe on the pitcher's mound that just wasn't great.
There was
some
residue left on the rubber, yeah.
That's the word I'm looking for, yeah. All right, out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, another day of Broncos camp. There's a couple things that I want to get to in a little bit. One of them involving a wide receiver in Washington that's not happy. Just curious. It's Terry McLaurin. I'm going to make a comparison a little bit later about Terry McLaurin, and I want to see if you guys think this is accurate or not. But in the meantime, last night the Hall of Fame game is on, and we saw the debut of the virtual ball marker thing, whatever.
What is that called? Is it the virtual chain gang?
Virtual chain gang. Sure, we'll do that.
I like the avatar of the 90-year-old guy in stirrups. That was really good.
I'm a hypocrite. I hate myself. I said for years, how stupid is this? We got 80-year-old guys walking chains out there. How dumb. And then they did that, and within 2 seconds, they're like, yeah, first down. And I go, where's my dudes?
Yeah.
Where's my guys?
Give me your impression.
I wanted my guys.
Give me your impression of your 80-year-old dudes in chains. No, the way you the Jerry Jones voice and everything.
What do you mean? What did I used to say?
Where are we going with this?
All right, so the ball is going to go here, okay? Pretty close. Get a note card, please. Let's see.
What's your point? What's your point?
I missed it. I think I'm going to miss it. I really do.
It's a famous song by the rock group Cinderella. Vic, your wife would know this.
Great.
You don't know what you got till it's gone.
All right, good stuff. Have you ever been a part of a chain gang?
No.
Have you ever done it? See, that's where youth football.
Wait. No. Wait. I have held the down marker before.
Okay.
So I haven't had the chain, but I've been like the fourth down guy.
Just so you know, there's a lot of pressure there. I mean, youth football chain. Have you done it, Cole? Chain gang. So you're sitting there, and the guy on the other side, if he gets lazy and starts moving around, it affects the down and distance all of a sudden. Like, hey, take it easy.
Did you do the bailout? Like guys running towards you had to drop the chain and then run away?
Well, the youth football, they weren't really going to run
tiny
you over.
guys.
Oh, what, you were going to behemoth those little nerds?
Yeah, but it's so, when you actually do it, it's so unscientific and so ridiculously. I mean, it's so dumb. You could totally manipulate the chain to whatever
You could cheat.
please. Of course.
You could cheat?
Yes. You don't think there are parents at youth football games cheating on the chain gangs for their teams?
Oh, God, I'd hope not.
I saw a team of chain gangers run up and down the field just changing first downs. Well, how's that a first down? That was a loss of 2. Well, you didn't see it from my angle.
I'm just being honest. I kind of missed it. And now, to the NFL's credit, wildly efficient. It was like within 2 seconds, they're like, we're good. Move them.
Yeah, but think about all the 80-year-old guys now. They're out of a gig.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, that sucks.
They can't find a regular job. They're 80. What are they going to do?
It's like all those guys that used to resurface. You realize that Madison Square Garden did not get a Zamboni until the 70s?
Why?
Because
So how did they fix it?
It's all union. All those dudes had jobs to resurface the ice.
How? Without
and
a
they
Zamboni?
fought it, and because you pull the thing with the water, you pull the thing behind you. You do it by hand, and that's how they used to do it. And because it's all union, they had to wait till all those dudes were like dying before they got a Zamboni.
When we go to the East Coast and we do live shots there or whatever, you can't touch anything.
You can't touch your own cord.
You can't touch like one time I went up to turn the monitor and the guy got all freaked out on me.
That's his
for
job.
your own gear?
Yes.
You cannot touch a thing. What's up, Rick? You can't touch a thing because the union shops, they will.
I didn't know you were here.
But wait a minute. That includes Altitude's equipment.
Well,
or it's not our equipment.
I see. Yeah.
I mean, you got to hire people on the road to, run cameras, do your booth, set up the monitors, all that kind of thing. You can't even touch cords, man. They won't even let you. It's crazy.
So Vic, you're just sitting in that chair and you're saying, "You move this."
Yeah,
go.
You say that to an East Coast dude.
Yeah,
I dare you.
And then they're gone, and then like they're out having lunch or whatever. Yeah.
What do they say back? Hey, oh,
hey,
come on, hey, talking my man the wrong tongue. All right. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. When we come back, Terry McLaurin once out of Washington. I got a comparison that is almost a carbon copy of who Terry McLaurin is. We'll get to it next.
Went to have a physical some years ago, and the doc goes, "Hey, yeah, your testosterone's getting a little bit lower there." I said, "Oh, really? What do I do?" He's like, "You're just getting older." I said, "That's not going to cut it. I want to feel like I used to feel." So I went to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and maybe you're feeling the same kind of way. It can cause a host of problems, maybe a low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, and more. Well, if you get treated, you're going to feel that energy return within a few weeks. Your brain fog is going to go away. You're going to sleep better. Your workouts will be great. And you'll start to feel like your old self again. Men, I'm telling you right now, you start to lose that testosterone in your early to mid-30s, and then you got to go get it back. So do yourself a favor. Give them a call today at 720-440-7900. You're going to have a great experience. Initial thing, $99. Draw your blood results within 30 minutes. They'll tell you exactly what is going on with you. Again, that number is 720-440-7900, or do yourself a favor. There's 5 locations up and down the Front Range. Find the one closest to you at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
go, baby. Okay, so yesterday I took a lap around the new prospective home of the Denver
I saw
Broncos
your video.
Stadium.
Yeah, I saw. Was it Adelio with you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I just wanted to see it with my own eyes. I wanted to see because the story
You wanna
came
get the
out.
vision?
Yeah, the story came out in the Denver Post and in the Gazette that historic district and the preservation groups, they're all mad about them blowing up warehouses in Burnham Yard. So I wanted to see it because, again, I will stress this. Having grown up here, a father who actually worked for the railroad for 30 years, I have never heard of Burnham Yard. I'd never been to Burnham Yard.
Mm-hmm.
And for folks to make it out to be some historic site like no other, as if we're
Vic,
talking about
lay out exactly what it is.
It's a dump. It's a dump is what it is. It is a place, a blighted area of our city that needs to be cleaned up. And the fact that the Denver Broncos are giving the city a layup opportunity to clean it up, you take that layup and you say thank you. So all of you historic districts and listen, I respect the fact that you want to preserve history. I'm with you, man. I've seen history tumbled in North Denver. I've seen it.
Yeah.
I've seen it. It sucks, right?
Wiped out. Yep.
But sometimes advancement is for the good. And trust me, if you take a blighted area like that and put something good in there, that's great for the community.
Brett, I know
Great.
that I'm known for my tact. Okay? Let me be
Sure.
Yeah, I mean I'm very well known for having, just a good
perspective.
judge. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me have a lack of tact for one moment, if you would, please.
All right, it's very out of character for you.
So all of you people out there, I'm with Vic. I agree. There's no bigger history buff on this program than me. I love preserving stuff, important things, right, that show the history of our great city and our great state. I'm all about it. That being said, there are no endangered frogs, okay? There's no blue swan from Edmonton that nests in Burnham Yard, okay? So we're not talking about, there's maybe a rat running around there. You can hit it with a pellet gun, okay? There's no animals you need to take care of and protect or something like that. Rocky Mountain ant. There's none of that crap. It's broken concrete and weeds and like weeds, okay?
And drug users.
And then drugs, and then like weed shops that can move, no problem, right? Yeah. This I can't describe to the rational human beings out there how much of a no-brainer it is for the Broncos to build there and make this a beautiful part of the city where right now it is absolute trashville. And if you got a business there, no offense, but if you're making widgets or screws or whatever it is you do there, you know it ain't pretty. Okay, there ain't no beauty contest being won at Burnham Yards. So all you historians and all this kind of thing, I get it, but there ain't nothing there right now. So stop it and let's move forward with this thing because I want a new stadium.
Well, we're sports fans, and we're going to err on the side of sports when it comes to stuff like this.
I would like to protect the Rocky Mountain ants. I just want to be on record.
Dude, if they used it as a porta potty storage, it would improve what the hell's there right now.
Well,
okay, no offense. I mean, I'm not trying to be flippant here, but literally, I would encourage anybody who has any questions about it, go to Burnham Yards and see for yourself.
I know most of the people that work for the Denver Historic Society, and they're good people. They really are. They have the city in mind, and this is not geared toward them, but some of these preservationists, right? The preservationists.
Yeah.
If you're such a preservationist, why didn't you preserve the area? Why does it look like crap? Why does it look like Moser's face? If you're such a preservationist,
that's totally
my
unnecessary.
You're right. And then I got somebody.
Man just got his ass kicked yesterday by me on the golf course. You got to take care of this guy today, okay?
I got somebody on Twitter saying, "Hey, I think Lone Tree's still a better." Enough with the Lone Tree. I hate going to Lone Tree to go to work, let alone go to a game. Nobody's moving the stadium to Lone Tree. They're not leaving the city of Denver. The Broncos are going to be in Denver forever. They're not leaving Denver for Lone Tree. Enough. Sorry.
Agreed. Yeah, enough. And so I could not be more on Vic's side on this. I'm glad that you and Adelio went there. Adelio's his studios are very close.
Oh, I mean, for him, it's a home run.
Absolutely,
do you know what he's had to deal with over the last 5 years in that area? Do you know what the people that live there that run good businesses have had to deal with?
Dude, I know. I understand.
Do you even know?
I know, dude. I don't want to get into that aspect of it because that's a whole socio thing that I don't want to go down that road. But let me tell you, if this is in fact where it's going, and it should go there, it is a home run for the city of Denver. An absolute grand slam out of the park.
I get a lot of this.
Let Greg Penner work.
Yeah, exactly. Let him heat
cook.
up.
Let him cook.
I get a lot of this. Why do you even need a new stadium? The current one is fine. They've made major upgrades. They have. And the current one is a nice stadium. There's nothing rickety about it. It is a nice stadium.
I think it's terrific, yeah.
Here's the deal, though.
Yep, let's do it.
You have an owner with the deepest pockets in the game who wants to change the game, who wants to build something that the game hasn't seen. Let him cook.
Also, I will remind people, many of us are not rich. I'm not rich. A lot of people listening aren't rich. I'll tell you what rich people don't do. They don't rent. They buy. They own.
Yeah.
They don't pay rent to people. They have money and they go, I will own this.
And I will do it my way.
Throwing cash to somebody else. Yeah. That's what they do.
Can I say one more thing, too, in regards to this stadium? Do you like Final Fours?
That's the other thing.
Do you like Super Bowls?
Do you like Super Bowls? Do you like Final Fours?
Drafts?
Hey,
NFL draft?
When the World Cup was looking for a city,
yeah.
Remember they passed on Denver?
Yes.
I mean, you don't think a shiny new stadium would have been an inviting way to get the World Cup to stop here?
Do you like millions and millions and millions of dollars poured into your economy on occasion for gigantic events at a brand new roofed stadium where you could maybe take the roof off that sucker, put the roof on that sucker? Right?
No, I like crack in the weeds.
Yeah, I'll tell you what's better.
Wait, say crack and the weeds?
Both.
Or crack in the weeds?
Crack in the weeds. If you drive or walk by there, there'll be an area of a parking lot, and it's all weeds now, or the parking lot.
Correct.
And in the weeds, you'll just find everything. You'll find
seriously
everything. I mean, it's
probably Jimmy Hoffa.
It's blighted, is what
really?
it is.
Probably Jimmy Hoffa. No, Brett, I've been there. I've told you, I've been there.
Hey, Jimmy.
It's broken concrete. It's weeds. It's cracked heads. It's I don't know how else to describe it. If you prefer that over Super Bowls and millions of dollars of economic growth and depositing it into your community, then fight it.
I want you to close your eyes and I want you to reimagine the Beltway of Denver in 2035. Okay, let's go 10 years from now. If you open your eyes,
I'm going to be old.
We might be dead. We may not be here to see this. But here, think about this.
That's a depressing thought, Jack.
Think about this. I want you to start in Lodo, where it all began, with sports reconstruction and how sports changed the dynamics of a city. It changed. It made Lodo what it is today, Coors Field. So the city starts, the downtown area starts at Lodo. You weave south to the new Ball Arena redevelopment project that's going to feature some things you will not believe. You keep going, and you have now the new Broncos Stadium that's in the Burnham Yard area. You keep going even further south, and you have that NWSL Stadium, which is in scheduled to happen just near Santa Fe and I-25. You're going to have 4 different arenas, stadiums, in a span of what? What is that, 5 miles?
Yeah,
Did you
probably
say 4 or 5 miles?
About 5 miles.
That have completely redeveloped and changed the face of downtown Denver.
Do you know what's crazy? Is that I had a buddy who never visited Denver. He came here, stayed downtown, and he's like, what do I do? So I told him, head up this spot, whatever. And he goes, I've lived in Seattle, I've lived in Detroit, I've lived in a whole bunch of places that have professional sports teams. He goes, you know what's crazy? That you can see all the stadiums at once.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, I don't know any other town that's like that.
Well,
where they're all right next to each other.
Kansas City, they're next, but it's a parking lot.
But it's 2 teams. He's saying 4. For 4 major sports teams where all of their stadiums are within a stone's throw.
Philadelphia.
Yeah.
But it's all, you know what it is in Philadelphia? It's a giant parking lot. They got the football stadium, the baseball stadium,
right.
and the arena. But it's all. But then there's just nothing but a gigantic.
Isn't
parking
Kansas
lot.
City like that? Kansas City's got Arrowhead and
they share the parking lot.
Yeah.
But that's 2. Like I said, that's 2 teams.
No, I think again, what it's going to do to the Denver area is if you wake up 10 years from now, 20 years from now, it'll look like a completely different city.
Yeah.
And this is my city. I grew up here. Am I going to sit here as a preservationist and say no? No, leave it alone. You can't do that. You can't.
Do yourself a favor. Go back and look at pictures. You know where Ball Arena is right now?
Yeah.
Go back and look at pictures of what was there before.
Yeah. You know what it looked like? It looked like downtown Omaha is what it looked like.
Yeah, that whole area, you know what it was known for. Ball Arena, where it's currently located, the one monument that stood for the end of time was Thirsty's nightclub, which is now the new Brooklyn's, which is Brooklyn's.
Yep.
Brooklyn's, that building, was Thirsty's. That was the monument.
And there was nothing else there, bro. Nothing. I mean, those buildings were there, obviously, with KC Fine Furniture and blah, 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 blah.
But by the way, they aren't putting in a Home Depot at Burnham Yard. It's a beautiful building, okay? It's going to be gorgeous. It's going to be awesome. You don't want like a SoFi there? I would love to have a SoFi there.
Dude, I am looking right now. Joe Pompliano, who does a great job breaking down the business of football, the business of sports, I should say. He's breaking down this new $62 million high school stadium.
Yeah, that Buford High School.
In Buford High School in Georgia. It features 10,000 seats. Now listen to this. This is a high school stadium, ladies and gentlemen. High school football. It has 15 luxury suites in a high school stadium.
I tried to have Nelly look for tickets for what a luxury suite would cost. He couldn't find it.
15 luxury suites. It's got a 3,500 square foot video scoreboard and 2-story field house next to the stadium with locker rooms. This is high school football.
Well,
oh, God. That's just hilarious to me, man. What we will do for the sport of football is like no other.
All right, when we come back, wanted to get to this a little bit earlier, but Terry McLaurin, I got a comparison I'm going to make, and I think that the name that I'm going to bring up next to it's going to surprise you. We'll get to it next.
I'm going to just mention this on the air. We need a button so you can talk to Nelly during remotes.
I'm just going to mention this on the air. I need a shock collar for you anytime you try and look at this text line. It's the most bizarre thing in the world.
I've been without it for 8 months.
I was talking to Tyler, who's running things out here for the Broncos. And I come back over, and I can see my laptop is shifted back towards the direction of Vic. And I go, were you just getting your little hit?
Yeah.
Were you just getting your little microdose in during the
Good little hit. I'm all about interaction, my friend.
Did you find anybody to yell at, or was everybody nice?
I just enjoy interaction. I enjoy it. It's why we're in this business. Let me ask you a question. I'm asked this many times. Why did you get into this business? I have my answer. I want yours. Why did you get into this business? What is it that pushes you, motivates you to get in this specific business?
Because it looked fun, and I didn't have the discipline for a real job.
Okay, that's a lot of words. For me, it's one word, and it's very easy. Curiosity. I think at the heart of all of us, it's just a curious nature. About sports, about things, about people. Curiosity is what sparks most of this. Would you agree?
Sure.
And so communication is, what is it without curiosity?
As Ted Lasso said, be curious.
Yeah, that's all it is. That's all it is. It's all about curiosity. Trying to figure out, what's this person all about? My favorite part of this business and why I'm really upset with, to be totally blunt with you, Broncos camp is not what it used to be. I used to be able to walk up to a player walking off the field and ask him a series of questions, whatever I wanted. And it's not the way it is anymore. It's just not the way it is.
Is that an NFL thing, or is that just how
most teams are like this now? Most teams, even in the NBA, the Nuggets are like that now. It's just they've wrapped their arms around that. You know, you can't sort of go where you want to anymore. But the curiosity is why I got into this business. Walk up to a player and just start asking questions. Who are you?
Dude,
what are you?
I remember Justin Simmons, rookie year, right? Coming off the field, I stopped him and said, "Hey, got a few?" He's like, "Yeah, totally." And I from that day, because I didn't know really anything about him. I had never even heard him talk.
Yeah.
And I don't know, probably talked to him for 5 minutes just about football and about becoming a Bronco and da-da-da. And I realized, God, what a thoughtful, interesting dude. Plus, I think he's going to be a really good player. He was just a puppy, right? But you had that ability to get that kind of interaction. That sort of, get to know these guys a little bit better and understand what makes them tick a little bit better. Now it's all scripted. It's who they give you.
It's just not the same when they're up on the platform. It's not the same.
That is correct.
So, having said that, today I will have the opportunity, and I can't wait to sit down after practice with Evan Engram, and I'll visit with the new Broncos tight end. Although I don't think he's a tight end. I think, as Jeff Legwold told us yesterday, he might be WR2.
Yeah,
on this team.
Well, he's going to act like it, I think. Yeah.
And I'll visit with the punter. And by the way, the pronunciation after watching some YouTube videos is Crawshaw.
Yeah, well, it's spelled like Crawshaw.
Yeah, but some people call him Crayshaw. It's Crawshaw.
Crawfish.
Will you call him Crayshaw? That's you're the one.
Crawshaw.
You're the one, Ryan.
Crayshaw, Crawshaw, Crushaw.
Speaking of wide receivers, what is this laminated thing you got here?
Yeah, I do.
That is so dorky. Who made that?
Shut up.
Who did that? That is so goofy.
You know what makes it even cooler is when you hold it 18 feet from your face.
I can't read it. I can't read it unless it's as far away.
So, Brett, two things. Number one, Burton Oli can't see. He can't see his hand in front of his face. So when he reads, I swear to God, Brett, it's like this.
Yeah.
Okay. And so we make fun of him. Vic is one of these. Whoa. Hey.
Yeah.
Well, you got to put it 10 feet away.
Now talk to me.
Yeah.
Now talk to me. Now I can read it.
Right,
you look like you'd fly a kite a little bit later.
And
electricity.
And number two, Navigator on the old Twitch feed, Navigator 1. I think Navigator is probably somebody who joins in the program. Didn't Lasso say be a goldfish? Navigator.
Hey, do me a favor.
Hold on. Navigator. Shut it. Lasso said a lot of things, okay? It's not exclusive to goldfish. It's not exclusive to be curious. It's not any of that kind of thing.
Great.
So, Navigator, calm down.
Awesome. Cool. Hey, can I read you guys numbers of a disgruntled wide receiver in Washington right now?
Please do.
Terry McLaurin is having some contract issues, and they have gotten so bad that he has said, I want out. He's requested a trade, according to Jordan Schultz. Can I read you his numbers?
Please.
So last year he had 81 catches for 1,081 yards and 8 touchdowns. Pretty good year?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good season, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's Cortland Sutton's numbers.
What? Say that one more time.
81 catches, 1,081 yards, and 8 touchdowns. Terry McLaurin had virtually the same season as him because Terry McLaurin had 82 catches for 1,096 yards and 13 touchdowns.
Interesting. I would never have guessed that.
Yeah. So, I mean, touchdowns, a few more on the touch.
Appears we lost the boys for a second there. We're going to take a chance to get them reconnected. But in the meantime, I'm just going to play for you what Sean Payton had to say to the media yesterday. This was the Broncos head coach addressing the media after practice yesterday.
Any questions here after we were out of pads today? We had a pretty good go of it yesterday.
Any concern with Dre?
No, I think he's fine. We in the one-on-one period, he felt it got tight. Different area, and so we'll know more. We'll go ahead and have all the precautionary work done, but I think he'll be all right.
When you have to dial it back, I guess by league rule and anxious good after 3 days, what are you looking for to get out of this? Because
So it needs to be just as much instructional, situational. We spent a lot of time. We spent probably half an hour, maybe 20 minutes on certain cadences, third down cadences, tight red cadences. Still getting the work done. Today was a red zone install, and we'll be back at it tomorrow with the same installation. But we'll have a walkthrough this evening, and it becomes, it's a little bit more the tempo like, our OTAs if you're watching when you're not in the pads.
You were watching the one-on-ones running backs against the linebackers. What are you looking to see from the running backs in those drills as they develop it?
So when you get into that, it's a 2 times a week type of drill, and you want to make it as realistic as possible, and you're giving them basically 4 to 5 routes that they would.
Okay, sorry about that. Don't know what happened. I was in the middle of a great point too.
You were
like a really good point.
You were.
So I don't know when we cut off, but just to repeat this quickly. 81 catches, 1,081 yards, and 8 touchdowns for 29-year-old Cortland Sutton last season. For Terry McLaurin, it was 82 catches for 1,096 yards and 13 touchdowns for 29-year-old Terry McLaurin. They're the same guy. The difference is Terry McLaurin wants $35 million a year. Cortland Sutton signed for 23.
Right. Well, he's been doing it, so he's kind of saying to himself, look, I do this every single year. I've proven my worth. Mm-hmm. But here's where I have a problem with Scary Terry, whom I like an awful lot. I mean, I've listened to interviews with him. He seems like a really thoughtful guy. He was holding out at camp, right, Vic, until it got to the point where he's going to be fine. So then he shows up, but he has this, quote, injury, okay? It's like a foot. Not really. He's not practicing because he says he has a foot. And he doesn't want to practice, so what he does is he comes out and he signs autographs for the fans for like 30 minutes, and then he goes back in. But when you're around that team and you request a trade, what does everybody else in that room think?
Doesn't it make you respect the way Cortland Sutton has handled this even more?
Yep. Absolutely.
He wanted another contract.
For 2 straight years?
Yeah, well, he wanted another contract. He didn't pull that stunt. He came out.
Correct.
Now, he didn't do a lot of the drills that would have got him injured, but he was out with his teammates. He was wearing his helmet. He was wearing his stuff. And he never complained. He never said anything about it until after he got his deal. So, listen, man, I would not want to be in that situation in Washington. And, frankly, for a guy to demand that much more money than what the Broncos paid Cortland Sutton is absurd in my book. Absurd. The storyline for me, guys, the storyline now at Broncos camp is this, because it changes every day. When will we see Dre Greenlaw back on the field again?
Yeah.
A huge free agent acquisition. We know what he means to this defense. He limped off the field yesterday. Sean Payton afterwards said it wasn't that big a deal. He didn't think it was that big a deal. Well, how big a deal is it? Time will tell. Tomorrow, the Broncos are going to scrimmage here. They're going to pull the scrimmage off. I don't expect Greenlaw to be there, do you? No. You limp off the field on a Thursday? He's not going to be ready by a Saturday. Let's see if he's ready today. Let's see where he is today. Will he be on the sideline? Is he in rehab? I think that's a big story we need to follow. I think his availability will go a long way to the success of this defense. It's already a great defense, but with him, it's an elite defense.
Well, he could do something that You guys tell me the last guy who could do this. That could cover. You know, it's not one of those things where you play the Chiefs and you're like, oh, so Kelsey's going to have 9 catches for 105 yards and a touchdown again? Or George Kittle's going to have 200 yards by halftime?
Dude, Kittle could have set the all-time record, and they sat him.
Yeah.
That was an amazing game.
He, by the way, he's another example of a guy. I told you guys this with Hufanga yesterday. Hufanga has been in the league for 5 years, and he's 25 years old.
Right.
Greenlaw's been in the league for 7 years. He's 27.
He's 28.
You got it listed at 27
and
right
his
here.
birthday was in late May. So when they made that list,
Oh, gotcha.
Probably when they made the list, he was still 27.
Still,
Now
he's
28.
still a young guy is the point. Like, for all the experience that he has, he's a young
And Greenlaw hasn't missed a ton of time in his career, but he's had 2 significant injuries that reduced him to 3 games in one season and 2 games last year.
Do you guys remember?
So it's, and again, it was a blown Achilles. So it's not. I'm not super worried about it, but I'm always just a little sensitive when you sign guys who are coming off of whatever. You know, where's his body? That's all.
You guys remember the injury that he had in the Super Bowl and how weird it was?
Yeah, because didn't it happen during an extra point attempt?
He was just running onto the field. Look at this.
Yeah, he's just running on.
So he's hopping on, he's getting psyched up, and then he runs out.
Oh, that's
and
what it was.
just boom,
Oh,
boom, falls down.
Yeah.
See, that scares me, man, because if it could happen in that scenario, he's out here working, and he's already missed time in OTAs. He's going to miss time in camp. Maybe his body's just one of those bodies.
That's exactly what happened to Tim
scares
Patrick.
the hell out of me.
You remember Patrick tore his ACL, and then guys, he was literally split wide, running a drill. I mean, you know, and he went off the line of scrimmage and his leg blew up.
Yep.
I mean, it's weird. I just hope for the best. If it's me, I absolutely bubble wrap him until the regular season.
Given the fact that the Broncos are going to scrimmage tomorrow, and they went full pads Wednesday with some hits, I don't expect them doing much today because tomorrow's going to be a hard-hitting day. They're going to scrimmage. We'll see what they do. We'll see what they get. But I am going to keep an eye on where Dre Greenlaw is located and whether or not he can play.
Out here at Broncos Park for another day of Broncos camp, and all training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Back after this.
What an L by Jesse Trujillo.
Jesse, just leave. What are you doing here?
Love you, Jess. Thanks, buddy.
What an L moment.
Jesse shows up late today. It's me and Jesse every morning at 6 o'clock. Today it's Cole. And thank you, Cole, for being here. And what does Jesse do the second he walks up, Vic?
Well, I secretly am good at displacement. I placed my banana peel on Moser's shoulder during the break.
And he had
As
no
I've
idea.
done already. He wore it through an entire segment earlier this week.
Yeah.
So I said, let's see if we can do it again. So you know how I am. I came in from the backside. Well, let me rephrase that.
Uh-huh.
Cool, Carl.
I approached him from the backside.
Not much better.
Okay, I placed it on his back. No, okay, whatever. I got it on his left shoulder. He had no knowledge that the banana peel was there.
That's
We
true.
were going to live through an entire segment with the banana peel on his shoulder. Jesse comes in and informs him that he has a banana peel on his shoulder.
Thank you, Jess. And you know what?
Why?
I'm too trusting of you guys. I'm too trusting. I'm not sure I can be that trusting anymore.
I don't know what it is. Every time I hear Jesse say home run, that drop,
Home run.
Every time it makes me smile. I don't know why. I love it. But you ruined it, Jesse.
Thanks, buddy.
Bad teammate, bad move, all-around horrible decision.
Can I again reiterate what we were talking about at the start of the program? There's not a whole lot that you can learn from this point on until we get to a preseason game, and we're still a week away from that. So they're going to continue to put the work in. Like you said, Vic, tomorrow they're going to scrimmage. They're going to knock each other around a little bit. I like to see that. That's good. Get some physicality going in training camp. But in terms of what Broncos fans can learn about this team and we can learn about players, I need to see Harvey against somebody. I need to see him carry the football and see what he does. You got to see the evidence with your own eyeballs.
I would assume that Jahdae Barron and Harvey are going to play. I would assume.
Well, why wouldn't they?
Like all of
They're
your
not,
rookies.
you don't put them on some pedestal. I mean, they're rookies. They need to get NFL action. They need to get up to speed. They have to play.
You know, can you guys remember, did Surtain play in the preseason his rookie year?
I don't remember.
I'm sure he did.
Or did they bubble wrap him?
I'm
Because
sure
they're like,
he did.
we know he's good already. He's going to be fine. There is sort of a balance between that, like the injury risk. He played in all three?
Yeah, he did. Yep.
Well, he had stats,
including the pick six against the Minnesota Vikings. Yeah, he played.
Okay. Yeah, I think all these guys got to play, especially, they keep talking about Jahdae Barron like he's going to do a million things instead of one thing. And I'm like, but for a rookie, do you just want him to settle in on one? Well, I guess there's a guy in Jacksonville that's kind of doing a million things instead of just one thing in Travis Hunter.
Are you a video game guy?
Yeah.
Raj,
kinda.
are you okay? You remember Vic when you and I tried to play Madden that time?
Oh.
What a nightmare that was, right?
We
We're
had
total
no
adults.
idea.
We have no idea what we're doing. The problem is the controller's got a billion buttons, and you don't know what to push and how to do it. Either way, I saw the article where Travis Hunter is the highest-rated rookie of all time in Madden. Did you see that?
I'm sure, because he can do 1,000 things.
Yeah, he really can.
I still wonder what that spread's going to be. Like, is he going to play full-time, corner and a few packages on offense? Is he going to do a little bit of a little bit? Like, I wonder how they're going to use him.
I think he'll start at corner and then sprinkle him in at receiver.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
If you're Trevor Lawrence, how much are you lobbying to try to get him on your side of the ball as often as possible? Because he wants to play. He wants to be there.
Did you guys see, by the way, Vic, I know that you kind of know Greg Penner a little bit, and he strikes me as a thrill-seeker kind of guy.
He is the most fit owner in all of sports. I'll leave it at that. When I say fit, no one has the cardio capacity of Greg Penner in any sport. No owner, ever.
Tyler the Broncos showed me a photo that they sent out yesterday. This is him and his wife standing at the top of that crane. Mm-hmm. I don't see a harness attached. Yeah. That
God,
side
no.
is no railing.
Oh, that would scare
God,
me.
There's no railing on this side of it.
No, God, no.
Look at this. Would you guys ever?
No.
Ever?
Nope.
Because I don't see them strapped to anything. There's a railing on one side of that crane, but not on the other side.
So at 9 a.m. this morning, they're having a ceremony, I guess, to kick off the the updated version of this facility here. I don't know what you would call it. Is it
a ceremony for what now?
A ceremony for this facility. They're doing some sort of ceremony because they finally put the roof on this place, and they expect it to be done by next May. This whole place will be done by next May.
Yeah.
So at 9 a.m. this morning, they're having a ceremony of some nature. I don't know
Like
what it is.
Not the ground. I mean, they've already broken ground, bro. The building's half up.
I can tell you what it is. It's the Broncos topping out ceremony is what it's called at 9 a.m. this morning. By the way, I forgot to tell you guys, I'm going to go attend that while you guys hold the fort here for about 15 minutes. And that's going to take place right there atop that building.
You're going to go to the top of the building?
I'm going to go check it out. Hold on.
Why do you get to go? Why don't I get to go?
Because I got invited and you didn't. So I'm going at 9 a.m.
Well, what if I take your invite?
Well, go ahead. Try. I don't know where Moser's going right now, but
they're going to stand on top of the roof.
They're going to assemble. They're having a topping out ceremony.
You know what's crazy is just in the week we've been here, how much of that work has been done over there already.
They're quick. They're quick. Yeah.
I was told this crew might be incentivized to move quickly.
This ain't like construction in Italy, right, Moser, where it takes 8 years to build a cone.
Okay. Not to call anybody out, and I don't know how these jobs work. Maybe this is just they get there really early, so this is their lunchtime or whatever. So I leave the radio station every day around 10. And there's construction happening in that strip mall area of ours.
Yeah.
And there's construction guys. All I see them doing is eating.
Correct.
I just see them eat.
Correct.
Eat and sit in the parking lot and piddle on their phones.
Yeah.
And again, maybe that's just their break time because they got there early. I'm going to assume that's the case. But I see a lot of eating going on.
Yeah, but if you're on the job at 6 a.m.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they aren't working. I'm just saying the only time I've seen them, they're eating. That's all I'm saying.
Vic is so right, though. If you want to talk about
these guys, I've never seen them eat. I'm here for 4, 5, 6 hours.
No, they don't. They're cyborgs.
I've never seen them eat.
They're cyborgs. They don't eat. But Vic is correct. If you know the old adage of 5 guys standing around looking down a hole, right? You know, they're doing the construction workers doing work. Dude, in Italy, these guys are absolute shovel and broom leaners. I mean, they stand around, dude, leaning on shovels and brooms like you can't. If there was a leaning on a broom Olympics, the Italians would win gold medal every single time.
We're nearly 2,000 years in, and they're still finishing off the Coliseum.
The amount of texts that we have gotten from people that are experts on topping out ceremonies.
Oh, is this a thing?
I had no idea that everybody was so.
I didn't know it was a thing either.
So into construction in this way.
Huh.
Look at these construction guys aren't eating, but Raj needs himself like a little bacon, egg, and cheese in the morning, huh?
I like it.
Go outside, nerd.
Save half of this for Moser.
Absolutely. Hey, this guy says it's common the last structural member of the building being installed. People sign the beam and watch them fly into place. Okay. Sounds cool. What's that smell?
Yeah, it smells like
hey,
diesel fuel.
You guys listen to something right now.
Yeah.
Oh, I heard you.
Before you got here.
Tar. It smells like tar.
Vic.
It's a tar smell.
Vic. I don't know if they were cleaning out the porta potties this morning around 6:30 or what.
Yeah.
When I tell you I tasted it, I'm speaking.
Really?
It was that thick. The aroma was that thick.
That was Moser.
That I'm speaking, so I'm breathing in and out of my mouth, and I go, I can't talk. I can't talk right now. It was just there. Yeah. So whatever this smell is, does not even hold a candle.
Ain't nothing rougher.
To earlier this morning.
I need to borrow one of your.
You talk about a crappy job.
Yeah. I need to borrow one of your Broncos badges because I forgot.
Oh, so now you're not invited to the ceremony. I guess I am.
How did you get in?
I just walked in, but I got to get up there, so I just want to make sure nothing gets in the way. Hey, fellas, did you hear what Adam Troutman said yesterday to the assembled media? And just to go off of what Sean Payton has said all along, how he likes his team, he likes the energy, he likes everything about it. Adam Troutman, who is going to play a pretty key role because he does a little bit of everything. H-back, tight end. He'll catch some passes for you. He'll block. He'll carry the ball on occasion. Here's what he had to say about Wednesday's practice, the one that we continue to talk about as the best practice we've seen here at training camp in a long, long time. Here are his thoughts on that practice.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing was yesterday's practice. That was like, I felt it before here, but that was like, oh yeah, like we're ready for this. All the expectations and everything. Yesterday's practice was the best practice I've been a part of in my 3 years here, and that's ever since Sean got here. So I think we are trending in the absolute right direction, and guys are completely bought in. And obviously right now we're going through the grind of it, especially with 6 in a row here. And, guys are bought in and we're ready to go.
Did you hear the man? Best practice in 3 years?
They're confident, dude. They're so confident.
What constitutes, I'm curious, what constitutes best practice in 3 years?
I would say there's probably like an intensity to it. There's a
rhythm? What? Nobody made mistakes? What is it?
We knew it. How about this, Vic? You saw it a couple days ago. The first hit, the first play. Dobbins up the middle. He gets blown up by Greenlaw, and the hooting and hollering that was happening. There was a different sort of energy that day for whatever reason. Look, I don't know what that means. I don't know what it equates to. None of that stuff. But I will tell you this, that I didn't hear things like that in previous practices in previous years. And I think it also helped that it was Greenlaw. It was a new acquisition that I think a lot of people are looking at like, dude, this guy can play. Like, I think all that kind of boils together. I don't know if you really get that in any other sport. Like, Moj, is there different energies to a hockey practice than usual?
Well, yeah, there are. I mean, and Coach Bednar is listen, when you have Nathan McKinnon and Kale McCarr leading the way, the intensity is kind of up anyway. But if there's any question marks or lollygagging, practice is stopped, and it's reiterated, hey, let's get our work in, let's go.
Yeah.
There's a certain self-motivation with that club.
But doesn't it get you psyched up to know that a veteran player, says into an open microphone, that's the best practice we've had in 3 years?
That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's really cool.
Sean Payton said it multiple times, too, where he does it in sort of a more casual way. But when he goes, I told you guys before, I like this team. And Legwald has mentioned it, that Payton just usually doesn't speak about his teams in that kind of manner. Like, every coach thinks the team's going to be good, and I'm sure he always thinks his teams are going to be good because he's the head coach of it and that sort of thing. But when I keep mentioning this, you guys have watched, a week's worth of camp or something close to it. What's the weakness?
Well,
what's the weakness
I'll
on
tell
the
you
team
what
right
the
now?
weakness is right now. Depth at linebacker. That's the weakness.
Well, yeah, after
right
two
now.
guys. After two guys go down.
Three
for sure.
guys. 3 guys have gone down.
Greenlaw, Singleton.
Drew Sanders?
Oh, Drew Sanders, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you've had 3 linebackers in the first week of camp that are out.
Well, only one is for the season, and that's Sanders.
Understood. No, he's not for the
He's
season.
not for the
Sanders
season.
only 4 to 8 weeks.
Oh,
tops.
4 to 8 weeks,
Yeah.
okay.
But still.
Oh, you're right. It's the connective tissue
Still,
thing. Right?
that's
yeah.
that. If you're asking me what I see and what I worry about, that's what I worry about.
Yeah, depth is a problem, and you know what?
Okay,
can I say this, though?
Yeah.
If you were to have problems with injuries, nobody wants them, but if you were to have them at a specific spot, I think linebacker's probably the one I wanted in.
Really?
I think it's the easiest to replace.
Well, then why they make such an effort to go get Greenlaw? Why we speak about him in glowing terms?
Because
like it changes the defense.
If you get one, it's really good. I mean, that's it. Let me tell you, though, Vic, if you had 3 wide receivers go down, is that worse than 3 linebackers?
Well, it depends on how you look at it. I mean,
3 corners.
Yeah, corner. I think if you lose corners, you're done.
I'm just saying, like they last year, they lost Singleton for the year. They had a few other injuries. Drew Sanders was out for most of the season, and they found Cody Barton and Justin Strnad and a host of different guys to at least fill in admirably enough to be the 3rd best defense in the league for points allowed. I mean, they figured that part out. Now, then you saw what? Riley Moss left for a week, and you're like, oh, boy. That's a big drop-off between him and Levi Wallace.
It was a bit of a drop, I'd say. But that being said, Brett, if Troutman is talking with such, Troutman's got such joy with this football team, and Sean Payton keeps reiterating, hey, I told you before I like this team, and Legwald says, and he's completely correct, coaches aren't going to do that unless they really feel good and want to hype their team up a little bit. Well, then what should our expectations be? Mm-hmm. Because the way people are talking around here, it sounds like 12 wins to me. That's what it sounds like. Vic, you're the one who yesterday said they're going to win the division. Is that what it feels like to you? Is that the vibe you're getting?
I'm
going
not
around
letting
camp?
you take that back either. You said
you
this
said they're
team
going to
will win the division.
In a season like this, I mean, 11 wins could win the division.
Sure.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
You don't need to be 14 wins unless the Chiefs rattle off 15 in the first 16 weeks again. Then you do need about 14 wins to win the division. I think that there's a nice little mesh here, and maybe this is where I'm wrong. We can get into this in more detail. I think the Broncos are coming up this way, and I really do. It sounds stupid to say because they did win 15 of 16 games before they gave up on the final week. I don't see the Chiefs getting better. I just don't. I think the thing that makes them great or has made them great is that connection between Mahomes and Kelsey.
Yeah.
And did you guys watch Kelsey last year? He's not the same guy.
I did see him in Happy Gilmore too, and you know what? I'll give it up.
Don't.
I'll give it up
Don't.
to Travis Kelsey.
No.
I thought he was great.
Nope. Thought he was dumb.
He was much better than some of those golfers trying to act.
I thought some of the golfers were good. I thought Zalatoris was good. I thought Scheffler was good.
If you're going to rank acting by the non-actors in that movie, I thought Kelsey was number one. Number one. My opinion. And I'm sort of an
John
acting
Daly
authority.
was better.
Yeah, John Daly was pretty good because he was playing John Daly.
Well, yeah.
He didn't have to act.
He was a real method actor. He followed himself around for a couple of months.
I thought.
I'm sorry.
Is it bad?
That was the 3 strokes he lost by coming out right there. That's my bad.
Bad Bunny was good.
Yeah, he was all right.
Bad Bunny was good. Who's our girl from Monument that she worked in
Spearneck?
Yeah, Spearneck was good. She was fitting him for clubs.
Yep.
She had a cameo in that show. Who are some of the other cameos you remember?
It's a really good sort of litmus test on are you really famous or just kind of famous? Because if you were really famous, you were in the movie.
I thought Scotty Scheffler did a pretty good job. He goes, "Oh no, not again!" when he got arrested.
Yeah, that was funny. Here's the thing, though. They made Moj, don't make me save the radio show like I had to save our golf game yesterday. Don't make me do that too. It's too much responsibility on just me.
For those of you tuning in, the days where Moser gets like this, where everything it's below him, beneath him.
Yeah.
Either the Avs lost.
Yep.
Or he got his butt kicked on the golf course.
Yeah.
And so you know what happened yesterday. And
Moj,
that's why we are where we are right now.
Moj said to me 5 times, "I'm quitting the game" yesterday.
Mm-hmm. It's okay, Moj. You can root for your friends. I root for you guys when you play well. I want you to play well.
the holy Hey, little advice for you, Moj, just from, the know-nothing golfer over here. You played better when you put your shoes on.
Did he take his shoes off again?
He had his shoes off the entire round except for 3 holes because it started to rain a little bit, so he put his shoes back on, and he played better.
I don't know what you're trying
Vic,
to prove with your shoe
can I say one thing here?
Listen, as
this
the third best golfer on this show, you address yourself as the third best golfer from now on.
This is what made me sick. I blasted about I'd say a 25-yard bunker shot to a tap-in for a bird, right? Mm-hmm. And it made no difference because dude had a 10-footer for eagle that he missed, but he had a tap-in for bird too. Like, my shot on any given day would have been like, oh, dude, that's such an awesome shot. Tap-in bird. Good job, Moj. Dill hole here goes driver 50 degree to 10 feet. And has an eag from 10 feet and barely misses it, taps in for a bird, and it ruined my whole thing.
The bear?
Yeah.
There's a lot of balls on the table.
There's some par 5s you can get to in 2 pretty easily. At the
dude,
bear.
he
I
hit
got to 3 of them.
Yeah.
Dude, he hit.
Well, they're not long.
Dude,
I got to 3 of them.
He hit a drive on 13. No, yeah, 13. Mm-hmm. That I've never, and I've played a billion rounds there. I've never seen a human being hit the ball to where he hit the ball yesterday. I was in awe. I'm going to say it, Brett. I was proud of you. I was in awe, and he had an eagle putt on that one too. I told you all day how proud I was of you.
You did, because I was keeping money in your
pocket.
pocket.
I saved your ass in the front.
You did.
Right,
you
so
did.
You done? Are you done? Are you done pouting? Are you done? Not done pouting yet?
Trash.
He's not done, bro. All right. I'll never be done. 303-504-0925. Back after this.
So, you know how I am. I came in from the backside. Well, let me rephrase that.
Uh-huh.
Cool, Carl.
I approached him from the backside.
It's not much better.
Okay, I placed it on his back. No, okay, whatever. Like the sound and the music.
Nelly, are we on the air?
We don't hear Nelly.
All right, back at Broncos Park. Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of of Broncos country. So Vic's going to leave. He's going to go stand on a building soon.
How close are you going to get to the edge, dude?
Oh, good for you.
How close are you going to get to the edge?
Well, I'm afraid.
You're afraid of heights?
I'm afraid of heights.
Yeah, me too.
I'm severely afraid of heights. I won't do Ferris wheels. Won't. So don't ask me to do a Ferris wheel. I won't do roller coasters.
Well, you won't even do the Ferris wheel.
No. I'm always – no, when I worked at Elitch's, man, that's the one I couldn't fathom getting stuck at the top.
Okay, so I went to the Arapahoe County Fair over the weekend, Baby Jamal Kale, and I don't know if I can trust those rides anymore. I've seen too many videos. I know
Carnivals are loose.
You know, is this like an airplane thing where 99.9999999% of airplanes are fine, but you get the video on Twitter, the one that's not, and then you're like, ooh, is flying safe anymore? You know what I mean? Like, is that what I'm feeling with carnivals? Is that I see the couple videos of, there was just one the other day. It's like a circle thing that's swinging around like this, and it just snaps and slams on the ground.
I saw that. That was in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah,
I
and I'm
saw
like,
that, yeah.
I understand that this doesn't happen a lot, or else they wouldn't have these.
But it does happen.
But it does, yeah, back of my head, it does, like, stick out.
Absolutely.
Like, way more likely to get a car accident on the way to the place than that place snapping, or that thing snapping.
You remember the thing at the fair called the squirrel cages?
No.
I was more afraid of those, even though I went on it, than I was of the Zipper. The Zipper is the greatest carnival ride ever invented by mankind, ever. And the only thing between you and death is that cotter pin stuffed in by a crackhead. I mean, that's and so you're like, yeah, I'm risking my life on this 50-cent cotter pin operated by a crackhead. And I'm like, okay, well, let's go. Let's go. I mean, you only live once, right?
It is funny. No disrespect if you're one of these, what do they call them, carnies out there?
Yeah.
I haven't seen one that I trust, typically. Like, I don't think, I look at them like, you haven't done an inspection in years on that ride, have you? Like, we're just kind of
we have.
Like, I figure if I said something like, when's the last thing this was inspected? I think he just turned me like this.
Yeah.
Hey, man. I just worked.
You know, like the flying bobs.
I hit the button and then it goes.
The flying bobs that go up and down and you swing to the side and that. I mean, I always think this is going to fly right off. It's ridiculous.
You know what's really funny?
There's always grease. There's always grease pouring out. And sliding down the ride. Like some guy with a grease gun just like, that's good. Yeah, we're good. We're back in business.
You know what's really funny is that because I'm a dad now, whenever kids go on rides that. They're kids' rides, but some kids get scared and they start screaming. I always look at the face of the guy who operates the thing. Like, are you going to stop it for that kid who is, like, horrified?
No.
He's, like, looking at his phone with his hand on the joystick, just like, all right, another 5 seconds. He did not care at all.
It's funny because carnivals and, like, when I used to go to Lakeside, everything smells of grease because they have to grease up those rides all the time.
Grease them up, baby.
That's what it smells like. Anyway, I'll be atop the new facility ceremony christening of topping off. What's it called?
Topping ceremony. Yeah.
I'll call you guys from there.
Please do.
In about 10 minutes.
Please do.
Throw me a football from up there.
Diana Rossini reporting Breaking news. The Micah Parsons-Cowboys relationship has deteriorated to the point where the star pass rusher is considering drastic measures, which could include a trade request or even declaration that he's severing his relationship with the team.
Wow.
Well, I'm sure Jerry Jones' first thought is this. Thank God it's not Michael Parson. That's because if I lost that guy would be a disaster. Micah, we can lose.
Michael Parson was never really a big part of this football team.
Hey,
Michael Parson is as savvy and knowledgeable.
So listen, do you know what this really
Jerry.
means? This goes back to what I said before. Hang on, turn this off so it's not making noise. All right, so Vic's just leaving.
Yeah, Vic's out.
Okay, we'll talk to you in a
Let's
bit.
get right.
Michael Parson.
There we go. So this goes back to what I said a while ago. You don't think that a portion of the frustration that is felt by Micah Parsons is my owner and GM is publicly saying something like, well, I don't want to pay him because what if he gets hurt? It's like, yeah, that's the risk you run for having a good player. Like all of these stupid things that Jerry Jones has said, it's almost unreal when you have a player as generational as that guy.
Yeah.
And you're hemming and hawing about paying him money. That's what happens.
He's one of the best defensive players in all of the game. The problem with the Dallas Cowboys that I can see, you know what their main problem is? Is that they do stupid things. Like they're hesitant to pay guys, and then when they do, they have to overpay.
Yeah.
I mean, I go back to Amari Cooper. I go back to the running back, the one that went to Cancun and held out. Or Cabo, he's hanging out. Zeke Elliott, but this is back in the day, right? Yeah. Dak, the whole 9 yards. You don't pay them early enough to get a good deal. Like this Pat Surtain deal, is it going to look like a good deal? It already looks like a good deal, right?
Yeah.
Because the Broncos paid him appropriately at the right time. The Cowboys wait and wait and wait, then they always end up paying more, and then they chew up more of their salary cap, and they end up being just a dumb football team. If they would have given Parsons a killer contract a year ago, dude, it would look like a great deal for the Dallas Cowboys, and now you have a guy completely torqued off, a generational player, and he doesn't want to be there anymore, and I don't blame him.
I'm going to give you a perfect example.
They're so dumb.
Because this drives me nuts. You draft somebody at a position that's going to get paid, right? So nobody has a problem when it comes to quarterbacks on this, but edge rusher, corner, places like that. Wide receiver sometimes. Running back especially. You draft a guy early. So let's say, in this case, it's Micah Parsons. I can give you Saquon Barkley. I'll give you another example from way back in the day, Khalil Mack. The Raiders draft Khalil Mack with, what was it, like the third overall pick, something like that. He ends up being...
Was it third overd?
It
was up there. Yeah, it's up there.
You
might be right, but it was definitely up there.
Fifth overall.
Okay, there you go.
Fifth overall in 2014. He plays his rookie contract 4 years.
Yep.
It's a 5-year contract, remember,
right?
With the year on top of it. But he played 4 years in Oakland. He's an All-Pro for 3 of those years. He's Defensive Player of the year before they let him go. Why did they let him go? They didn't want to pay him. And I'm sitting here saying, so you draft a guy 5th overall. He plays like the player you hope to draft for 4 straight years. And then you go, yeah, that's a lot of money, though. I don't want to do that. What's the point in drafting him? Then what's the point in doing that?
Exactly
like
right.
Saquon Barkley when he was in New York. Now, he didn't have the year. He didn't have, like, the Philly year from last year in New York, but he's still really good. His problem was injuries, right? They draft him, I think he was second.
Second overall.
And then it comes time to pay him because he plays like a second overall pick, and they go, no.
Yeah, and then the owner says, God, I hope he doesn't end up anywhere. He can end up anywhere but Philly.
if you draft someone, it's exactly what the Broncos did.
That's hysterical, man.
Guys, appreciate your front office right now. They're really good and really smart. I would put George Payton up against anybody. I think he's top 5 GM in the league.
Like Hale.
Top 5. You pick Pat Surtain in the first round. Why? Early first round. Because you think he's going to be really good. Then what happens? He rewards you by being really good. And then what do? You pay him for being really good. It's not that hard.
You know what you do with those generational players like that? You pay them.
Yes.
Period. End of story. Parsons is a generational guy.
Imagine if
you pay them, and you pay them early. And again, with the way the salaries are going in this league, it's going to look like a good deal, man. He's happy, you're happy. I just don't get it. I don't get it.
Think about Cale Makar's contracts coming up.
Yeah.
He's going to have to get paid. And he says, yeah, I want this number. And the Avs go, well, let's hang on a second. You don't do that with Cale.
No.
He says a number, you go, okay, here's the check.
Pretty much.
Write the number down, and I'll sign it right now. That's what you do.
Because he will go down. We were doing a season ticket member thing the other night, myself and Connor and Kyle and Riker and Johnny Lyles. And so we're kind of doing this roundtable and talking to the Avs fans out there. And he will go down when it's all said and done as one of the top 5 defensemen in the history of the game.
He's going to be one of the best players that's ever lived.
Absolutely.
Okay?
And so what you do is, and again, hopefully he recognizes that, you got to pay a lot of guys to have a winning team, and hopefully wants to win more, but that's a generational talent, dude.
Now, look, if you're Mikko, there is no you write the number.
That is correct. Correct.
We got to figure out the right number.
That is correct.
That's what you do. But there's guys, and whether it's Micah Parsons or Michael Parson, whoever it is, that guy gets to pick his number because he's that good.
100%.
So, Vic will call us from the top of the building.
Is he up there yet?
I have no idea.
Can you see on top of the building?
But he's going to the topping ceremony, so we'll hear from Vic in just a little bit out here at Broncos camp. Another day of Broncos camp and all training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Back after this.
Michael Parsons
Is that Vic right now? Nelly, let me know when Vic calls, and then we'll get him on because he's at the topping ceremony of this building over here, which I have been told, Moj, that's everybody signs the last beam that's going in, and then they put it in there. And then
Not Vic. Vic.
And then you clap, and
Yeah.
then you say, woo!
Who do you
That's
think
my
I am?
understanding.
I am.
Dude, they are throwing this thing up, though. I mean, it is going up fast, and it looks. When you look at the shape, it looks really killer. It looks cool, man. Looks great.
So last night we had the first NFL game of the season, the Hall of Fame game, which means football will be on every single week up
Hold on a
until
second.
the week before the Super Bowl.
Jock and Rock on the Twitch says Vic already sent out a video on Twitter. Like he's doing videos for Twitter, but he's not calling the program. What is his malfunction, man?
Can I ask just maybe this is a question just out loud that the boss might hear. Why is it that Vic and Moj can just leave the show and go do other things in the middle of the show, and I'm always here? Why is that? Why can't I just leave?
Because you're the
and go do
glue,
something?
Holmes. That's why you're the glue. If I was
don't
you,
want to be the glue.
I'd take it as a compliment. You're the glue, baby. You got it all together.
I'm tired of being Elmer's.
Well, you're off the entire week next week, so why don't you stop complaining about it?
Wait, what was the thing that we always used to use in art class when we were in school?
Paste.
Rubber cement? Is that what it's called? Is it rubber cement? What is that called?
rubber
Am I saying that
cement.
right? Yeah.
Yeah. Do kids still eat? Do they eat? Do they still have paste like for little kids, like a tub of paste?
No.
It's like
no, you don't do that.
It's like glue. But remember, kids used to eat paste.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, yes.
Okay.
It's all Elmer's now. Well, at least I don't know what it is now. You know what? I don't even know if glue exists anymore.
I have no idea.
You ever seen that bit with Drunk Uncle on SNL?
No.
Can I use this Elmer's glue on my iPad?
I don't recall that at all.
If you know what I'm talking about, it's a great impression.
I will say this though, I do have several tubes of super glue at home. I use super glue on a lot of stuff. You know, like a broken cookie jar, you know, that kind of thing, right? You try to save it.
Well, super glue? Get Gorilla Glue.
That's the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah, same thing.
Gorilla Glue, though, you get that on your hand. It's like your hand's going to stick to earth for the next 5 years.
It's not coming off.
That's what those people who go protest at those art galleries do,
idiots.
right?
Yeah, well, they're idiots.
Wait, didn't they?
People who glue themselves to the freeway and stuff, that kind of thing.
Did that happen at a Nuggets game? Somebody do something at a Nuggets game years ago.
Didn't some lady glue herself? Yeah, she glued herself to the floor or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, real smart.
And she thought within 3 seconds it would adhere, and they just kind of went like this.
Yeah, who's the lady? Who's the lady that tried to jump over the bench or whatever, and she got pummeled by that security guard? Remember?
Somebody else. I think they chained themselves to the hoop or something like that.
Idiots.
It's like, all right.
Anyway,
how are we going to get you out of this one?
So we're waiting for Vic to call in from the top of the building.
You know, and if he does,
at Dove
whatever.
Valley.
Yeah, who cares? I'm going to be really honest with you. Don't have one single solitary care about a beam.
Couldn't care less.
Yeah,
Not
pretty
one.
much. Coach Beds, yeah.
I don't even know what kind of update is Vic going to give me.
I have no idea. I'm up here, and I'm on a roof, and
Vic just wanted to leave.
That's exactly right.
He
And
just wanted to leave.
And Jesse went with him for crying out loud. Hey, does this Greenlaw thing concern you at all? Is there any concern whatsoever? I think naturally because he's such an impact player and he's so important to that Broncos defense in the middle of that linebacking core. I guess you'd be concerned, but you're not concerned that this is an injury thing, are you? It's a thigh. It's not that big of a deal. It's not like a blown knee or an Achilles or anything like that.
Well, this is Sean Payton. If you can cue this up, Nelly. Sean Payton after practice yesterday. So Greenlaw was doing one-on-ones. He was covering somebody downfield, pulled up a little bit. He tried to jog it off, and then he went into the locker room with trainers. And so everybody's concerned because Dre Greenlaw is a very, very good player but also has injury history. And this is what Sean Payton said.
No, I think he's fine. We in the one-on-one period, he felt it got tight. Different area, and so we'll know more. We'll go ahead and have all the precautionary work done, but I think he'll be all right.
He didn't sound overly concerned.
No.
So I'm not going to be. But I will say this, it's I don't know what compares. Okay, how about this, Moj? It's the same fear I have when I go out of town and little Josie has free reign of the house with somebody else watching it, and I'm wondering how many different spots I'm going to find when I get home.
Correct. Yeah,
like you never know.
My thing is, I don't. Again, Sean Payton doesn't sound concerned, so I'm not going to be concerned. The only thing that I have concern about, and it's not like a blown up knee or ankle or anything like that, is the lingering. I don't like lingering.
Yeah.
So whatever it takes to get his thigh feeling good, or maybe just a little bit tight, whatever it may be.
Don't do anything then.
Right. You don't want things to linger. It's not a massive situation. It's nothing like that. But you just don't want it to nag and nag and nag, and you find yourself, on the shelf for 2 more weeks or something like that.
He's not competing for a job. He has the job. So take your time, figure it out. Don't risk anything. And that would be my approach to it. Everybody's got to earn it. Well, guess what? He's earned it through 7 years in the league, okay? That's how he's earned it. He's not to mention just the few times in practice that he has been active in participating, he's killed people, okay? And he's not allowed to tackle right now. But I'll never forget the first day of padded practice when Payton was asked about Greenlaw, and he goes, "Oh, you hear him. Like you can distinctly tell, and Moj, you've been to enough camps, you know this too. You don't have to watch, but if you know a roster, you can hear a pop, and you know exactly who it is.
Sure.
When you hear a pop of pads from Dre Greenlaw, you know exactly who that guy is.
You ever hear a guy put a bat on a ball and it just sounds different?
It's Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
It's like his sounds like a rocket.
It's
just different.
It's exactly right. You could absolutely just listen to the bat, the barrel of the bat hit the ball, and you're like, that's Shohei.
Like Giancarlo Stanton's another guy like that.
Absolutely, Mike.
Jean Carter.
I wish I was a Giancarlo.
Sorry, Michael
man.
Parson.
I wish I was a Giancarlo. Yeah, and I tell you, I wish every fan, and I don't know what it's like to be in the front row at a Broncos game. I've never sat in the front row at a football game in my entire life.
Yeah.
Not one time in my life have I been down there. But I've been on the sidelines for National Football League games. And the amount of violence and the sounds that you hear of equipment, the guys who are really good with those directional mics, the big satellite dishes on the sidelines, the guys who are really good, you can hear the pops through the TV and all that kind of thing.
You get a big hit, and it's, sound of it.
I would encourage, God, I wish that every fan one time in their life could just be on the sidelines for an NFL game and listen. Just the sound of the violence is unbelievable, and that's Dre Greenlaw. He is a violent linebacker, and he's going to play violent. So you hope he's going to be okay. And with this Singleton thing, too, I know about last year, but it's a broken thumb. It's not like it's something – it's a random thing. It's not like a body part that lingers and so on.
It's also something that you just club up and you can play through.
That's exactly right. You put a cast thing on it, and you wrap it in whatever you wrap it in, and you
what?
The Justin Bieber leaving never mind. It's the things that the guys have to run through that they whack you. You have to run through with the football and they whack. That's all of them right there. Anyway, I showed you yesterday in the golf course. That was funny.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, it's you wrap it up, you put some padding on it, you're good to go.
I can't think now.
Well, that was a pretty good meme, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, whatever.
Okay.
Hey, just quickly, again, if you guys missed it, I'm going to say something that has not been said around here for about 4 or 5 years. I think the Rockies did something smart. They actually traded people who were trade-worthy.
Wow, bro.
And acquired assets in return. Like, that's what baseball teams are supposed to do when you're bad, is take the guys that you know aren't going to be here for when this thing hopefully turns around and get something for them. And what they really got, they traded 3 guys. The Kinley deal's whatever. This guy's like a lifetime minor leaguer. He's 26 years old, never made the bigs.
No big
probably not doing anything. But the Ryan McMahon and Jake Bird trades to the Yankees netted you the 8, 10, 21, and 28 prospects in the top 30 for the Yankees farm system. That's real. Now, whether they become something, who knows?
Well,
but it gives you a chance.
Even if one of those guys becomes a player, That's pretty good, right? And
Yes.
you're hoping that all four do. The odds of all four becoming players is probably pretty small, but if one guy pops, great. If two guys pop, terrific. You got what you could, is what you did. You got what you could, and you found a team willing to give you some stuff for your guys.
Here's the good news. They've acquired a second baseman and a pitcher. The second baseman's name is Rock Riggio.
I saw that.
Which sounds like a baller to me. I just, if your name is Rock, R-O-C, you're a ball player.
Diving stab by Riggio and put out at first base. I like
it's
it.
a rock. I'm trying to find these dudes and kind of what they bring to the table. So he's a second-year minor leaguer. He went to Oklahoma State in 2023. But you know what? Had an 18-homer season. Or has an 18-homer season going total through all of his different leagues that he's played in this year. Got something to him. My point is, you trade the assets while they're still valuable, and too many times the Rockies have waffled on some guys.
Well, they've been so reluctant. They've just been reluctant to try to move forward. I think, like you said earlier, Brett, and I don't want to spend a great deal of time on this anymore. I think they did what they needed to do.
Yeah.
They did something appropriate. And it's kind of funny when the Rockies front office does something appropriate, we shower them with praise, right? I mean, the Broncos have made a boatload of moves that have really been smart, really good. We give them praise. But the Rockies do one thing, and we're like, oh, my God, that's so awesome.
It's because, unfortunately, it's rare.
Yeah, I know.
That's why.
Yep.
But I do think in the recent recent days that just passed that they handled themselves as a major league team should, which is not exactly the way they've done things before, at least recently. So
it's just kind of sad when they do the right thing. You're surprised and you're happy for them, and it's worth mentioning big time.
Nelly, by the way, when we come back, I sent you something. I'm hearing more and more from Cam Ward at Tennessee, and he's a very honest guy, and I'm starting to like Cam Ward, and I pray that he doesn't get ruined by what the Titans have been over the last few years, because I really seem to like him. There's some audio from him from practice yesterday, though, that I think is really cool that we'll get to in just a second. Out here at Broncos Park, another day of Broncos camp at camp coverage. Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country.
Where is Knucklehead? He left the show 20 minutes ago.
He ain't calling.
25 minutes ago he left. He's supposed to be calling in.
He ain't calling.
Where is he?
He's done for today. That's what that was. It was him just, I'm out. Oh, I got to go stand on top of a building and watch people put a panel up. Yeah, sure. Sure you do.
You don't have to worry about any damn bananas on my
Hey,
shoulder.
Moj, I got to go report live from the Kid Zone over
Sure,
here,
yeah.
so I'll be back in like half an hour.
Sounds
That
good.
I'll call in. I'll call in.
Sounds good. I'll see you then.
All right, back after this. Sorry, Nelly. I shouldn't say that in the microphone. My bad. We're out here.
No,
Broncos
Brett, I enjoyed your tight five that you were doing for the Comedy Store during commercial break. That was good, brother.
I mean, that joke, I heard it, and It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. It looks like a button in a fur coat is just an unbelievable line. Don't need the context to it. You guys figure it out. Anywho, I guess Vic is going to call us from a building. Sweet. I can't wait for the in-depth analysis that Vic has. Vic was more excited to go on top and look at a beam than he was to stare at anything out here on the field right now. He bounced.
I mean, he's just gone.
And by the way, I'm the one that's like a few ticks away from getting out of here forever.
That is correct.
You'd think I'm the one that wants to just bail out.
You're the glue, man. The glue can't leave. The glue's got to hang.
I'm not going to go full Birdo with this. Like, I don't know if there's enough beer and weed in Colorado, man. I'm not going to do that.
And we get him back next week
I know.
after his
get
week-long beer and weed binge.
You get hung over,
yeah,
Birdo.
That's great.
It's even better.
Fantastic. Hey, have you? So we were checking out the Hall of Fame game last night, right?
Yeah.
You're trying to get a little bit.
Hang on to that for a second.
Yeah,
I want to play this Cam Ward audio just real
okay.
quick.
Yeah.
So,
Please.
can we hear Cam Ward yesterday, another press conference for the Titans quarterback, number 1 pick in the draft? Go ahead, Nelly.
I said yesterday, I've grown up, watched my dad wake up at 4:30 doing a job he didn't like. So, if I can't wake up early and do what I need to do for a job I do like, I shouldn't be playing football. And that goes for everybody in the locker room. If you can't have the expectation for yourself that you want to be with a good or a great player and want to put the work in, I just think that's how it should go. I just think good things only come to those who work.
I like this guy, man. I liked that the other day. How's the offense looking? To be honest, we're mid.
We're pretty mid. Yeah, we're pretty mid right now.
But that's a guy who understands the situation he walked into. So many first-round picks or number 1 overall picks, I think, they have this inflated sense of, I'm so good that wherever I go is going to be amazing. And he's like, I am going to be the key piece on a major overhaul and turnaround. That team is not fooling itself here. When they asked the GM, can this team win the Super Bowl? He's like, look, man, we're working towards it, okay? What do you want me to say here? Like, they know where they're at as a team.
Well, the Titans they've been a pretty decent team over their history since moving to Nashville.
Vrabel had them, like, they made the AFC Championship game with Ryan Tannehill.
Exactly.
Like, they haven't been dog butt forever. It's just the last few years has been bad.
I decided to trade a generational running back.
Well, did you see the Titans last year? What was the point?
Understood. I got you. Well, you'd think that would net at least a little bit more. But one thing I did not know about Cam Ward, his older cousins are Quandre Diggs. And
Quandre Diggs, he doesn't have a job right now. He was a hell of a safety
Quentin
Jammer.
Those were his cousins.
I loved Quentin Jammer.
Who didn't?
Quentin Jammer. First of all, what a name for a corner.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think he was a very good jammer at the line of scrimmage, though, which you would think you have to be.
You'd think. But he I
imagine you
what?
You're pretty good at moseying around.
No, but if I draft a guy overall number 1, I want that guy to be like Cam Ward and come in and say, you know what? Yeah, I mean, be honest, but be completely bought into, hey, look, it starts with me. I'm going to put the work in. Like he said, I saw my dad get up every morning for work my entire life and go to work.
Yep.
Right? And I love that about the guy. You know what? If he's as good as I think he's going to be, thank God he's in the NFC. Right?
Yeah.
Thank God Jaden Daniels is in the NFC. We got enough good dudes in the AFC, man. The NFC needs more terrific quarterbacks. Enough in the AFC.
You know what's just weird to think about? Remember the debate that was happening during college football season where if you had the number 1 overall pick, would you pick Cam Ward or Shador?
Yeah.
And Shador dropped to the
Did we stir that narrative, or was that national?
They're talking about Shador Sanders on ESPN now. It's not us.
Well, I will say this about
Mel Kiper was having an aneurysm through the draft.
Have you watched any of the highlights of Shador on the interwebs?
Like from camp?
Yeah, because what I've seen, I think he looks pretty dang good. I know it's a silly sample size. I get that, but he's moving well in the pocket. He's stepping up in the pocket. He's finding his guys. I don't know. I just want to see him. I want to see him in preseason football. I want to see what he can do.
There was a guy, this is what I've noticed from camp. Ever since, I can't remember who it was. It's a former really good DB, though. Hell, it might have been Surtan's dad. Quoted a tweet from Shador Sanders when he was doing his workouts. And Shador does something before he throws the football. And once I tell you this, you won't be able to not see it, but he does it every time before he makes a throw. So he's got the ball here, and he does this motion. He patty cakes it once and then throws it. And the DB goes, dude, you do that in the league, they're jumping every pass
every time, yeah.
Like it's like a pitcher giving you a tell. It's like, hey, when he moves his elbow like this, a curveball's coming. Like, they'll pick up on that stuff like that, and he's still doing it, which I wish he would stop, because it is. It's like you're telegraphing the pass.
It's a habit. It's just habit. Yep. Is what it is.
Hey, you had something about the Hall of Fame game.
Well, yeah. I mean, did it get your juices flowing last night to see it?
For a minute. Yeah, for a minute.
Yeah.
Look, my team was playing, and like after I went back home. You and me were playing golf, and the game was on initially, so I went back. I had DVR'd. I watched like the first 10 minutes, and I was like, I think I'm kind of good now. Yeah, I think I'm okay.
A lot of guys.
It was a blowout, too.
Yeah, and a lot of guys that you don't know, a lot of guys that are just going to get, that's probably going to be some of the only game film they have, because they're going to get cut, and they're going to have an opportunity to go and hopefully for them latch on with somebody else,
but
right?
Watching people tackle people was fun for a minute.
It was fun. I mean, it got your juices flowing. Now, we won't have any more football until next Thursday, right?
Right.
Next Thursday is when you got more preseason football, and then, of course, you get into the Broncos and what they're going to do next Saturday, a week from tomorrow. So we're off and running, man. We're off and running. By the way, Vic's making his way back here. He's been gone for over 40 minutes.
Yeah, we got a member of the construction crew that's going to join the show now. So, or I thought he was. I guess he's just, what is he, hanging out, talking to somebody? There he is. Okay, we'll get all of the brilliant insights from the construction crew here as we were talking. I think this is the super, right? Is this the super or the?
He's the new super. Yeah. Where'd you get this coffee, by the way? Let me turn you up.
No, you just turn it.
There you go. Go ahead.
Go. Not only did they have coffee up there, they had boxes upon boxes of Dunkin' Donuts.
Oh, man, why didn't I go?
I thought of you. We thought of you. We shot a video for you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
That's sort of a waste of time, but
I said it. I'm like, what information is he going to bring?
I don't know much about the construction business, but there was a lot of information put forth there about what they utilized to build this, and I don't know, cement and rods and beams, and I'm sitting there shaking my head. I did have a chance to
Did they use the word joist?
No,
I like a good joist.
No joist.
I did visit with Kerry.
By the way, everybody's calling me a moron because the Titans are in the AFC, and they're right about that. I'm not thinking that way. I'm thinking AFC West predominantly. My brain's just not working this morning. Turn that crap off. What are you doing?
I did visit.
Did you just have a woman on your Instagram?
I just posted what I saw on Instagram, and the Instagram came up.
Okay,
so
sure.
I had a chance to visit with Kerry Walton Penner, who gave us some details of what's taking place here. She and Greg Penner yesterday got up on that crane.
We know.
I showed you the picture.
I know. But I asked her, I said, wait a minute. Were you harnessed? She goes, no. You weren't harnessed. Was it moving? Yeah. It actually moved from one side to the other. And you stood up there. Yeah. Would you ever in your life?
Not a chance.
Would you ever in your life?
Not a chance.
I said, how did you do that? She goes, yeah, no big deal. Never in my life would you catch me in a crane as it's moving.
Can you take a life insurance policy on someone else?
I don't know, but I would never do that. Again, that was the topping out of the practice facility. This new facility will be done in May, and I posted to Twitter if you guys want to look at it. Take a look at the final version of it. It is awesome. It is beautiful. It will be the envy of NFL practice facilities once it's done.
What are you videoing, Jesse?
The final panel being put on the roof. That's exactly what that whole procession was about. It was
just really,
yeah. I mean, it's all ceremonial. That's all it is.
You're
it's
blocking me.
It's going to be
You're
killer.
blocking me.
It's going to be awesome. And the fact that whole area that you were at is elevated, it's like a quad. Is it a quad? What is that? The quad out there that...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what's really
it's like
cool
a quad.
about it. You see that?
Yeah.
It's an outdoor quad in the donut hole of the facility.
But it's like 4 stories up.
Yes, yes, and they have a huge screen there. I'm telling you, when this is done, it is beautiful.
Look at these bunch of freaks and losers taking video like Jesse over here.
Yeah. But
they're putting a panel on.
There was absolutely, to be honest, absolutely zero need for me to be there. Zero.
But you were invited, so it's only, I think it's...
Hey, Vic.
It's nice to show up.
We knew that 30 minutes before you left.
I understand. So apologies.
Here's a video of a guy painting a stick. It's awesome up here.
So what I miss? Some riveting training camp talk, I imagine.
Yeah, you heard me talking about the Titans being in the NFC. That was good.
Mm-hmm. Anything else?
Yeah. Nope, not really.
Is Zach Allen next on the list of guys to get their deals done here?
I think he probably should be.
That's what we're hearing, but we don't know if it's going to happen with him or...
Well, you said something the other day, Vic, where you said we were talking about this, and you said we'll find out who they value more by who gets their contract first. I don't think that's always the case, but I will say this. I think that – I'll lay out the case again. I think he is more important. I really do. I think if you find somebody that's near the top of the league as far as talent and ability – at the interior of your defensive line, it is more valuable than an edge rusher.
Why? Make your case.
If you can collapse the pocket from the inside, there's nothing you can do.
100%.
Now, if you get pressure from the outside, but you can step up into a pocket to avoid a rush. There's nothing you can do when pressure is coming right down the middle.
Yep.
And it blows up the run game, too.
And what's undervalued about pressure up the middle is sometimes your job is to take on 2 blockers, to allow the guys on the exterior to do their thing.
I think we saw that last year, too. And, again, I'm not saying that Benito's numbers are what they are because you have a guy like Zach Allen taking up 2 guys. Mm-hmm. But, boy, does it help. Boy, does it help if you can just – it's you against that tackle, right, or you against a backer, whatever it may be, because you got the fatties in the middle eating up so many dudes. I mean, it really is help. But I love what Peter Schaefer, Super Agent Peter Schaefer, had to say yesterday about getting contracts done. And you're trying to find the honey hole. You're trying to find that spot that's good for the team and good for the player. And if you wait and this kind of thing, it's not even a matter of value to the team sometimes, Brett. It's just that some guys are going to be able to fit better into where his contract is going to be.
Yeah.
Benito right now, it's kind of a wild card situation, and he's not making a stink about it. There's no doubt he wants to be paid. I'd want to see one more year out of him. But it seems to me like Allen is an easier thing to get done in relation to other defensive linemen, interior guys in the league.
I'll give you an example. The Kansas City Chiefs have had a trio of players that they have made sure did not leave the building during this big run. 3 guys. They have let Tyreek Hill walk. They've let Tyrann Mathieu walk. They've let L'Jarius Sneed walk. They've let linebackers walk. They've let a whole bunch of people
Did they let Chris Jones walk?
Chris Jones, Travis Kelce, and Patrick Mahomes are their triangle of guys that are not going anywhere no matter what. And I'll give you an example. If you guys remember 2 years ago, Chris Jones wanted a contract, a big contract. He wanted to be the highest paid interior defensive lineman by far in the league. And he held out in training camp. He didn't show up for a day. They played the first game, the opening game of the season, against the Detroit Lions. Chris Jones sat and watched that game from a luxury suite inside Arrowhead Stadium.
Yep.
They lost that game to Detroit, and the next day they go, enough. Here's the money. Get back on the field. We need you.
And what happened when he came back?
They won 15 games in a row.
He was destroying people. I mean, that's why we say when you've got a special player, pay him. Right? Yep. You pay that guy.
Pay that man his money.
Not good. Not quite the Malkovich I was looking for. Try it again.
Pay that man.
Why do you sound like you're in Pee-wee's Playhouse?
Pay that man his money. No?
Pay that man his money.
Yeah, it's you still got to be kind of rushing
Pay
with
that
it.
man his money. Is that better?
No, that's just.
You go ahead, give it a
Pay
shot.
that man his money.
That was good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, go ahead.
Pay that man his money.
Yeah, that was better too. I'm not good. I'm just not good at that. Some things I'm not good at.
Pay him.
Payton.
Payton.
Okay, fine. Take that to the bank. I'm not good at that.
Teddy KGB.
Teddy KGB.
That was a great movie, though, wasn't it?
One of the best.
That was such a good flick, man.
Imagine if you called me that. If you have the nickname KGB, you're a scary guy. What if I was Brady KGB?
You would fit that profile pretty well.
Hey, Matt Kroll's in a poker tournament right now and kicking butt.
He is?
Yeah.
I didn't know he played poker.
Yeah, he's a pretty good
Is
player.
he with Gilbert Arenas?
He's like in the top 9. He's like in the final 19.
Is he with the Israeli mafia?
Yes, he's in a mansion in Los Angeles, California.
That story's crazy, boys.
That is crazy.
That's a crazy story.
Well, he wasn't even involved other than just taking a cut because he let the guys use his house. That's crazy.
It's crazy because the Israeli mafia is involved.
Hold on a second.
Really?
Hold on
Yes.
a second.
I did not know that.
I wanted to make sure I had the right guy. So Gilbert Arenas, he's in trouble for what right now?
He set up a poker game.
He didn't. He just let his house be used, and he's taking a cut. That's what it is. I don't think he's not even there. He's not even playing.
Well, there's a reason he's involved in this. I mean, whatever it is, his house was used for high-stakes poker that featured a lot of things.
So I just told this story. I think you were standing next to me the other day. I can't remember who we were talking to.
I had no idea Matt Crow was involved in that.
Yeah.
So Gilbert Arenas, I was just talking about, before this story came out, I was like, I think he's the guy, and it is. He went to a strip club with his boys. They spent $80,000. He took $80,000 out. They spent
$80,000 at a strip club?
$1,000.
Good Lord.
He looked at his friend. He told this story on his podcast. He said it. Took out $80,000, spent it at the strip club. They got the receipt. He looked at his buddy, goes, sign this for me. Signs the receipt, calls the bank, said, somebody stole my credit card. That's not my signature.
Oh,
they
my
gave him
God.
the money back. He told this story on his podcast. So maybe there's a little history with him and some money stuff going around. It's all I'm saying. I'm
You're
like,
kidding
you just
me.
admitted to fraud on a podcast. And look at this. See, Vic?
Yeah.
Right here. All these stories about how he scammed a strip club out of $80,000.
Dude, the dude's a weirdo. Have
Yeah.
you ever seen that that series on the gunplay between him
Sure.
and
Oh, yeah.
his
The
former
gun
Washington
in
teammate?
the locker room, yeah. That's just weird, man.
Guy does
Really
some
weird.
weird stuff. So.
Hey, do we have drunk takes today, Nelly? Are we doing that
I'm not
still?
sure we've fashioned an
I haven't heard of drunk takes in weeks and weeks and weeks.
It's been a
man.
very benign week here at Broncos camp. So
Moser, thankfully, you talked about squirt for about half an hour, and you pretty much gave me drunk takes in one fell swoop there, brother. So thank you. I owe you one.
So there you go. A fun stat here from our boy Hank over at DNVR, Hank Chisholm.
Mm-hmm. You mean the guy whose butt we repeatedly beat on the golf course?
Moshe, I
God,
calmed
that
down
happened.
on
That
that.
happened years ago when you were actually
Yep.
a player.
You know how you're like shrinking, you're getting shorter? Your golf score is getting bigger. And that's how Moshe reacts when he loses on the golf course. But here's what Hank said.
I don't know how
Lance
insulting me is going to make this a better segment.
Trey Lance looked good tonight. I'm not selling my stock. Here's a fun stat. Bo Nix threw 589 passes last season. Hear that?
Yeah.
How many?
589.
Bo Nix threw 589 passes last season. Trey Lance has thrown 461 since he graduated high school 7 years ago. 128 less passes than Bo Nix last year since high school.
It's amazing.
For Trey Lance.
Simply amazing.
So, out here at Broncos Park, another day of Broncos camp, and all training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Drunk takes next.
went to have a physical some years ago, and the doc goes, "Hey, yeah, your testosterone's getting a little bit lower there." I said, "Oh, really? What do I do?" He's like, "You're just getting older." I said, "That's not going to cut it. I want to feel like I used to feel." So I went to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and maybe you're feeling the same kind of way. It can cause a host of problems, maybe a low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, and more. Well, if you get treated, you're going to feel that energy return within a few weeks. Your brain fog is going to go away. You're going to sleep better. Your workouts will be great. And you'll start to feel like your old self again. Men, I'm telling you right now, you start to lose that testosterone in your early to mid-30s, and then you got to go get it back. So do yourself a favor. Give them a call today at 720-440-7900. You're going to have a great experience. Initial thing, $99. Draw your blood results within 30 minutes. They'll tell you exactly what is going on with you. Again, that number is 720-440-7900, or do yourself a favor. There's 5 locations up and down the Front Range. Find the one closest to you at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
One final time here from Broncos Park, another day at Broncos camp, and we got Drunk Takes coming up in just a second. Vic is back from being on the roof of a building to look at a panel go up, which he admittedly said, probably a waste of time. Probably a waste. Just to go back to this one more time for a second. So, Micah Parsons' relationship has, quote, deteriorated with the Dallas Cowboys, and he is close to doing something extreme, which could be requesting a trade or something. The fact that you let somebody of that ability get to this point in negotiations is insane.
You know what, though? It was percolating for quite some time. You could see this happen, right? You could see it. The ingredients were placed in the blender, and somebody turned it on.
But why?
Why?
Why? Why would you do that to somebody who's that good? Why would you be nickel and diming?
Maybe they figure they can be mediocre with him or without him. I don't know. Maybe at the end of the day, they don't want to deal with him.
Why would they not want to deal with him?
Maybe publicly they say it, but privately they don't want to deal with it. Who knows?
Makes no sense.
He is a generational player, dude. It's stupid. It's so dumb. So dumb.
Hey, Micah, want to be a Bronco?
It's going to cost you.
So? That's my whole point is I don't care what it costs. That guy's good. He's good. You know, we were saying this with, like, imagine the Avs doing this with McCarr. You're like, McCarr, yeah, you're good, McCarr, but I don't think that much money. You just, whatever number he says, you say okay, and then you move on. That's what you do. You deal with Mikko, different conversation. He's not that guy. You know what I mean? It's not that hard to me. You draft somebody that high. He was 5th overall. He plays like a 5th overall pick. He wants to be paid now as a guy who earned that money, and then you're like, yeah, I don't know.
It's the Cowboys' fault for not paying him beforehand. They're stupid. They're a dumb team. They get themselves in trouble because they're always late to act on contracts, and they lose the opportunity to get a guy at a great price. It's just, I don't get it, man. I heard somebody describe them talking about Jerry Jones and his son Steven as excellent marketers, excellent this, excellent that, but they don't know how to run a football team. They don't know how to do a football team, and I think that's probably pretty damn correct.
Guys, I'm a little surprised Broncos are going full pads again today, despite the fact that they are scrimmaging tomorrow. Sean Payton already announced tomorrow should be a pretty lively scrimmage, but they're fully padded up for today's practice. I don't know how hard they'll go, but they're not messing around this week. Yesterday was a pretty easy practice. Wednesday was the one where most of the activity took place, and tomorrow should be the bell of the ball in terms of if you want to watch a certain practice, tomorrow's going to be the one.
Probably the one, yep.
Fellas, I did forget to ask you. So the Rockies yesterday traded 2 players, right?
Yes.
They traded away Jake Bird to the Yankees.
Well, they didn't trade 2 players yesterday, but Jake Bird was the second of 2 that they
Tyler
traded
Kinley went to Atlanta.
Yes.
Okay. Herman Marquez.
That's after McMahon went.
What a missed opportunity for both the Rockies and Herman Marquez that he didn't get dealt because he's got a bicep injury?
Yeah.
Whatever it may be. And it prohibits him from showing his wares on a contending team, and it hurts the Rockies because they don't get anything for him. And he'll probably – you figure he's going to walk with his contract being up?
I'll be honest with you.
What do you get?
I don't even know what the market would have been for Marquez.
Well, you get something. He pitched pretty well in June. He was starting to pick up. His game was getting better as the season wore on. And a guy like that who's got some stuff and got a history, for him to get hurt when he did, that's just bad timing. Bad timing.
So, yeah, he's had like a nice stretch of starts here. Yeah, all those starting pitchers, I don't know what the rest of the league thinks about them. Could they do the excuse thing of he just plays in Colorado for a bad team?
That's always going to be an excuse thing.
Blah,
here.
blah, blah,
Yeah.
like maybe. By the way, I've had Jesse still got no side of it. What did I tell you this morning?
Brandon Jones.
He's not on the field right now.
According to our own Brett Kane, Brandon Jones not expected to practice today.
Well, I don't know if he is or not, but he wasn't here at 6:45 this morning doing his walks around the field, and I don't see him on the field yet with a whole, I think, like all the players are out here
Most
now.
of the team's out stretching, getting
I don't
ready.
see him anywhere.
Huh. Again, it could be a personal day.
I'm just letting you know, if you guys see, I'm going to remind you guys, if you see Brandon Jones is down with some sort of ailment, you say, I reported it first. You correct whoever sends that out.
I will make sure that you get proper credit.
Thank you. Not the breaking news type.
Why don't you just tweet it out? That's the easiest way.
Because I don't know if he's hurt yet.
But just say it. Hey, don't see Brandon Jones on the field. He didn't make his usual 6:45
If they start practice and I do not see him, I will send that out.
Yeah, but you'll get beat by one of these beat writers who count these guys up with those binoculars.
Yeah, but I'm going to say I had this first.
Well, that's fine.
Well, you did. I mean, you said it bright
So
and
what do
early
you
this
want?
morning.
You want a cookie?
Yes.
Yeah.
I want my reporting cookies.
Give the kid a cookie.
Anyway, a couple of minutes here until we get to drunk takes. Again, Broncos in full pads again. So this is going to be, they're going to have like 8 practices in 9 days by the time they get done tomorrow.
Yeah, they're going at it.
They are going at it. And then, again, they'll be out here Monday, Tuesday before they leave for San Francisco, on Wednesday have those joint practices leading up to the first preseason game, in which, if you guys saw last night, they unveiled the new NFL VR, I guess is what I'll call it, for the marking of the football and first downs and stuff like that. I'll tell you, as much as I miss the old guy with the chains, super effective. Like, they went 2 seconds. It's like, we're going to do this? Yep, they're good. Move the chains.
We've been asking for that for the last few years.
Yeah.
How hard can it be?
But it's kind of funny. I've seen other guys online who are lamenting the fact that the chain guys, the old men, are gone. Maybe it's just a nostalgia thing, right?
Yeah. That's me.
Hey, you guys take anything out of this DeMarcus Cousins podcast when he says that Joker, he sat next to Joker during his reign here in Denver, said Joker considered retirement prior to his $270 million extension. If you listen to the podcast, I think he said it in jest, or he said it just because he was tired one day. I wouldn't take too much stock in that. It's making the rounds all over the internet now.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to retire, and he considered retirement. Listen, man, we see that guy every day during the season. He wasn't considering retirement. He just was in one of those moods where he's like, I think I'm gonna call it after this season. He wasn't doing that. Nobody was gonna throw away $300 million.
By the way, our boy Mark Hubbard today,
yeah,
fired at 66 at the Wyndham. He's in second place.
Nice.
Homeless Hubs,
the pride of Rolling Hills.
Pride of Rolling Hills Country Club.
The tutelage under the tutelage of Chris Parisi. Credit to Chris Parisi for forming him the player he is today.
All right. It's time. Our favorite part of the week, please. Drunk takes. Jesse, can you look for Greenlaw?
Hey, by the way, you're talking about Brandon Jones. Has anybody seen Dre Greenlaw yet?
I was just asking Jesse. Nobody's seen Greenlaw either.
No,
so
good
we
sign.
see no 22 and no 57 so far for guys out here at camp. Drunk takes are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly.
Special shout out to all of my fellow squirt peeps.
Yeah.
Who have chimed in, singing the virtues of squirt. I'm with you. You're with me. We are one in the squirt world.
Yeah, they are.
So all you squirt peeps who backed me up, I appreciate it to the highest extent of the law.
All the elderly.
I think they're called squirters.
Squirt's good, man. Squirt is a good product. I love it.
What's next?
Why is Miles
Go
the
outside,
mascot coming
nerd.
in on? Is that a scooter? What is that?
It's electric surfboard.
But
here's the point.
I think they call the
Wait,
kids
wait,
call
wait.
them skateboards, boys.
Oh, whatever.
I don't know. All these wheels these days that you guys have come up with, I can't keep track.
Hold on a second. An electric surfboard? Did Moser call it an electric surfboard?
Yes.
You just said Vic did earlier today.
No, I did not.
Okay. An electric surfboard. What's next?
Boys, I was walking back from taking a little squirt, and it's in me now, and it happens every year. There's nothing I can do about it. It's just the way life goes with me.
What's in you?
The fact that I'm ready for preseason football.
Oh, okay.
I'm sick of all this crap. Let's go. Let's get it on.
What's next?
It's right on you, dude.
It's gonna get you.
Bug.
It's right on.
He's
It's
right
right
on.
on.
Oh, Jesus! He's on me. He's on me. What are you doing?
What a freak.
You're the one who freaked out and put them on me.
God.
Why would you do that?
We found his weakness. Tiny little insects.
That's
Tiny,
all it takes.
harmless
You
insect
don't
that was
flick a
on
button.
my
Here's
shoulder.
we talked about not buzz, and what you don't do is you don't flick an unknown bug onto somebody else.
It was harmless, dude.
Poor bug.
What's next?
So, you know how I am. I came in from the backside. Let me rephrase that.
Uh-huh.
I approached him from the backside.
Not much better.
Okay, I placed it on his back. No, okay, whatever. Nowhere to go.
You know, but you guys know me. I always
You know
do
me.
that.
Absolutely. 100%.
All right, last one. Go ahead.
You see my hog, right? This makes my hog look like a little ant. The thing I was on was a hog, baby. That sucker was a monster.
Just by comparison, it made your hog look smaller. I got you.
Yeah. I'm always comping hogs. Talking about motorcycles.
Oh,
With that,
my God.
have a wonderful weekend again out here at Broncos camp. Scrimmage tomorrow, but again, full pads today. Don't see Brandon Jones. Oh, we do see Brandon Jones.
Oh, your report
There he is. There he is,
wrong.
right there. He's walking out right now.
You'll never be a reporter. You will never cut it. You will never be the
What do you
chef
mean? I
of this
reported
league.
the news that was in front of my face, and now he's
Terrible
out here.
But have we seen Dre Greenlaw?
No.
Have not
Okay,
seen
there you
Dre
go.
Greenlaw. So I'm sure Raj and Coach are going to keep you guys up to date on all of that coming up after us. Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Have a wonderful weekend. We'll talk to you on Monday. Love you. Bye.
I would argue to you, Vic, you need to prepare every cavity today. Today's hump day out here at training camp. It's a Wednesday.
Big news.
Prepare your cavities.
Back out live at Broncos Park, training camp 2025. KJ pulling something out of the bag from Dempsey on Fridays. Coach looking at me with 7 different eyeballs. No, I'm not going to rap for you
I have
today.
my palms
Can't
up.
do it. Can't do it.
If you're watching right now on Twitch, you're watching on the YouTube feed right now, you can see palms up, which as a coach, if I ever see a player give me palms up, you know what I tell them?
Get off the field.
No, I tell them that is sign language to a coach. That means a 4-letter word that starts with an F and ends with a K. You. So, Raj, that's what I'm telling you. You need to be singing that song on a Friday.
Hey, hold on now.
Hey, it's Friday. We made it. Mike Sanford, Josh Grismer. Come on, man.
Grismer, where's Grizz?
I don't know. Grizz has been on vacation for about 5 weeks. I don't know.
I'm just going to say.
He's too busy being cool pop station guy now.
I'm not going to
Hey, it's Josh Grismer, and we're going to have a great weekend. It's going to be so fun.
I'm not going to disparage the good name of Christopher A. Dempsey by trying to rap over his song like
I don't know. I think it's more paying tribute to one of the greats in my lifetime, Chris Dempsey.
Great way to start off our show here on a Friday. Back in pads at training camp. We're expecting to see a scrimmage tomorrow on Saturday. So kind of a wild card that we got thrown at us today. Not entirely sure what to expect. Brandon Jones did come out just a few minutes ago. So Brett he wasn't speculating, but just didn't see Brandon Jones going
Where
through
did
his
the
normal
Brandon
walkthrough.
Jones speculation begin?
It wasn't
Where did
speculation, so watch your mouth. Brandon Jones is typically like the first guy out in the morning walking around without shoes, and Brett did not see Brandon this morning. Therefore, he went, oh, no, something has happened possibly.
So is it a possibility that Brandon Jones, who does put his pants on one pant leg at a time like the rest of us, might have had to take a morning poop? And we're making this into a massive, the defense is falling apart. There's injuries all over the place. The guy had to drop a deuce, man. He had to pinch one off. Pretty simple.
We have not seen Dre Greenlaw.
Yeah, that's. I didn't expect to see him today. I did not.
I mean, we kind of pounded the table yesterday of if there is anything wrong, if you tweak something, if it doesn't feel 100% with regards to Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga, the 2 guys coming off of injury they are such key pieces to this defense and to the team's overall success this year. If you are anything south of 100% during training camp, the words are goodbye, see you later, sometime in September.
Yeah. Not worth the risk. Not worth the risk at all, especially for what we've already seen from Dre Greenlaw on these practice fields here as a Denver Bronco. I have no doubt in my mind that Dre Greenlaw knows the defensive schemes well enough that he could go function at or near an all-pro level at the linebacker position. And he is the type of player that has a presence and a command that tremendously benefits not only this defense but this team. He is a vocal presence. Huge presence.
As you heard Sean Payton opening up the show with his comments yesterday after practice, he said he was reading it in a few places that the Broncos were injury-plagued to start this training camp, and he wanted to nip that in the butt pretty quickly.
Your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
I thought he did a very good job in saying, yeah, we've got some injuries, but look at the grander scheme. Like, none of these things have been season-ending. Like, the worst injury that we have is the Drew Sanders injury that's between 4 and 8 weeks. Everyone else has skirted big-time injuries. Like, they're not injury-plagued. They've been very lucky.
Not to mention, none of these injuries right now that the Denver Broncos have sustained in training camp, the linebacker position, are even necessarily ruling out opening day starting for any of the 3 players.
Yeah,
Drew
you
Sanders
could rush
is probably
Drew back.
Drew Sanders is probably going to be a scratch, I'm guessing, week 1. But there's nothing that tells you, based off the timeline that we were given, that he can't play week 1.
It's the only true soft tissue injury that you've seen at camp thus far.
Dre Greenlaw.
Well, we don't know. You can't say that Dre Greenlaw has an injury right now. We don't know. We have no idea.
So
maybe he just pulled up a little lame and it was a little – you can't say for sure whether or not. The only one that you can say there's a soft tissue injury is Drew Sanders. That's it.
But I could be wrong on this. This is the football coach side of me. I look at soft tissue injuries as pulling up lame on a rep of one-on-one with a hamstring, a quad. So muscular. I look at what happened to Drew Sanders, like a tendon or ligament. I think it ended up being a tendon rather than a ligament in a foot. I look at that as more kind of potentially invasive surgical, whereas a soft tissue doesn't oftentimes require any form of minor surgery. So I would say that Dre Greenlaw, the fact that he's not out here today would imply that he at the very least has a minor soft tissue injury, which is probably a hamstring. It's what it looked like from a mechanism perspective. And that's okay. Like, he will be okay to play for the Denver Broncos.
The other one that we have to mention today, Zach Stevens just sent out a picture about 10 minutes ago of Q Robinson. He will not be participating in practice today. He does have a knee brace on his right knee.
That's a new development. He had, I don't know if you remember, Q Robinson, who I loved as a base outside linebacker. So if you're looking at two very drastically different body types, Jahdae Barron and Q Robinson play the same position. One is against a 3 wide receiver set, and that would be Jahdae Barron as the nickel. And then when you see a fullback or 2 tight ends on the field, that same Sam, that nickel Sam or Sam linebacker, would be played by Q Robinson.
I was like, what are we doing here?
But they actually do the same job. That's the craziest thing about it. Like in coverage, if you were to get into 2 tight ends and spread the formation out, as we see a very fired up both Pat Surtain II and Talanoa Hufanga getting the crowd riled up, and we also have an Alex Singleton sighting.
He was there at practice yesterday. He had his full
and
cast
a Dre Greenlaw
on,
sighting right in front of us.
And Singleton won't be participating, obviously, but he was out yesterday. Like the dude missed a day of camp in terms of having his boots on the ground.
You see, so Dre Greenlaw is not in uniform today. He's directly in front of us. Doesn't have any type of major brace on. Doesn't have any type of major sleeve on, which is great news. He looks like he is upbeat, and he looks like a kind of player that's going to be back in no time. That's what I would say.
You know, it's a really swaggy look that I think more guys need to bring to the NFL. The very thin hoodie underneath the jersey. It's a very collegiate look. Like you see a whole bunch of dudes do it.
PS2's
and Riley,
rocking it.
It's a great look.
Is that who it is? Is PS2? Is that what you're like? You got a little tiny
white hoodie
out.
on the back of the
Pretty
jersey.
Awesome.
Swaggy.
It is. It's a great look.
Like Riley Moss does the long sleeve. It probably isn't cotton, but it looks like it's a cotton T-shirt.
It's baggy.
But I need him to add a hoodie to the back of it. Maybe that's the reason why Pat's wearing it today. The only thing that kept him from being a 99 overall in Madden was his swag rating.
He's the kind of player, though, just his natural body type gives him a 99 swag rating to me. Just because how many corners are 6'3" with incredibly long arms and just look like they could play just about almost any position on a football field.
He is massive.
He's a huge human being.
And he's got he's lined up on Devon Vele right now, 20 yards to the north of us. In a 2 wide receiver stack, and Vele is a monster of a human being. There's really not that much separation in terms of length.
I mean, Pat looks bigger than him. I mean, Devon Vele is listed at 6'5", 200. I believe it's 205 pounds, 210 pounds. And for whatever reason, as I'm watching right now, Pat Surtain II looks bigger than the 6'5", 210 receiver.
Okay, so coming out today, back in full pads the day before an expected scrimmage session on Saturday. Do you have any idea what you're expecting today?
No, yesterday's practice was a Groundhog's Day practice.
Saw the same thing last year on the exact same
day. It was after 3 full days of pads. I don't, for some reason, remember this day last year. It's almost like the wild card day because we know that tomorrow is going to be some actual move the ball. I'm guessing there are going to be officials again. We do have officials out here today, so you might get a 3-day stretch of NFL officials that are going to be helping out with the overall quality of the product today. Did you see, Raj, last night? The NFL's version of the virtual assistant referee.
Love it. The thing that we've had in tennis for 15 years.
Tennis has it so right, though. Tennis, the way they present it on the screen. Everybody over here is looking at us from the huddle. Nick Lombardi's looking at us like we have 10 heads. What's the other sport?
What do you want me to do? I'm not messing up the cadence right now. It's going to be much louder than that come week 1 against Tennessee, even at home.
The VAR in
I'm helping right now.
The VAR in World Cup.
Pretty good.
I am yet to be in the stadium when a controversial decision comes down and the bombshell drops of offsides, no goal. I don't know if it's it has as much of an effect of the tennis, the build-up on tennis.
In certain spots in the game, it will have that much of a build-up.
What did you make of the actual Nintendo 64 looking graphics that the NFL used? I thought it was pretty poor. When they actually showed the football and then they showed a line to gain, and it was confusing because I couldn't tell which side was good for the first down or short of the first down.
I agree. That's a mistake. They need to have indicators as to which way the ball is.
And there ended up being an arrow above it, but it wasn't demonstrative enough.
Yep.
And so I'm sitting there like, oh, I didn't get it.
Hey, it's the preseason for the graphics guys, too.
They hired that graphic guy from 1990s, Atari.
It's better than watching a bunch of 82-year-old dudes have to hustle their asses on the sideline to get the spot right, knowing that they're going to get it wrong.
But is it? Here's what I want from the graphic guy. I want the graphic guy to build up I want him to stretch like the graphics to see a yard marker with some old fat guy stretching it.
That would be the best way.
Yeah! Or,
keeping the chain gang alive from beyond the grave.
Virtual fat chain gang guy. I want it all, man.
All of our training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. We'll take a quick timeout, come back on the other side, and talk about the chaos that's happening in Washington and Dallas with Terry McLaurin and Micah Parsons. That's Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
is he for this team, in your estimation?
Respectfully, just pay him. I just want to see him here, man. There's nothing like seeing 1-7 out there. I think, you talking about me getting him to the Raptors, man. By the time he's left, he leaves here, he'll be in those Raptors with us. And it's just one of those things. This guy came in, not highly sought out, a third-round pick. They talked about how good he was because his team mostly. And from day one, he's showing us, man, that he's going to go out there and make sure he get the job done. So he has that same kind of, I guess you can say, he has a little bit of 89 in him when it comes to just how he goes about his business. And I love that about him. Always humble. He's always going to go out there and give it his all. And he's a hard worker. And so, to me, that's a testament to anybody who plays this game that should give anybody who has that bag the want to share it with him. So when it comes to ownership, I understand it's deeper than just paying somebody, but I know that these guys think the world of Terry like I do.
303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today on the Shop Mazda text line as we're back out live at Broncos Park. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. Padded day of practice. Before we get into what Santana Moss, one of my favorite receivers ever to watch when I was growing up, had to say about Terry McLaurin and his contract negotiations, what did you just witness in terms of installs?
Yeah, that was a really interesting walk-through installation period because it gave us a bit of an insight into who Sean Payton views as the number one group of wide receivers, tight ends, and running backs. Tight ends, pretty obvious, right? But it was a 2-minute installation. So this is the first time, at least during this training camp, that we've walked through or witnessed a walkthrough of their 2-minute drill, end-of-game scenarios. And obviously the first group offensive line was set as you could imagine, from left to right tackle, exactly what you had a year ago. But I found it very interesting. Your two outside receivers. Take a guess who you would think would be the two outside receivers starting in the 2-minute drill for the Denver Broncos. Sean Payton's first group out there.
Cortland Sutton.
Yep, bingo.
Pat Bryant.
It was Cortland Sutton and Marvin Mims. And guess who your two slot players were? So one being a tight end, pretty easy to
Evan
guess.
Ingram.
Evan Ingram. Who would you say your other slot player is, even amongst maybe what has been a slow training camp and a bit of a dinged-up training camp?
Devon Vele?
Devon Vele. And your starting tailback was who in a 2-minute drill because of experience, pass protection, and the like?
It's obviously J.K. Dobbins. It's very, very clear that J.K. Dobbins has a leg up as the number one back in camp right now.
And
very clear.
And you can see the experience. You can see just how smoothly everything operates from a protection standpoint to protection checks where you can see, in situations where J.K. Dobbins becomes more of an empty aligned running back that can chip the defensive end and then release to the flat. He's done a lot of these things at a very high level. I found that very interesting because I've known Devon Vele is somebody that Sean Payton and myself, I loved the 7th rounder just a year ago. This has been a slow training camp for him. It's been a bit of an uneven offseason, including OTAs and minicamp where he was banged up. But Sean Payton still looks at Devon Vele as one of his most dependable and also one of his bigger targets. I found it interesting that Marvin Mims was lined up as the number one outside receiver in the 2-minute drill because I think that Troy Franklin has gotten to the point where he's got a little bit more length. Frankly, he's got about 4 or 5 more inches of height than Marvin Mims does. He does have that top-end speed that Marvin Mims does, but that showed me a little something as well in terms of how Sean Payton views his receiving core as of right now. And so number 1, Cortland Sutton. I'd say number 2 is Evan Ingram. Probably number 3 is Marvin Mims Jr. And number 4, it's still Devon Vele.
When you're installing a 2-minute offense, obviously you go through these walkthroughs that we're watching right now, and you'll go through 4, 5, 6 plays. He brings the team back together after the 1s and the 2s go. Is it similar to yesterday where you can script a 2-minute practice, or when you go into a 2-minute drill, is it basically always move the ball?
So here's how the NFL, like the West Coast offenses, they want to stay in basically 2 formations the entire time. They don't want the outside receivers. So if you start the formation out, say the X is to the left and the Z is to the right, if you get to the right hash in a play, the next play with the clock going, X and Z don't switch sides because it's all about time, not lining up in the exact proper formation. So, for example, today, Courtland Sutton stayed outside left the entire walkthrough. Marvin Mims stayed outside right the entire walkthrough. Even though in normal huddle-up situations, they would clearly switch sides outside to get into the appropriate routes. What I saw is that the Y tight end, he stays aligned to the right side no matter what. And then the only guy that's really adjusting is the F or zebra, some people call it in the West Coast offense, receiver, which in this case was Devon Vele. So if it goes from a 3-by-1 formation, then Devon Vele, the F, is lined up just outside of the Y tight end. And then if it's on the right hash, now you get into a 2-by-2 formation, and then the only person that has to adjust sides because of time is to get into the slot left, and that was Devon Vele. So you try to get situations in these like walkthroughs and scripted. You want to get into situations where the hash is moving, where it's an incompletion, because if it's an incompletion, huddle up. If you get the first down, clock's moving, you don't call a timeout, then you want to get left hash, let's get it in 3-by-1, right hash, let's get 2-by-2, and that's exactly how I'm doing it as well at Valor. So it's funny. I was watching it in real time, like, oh, I like that. But the actual players that are out there lined up, that tells you a little bit about where things are at. And that was one of the first times during training camp where I've seen something that it has given me some insight into the mind of where Sean Payton's at with his personnel.
Initial walkthroughs are now over at practice, so team is going through their stretching routines. The music is back on. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today. Watch us, twitch.tv/AltitudeSR. You can watch us on YouTube as well. Just search Altitude Sports Radio and subscribe today. We're just a couple of minutes away from being joined by Rapids players Josh Atencio and Cole Bassett coming off of a 2-1 win. They continue to, I wouldn't say dominate the League's Cup, but they're a dangerous League's Cup team over the last couple of seasons, man.
I'll tell you what, man, if you're a Rapids fan like I am, and I know a lot of our fine listeners are, you almost wish that the Colorado Rapids could be, I wouldn't say relegated. I would say, I don't know if relegated. They can move to Liga MX.
What you want to do is you want to bring more Mexican League teams into the MLS so that you just win a bunch of games.
Give me Atlas, give me Pumas, give me Club America, Cruz Azul. I'll take every single one of the Liga MX teams because the Colorado Rapids, they are the father of Liga MX.
Before we get to your Rapids interviews here, we heard from Santana Moss talking about just pay that man in terms of Terry McLaurin, soon to be a 30-year-old receiver, looking at $33 million for an average annual basis. As a wideout would bring him into that CeeDee Lamb, DK Metcalf, just south of Justin Jefferson number. They're at an impasse right now in Washington. The reason why they're at an impasse is, because they took on the contract of Deebo Samuel. And I don't know.
Why would you do that if you're Washington?
Dude, I don't know.
Why would you upset the apple cart? Did you not just make it to the NFC Championship game?
Sure did.
Was Scary Terry McLaurin not a tremendously impactful player for that football team?
McLaurin's got 5 straight 1,000-yard receiving seasons.
I know he wants a
big touchdown year last year. He was more like a 5 to 7 touchdown guy for the previous
his touchdown
4.
jump last year. I mean, the Commanders are saying we attribute that because we made the best pick in the draft, and we got the offensive rookie of the year in Jaden Daniels when we weren't even the first pick in the draft. We let the Bears make the mistake of drafting Caleb Williams. So that bump in your touchdown number, which is the only thing that separates Scary Terry McLaurin from Courtland Sutton, who just signed a $23 million average annual value. Scary Terry McLaurin wants $35 million. That'd be $12 million more annually than what you're getting here in
It was
Denver.
essentially the same season, right? I know he had 5 more touchdown receptions last year, but if you look at 2023, and I know he's not being thrown the football by Jaden Daniels back in 2023, but that's the year that Courtland had 6 more touchdown receptions than McLaurin. They're largely the same receiver, and Courtland's at 23 per. If you can find a way to get him $10 million underneath his contemporary, I think it's already a win for the Broncos, that Courtland Sutton contract. Talk about a dominant piece of contract negotiations. If McLaurin signs at 33 or 35 in Washington, it's a home run of a deal. in terms of Denver signing Sutton.
What do you feel is going to be the end result with Terry McLaurin and the Commanders?
Well, I think they have to get it.
Are we going to see a divorce?
No, because I think they have to get it done. How many teams are willing to not only sign a 30-year-old wide receiver to a long-term deal at $33 to $35 million a year, but then would have to give up a package worthy of a number one receiver? There's not many teams out there that can do that or want to do that. I think he's a Commander. He has to be. It's just not going to be at 33. They're going to have to find a way to bring him in just shortly just underneath
28,
that.
29?
No, that's too low. It's way too low.
But
he won't sign there. He won't sign there. He'll sit out. He'll take the –
So then the Commanders have to be looking at the situations saying, we don't know that he is a bona fide wide receiver one in the National Football League.
I mean, he's better than Deebo Samuel at this point in his career.
I completely agree. But do they believe that Jaden Daniels is such a boat riser that it's almost like, hey, fill in whoever you want to fill in, and we're going to have similar to even maybe improved production in the passing game, regardless of who our wide receiver talent is. I don't know. That's what potentially the Washington Commanders will stick to their guns on, and ultimately, if they refuse to pay north of 30. I don't believe that Terry McLaurin is going to be playing for the Washington Commanders this year.
I mean, you can't let him go because Debo's off the books next year. The reason why you can't cut Debo because he's a $15 million cap hit this season. The reason why you don't let him go and you try and find a way, I don't know how you can have goodwill in this conversation with Terry McLaurin because Debo's
I'm more
gone.
Of a Salvation Army guy myself.
Debo's gone after next year, this coming year most likely. You have to hold on to Terry McLaurin and keep your quarterback happy. It would be a disaster if they let him go. And again, I don't think there's a team that's willing to trade for him. I think the situation with Micah Parsons is vastly different in Dallas. And I saw someone throw this out on Twitter. The Broncos haven't, reached an agreement with Nick Bonito quite yet on an extension. Would you entertain throwing Nick Bonito in a package for Micah Parsons? I think if you don't automatically consider it or say yes, you haven't watched Micah Parsons play football.
Wow. I don't know enough
because it would be Bonito and more. Bonito and a pick.
I don't know enough about Micah Parsons to be able to say with a clear conscience that the Denver Broncos would potentially be risking a cultural problem, a locker room problem, because Nick Bonito is one of these dudes.
He is one of them. Yep.
And they love him.
They do
love him. He is homegrown, and he has been a great success story. And that's what I've loved about the Denver Broncos, particularly on the defensive side of the ball. Outside of, obviously, Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga, who you added, you've kind of homegrown this whole thing. A lot of these players that are having big-time production were either drafted or acquired by the Denver Broncos, and then they became superstars under Vance Joseph's leadership in the defensive side of the football. I don't know. You bring up an interesting point.
I think it's
Parsons,
something that you would have to consider.
Because if you have Micah Parsons and Pat Surtain II on the same defense, are you serious? Are you kidding me? You would have arguably the most talented front seven player in the National Football League. I say most talented. Like scares the living crap out of an offensive line.
Right, because what are we talking about with Bonito? $30 million as an edge rusher?
I think he gets north of 30 if he has more than 15 and a half sacks in backs up last year.
What does Parsons deserve right now?
Isn't Parsons going to be like a 40?
Yeah.
He's going to be a 40 to 45 guy, isn't he?
He'll probably be in that. He's looking to reset the market above TJ.
Yeah, so you're
looking at 42, 43,
yep.
That type of thing. And he has been, outside of last year, right? Like, he's been a very healthy linebacker in this league. He played 16 games as a rookie, 17-17 and 22-23, and he played 13 games last year. He's been a Pro Bowler every season, first-team All-Pro in his rookie and sophomore season, second-team All-Pro in his third year. His sack numbers, 13, 13.5, 14, and 12 last year in just 13 games. That is a $40 million player if I have ever seen one. And yes, I would be willing to trade Nick Bonito in a pick for that player.
I wouldn't.
He's only 25.
So
we're not. It's not like we're talking about Vaughn after his second contract or third contract.
But let's talk about
Denver.
Nick Bonito. Nick Bonito last year ends up getting how many sacks?
13 and a half. It's the first time he's done it in his career,
So
and Parsons has been there every season he's been in the league.
But you're talking about potentially paying this player $13 to $15 million more on an annual basis than a player that you have homegrown, that you have cost control
you can't
to this
be.
point.
You have to watch that. You can't be beholden to players that you have drafted just because you drafted them. That is a really good way to tank a franchise.
But dang near the ceiling of sack numbers for Micah Parsons is equal to that of your own player that you're going to potentially mortgage your future about?
From one season. That's the big reason. That's what the conversation around Nick Bonito has centered around the whole offseason. Can he do it again?
Yes.
Was it a flash in the pan, or was it the start of something extended?
All I can say is when you watch Nick Bonito not just rush the passer.
I know what I'm getting out of Micah.
Also watch Nick Bonito and what he did, fumble recovery for a touchdown, interception return for a touchdown. Did that look like an otherworldly athlete at the edge position that's able to do stuff in coverage, is able to clearly become a sack master and be in the top 5 in the National Football League?
Me saying that I would entertain putting Nick Bonito in a trade package for Micah Parsons is not me saying that I don't think Nick Bonito is without a doubt a top 10 edge rusher in this league, top 7 edge rusher in this league. It's me saying that I think Micah Parsons is the very best of them.
But is he worth $13 to $15 million more annually on your books? Is Micah Parsons on an annual basis worth $13 to $15 million more?
Probably not.
But let's open up Pandora's box, Raj. If, say, the Denver Broncos and Cowboys engage in a trade here, and Bonito ends up a Dallas Cowboy, Micah Parsons joins Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga, Pat Surtain II. Could you imagine the national narrative surrounding the Denver Broncos if you have Micah Parsons and Pat Surtain II on the same defense? I mean, do you even think Sean Payton would want that national narrative? It's almost like immediately they're already starting to whisper about the Super Bowl and the expectations to win a Super Bowl.
Then it becomes bona fide.
It's almost like, we've never seen a defense like this before. Have you ever seen a defense with the absolute best pass rusher in pro football and the absolute best cover player in pro football in the same defense?
I mean, the 2015 Broncos were pretty damn close.
It's true. It's pretty true.
Aqib Talib was at the height of his powers. I don't know if he was the number 1 corner in the league, but he was up there. Chris Harris Jr. was the very best slot corner in the league that year, and Von Miller was playing his best football in a Hall of Fame career. We're going to put a pin in this. We'll get back into it a little bit later. On the other side, we'll be joined by Josh Atencio and Cole Bassett of the Colorado Rapids. Back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. It's Denver's number 1 for sports talk, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Carrillo, right-footed ball, comes in, headed towards goal. Big save made by Zach Steffen. Last couple minutes, couple of big saves by each goalkeeper. Ross to Mihailovic. Mihailovic, good outlet for Harris. Harris in behind. Opportunity, Colorado. Navajo! 1-1 at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. Excellent ball in from Georgi Mihailovic. Excellent assist from Calvin Harris. Excellent finish from Rafael Navajo. And with half an hour to play, we're all knotted up. Chris Armis is working the crowd. Feeling it.
Coming off of a 2-1 victory last night in the Leagues Cup, we are joined by Colorado Rapids players Cole Bassett, Josh Atencio here on the Morning Sprint. Alongside the coach, Mike Sanford, I'm Alex Ryan. Join us 303-504-0925 today. Fellas, first off, welcome to the show. Second, congratulations on the win last night.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thanks for having us on.
Really awesome to have you guys out here at Broncos Park, watching some 2-minute drills, some installs of this new look Broncos offense. We knew you, Cole, growing up in Littleton, being a Chatfield Charger, obviously growing up a Broncos fan, but we learned in the break, originally from Seattle, not a Seahawks fan, but a Broncos fan. How's that happen, Josh?
Yes, sir. My dad's whole side of the family is from here in Colorado, down in a small town called Del Norte, down by the New Mexico border, and just
green chili territory right there.
Yeah.
Some elite green chili.
So yeah, just inherited Broncos fandom. Yeah, it's been great. It's been a little tricky growing up in Seattle, especially after that Super Bowl, but diehards.
So last night was chaos at Dick's Sporting Goods Park, and my own personal opinion as a huge fan of the Rapids, huge fan of soccer, is I would love to see even more of the Rapids playing against Liga MX teams. Cole, just tell us about the environment last night. We had a red card from the goalkeeper of Club Santos Lagunas, and then also we had a yellow card from Armis. What was last night all about, and how did it get so unhinged so quickly?
Those Mexican teams bring a different type of spice, a different type of fire. I mean, those games mean a lot, but that's their culture. They're so into it down there. So we love playing those games. We've actually, the last 3 years, we've went down to Mexico for preseason. So we feel like we're well-versed in terms of the style of play that we're going to be going against. And I think that's like 5 teams in a row from Mexico that we've had really good games against, and we've won all of them. So we love playing in this tournament. It was extra spicy last night. I loved Armis getting into it with the crowd at the end because their bench was a little bit unhinged, coming over onto his side, and he ate it up and then got the crowd going as well, so it was fun.
We have Coach Armis on every Monday at 10:45 for his weekly show to recap what you guys have done in the week. He'll get a little fiery if you end up pushing him. Tell me something that nobody knows about your head coach when he's in the locker room trying to get you guys fired up. Like, what's his go-to?
It's special how he can be entertaining and informative in a video meeting. I mean, you guys know after chatting with him, he brings a lot of energy, and that's not just in front of the cameras. That's 24/7. So he is entertaining. He's funny, and he gets his points across in the meetings.
That almost sounds a little bit like John Gruden. So entertaining yet highly informative while watching a ton of video. He's been. He and the two of you guys, Josh, you just got here from Sounders, and obviously, Cole, you've been homegrown, part of this, and your brother is also a part of that team. I'd love to ask you, what is it like playing with your brother at a high level of international soccer?
It's special. We've never actually gotten to play together our whole life, so this is kind of the first time that we're really getting to mesh and play together. We haven't got to be on the field too much at the same time. He's actually been subbing in for me all the time at the end of the game. So
you ever get pissed about that?
Yeah, I do.
Like,
I
Armis,
Coach,
really?
Yeah,
Chris,
I'm like,
really?
leave us on. Come on. But yeah, it's been special. He's having to deal with being a rookie and coming in for your first year, and it's not always easy with a crowded midfield. But he's taking it well. He's doing well, and hopefully this is the first of many years together.
What are the pieces of advice that you've been able to give to your brother coming into the league as a young player? You've obviously you've been there and done that for a little bit. What's the first thing that you said to him?
You just got to stick with it. I think the patience is key. I came in at such a young age, and I think it was at a time where the league was in a different place where it was easier to step in right away. And the Rapids were at a different place back then. We weren't as good, so it was quite step into the lineup and maybe make an impact earlier. Now he's got guys like me and Josh that he's competing against, and it's not as easy to step into the lineup. So just patience. He's got a few starts here and there, and he's done well in them. But as the year goes along, we're going to need him. So just stay patient, stay ready, and when your time comes, be ready for it.
Josh, you make the transition from Sounders FC up in Seattle down to Colorado Rapids. Club culture-wise, what have you noticed in terms of the differences of what, frankly, has been a bit of a rivalry over the years between Rapids and Sounders? What have you seen in terms of some of the differences coming down and playing in the Rapids organization?
I'm loving the style of the Rapids. We're very direct. We're relentless. We try to take games to teams, no matter if we're on the road, if we're at home. We want to play direct, and we want to go straight down the throats of our opponents. And when we take a 1-0 lead, we want to go up 2-0. When we go up 2-0, we want to go up 3-0. And it's a really fun system to play in, because we'll just, we keep our foot on the pedal 24/7. We don't try to weather storms, and we just keep going. It's been real fun.
Cole, would you say that style that Josh was talking about might have something to do with why Rapids does match up so well with Liga MX, where a lot of the MLS squads haven't had quite the success because you guys are rugged. You do play, with the foot on the pedal. Is that something that you see does translate well to playing against teams with a lot of class from Liga MX?
Yeah, absolutely. Armis, that was one of his main talking points last night, is we feel like we can put them in a different game than they're used to. These Mexican sides, they love to stretch out the field, have time on the ball, and they're quite technical when you give them time. He says, we're not doing that. Absolutely not. We're putting pressure on the ball, making it an intense game, and putting them in spots they don't want to be in. So I think that's been the key to our success so far.
Pushing the pace has been something that's obviously kept you guys in games, being able to score. It does not at will, but kind of close to it. I feel like in an up-and-down season, has it been tough to toe that line between pushing pace and pushing offense and knowing when to dial it back and protect a lead? You guys feel like you're getting better at that?
Yeah, I mean, we've still had to struggle. We were in Philly last weekend. We went up 1-0 on the road, and they scored 2 goals in the 90-plus minutes to win the game. And, for us, we're still learning as we go. I think we're still a fairly young team compared to most MLS teams, but all these experiences are good for us. Last night we go down 1-0, and we come back and battle to get 2-1 to win the game. So every single game has been important for us. I think as we go into playoffs, it's similar to this. Once you're in playoffs, it doesn't matter what seed you are. You want to win these games, and all these experiences leading up to it can hopefully, help us make a playoff push at the end of the year.
Cole, if I'm not mistaken, last year in your first real season of stretched out MLS play, you led all of MLS in miles traveled. Am I right in saying that?
Possibly. I got hurt at the end of the year, so it might have been taken away. But I think before
going into that stretch of the season,
yeah.
What is it about you? I've likened your style of play in terms of being an engine, just keeps going to a Michael Bradley for the U.S. men's national team in a couple decades in the past. But what is it about your preparation, your training, that allows you to be that style of player that can cover so much ground with such regularity?
I think growing up in the altitude, I think has helped me tremendously. Just have that engine, like you say, and a desire to want to score goals. I think last night there was a bunch of chances in transition, and I hear my defenders screaming. We call it rest defense, where it's the transition behind the ball, having to cover guys that are maybe cherry picking in a sense on the other team. But sometimes I don't listen to them. I just go, and that's kind of what makes me is that I love to score goals and arrive late. So that ends up attributing to a lot of running as the year goes on, but. I think it's one of my strengths, and I got to use it because that's who I am.
Josh, as compared to the other 4 majors and around North America in hockey and baseball and football, MLS has something that's very unique, right? You have seasons within seasons. You don't see that in football, where you go and play a different league for 3 straight matches. You guys obviously have 2 more against Liga MX teams in the Leagues Cup. How do you guys prepare for those games but still realize that you're in the 9th seed in the West? You still have to push to get playoff seeding. How does that mentally affect you and affect the team?
It sounds cliche, but we just have to take everything one game at a time. We play every single game like it's a final, like we have to step out on the field and win it. So right now our eyes are set on Xolos on Sunday, and we're going to do everything we can and throw everything we can for 90 minutes to win that game, and then on to the next.
Xolos will be Tijuana, correct?
Yeah.
Coming to Dick's Sporting Goods Park. That'll be, I'm sure, a well-attended game from some natives of Tijuana and that part of Mexico that is so close to California, as we know. And then, is it Cruz Azul
Yeah, after that in LA.
In LA.
So it's basically like their second home.
99% Cruz Azul fans there.
Probably 100.
Are you looking forward to that environment? And if you guys are looking for a fan, I mean, first of all, I didn't know if you guys know this, but I'm kitted up today.
Hold on, you didn't
Yeah.
communicate with me before the show that we were going to do this?
I actually, believe it or not, I forgot you guys were coming, and I was wearing this underneath just for.
You send me 12 texts a night, and all you had to do was like, "Hey, fella, wear the jersey."
No, you're just glazing the Broncos, man. I'm supporting the Pids, up the Pids, baby. That's what we do
I love
here.
it.
So, what will that environment be like? And do you like playing in that type of just highly rugged environment? I believe that one's in Carson, where Galaxy plays. That stadium at times does feel like it's a Mexican home environment, does it not?
Yeah, we had one there last year against Club America. Same sort of atmosphere, must-win game, and it was 100% Club America fans, and we loved it. We relished it. We went on to beat them, and it was probably one of the wins that, if you look back at the history of Rapids, was one of our bigger wins in the club's history. So we were pretty happy about that one, and we got another chance to do it. We obviously have Tijuana first, but that will be a big one because only 4 teams are going through in this new format. So you got to take every point that you can get.
We're out here live at Broncos training camp. All of our coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. And as we are out here with 2 Broncos fans, and again, I'm so happy that you're not a Seahawks fan, Josh. Your favorite Broncos players of all time, and why?
Demaryius Thomas.
Okay.
Was the first jersey I ever got. So.
First jersey,
first Broncos jersey
okay, awesome.
I ever got. Yeah.
Cool.
He took mine, but I'll go Champ Bailey. I used to have his jersey. Obviously, he's a special player, Hall of Famer. He's one of the best.
Vaughn's wearing 24 this year in Washington to honor Champ Bailey.
That's pretty cool. What's been your Josh? What's been your horseback observation as you walk onto we'll call it a field, even though you know it as a pitch, but you walk onto this grass field here at Broncos Park, just of what you see of this Broncos team in 2025.
First off, I was really surprised at how big everybody was when I stepped out on the field. You size everybody up, and you see some guys who are small, and as you get closer, it's like these guys are all bigger than me, even the smallest. Everyone looks like they're having fun out here. There's so much energy. We got music playing over here. It just looks like a really fun environment to train and come get better. So.
Cole, Josh, appreciate your guys' time. Best of luck on Sunday, right? Sunday at 7:30 out at Dick's Sporting Goods Park against Tijuana. Second game in 4 days of the League's Cup. Again, thank you guys so much for your time. Best of luck throughout the rest of the season. We can't wait to have you on again.
I'll be out there, C38 section.
Right.
All right, I'll be after your goal when you're going southbound. Come and dap me up, man. I'll be there, Cole.
Yeah, I'll wait for my invite in the mail this time. Thanks, Coach. We'll be back in a couple minutes. You guys are listening to Denver's #1 for sports talk and the home of the Colorado Rapids. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Last year, your title, I guess, for the year, I saw it all over your Instagram, was La Vuelta, the return.
Yes.
Is this the new return, the comeback? What are we feeling this year?
Nah, this ain't no comeback. I came back last year.
Yeah.
This is gonna be kind of personal for me this year, because I firmly believe I'm one of the best running backs in the NFL. I think the numbers show it whenever I am healthy. This year I'm coming, and I don't think, God willing, I think I'm going to be there every single game, and I'm going to show everyone that I am one of the best.
I'm fired up right now. I want to run through a brick wall.
J.K. Dobbins talking with 9 News. Before we get into that, just a special thanks to the Colorado Rapids, having Josh Atencio and Cole Bassett out live here at Broncos training camp to talk about their league's cup ventures and how both players grew up Broncos fans, Demaryius Thomas and Champ Bailey guys. They did a great job. Can't wait to see what they can do on Sunday evening. But J.K. Dobbins, man, and he has been you can't say for certain he's the number 1 back, but through the first 10 days of camp, this is the 9th day of camp, the de facto number 1. It's very clear Sean Payton loves his veteran back. They're enticed by R.J. Harvey, but if all goes well, J.K. Dobbins is the guy that's getting 75% of the carries.
In some of J.K. Dobbins' media availability, he has reminded people. You remember last year, the first 4, 5, 6 games of last season, what I did at the running back position for the Los Angeles Chargers before he got a little banged up? He was averaging just about a 100-yard game. And he truly does believe he has the ability to be not just the bell cow running back for the Denver Broncos. He also has the ability to be a player that I think could end up entering in the discussion of top 8 running backs in the National Football League. The great question is, how is he going to be utilized, and how often is Sean Payton going to hand the football off to any running back, let alone one running back in J.K. Dobbins? We'll find out.
I think he is, in Sean Payton, I think he is more of the feel of, if I have a number 1, I'm going to rely on him. If I don't know that I have a running back that I can trust, then I'm not going to trust the running game whatsoever. That's what you saw last year, right? When they really early on realized that Javonte Williams was not going to be the same running back he was after his first year at UNC, never bounced back from the ACL injury, I do think that Sean went, screw this, I'm going to go screen passes, quick outs, well-timed pop plays from Bo Nix, and find a way to make the playoffs in that manner. When he has a guy that he likes to rely upon, like, they turn it into Pierre Thomas.
One of the things that J.K. Dobbins brings to the table as it relates to something that I think Sean Payton loves, and I can tell he loves this. Last year's team, when you watched training camp, it felt like a team that was very serious, that was very growth-minded, but didn't have a lot of guys with a ton of pop, ton of juice, guys that were talking smack during training camp. This year, you add Talanoa Hufanga, Dre Greenlaw, and J.K. Dobbins on the offensive side of the football, Evan Ingram on the offensive side of the rock. You added 4 players that I think Sean Payton loves the edge that has been brought in, because it's veteran, it's reliable, but it's a little bit of that kind of old school juice, energy, vibes, create the competition, iron sharpens iron. J.K. Dobbins is a vocal leader like that.
You know what's funny about it is most of the time when you talk about bringing in that type of veteran energy and experience, it is a guy who's been there, done that, and won that. All 3 of those players are not. They've gotten close, right? Hufanga and Greenlaw have gotten close.
Super Bowl starters.
They've been there. J.K. Dobbins has not.
Would you take that right now in the Broncos organization?
Oh, of course. I sign on the dotted line right now.
Correct.
If you lose in the Super Bowl this year, I'm ecstatic.
They are NFC champions, starters on defense.
What is different about that type of veteran player when we talk about Hufanga, Greenlaw, and Dobbins all packaged in together, they have the energy, they have the presence, they have the history, but there's also a little bit of a chip on the shoulder. I've been cast away by a team that got really close. They decided I was not worth the money because they wanted to pay Mr. Irrelevant in Brock Purdy rather than us, who kept this team afloat as a defensive unit. J.K. Dobbins gets, punted away from L.A. for Omarion Hampton, a guy who hasn't, obviously, as a rookie, done anything.
Did you see him get hemmed up on the perimeter by a corner?
Uh-huh.
A backup NFL corner.
I sure did.
He looks great in his uniform. He looks like he's got some explosive movement traits. There were some things about his game that I particularly didn't love at the University of North Carolina. I think he's a tremendous talent. Last night, seeing him on the perimeter, I know it's just one clip, and you can't say that one film evidence that he put out there is going to tell the whole story. If you're an elite running back, if you're a top 10 guy in the NFL, which you should be if you're a first-round drafted tailback, you've got to make somebody miss or run through another man's face. And Omarion Hampton didn't do that.
Okay. I
think J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey have the ability to be that.
Let's take away Ashton Genty. All right, you have to put him away. He is the what should be generational talent at running back out of this year's draft. So 6th overall, he's gone from this conversation, Coach.
Marvin Mims.
What?
Just got tackled to the ground in what wasn't supposed to be a live tackle period. He is fuming. I am talking fuming. He ripped off his helmet, slammed it into the turf, and it was John Franklin Myers that tackled him to the ground. And then the typical veteran move, acted immediately like he had been blocked into the guy, even though he clearly, he stumbled around like, oh gosh. No, he took Marvin Mims to the ground. No doubt about it.
Watching the Broncos about 40 yards ahead of us right now. Before we get into this running back conversation as it pertains to the 2025 NFL draft picks and incoming rookies, what are you seeing outside of just the Marvin Mims tackle in front of you?
Well, today, another red zone situational day. Red zone fringe right now, meaning it's outside of the 25-yard line, ball spotted between the 30 and 40-yard line, and you're seeing a lot of third down red zone fringe situations. So you're getting into some of those deep, analytics. There's a little Bo Nix zone read, which I love seeing right there. Design quarterback run. Bo Nix gets to the edge and ends up moving the sticks. But I like this red zone package scene. It was installed yesterday. Some things that I think Sean Payton went out and studied Bo Nix and what he did extremely well in the college game. And I see some of those route concepts and even some of the run concepts between RPOs, some zone reads, becoming part of what Sean Payton wants to do to take Bo Nix from being good in the red zone to great in the red zone. Give him the things that he's comfortable with.
The defensive packages that we're watching right now, I don't know if he just walked off the field, but the first nickel, no, he's still out there. The first nickel that we saw was Jahdae Barron. And he's the guy, when you talk about that zone read that Bo Nix just took out to the left side to move the sticks, Jahdae Barron is the first guy point of contact.
Yeah, and Jahdae Barron right there with man-to-man coverage, giving up probably about 5-6 inches of height against Devon Vele. Sticky coverage right there on him. I think Jahdae Barron is primed for a breakout practice. It might end up being a breakout preseason game. That's where I think you're going to see the value of Jahdae Barron is when he is able to play live tackle football. There hasn't been any live tackle since we've been out here in 9 practices.
You and I were talking to Rachel Vigil yesterday after practice. All three of us have yet to see the wow factor from him that was so heavily talked about when they selected him in the first round this season. Is he just going to be a player that who said it yesterday? Sean Payton was talking about Jaleel McLaughlin. He went, you didn't know what type of running back he was until the pads came on, until we got into game action, and then we realized we can't stash him on the practice squad. Is it similar with Jahdae Barron that we're never going to be wowed in practice, but it has to be in a game time situation?
I think there might be a point in time where you're wowed by Jahdae Barron with a play that he makes. I mean, he led the SEC in interceptions, so he's very capable of taking the football away from offenses, and he did it in the very best league in college football, and it's not even close from a talent standpoint.
Second best league in the world.
Yeah, it really is. It truly is. It's up there with the Premier League, the Premiership, Liga MX. But yeah,
we did whip out with Cole and Josh when we were on here was the Mexi Killers comment.
Oh yes,
that Coach Armas brought to the program last week.
Mexi Killers or Los Padres de Mexico. Definitely some fatherdom happening. Some illegitimate children in the great country of Mexico for the Rapids. But Jahdae Barron. Maybe the best thing that he does, Raj, isn't being flashy. Maybe it's that he does everything very well, and that might not show up in practice, right? Just being really, really astute, being very everything that you do it at a high level, and defensively, a lot of times, sometimes it's not about making the play that gets you noticed. Sometimes it's just never being noticed. Makes you a really good player. Remember the argument about PS2 for a while? It's like, where are the wild plays?
Interceptions?
Where are the wild plays?
No one's throwing at him.
Well, it's because he's really good at what he does, so nobody wants to throw in his direction.
People were also talking about like pass deflections. He goes, well, he's blanketed over a receiver, and NFL quarterbacks know that if I throw something in his direction, he's likely going to pick it off, so he won't even have the opportunity to defend a pass because it's 4 yards over his head.
Have we not seen that in training camp?
Yes.
Like, I wanted to see a ball thrown in more of a 50-50 space.
It was Sutton in the one-on-one.
Cortland Sutton down the field against Pat Surtain II, and Bo Nix, he's like,
no,
I'm going to actually put it about 4
I'm not
yards.
testing that, dude.
I'm going to put it about 4 yards out of anybody's reach. That's exactly what he did.
I know way better.
That's happened a lot with Pat Surtain in his career.
Speaking of those running backs, Omarion Hampton last night, weren't impressed with him. He's 22nd overall in the first round. Quinshon Judkins goes 4th overall in the second. Travion Henderson at 6th, and then R.J. Harvey's the 28th pick of that second round. Hampton, Judkins, Henderson, Harvey, and you know what? I'll throw Caleb Johnson and Cam Scadaboo in there as well to make it an even 5 running backs selected after Genty. I took out the kid from Virginia Tech because I know nothing about him. Out of those 5 running backs, who's the best rookie this season? Hampton, Judkins, Henderson, Harvey, Scadaboo.
I think it's going to be Cam Scadaboo. The early returns out of the New York Giants camp is he's doing what he's done his entire career, which is be overlooked. He didn't get a Division I scholarship. He goes to Sacramento State University.
Stingers up.
Stingers up for Mark Moser, another famous Hornet out of Sac State.
Who are the other famous Sac State Hornets?
I think that's about it. He goes there, and he ends up becoming a star in the Big Sky Conference. And, of course, what happens when you outperform expectations in a league? In this new world of the portal and NIL, he gets recruited by Arizona State. But still, a bit of one of those like, oh, that's a cool story. He was a walk-on at Sac State. He goes to – is he a real dude? Well, he ends up becoming the storyline and has an unbelievable performance against Texas in the college football playoff. Fall just short, but does everything.
Well, yeah, because they gave up a 4th and 17.
That wasn't his fault.
Yeah, you can't do that.
So now you get to the NFL.
Come on, Kenny Dillingham.
Not fast enough, not tall enough, not sexy enough to draft in the first 2 or 3 rounds. Well, guess what? Typically, past events are a great indicator of future events. And I after watching the clips coming out of New York Giants training camp, he is the story that's getting everybody in the New York metro area fired up about football because he keeps ripping off significant runs and catching wheel routes and doing things that, frankly, we haven't even really seen consistently from R.J. Harvey yet here in Broncos training camp.
You haven't seen it in 10 years, man.
I know.
You really haven't. Like, the closest guy that you had to this was Latavius Murray at the end of his career, which, by the way, I believe just retired this morning. Latavius Murray. Yeah, you haven't seen it since him.
Also, Phillip Rivers. Phillip Rivers retired didn't you retire like 7 years ago?
Well, they did the whole I'm going to retire as a Charger one-day contract thing.
He was asked about why did he wait to retire. He said that he had multiple teams reach out to him over the last 3 years to be like, if you're in a pickle. He's
Why
like,
not?
I kept it open.
Look at what Joe Flacco's doing.
I know.
You can't make that money anywhere else. You can't. Like, you don't go to broadcasting and make that money.
Tom Brady might disagree. Right?
He's the anomaly, isn't he?
Greg Olson's probably making more money in broadcasting than he did as a tight end in the National Football
There's
League.
some fun audio we're going to play for you guys in about 5-6 minutes here during NFL Notes of Tom Brady and Wayne Rooney. As they look at Tom Brady's team that he has partial ownership in English soccer. Sacramento State, notable alumni. Ready for this?
Yeah, give it to me.
Way cooler than you think. Creed Bratton from The Office, who is the funniest character on that show. I don't know if this is true. Tom Hanks.
Really?
Sacramento State Hornet. Tom Hanks. And that's about it.
Okay.
Do you know who Lloyd Connolly is?
I do not.
Do you know who Mahmoud Vayazi is?
Yeah, he's chief of staff from Iran. Just kidding, I saw it.
Athletes that we have here, pitching coach for the Chicago White Sox, Ethan Katz. And Reese Hoskins. Actually, not bad. Reese Hoskins had some good ones. Mike Bibby.
Okay.
And Shaquille O'Neal is now the men's basketball general manager out there at Sac State.
So
Mike Bibby is not an alumni. He is their head coach for basketball.
Slight bit of an update from practice. I know we're talking Sac State.
I'm in a little bit
Hornets.
of a Wikipedia wormhole. Thank you for saving me.
No, I just wanted to save you, but now we're transitioning to 7-on-7, move it closer to the red zone. And there was an offensive huddle following that red zone period as a red zone fringe, third down period. And I think it was just a recentering, a refocus for the offense because the ball was on the ground a couple times. Cadence was a little funky. I think Sean Payton grabbed his offense and said, hey, we need to get back to being us and starting to execute. The very first play of 7-on-7, a drop pass right to Marvin Mims, who's still in his feelings about getting slingshotted by Jonathan Franklin Myers in the first play of team.
Coach, I'm going to cut you loose. Get on out there. Go watch some football. Report back in 5 minutes. We'll have KJ's NFL notes and Coach Sanford's recap of what he's seen at 7-on-7 on the other side. Do not go anywhere. You guys are listening to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Back out here live at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Beautiful day as the pads are back on ahead of a scrimmage tomorrow on Saturday, the morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi alongside Coach Mike Sanford. Before we get into KJ's NFL notes, Coach, you just watched some 7-on-7, watched the end of the first team reps, all of the second team reps, and Ellinger and the third team just got done with their 7-on-7 period as well. What did you see? What's being installed? What was done well?
Yeah, not much with the first unit offensively, and I think Sean Payton's starting to get to his point of maybe some frustration boiling over because he does value what the offense does. In fact, his name is directly on the offensive scripting and the overall offensive execution because he truly is the guy running the offense. False start penalties early on. They've been doing a lot of stuff in the last 3 practices with cadence. Even in a walkthrough setting, you had a Mike McGlinchey false start, drop balls, not a lot of opportunities to make plays down the field. But when you get into the second and third string offense, it reminds me of last year. Michael Bandy, the University of San Diego Torero.
Number 83 when you're watching preseason games.
Just destroying roster players that will not be on NFL rosters. That's about what he does. So that's been about where the offensive success is coming, is deeper in the second and third units. The first offensive unit, I wouldn't say they look terrible. I think Sean Payton's just getting a little bit frustrated with the overall execution.
Sam Ellinger missed about a 40-yard streak route to, was it Kyrese Rowan?
Yeah, the kid from Utah State. He's been a feast or famine undrafted free agent prospect where it's either a phenomenal catch or, he just, like I thought the throw from Sam Ellinger was really good. In that case, you want a receiver to stay running and peek up for the football from the sky. He looked all the way back, and you lose your speed. Therefore, you can't track the football. He did that for about 10 yards, Rowan did.
You'll notice Rowan in preseason games because of the massive curly hair that comes out of the back of his jersey and covers his last name, number 39. Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, take it away.
Outside of where Jahdae Barron will play this season, the running back room has been the biggest discussion this offseason. And now that training camp is rolling, yesterday Sean Payton talked about what factors go into deciding which running back or running backs will stay.
Yeah, they had a real good day yesterday. And good question. I mean, look, a lot will go into it. How many are you keeping? Practice squad. Bidet, has had some real good work. And obviously Jaleel. So I think I said this at the start of camp. From experience, a lot of that stuff will sort itself out. And I think you guys, I think I said this, when we finish playing New Orleans, we'll have a better idea of how that's going. And you will have seen more evidence in the games, the joint practices. We're beginning to, all of this stuff matters. Yesterday was one of the better days for some of those guys, and you brought up 2 of them. And Blake, had 2 or 3 exceptional runs. Audric, stacked a couple of days. So, it'll be the body of work.
Right now I see that above the line of, I would say, appropriate NFL tailbacks, starting tailbacks. I'm not saying above the line elite Pro Bowler types, but above the line that I've seen in 3 days, J.K. Dobbins, no doubt. R.J. Harvey, yes. Audric Estime, potential, yes. Needs to get more opportunities to prove that he is an above-the-line player. I don't believe that Bidet, Watson, and even Jaleel McLaughlin are anywhere near being the types of players that are real NFL starting number 1 tailbacks.
Yeah, not a starter, but the way that Sean Payton does speak about Jaleel McLaughlin tells me his spot on this team is very much safe.
I don't think so.
He talked about him as the true change of pace back on this team.
He is the outlier. He doesn't look like the other group. He looks very different. But I've seen some frustration from Jaleel McLaughlin this training camp because the at-bats are just not there. And if they've had a conversation privately, that does happen between coaches and players. And Sean Payton could tell him, hey, I need to get a really good look to see what I have in R.J. Harvey. So you're not going to get some of the touches that you did in the last 2 training camps. I know what you do. And if that's the case, you're right, Raj. He will be part of this roster. I do wonder a little bit just with maybe the archetype that he is trying to utilize it looks a little bit more like the bigger, more prone to break arm tackles running back, and I don't know that Jaleel McLaughlin really fits that archetype.
It should be noted in this past 7-on-7 period, while the biggest chunk play was made by Michael Bandy on a crossing
two
route,
of them, I think.
The best play made by a player not named Bandy was a wheel route from Audric Estime thrown by Jarrett Stidham. That was a good little chunk play on the far side of the field. That was probably the second or third best route run in 7-on-7 across all three teams. It's 7-on-7, so take it with a grain of salt, but Audric Estime's doing better things as the days go by. KJ, keep it going.
All right, that's enough. Thank you.
The longest tenured Bronco in Sean Payton's offense is tight end Adam Troutman. He stepped up to the podium yesterday and was asked about the Joker role and how legit it is in Sean Payton's offense. And also, could we see Adam Troutman in that role at any point this season?
This Joker concept, is this real? Like, is this a legitimate position that people talk about, or is this kind of more a buzzword type of thing?
Yeah, I think there's definitely players that have fit that role. So yeah, it exists, and obviously I know where you're going with this. It's Evan, but yeah, he's yeah. I mean, I don't know. Come on. But yeah, he's gonna fit it really well, and he's super twitchy, super athletic, super fast. Works really hard. He's been a great addition to our room, not only as a player but a person as well. He's an awesome dude. But yeah, the Joker role exists, and I think he just kind of fits right into that.
How do you define it? How does that fit into that?
Well, I've heard a bunch of different things, but it's probably just a guy you can move, mismatch, put on different things. It's not necessarily deep routes, whatever. It's like little things like maybe choice routes or whatever the case is. Evan's also a very smart player, so yeah, like I said, he'll fit right into it.
He's the perfect guy for this Joker role, and I think I think the Joker role is used exactly like Adam Troutman mentioned that it's used. Is you're going to have a lot of different alignments of the position in order to create and potentially undress what a coverage disguise may be. For example, if you're a tight end body type, most likely if the defense is playing man coverage, it should be either a linebacker or a safety that is going to cover you. Well, what if you line up Evan Ingram as an outside receiver? You're going to find out, is a linebacker or a safety going out to cover you, or are you going to command the attention of a corner? If it is a corner, it's most likely zone coverage. So that helps a guy like Bo Nix in his second year be able to identify and diagnose, is this man or is this zone?
KJ, keep it rolling.
All right, that's enough. Thank you.
Yesterday, Commanders wide receiver Terry McLaurin made it known he is tired of holding in and playing chicken with the Commanders brass, so he decided to officially request a trade from Washington. Well, this morning, Diana Rossini of The Athletic reported the Micah Parsons Cowboys relationship has deteriorated to the point where the star pass rusher is considering drastic measures which could include a trade request or even a declaration that he is severing his relationship with the team. As it was previously reported, Micah Parsons, he obviously spoke with Jerry Jones over multiple days throughout the offseason. They thought they had something set, but then it came back to be known, as reported by Diana Rossini, that Jerry Jones did not want to negotiate with Micah Parsons' agent, which has now led them to a tense standoff, as she put it, amid increasing friction. Which situation appears to be worse, Micah Parsons or Terry McLaurin?
It's Micah Parsons because he's also not willing to play right now. Like, the hold-in situation from Terry McLaurin is vastly different. Now, for Dallas, like, if you're looking at trade opportunities, it's easier to trade Micah Parsons than it is for Terry McLaurin because McLaurin is 5 years older on a team that, or in a position rather, that starts to fall off at that age 30 demarcation. Parsons is still 25, still at the height of his powers. He's typically always healthy, last year notwithstanding. I would say the Parsons situation is worse because it is so public right now.
Could it be as simple as the fact that Micah Parsons, one of the more significant names not only in the National Football League but certainly for the Dallas Cowboys organization, was called by the owner of the franchise by the wrong first name? He was called Michael Parsons.
Michael Parson.
Michael Parson. He wasn't even pluralized. It's like me with Josh McDaniels or Michael McDaniel. I don't know.
That's a
McDaniel.
battle we're never going to win.
I don't know which one.
You and I yesterday when you and I were talking, I did a little,
gave me an S
a little
for
S
Josh,
in the middle,
and I'm like, I don't know. I don't know which is it Ben? Is it Mike? I don't know. Yeah, this appears to be on a collision course with a very ugly and messy divorce. Not a lot of great things just overall coming out of Dallas Cowboys training camp.
Coach, I know you've got a bunch of butts standing in front of you right now, but what are we going through, and what was that huge cheer from the defense?
Whoa. Just saw our first major interception of training camp, and it was on an RPO from shotgun. Bo Nix got baited into throwing it, and it was number 9, Talanoa Hufanga, who not only intercepted the ball, but it was a pick 6. And Jameis Winston says, could we just be delivered?
In the name of the Father, the Son,
from
the
pick
Holy
sixes.
Spirit. All right, KJ, keep it going.
All right, that's enough. Thank you.
Well, last night, football officially came back into our lives. The Chargers won 34-7 over the Detroit Lions. Trey Lance went for 120 yards passing, 2 touchdowns on 13 of 20 passing. Obviously, Jim Harbaugh, he wanted to take on this chance with Trey Lance, and he wanted to see could he rehab him, but obviously last night was such a small sample size. If Jim can rehab Trey Lance back to prominence, should we start putting him in the same conversation with Sean McVay, Kevin O'Connell, and Sean Payton as we consider them top-tier quarterback whisperers?
Of course you should, but Trey Lance likely isn't going to be a quarterback that has enough chances in the regular season, barring an injury to Justin Herbert this year. I think it's probably a similar situation that you saw last year during training camp in the preseason with Zach Wilson and the Denver Broncos, where Lance will then get another opportunity to be a backup quarterback somewhere else. I think Wilson's got a good shot at playing some meaningful snaps in the NFL this year in Miami, considering Tua Tagovailoa's injury history, KJ. But if Harbaugh can do that, like he's done a lot with quarterbacks that on paper didn't have as much as they show. Like, just look at the Kaepernick situation in San Francisco. He brings them all the way to the Super Bowl. Now, there were some, extracurricular might not be the best word to put on it, situations with Kaepernick that, hold him out from being the best quarterback he could have been in this league if he actually got an opportunity to play. But Harbaugh, when he had him on the field, was doing really good things. It's difficult to be a quarterback whisperer for quarterbacks who don't play. The bigger situation for Jim Harbaugh this year is if he can get Justin Herbert into the MVP conversation and, most importantly, win a playoff game, right? If the Chargers don't charger and Herbert turns into the quarterback that everyone expected him to be out of Oregon, then Harbaugh gets into quarterback whisperer conversation. Can he be a rehab artist? Sure. But that doesn't continue to get you jobs in this league. You have to be a whisperer. There's a reason why Kevin O'Connell has that job, descriptor in Minnesota right now, is because, yeah, he rehabbed Sam Darnold, but the dude did it on the field and won meaningful games. One more.
All right, that's enough. Thank you.
Tua Tagovailoa, or as Rick Ross says,
Tua Tagovailoa,
became the center of attention yesterday as he was one of 5 NFL players to be named to serve on the President's Council on Sports, Fitness, and Nutrition. Here's how our current president decided to pronounce Tua's name.
and Tua Tagovailoa.
Great try. The other reason he stole the show.
Holy smokes.
The other reason Tua stole the show is because he pulled the ultimate I know ball and you don't move with the local media in Miami yesterday. And here's how the media trying to call a play sounded.
I can give you guys a play, and then if you guys want to repeat it after me, as if you guys were in the huddle, you guys can. All right. Should I go once or twice saying it?
Once.
Once? All right. We got North Right Clamp, South Fox, H-Top, Pass 38, Top Gumby, XP Sweat. Let's go. Anyone?
I got North Right on Clamp. I got North.
Sounds like a false start.
Yeah, sounds like a pre-snap penalty to me. Oh, my gosh.
Rod, you want to give it a try?
No shot. There's a reason why I have Mike Sanford on this show. I kicked him out to go watch a little bit more of practice and walkthrough. He's going to come back and report on what he sees with the Broncos in front of my own eyes. And you know what, KJ? We'll play that audio for him when he returns. He's going to get me out of water. There's no shot I can handle. I love those things. And this is not the first time he's done this. He's done this to the Miami media as well. I would be lost. And every single time that I hear an NFL quarterback play call, it makes me appreciate that position and the cerebral nature of being a QB in the NFL way more. So we'll play that audio for Coach. We'll see if Sanford can handle it, because we all know the vernacular of offenses, they change drastically. But Sanford's been around this game for quite some time. I bet you know what? I bet you he nails it. KJ's NFL notes every single day at 11:20 here on the Morning Sprint are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. It's Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. More from Broncos Training Camp 2025 on the other side. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Denver's #1 for sports talk. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Wrapping things up here on a Friday live from Broncos training camp. All of our coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach Mike Sanford. Just a few minutes before we hand things off to PhD Scotty Hastings to my left. Andy Lindahl's walking away to go watch the latest. Is this kick coverage right now that we're watching in front of us?
It appears to be a maybe after. It just looks like they're working kickoff right here, but more of an isolated inside drill.
Coach, I kicked you off of NFL notes for the final 5 minutes for a reason.
Thank you for doing that.
What did you see?
Well, it was.
You were going through withdrawals. I could see. Just get out of here. Just go.
I needed to go watch practice. I needed to see some ball practice. Unfortunately, one of the aspects, and of course, we're talking first world problems with NFL training camp experiences, because I absolutely love having the chance to be out here. One of the things that does kind of frustrate me, and I'd be frustrated if I was Bo Nix in particular, is that all of the team periods are scripted for the first-string offense to go 4 reps, second-string offense 4 reps, third-string offense 4 reps, and then it's a wrap. So if you start out with 4 bad reps or 2 out of 4 are bad, you don't have the opportunity to right the wrong until potentially 20 minutes later in practice. And that's a bit what I've seen so far from the offense today, man. It has not been a clean day. The last day in pads before, I guess it would be Wednesday, day 3 of pads prior to today's full padded practice, you felt like the defense was winning the day, but it was more about them, about their execution, about their tenacity, about Dre Greenlaw being the guy. Today it feels more like it's error on the offensive side of the ball. There's been multiple drives that we've seen from the offense where it's negative TFL, negative run, and then fumbled snap. We saw 3 consecutive offensive penalties with the NFL officials that are out here today. Sean Payton appears to be holding it in fairly well at this point, but I can see at some stage he might snap unless there is a breakthrough offensively here at the end of this practice.
And he's in the middle of his first-team offense right now and likely reading them the riot act of hey, figure this out. You have a 2-minute period coming up because we can see it on the scoreboard just 40 yards to our northeast right now. We're going to go into a live 2-minute offense.
I've been through this so many times in my career where, as an offensive coordinator, even as a quarterback.
Show me something.
Well, yeah, you're getting to the point where it's a bad practice and you're like, well, at least we have the 2-minute drill coming up. And when it doesn't go well, it's like, oh gosh. And so the pressure actually is even greater than maybe the situation of 2-minute, because you know that you have an on-edge head coach that says, if this sucks too, it's going to be ugly for the next 24 hours until we're back on this field, in which tomorrow will be a scrimmage day, and I can't wait to be out here for that.
We talked yesterday and 2 days ago about, do you give the first-team offense reps against the second team? And honestly, the inside linebacking core of the second team right now reads more of a third and fourth because of all the injuries or the inactives right now. We'll call them inactives.
Your first-string linebacker core right now is Lavelle Bailey and Justin Sternad, and that's a good tandem. But those are 2 players that are special teamers, and even really had an inactive for much of the year with Lavelle Bailey. Those are your 2 starters today at the inside linebacker position. Can you imagine what the 2s and 3s and 4s are right now? It's not great. So I don't even know if that would be a great look for the first string offense. And frankly, why choose the path of least resistance?
There's no reason to.
Does Bo Nix, do you need to hold his hand to create some form of confidence? You're going to be playing really, really good National Football League teams that are going to have very good defenses, so why not get the best exposure to the best defense possible? And that's what you've been getting so far all training camp.
The frustration is fine, right? It's not like you're going to have to go against this team, all of next week. You go into joint practices next week. So continue to bang your head against the wall that is likely a 1, 2, or 3 defense league-wide this year, because I'm not saying that playing against another NFL team is a reprieve, but you kind of get a little bit of a breathing room starting on Wednesday.
Yeah, so what I've also heard about the 49ers is it DeMondre Lenoir? It's a tough last name to pronounce. The cornerback from the 49ers. He's been out for an unknown reason for a long period of time to start training camp. The cornerback and defensive back situation of the 49ers has been abysmal. And Brock Purdy yesterday at practice, this is an update I got yesterday from 49ers practice, he had 1 incompletion the entire day.
Woo.
The 49ers are abysmal right now with their health in their secondary. So, yes, it will be a nice little jolt in the positive direction, confidence-wise, for Bo Nix a week from now.
We haven't seen many completions today. We've seen lots of incompletions. One of the completions was a pick 6 to Talanoa Hufanga.
Oh, we just got the gift of all gifts, Raj. We're not yet in 2-minute drill mode. We are in red zone move the ball here, coming directly at the tent.
There we go.
So I don't have to get up and leave. I have a great view. I have the best view in the house.
You came to the break. You went, can I just go back out? Can you handle the last segment by yourself? I was like, I can. I don't want to, but I can.
We're good. I'm good. I love talking to our fine listeners. Sometimes when I've dealt with the conundrum of doing live radio or watching high-level football, it's a tough one, man. I'm not going to lie. It's really tough.
Before we get into diagnosing the 11-on-11 red zone and fringe red zone that we're about to watch, just a quick touch-in on what the Rockies did yesterday. They did trade Jake Bird to the Yankees, so the Rockies did a good thing. They traded multiple relief pitchers. They traded Ryan McMahon to continue to try and stockpile the pond or at least the very shallow pond that is the Rockies pipeline. They did good. It's fine. And I think as a result of moving on from multiple major league relief pitchers, the road to 40 wins is still intact.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't see it. I think the Rockies are going to even be inefficient at being bad, unfortunately. And that's what I do like is that if there's a farm system that you want to go out and get 4 of the top 30 players, prospects in that farm system, I think the Yankees is a good place to start.
Really good place to start. Also, we've seen this news coming out from the Denver Nuggets. It was long rumored that the Nuggets were going to bring back their black rainbow jerseys as an alternate this year. That rumor has been confirmed by the team, so the black rainbow skylines are back in it. Coach, what are we seeing in front of us?
We're seeing a little bit of red zone move the ball. Bo Nix is flushed off his spot and an absolute atrocious interception thrown, but it's going to come back because there was pass interference called on Brandon Jones, who was holding Cortland Sutton. Cortland Sutton made sure he walked over and picked up the flag just to add insult to injury. The ball was floated up a little bit of a tug on Cortland Sutton's jersey, but Pat Surtain II was behind Brandon Jones to clean up the mess and intercept the football, but ultimately it ends up being an efficient play for the offense because inside the red zone, when you have a pass interference, that ball's spotted at the spot of the foul.
That first look that we saw seemed to be 5 wide. They had J.K. Dobbins split out to the far side on Bo's left hip. They run the ball here with or was that R.J. Harvey? With R.J. Harvey for a 1 or a 2-yard gain,
minimal
if that.
Yeah, it was a big swarm of humanity from that defensive front. I did notice there on that previous coverage snap, Jahdae Barron out and playing the nickel, the star position at what he played. He appears to be the number one option right now at the nickel position over Jaquan McMillan. Today's a little bit more further proof of where he stands right now in the starting lineup.
Broncos do have the ball spotted on about the 17-yard line as Bo steps up, hits Cortland Sutton on a crossing route, probably is tackled on the shoelaces by Riley Moss for about a 4 or a 5-yard gain there. And according to Ari Myrov, My Sports Update, the NFL and ESPN have reached an agreement that gives ESPN access to Red Zone, NFL Network, 7 more regular season games, fantasy football rights, and more. That is a multi-million-dollar deal, or possibly a multi-billion-dollar deal, according to Andrew Marchand. So NFL and ESPN access to Red Zone. I don't hate that at all.
Does that mean that you get Red Zone for free, or are they going to charge for it?
I'm sure they're going to find a way. I bet you it's an ESPN Plus thing. If you have ESPN Plus, they're going to pop that up another $25, and then you get Red Zone. That's how I read that.
Well, so we just saw 4 reps of third down in the red zone, kind of moving the ball around, and it's certainly scripted, so it was not a play it out and allow the situations to arise. So really everything from 3rd and 5 to 3rd and 9 inside of the red zone for the first string offense. And I would say it was a cleaner execution for the offense. No penalties offensively. There was the defensive holding or pass interference call on what appeared to be the Bo Nix interception that was waved off. It was a lot of short passing. It was a bit more of what we saw a year ago. Short passes complete. but probably short of line to gain.
Guaranteeing yourself 3 points is what we just saw.
Yep.
For 4 straight snaps.
Yeah, it was an abysmal execution offensively. One thing of note is Sean Payton made the decision. Everybody lined up for this team period, and the offense and defensive units were behind the huddle. Sean Payton kicked everybody off of the field. And I think he wanted to create more of a feel of real game-like atmosphere as opposed to, like, we're just stuck in the doldrums of practice. And I think Sean Payton, as an offense guy, just wanted to change something about the feel of practice. And I've done that before. Like, everybody get off the field. Now I'm tired of hearing the defensive coaches chirping, the defensive players saying sack, right? And I think Sean just wanted to clean out the back behind the offensive unit.
All right, it's Friday at 11:55. It means it's time to pop some tops, tell you guys what we are watching, what we're doing this weekend, and wish you a very, very safe and fun, sun-filled weekend. Coach, I'm headed up to Vail tomorrow and the day after with the wife, a little bit of a baby moon, hang out with her and
You've
the
had
dog
7 baby moons, Raj.
I'm not taking any time off work to do this.
If there's a place that's Instagrammable that you can go for a baby moon.
When's the
you've
last
already
time,
been
when's
there.
the last time that I posted anything on Instagram?
I know where you go. I'm saying you go to places that are Instagrammable.
I posted things about like a hockey equipment sale.
Well, congratulations on your 7th baby moon.
I'm gonna pop a couple of tops up in Vail this week.
You know what I'm gonna do?
I'm gonna have 1 beers.
All right,
one champagne.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm
drinking for 3.
I'm gonna pop a top tomorrow after I watch scrimmage here in Dove Valley. I can't wait to watch some football. Hopefully, see some live tackling because I want to see what R.J. Harvey does when there's opportunity to break tackles. And then on Sunday, I'm popping a major talk as Los Cholos de Club Tijuana visita.
Did you just use a
Dick's Sporting Goods Park? What did I?
You didn't do anything.
I spoke Espanol.
You sure did.
Yeah, hablé Espanol. Todo bien. I'm popping the top to the Colorado Rapids, going 2-0 against Liga MX teams in just 1 week. Can't wait to watch them take them down in the League's Cup.
That's going to do it for us today from Broncos camp. For Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson, Cole Smith, Jesse Trujillo here. PhD is coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Broncos scrimmage tomorrow. Make sure you guys log into YouTube. Subscribe today. Don't miss tonight's training camp recap podcast presented by Ramos Law. That's at 8:30, and you'll have another one coming up on Saturday. Have a great weekend. We'll talk to you on Monday morning at 10 a.m.
The pads are back on, and the fellas are back in the tent. Tyler and Scott, here we go. What we got cooking today, Tyler?
Remember the other day when I told you that it felt like the offensive line just was out of sync with the cadence, and it looked like there should have been about 7 straight penalties?
Yes.
Remember that conversation? Yep. Well, today we actually got referees out here. And,
okay.
Oh my goodness! I mean, it's been a hot mess of an offensive performance.
Oh,
I mean, an
dear.
absolute hot mess.
Oh dear!
The first period of practice. This is no joke. Okay, I tallied this. This is dead honest truth. What happened?
Okay.
Four straight penalties. 5th play, fumbled snap. 6th play, another penalty. All on the offense.
Yeah.
Six straight busted plays. Come back for another session or two, and it just keeps going all day long. I mean, Scott,
that was before the first 2 plays were runs that you and I said, well, that's third and 7 now.
Exactly.
Right? The first run -4, second run minus a couple.
Yep.
And then here comes the false starts offside. You had actually completion on a first down, and they called offside, I think, on Franklin. And then it was motion. I don't remember. Drop snap. And then another motion penalty.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm sitting there, I was talking with Tyler, and I go, if Shanahan were the coach, this thing would have been stopped, and they'd be starting practice.
Start it over!
Yep. They just started practice.
Well, how did Sean respond to all that?
Shockingly calm.
Okay.
Yeah. Shockingly calm, but I guess at the beginning of practice there was a walkthrough that he lost his cool a little bit on the guys and started that period over. So
okay,
it's been a bit of a rusty day. Look, they didn't have pads on yesterday; they're full pads today.
Mm-hmm.
Bo Nix has tossed 2 interceptions.
Oh, first of the camp.
The first one was, I would just say, a hell of a play by Talanoa Hufanga.
Okay.
It looked to me like he was mid blitz. And he just jumped up and caught the ball out of there, pick 6. Second one was a bad throw, bad decision for Bo Nix. He just tossed up a hope and a prayer to Cortland Sutton. He overthrew him by about 6 yards, double coverage. Pat Surtain picks that sucker off.
Okay. Well, is this a little bit of stop smelling yourself? We haven't won a championship yet. Are we having a little bit of a moment like that? Because there's been a lot of praise going on left and right. Although most of the praise has been for the defense.
Well, no, to me, this ain't any different, except now with officials out here, it's even more exasperating.
Agreed. Totally agreed. I don't think it's a stop and smell the roses moment.
No.
I mean, this is reality. This is what we've been looking at every day.
The offense has been overall, if they were taking a test and the scores out of 100, they'd be probably floating around 23.
Yikes.
Wouldn't you say? Maybe 36.
Yeah, the only reason I might slightly disagree is that they've had a tendency to finish practices strong. Practice is not over today. They're still out there. They're back doing some individual work right now. So we'll see how they finish the day. But I do agree they've had a tendency to finish strong.
Yeah, they have the last 2 days finished better. But what, you go from a 23 and then you score a 78, and so your average is 49.
So it's still an F is what you're saying?
You're still struggling. You're right. The last 2 days, the last segment, they did much better. But today, and especially DMac with officials out here, I mean, they were picking up yellow flags left and right.
That's not just any official crew, though, too. That's because sometimes they bring officials from wherever. That is an NFL crew that's out there. And has been for the past couple of days. They come out once a year, from what I understand, and they went through new rules and stuff like that.
Have they been out here? I thought
yesterday they were there too.
Okay, I didn't notice them.
Okay,
I didn't really notice them yesterday either. They might have been out there walking around.
Yesterday they weren't throwing flags. That's
okay.
for sure. They might have been practicing mentally, but they were not involved in the practice.
Today they were involved.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, and that's a real NFL crew, so these are real NFL penalties that are going on. I don't know. I'll just go to you, Tyler, when they bring the refs back out there. Can you tell the difference between the just kind of whatever guys who are refs and when the NFL guys are there, the real refs are out there?
Oh, I never had any clue who they were.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just in the middle of practice. I'm not paying attention to who's out there throwing those flags.
So how serious is that taken then? How much beef is going on? How much argument? What's the vibe?
There's no argument, but I tell you what I watched a couple times, they even have them out there doing
where they jam the gunners on punt plays, and so they're working on the jam. And one of the guys just got stuffed. I mean, one of the guys trying to gun down on the punt return just got stuffed by two guys. And I saw Coach turn to the official and put a thumbs up, and the guy went thumbs up. That was clean. So, the coach are learning to do. The one cool thing I did see, and again, I told you, and I'm repeating myself 3 days in a row, I love watching coaches coach, and I love when Sean Payton gets involved. The first penalty that started was an offside on Franklin. And he was lined up on the line of scrimmage. He didn't check with the official.
That was a silly one,
yeah.
but it was a mental mistake nonetheless.
Because the play would have ended in a nice gain. They'd have had a nice gain on that play. Franklin actually made the catch and got open inside, which I got to say this. We got to talk about this today. And I don't know if it was Andy talking about it on our podcast or if you said it. I know we want Franklin.
Was it smart or not?
Well, I think it's pretty smart.
Yeah, that was probably me.
But Andy was saying they got to get a yak guy. They got to get a yak guy, and forever. And that was Andy's pointing himself. They lined Franklin up 2 or 3 times with patterns across the middle, trying to catch him in stride and let him go. And so keep an eye on that, trying to find him, crossing up the D, whatever. Maybe he can get a catch at 10 yards and take it 25. So that was it. But back to the penalty. He's offsides, makes a great play, a good catch. First down would have been, and the official throws a flag, and Sean came over there and grabbed the official and Franklin, and then they talked. And he was showing him, here's what you did, what you got to do. And to me, that's a coaching, teaching moment. That's why you have these guys out here. So, listen, and this is one day, but to me, I'm thinking, dude, they may have plans for Franklin more than just run as fast as you can down a fly pattern.
I agree with you, Scott. I brought it up the other day that, you can see – we all think of Marvin Mims as our gadget guy, right, as our speedster. To me, Troy Franklin's got a different gear. It's a different style. Marvin Mims is your agile, movement guy, quick moves, all that sort of stuff. Troy Franklin's that dude that he's the yak guy, and I do think that they've got plans for him.
He's 6'2".
I was just gonna say that. I don't realize. I don't know why I don't remember him from last year feeling this tall. He feels taller than I remember him.
Yeah, well, he's a little stronger.
Maybe he had a few surgeries and gained a few inches.
He's wearing some lime green cleats out there today, which I assume got shipped out from Oregon.
Hey, let me ask you about a guy that Coach Sanford brought up to me. Number 80, Joaquin Davis, 6'4", 195 pounds. Coach said that he kind of stood out. Does that run across you guys' radar at all? Number 80.
Listen, when you sit back in this 10, you're lucky when you see anything, to be honest with you. I did mark 80 down, too. 80 had one really good play and catch on the play, and he is somebody to be interested in because, as you said, he's 6'4". But I'm going to tell you the guy that stood out to me, he made 2 or 3 catches, and he did the same thing last year in training camp, and he spent all season, I think, on the practice squad. Mm-hmm. But it's Beatty, number 83. Okay. Tiny wide receiver. Quick and fast as heck, but he made 2 or 3 tough catches in these sessions, whatever. I'm like, dude, but I remember last year we loved this kid last year, and I think he spent all the season on the practice squad.
Michael Bandy, yeah.
Bandy, that's right.
Yeah,
Bandy.
Yeah, Bandy.
Yeah,
close
Bandy.
enough. Well, let me ask you a question then, fellas. If there's some dynamic playmakers out there, if there's somebody that's doing something, could Vele be in trouble this year?
I don't think so. He hasn't necessarily done anything out there yet, but he's got a proven track record. And keep in mind, he's also got the body type that Sean Payton loves. So, listen, I mean, Bandy's, as much as we like him, he ain't making the team.
He's a practice squad guy.
Practice squad guy.
I'm just telling you, he showed out there today.
Troy Franklin and Vele, you don't compare them. Different players that are going to do different things. Marvin Mims, Vele, different players. They're going to do different things. So, no, I don't think Vele is in trouble
all right,
at all.
so do you think there's a possibility they could add a 6th wide receiver?
I mean, if you want to go out and trade for Terry McLaurin.
Okay, so you don't see anybody out there that would perhaps earn that 6th spot because the 5 guys are pretty much set then.
If there's going to be a fight, and maybe he's already counted as far as your 5 or whatever, but as far as playing time, it might be Pat Bryant and Vele. that might be a fight for some playing time because they're both really good possession guys.
Yeah, and they're very similar body types. Yep.
We do have some, injury sort of updates. I understand Greenlaw not participating but out there and just kind of going lightly through some things. Is that right?
He did warm-ups, and then he was done.
Okay. Very light. And then Q Robinson had a knee brace on the rookie linebacker.
Didn't notice.
All right. Well, there's some photos of him wearing that he's out of practice. He's wearing that leg brace there. So, but again, doesn't stand out. I gotcha. Any other sort of injuries, health updates, anything else going on out there?
It seemed pretty clean today. Singleton was back out here, by the way, with a brace on his thumb. Had a jersey on, but no, just shells, if you will.
I thought at one point Bowles might have got banged up because he pulled himself out of a period there, but he's back out there right now. We've got the starting offense going against starting D.
Okay.
I think we're about to see our first 2-minute drill of practice of training camp.
Is it right in front of you or is it off to the side?
Well, it's on the field in front of us, but it's down the other side.
Do you guys want to go check that out? Do you want to?
No, they're coming right at us.
We can actually see it.
Okay, good.
They're coming towards us, so we can see everything.
All right.
You can take it over, and we'll just sit here. But
no, that's fine. I like move the ball. I love 2 minutes.
They're going walkthrough mode.
Oh, okay. All right. So they're maybe saving that for tomorrow.
They're walkthrough, but it is a 2-minute drill.
No, well, maybe.
Or get into field.
Yeah,
field
that's what I think it is. I think this is a
special teams.
Yeah, special teams deal.
Okay.
Walk through, see if you can move the ball down the field. They probably say 43. 43 seconds, no timeout.
They put 18 seconds on the clock, and they got down to spike it with 1 second left. Offense did their job.
Okay. All right.
So it's walkthrough.
They're just walking.
Make a 55-yard field goal.
All right. Yeah. And they're kicking to.
No, they're not kicking.
Oh, they're not even doing that. All right. Well, we'll save the drama for perhaps
there
tomorrow.
was one play. See if you saw this. McGlinchey just got trucked.
Really?
Was that Franklin Myers that got him?
I don't know, but I did see him get run over.
I mean, he just got trucked.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he got clipped by his right guard is what it looked like to me.
Okay. Quinn Miners. I assume Quinn's still on the right side.
This
last I checked.
Listen, this is similar but different than last year in the sense that last year you were in your quote-unquote quarterback competition mode. Got a lot of guys getting snaps, whatever.
Yeah.
Not the case this year. But the offense sucked for 2 weeks last year, and I think you're still in that mode. And guess what? Defense was pretty good last year, wasn't it? Pretty good defense last year.
Yep.
So,
Adam Troutman after practice, guys, said that it's night and day because of the quarterback situation this year.
Yeah. It's just the camp has a different feel.
Did you guys hear that clip? I told you guys I've been seeing a whole lot more outside zone. Adam Troutman flat out came out and said it. I was actually really surprised. I'm sure that his coaches were not very thrilled with him about it. But it was obvious to me that this team is running more outside zone. They've been a gap scheme running team. And Adam Troutman just flat out said it. Hey, yeah, we've been trying for a long time to become an outside zone team, and now we're just finally committing to it.
Well, I saw some highlights of R.J. Harvey in college who just popped up on my timeline today, and it's like, oh, okay. Well, that might make sense based on what you have with the explosiveness.
Now, here's another guy, and this don't matter. And again, practice squad, right, Tyler? From what I saw today, Watson, and he was on the practice
Blake
squad.
Watson.
Watson's shown as far as a running back today.
Okay.
And I really haven't noticed Bidet much. But
You
Watson got – I tell you what, he hits the hole quick, man.
Dan, see if you can find this audio. Sorry, I should have had to get it before the show. But Sean was talking, I think it was yesterday, about the running back situation. And I just thought it was interesting because if you follow his thought process, he goes down the list of the running backs. He kind of breaks them down one by one. But he's kind of got a priority list that without saying a priority list, he starts talking about him. And the first guy that he brings up outside of R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins is Tyler Bidet. And then he keeps going. And he's got Blake Watson. The last guy he gets to is Audric Estime. Maybe it means something. Maybe it does not. I'd be curious your guys' thoughts after you hear the audio.
Did he throw McLaurin in there?
He did.
All right, well, let's take a quick break, and we can get to that as training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. We'll get to that. And what would you give up for Micah Parsons? His PhD on 92.5. Guys, I want to wish you a happy Colorado Day. 149 years ago today, Colorado was formed. It's not as hot as the 150th anniversary, I suppose, but
A whole bunch of people rolling around their graves.
this is I-70 westward bound by the Railbenders.
Railbenders.
Railbenders, baby, celebrating Colorado.
That John Denver's full of.
Tyler, you're the only native here. Well, Dan,
right.
Dan, sorry, my bad. Andy's a native. What other natives? Vic, of course. He won't shut up about it. Any other natives we got here on the staff?
Well, that's my buddy Jim Dalton singing, I believe.
Oh, nice. So you know the Railbenders.
Oh, yeah. I saw them. They were in concert up in Grand Lake or part of their band. Or I believe he's in another one, too. But,
Yeah.
Jimmy's a big Nuggets fan, too.
Throughout the course of the day, Dan Tanner has Colorado factoids, fun facts with Dan Tanner to celebrate.
Getting their butts kicked.
Well, we'll get to that in a second. Dan, what is your fun Colorado fact?
All right, let me pull it up here real quick.
Oh,
I think it's about aliens. I got it.
Oh, my Lord.
All right, in the there's an alien watchtower. Tyler, this is for you.
Oh, good.
In the San Luis Valley, there's an alien watchtower. The UFO.
Is this one of those monoliths?
What's that?
Is this one of those monoliths things?
I don't know what that is. The UFO watchtower is a quirky roadside attraction dedicated to supposed extraterrestrial sightings in the area in the San Luis Valley.
You guys know we've got a 7-mile-long object headed to Earth that is an alien. It's supposed to be here in about 7 years.
I heard about that. That's kind of fun, huh?
Yeah.
Or the end of life as we know it.
Well, we got 7 years to go.
I'll figure it out in 7
About
years.
all I got anyways.
What are you seeing out there on the field?
Another sack. Yeah, we did move to 2-minute drill, and it is live.
Okay, fun.
And we've got a great view of it. Good. Whatever good finishes this offense has had in previous days, that ain't today.
Yeah.
They are getting their butts whipped. Bo Nix tossed another interception.
Whoa.
Mike McGlinchey's given up 2, maybe 2.5 sacks.
Wow.
Bo's getting scrambled out of the pocket about every other play. They started it over. It's just, gosh, this day could just go.
Bo Nix has been.
Bo's been bad. He's been flat out bad.
He's been sacked at least 3 times in just his 2-minute drill. In fact, the quarterback coach just slapped his leg with the paper kind of right in front of us.
Well, hold on. Did they say really seriously start again with Bo, or did they move Stidham in? That's usually
still Bo.
They started the first offense over.
Wow. That's terrible. Were they generous with some spotting just to keep the drive alive? Or
Yeah, they did keep it going. Yeah, but this is their second crack at it right now.
All right, give us a little play-by-play.
Near sack, stepped up, long pass to the end zone. That should be pass interference. No flag. It is.
What? They do get the pass interference.
The back official.
They get a little bit lucky there. Quite frankly, it was another very risky throw from Bo.
Terrible throw.
You can tell he's just tossing it up to Cortland Sutton today. That's his mindset.
Okay.
That could have very easily been an interception. Instead, they get lucky. They're going to get pass interference on the defense, get the ball on the 1-yard line.
You got the line judge with the ball on the 40. Running all the way down to the end zone to call the pass interference.
Sean doesn't want it though, so he's just keeping the ball where it was.
Gotcha. Who is the PI on?
Well, now they're gathering. They're pulling the team in the middle right here.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
So it's either over or they're saying, boys.
I don't think it's over because the twos haven't even gone yet.
Who is the PI on?
I don't know.
Oh. It was a good job. Actually, Cortland got it because the ball was thrown terribly inside.
22? I got a roster right here.
And he ran into him, Brandon Jones.
Brandon Jones is 22.
But it was Cortland Sutton caused that because he's on the outside. Jones in the inside. The ball's way inside. Brandon's not seeing the ball, and he just turns and kind of runs right through Jones's chest and draws the PI.
What do you suppose Sean's telling the
But you know what? Bo might have been sacked before he even got out of the pocket.
I don't think that was a sack.
Close.
But he got moved off the spot. They called the whole team up, and the starting offense is staying out there. So, yeah.
This is shot number 3.
What yard line? Where are they from?
They're still on the same. They're still on the same
40?
drive. They got about 6 seconds left. They're on about 40-ish, give or take.
6. Oh, so it's a Hail Mary situation. Or are we getting field goal and ground the ball, that sort of thing?
Well, we're about to find out.
Okay. All right, the drama. I love it.
Yeah, I think there's 8 on the clock. 23-17, so you got to have a touchdown.
Got to have a touchdown. You got to put it in the end zone.
40.
So we got a Hail Mary or a deep pass.
They're going walkthrough. They're going walkthrough. And, yes, they are doing a Hail Mary, but they're doing walkthrough for it.
Gotcha. So they're practicing the call, how we would set up for it, whatever.
I mean, that's fine. You don't worry about an interception there, but the result was an interception.
Sean Payton has said even a couple years ago there's 15.
Hey, and after 15 minutes, the second offense is finally going to get a crack.
All right.
Hey, so do you want to readjust your for today's grade?
F minus.
Like, did they even get to the 40s today?
I don't know. Today's just a disaster. I haven't said that yet. I haven't said any day's been a disaster. There's been some days where I thought the offense got their butts whipped, but they had redemptive qualities. They had things that happened. Somebody did something special. Today, name something special that's happened. Name something good that's happened for the offense.
That was on the first offense for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's see how the second team does with the opportunity.
Well, as long as he can throw safe, he'll be okay. It's if he has to take a chance, you're in trouble.
Steady usually does pretty well in these situations.
But he's also got the second defensive rush. Yep, right over the middle.
Completion right over the middle.
I was going to say about him today. Here's what I know about him. All of them doing drill 7-on-7. He's going to hit the tight end coming back or the wide receiver in the flats. 9 out of 10 passes.
Interception.
Wow. Who got it?
27 or 37?
27. Well, that would be J.K. Dobbins, so probably not him.
No, that'd be Damari Mathis.
Damari Mathis.
Also.
Oh, and that's it?
That's it.
That's how we're ending the day?
It's all over. Defense is hooting and hollering.
You can hear them.
Offense has got their heads down low. Offense is about to go in and getting ass chewing like they haven't gotten in a long time.
Yeah, wait to see the film on this one, right?
Damn, that's how the day ended? Whoa.
Yep. Hey, you can only give these guys so many freaking chances. They started over about 3 different periods, including this period.
Wow.
At some point, enough's enough. Let's get the hell out of here.
Right.
Holy cow. So did the offense, either first or second team, pick up any first downs?
No.
On the two? Wow.
Well,
I don't know. The first one was hard to tell because I think Sean was just so desperate to get some movement going that they were pretty generous.
Well, we'll take Sean Payton live.
Well, let's see if
Could be
anybody
interesting.
The Muggle pack has already gathered, anticipating. Let's see if anybody has any courage to say, "You guys suck today."
Yeah, no kidding. Andy texted in that Pat Bryant slipped on the route. Instead, he just threw the interception on.
Well, don't slip. I don't know. Wear the right cleats. I don't know. Who knows? I mean, bad luck for Stidham. Probably not Stidham's fault, right? But, bad day for the offense.
Bad day.
Oof.
Bad day.
You like practicing like that? I mean, it's great for the defense, but
I'm fine with it. I'm absolutely fine with it. There's no reason to go out there and try to fake something else. At some point, hey boys, you suck. Let's go inside. You suck. It's all over. We gave you enough chances. That's it. I can't magically create success for you. So if that's how it's going to go out, that's how it goes out. Hey, sometimes we go out and we just get our butts whipped.
So
they did.
What's that like in the locker room and in the meetings the rest of the day, Tyler, when a day ends like that?
Not fun. I mean, it depends on how good you are as your own, how confident you are in your roster spot. I mean, these days are terrifying for guys that are fighting for roster spots because you have one or two bad days like this. You're wondering if you're going to be here tomorrow, right? So you're not worried about the offense. You're not worried about the unit as a whole. You're worried about your own job security. But for the starters, for the first group, they're not worried about that. This offensive line, they got their tails whipped. None of those guys are worried about their job security. So they're going to go in there, and hopefully it's a good learning moment, and hopefully they can get better from it. But, I don't know. Mike McGlinchey's been a little bit banged up, missed some time for whatever. Did we ever find out what that was for, by the way?
No. No. He was wearing a sleeve on his right leg, but don't know why.
Yeah, he seems. Mike is an extremely athletic tackle.
Mhm.
That's how he makes his living, and he recovers very well. He's always gotten himself in trouble, but he's always had the ability to recover well. I just don't see that right now, and I wonder if he's just got something going on.
This question from Sam Campfield on the Shop Mazda text line, 303-504-0925. Was the D good or just a bad day for the offense?
Scott?
Both, I think. I listen, when the D's good, he's going to make you break out of your play. And so now you still got a chance to save something, and there was still some tough decisions, tough throws. D's good, but again, if the D's good, is it because the D line has been so great, or your offensive line has really had a struggle day too?
Well, that's the million-dollar question in any training camp that you never really know until you face somebody else. You never know the answer to that, and you just cross your fingers as a coach, and you just hope and pray it just means our defense is that good.
Well, that one year we talked about a few years ago when they had Dallas in here, it was the same thing. Camp was horrible, and the offense wasn't doing anything. Was that Russell Wilson's first year here?
Yep.
And the Cowboys come in, and remember, Russell Wilson, them just ran all over him and moved the ball up and down.
Yeah, you're right. They crushed the Cowboys. Listen, I'm just going to tell you this is a very long post-practice speech going on.
Oh, so wow, that's still going on.
Long. Oh yeah.
Wow.
They're still huddled up. This is ongoing.
This is you haven't done your job.
So to recap, Sean Payton reportedly was very vocal at the beginning of practice. There were loads of flags all over the place during practice. They stopped practice at one point later in the practice for a team meeting, and now we're having an extended chat after practice.
Yes.
Did I get everything there?
Yeah. And meanwhile, Vance Joseph's going to go in there and have the defensive meeting this afternoon.
He's going to pop some champagne.
Yeah, they may carry him off the field.
Yeah, they may say, "Dog, way to go. That's how you play."
Yeah, I mean the defense got to feel good. If we're just going to, the other side of the coin there, right? The other side of the coin, we're doing all right.
Yeah,
we're doing great. I guess.
Yeah, for sure. Football's weird. How many sports are you as segregated as you are in football, where you could walk in at the end of practice? Basketball, you got to play offense, you got to play defense. So the same guys are responsible for everything. Football, you go in, you've got a segregated locker room that you've got guys that are celebrating success. You got other guys that got their heads down low. It can definitely be a very weird environment at times because you don't know, how am I supposed to act around the other guy?
There's a couple coaches just walked out of this huddle. They're starting to break up, and there they go. But there's a coach came out of that huddle to your old line coach, and I don't know what coach it was. Went to your own line coach, and he went, and you could. So I'm assuming he's somewhere on the offense too.
Okay.
He was not happy. And I'm like, whoa.
Well,
okay.
I'm curious what's going to happen now, or why don't you give us the meeting's got to be over by now.
Well, now you got
they literally just broke,
and but now you got position breakups. And
now they're talking to their positional coaches.
Yeah.
All the white jerseys, which is offense today, are standing, paying attention to their coaches. All the orange guys are already taking their pads off and their shoulder tags off. There ain't nothing negative. There ain't nothing negative going on in that right there.
Well, I'm kind of rooting for the Sean Payton press conference if he's talking today. I think he'll be.
I doubt he'll be as honest about how bad the practice really was.
Okay.
I'd be surprised if he does.
Okay.
I saw 53 just get a pat on the back. Andrew Farmer, outside the linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
So so one of the coaches must have said something about him because they came up and the second guy came up and just hugged him. So he must have done something, been pretty good today.
Okay.
Well, we're all for that, and makes tomorrow pretty interesting too. The offense will have something to prove. It's going to be somewhat scrimmage-like, so we've been told. After a terrible day like today.
Well, when you get out here and you get to watch that tomorrow, and I'll just say this: if it's the same thing we saw for the most part of the last 3 days,
right?
Ooh, what's your level of concern?
I don't know. I don't know. I wish that we could be out there for San Fran. That would be really
Yeah.
nice to be able to be out there seeing that joint practice, see them go up against somebody else.
Go out to dinner with Kyle and have fun.
You know, that would be nice. That would be nice.
Yeah, it's not the craziest
I'm not
thing.
sure he's going to take me out to dinner, but
Aw.
but he'll probably give me some access.
Well,
somebody wants to send me out there. I bet I could get us some access.
That'd be awesome. I mean, that's next week. They are in practice on Monday and Tuesday. Wednesday's a travel day, and then it's the joint practice, and then hey, we have a scrimmage, a real game. Did you guys catch any of the game last night? Any of the Hall of Fame game?
That might have been the first Hall of Fame game I've ever watched in my entire life. I did watch. I did watch at least the majority of the first half. They lost me at some point, but I watched quite a bit of it. You know what? Trey Lance looked great.
He looked all right.
He was doing his deal, but he's had some preseasons where he's looked great before, and then he falls apart. We got the new look at the new spotting deal with the.
How'd you like that?
The 4K cameras and everything. People are already complaining on Twitter about missing the chain gang.
Oh my God! Please, really, seriously. See everybody's grandfather out there struggling with flags and chains.
You know what? There's
Come
there's something romantic about going out there, measuring that thing.
DMac wants to
first
change the
downside.
whole thing. Why don't we just get AI robots to play football, and then we don't have to pay anybody, and you just have a whole tech department.
That's not what I'm saying.
Robots. Well, why don't
You're
we do
using
that?
technology that's been used for years in like soccer and tennis and baseball, and this is not something crazy, guys.
Well, if you remember, tennis had a lot of issues with it its first full year.
Well, here's the deal. It doesn't matter. The problem is not where the ball is. That's not the problem. The problem is where the ball is spotted.
Right.
That's the problem, and this doesn't solve any of that. So you are solving zero problems with this technology. The technology might speed the game up a little bit, but it does not solve the problem of where the ball was actually spotted.
All right, so you guys are both get off my lawn. You didn't like it.
No, I didn't say
I
that.
don't care.
I didn't say that. I'm just saying it didn't solve a problem.
I thought it was cool, and, I thought it made a lot more sense than bringing out, guys in their 90s, that might be breaking hips as they carry a big stick.
Well, God, ageism right there. So
You're right.
Take away these seniors to get a chance to make $50 every weekend. Take them out and take money out of their pockets. Way to go.
Yeah, that's me.
Way to go.
That's me.
Make the IT guys richer.
Yeah, well, as long as everybody knows where their headphones are, I'm good with it. All right, guys, we're waiting for
Red Stapler.
we're waiting for Sean, but don't touch my drums. Is Sean coming up anytime? Is Sean still on the field?
I haven't seen
They're
him crossing yet. Have you?
I don't know.
All right, but the Muggles are gathered waiting for him and soon to come, correct? We think.
I don't know. Is Sean speaking today?
Well, I have no idea. I'm not sure. I know the podium's...
He's walking over there right now. Actually, I think he's walking past him. Yeah, he's going inside.
He's going inside.
Is that him?
No. He's
That's
going
not
up
him.
there. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, I tell you this. Guys, great job. Awesome description of what's going on there. Come on back to the ranch. When we come back, we'll have Sean Payton and see what he has to say about a disastrous day for the offense here on PhD. A reminder, Altitude, Sports Radio 92.5, Denver's new home for Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League starts on week 1. You get your Sunday night football, your Monday night football, your Thursday night football, international games, Thanksgiving tripleheader, Christmas Day, everything. All ends with the Super Bowl, so we love it. We love football. Okay, sketchy day for the offense. Let's go to Sean Payton at the podium.
Real quick, just the two guys that you'll ask about. Q Robinson has a bone bruise, so we rested him. We see him getting back into the fold Monday, and then a lot of that's just symptomatic. So, we think he'll begin to get some work next week. And the same thing with Dre. He felt a tweak. Fortunately, the scans were good. We're going to be smart with bringing him back, but we see him getting work and being a part of next week. We're fortunate there, and I think those were the two guys maybe that you would have asked me about. Today we had the officials again. Introduced 2-minute. The one thing that's interesting when the season ends and we're looking at our cut-ups, there's well over 150 snaps of 2-minute. When you think about it, every game at the end of the half, someone's in 2-minute offense or defense, and at the end of the game, someone's in offense or defense. And I would say situationally, it's probably A1 on what's most important. You have your goal line offense and defense, and that cut-up might be 12 plays or 14 plays on a year. But the significance of operating with a fixed amount of time on the clock, defending it and attacking it is extremely important. And, there's well over 200-300 different scenarios, timeouts, what you need. So we kind of go through all of those, and then analytically that really impacts what we're thinking offensively and defensively. That situation, a minute 43, needing a touchdown, one timeout. At that moment, it's probably advantage defense on the 25. If it was needing a field goal, it would be advantage offense based on a timeout. So really just educating everyone relative to how you approach each 2-minute drill. They're different, and yet it's still 2-minute offense and defense. So that was introduced today. We got a walkthrough snap on a Hail Mary, and then, of course, our other periods. Any questions?
It was an exceptional day from Fonda on the defensive side. What is the end of your defense you guys have?
The interception was it was an RPO, and if you really looked at his distance from the throw, I'll bet it was like 8 yards. And so to be able to go up and catch that with a crowded look in front of him, it was. I'm anxious to see it on film. I saw it from behind the line of scrimmage. The one thing over the years, if I asked you to give us the best safeties that are in the Hall of Fame, the traits are always instincts and football smarts. Some are faster than others, but it's hard to be real effective at that position if you don't have those high football instincts. And certainly he brings that. And, we made a comment in the offseason, there's certain players, the ball finds them, and he's one of those guys. So that play was sick. And
we did see Bo turn it over a couple times for the first time. As a coach, is it hard and fast, hey, I still don't like to see turnovers?
Well, the play to Afunga, that's one where, you look at it, you talk about it, and then you're like, all right. And then I think there was one other.
Is there room for
on the film study, when you get a better look at it, that meeting might sound like, all right, here's the play. What are you thinking here? And then, hey, you got to be alert. Like there's one where Pat was floating back off. Sutton was on a double move, and it was just a location error, and you clean it up. And with that route, that the corner, same route we ran against Houston, in the same field corner overlapped and made an interception. The young corner who's really good there against Russell. It was in what looks like an open receiver. It's understanding there's a blind area that ball can't go, and then it doesn't happen again. So
I guess what I'm asking is, even separate from those individual specific plays, in your mind as a coach, is there ever room for like him to explore his game in a setting like this, or is it like, hey, if you wouldn't do it in the game, I don't want to.
I don't know that we're ever exploring our. Meaning, I think there's confidence in certain throws, and yet there's still a structure to each pattern, and then more than anything, it's the defensive deployment. You know, a lot of times when the ball's being snapped, you know, the experienced quarterback knows at that moment the most likely 1-2 combination based on the rotation, you know, and so there's a lot of elimination that's taking place as you go to the line, post snap. All right, I'm over here, down to my back, you know, and so sometimes you have a true progression read where you're just looking at receivers, but I understand your question, and yet I'm good with his current exploration.
John, obviously, a lot of flags, false start.
Yeah, listen, a lot of pre-snap, and I like that the officials are here, right? And they're gonna try to call it. And there's some points of emphasis this year, and so, man, I'd rather be diving into it right now than sit here and I told the players, I said, I don't want to turn and argue with the official. You know, I've yet to see one of those win. I just want to make sure we understand what they saw and why they called it, period, and that's it. And so, you know, there were 2 or 3 times we were too deep at tackle. You know, in a game you get one warning, but, you know, we got to get that cleaned up. And then we had one period where, you know, it appeared that we had at least 3 false starts, and so it's easy to point to one, and then I grabbed the cues and I said, hey, let's make sure we're taking ownership in this. And, you know, some of them were check with me plays, but we got to get that cleaned up.
Sean, how do you balance a day where it looks like maybe the defense had a better day overall, especially in the run game, or a day when the offense has a better day, that to complement one side but not be too down?
Well, that's where, you know, as the offensive coach or the play caller, as the head coach, you separate yourself from that. And typically in training camp, there's some ebbs and flows. It's more concerning when throughout the whole camp it's one side. And so, yeah, part of that as the head coach is looking at what we did well defensively, and then also, hey, what are the things, you know, the pre and the post snap fouls we have to eliminate. Now the in snap fouls are usually technique oriented. You know, I got caught for a hold. I was a little behind on my block, but the pre snap and the post snap, those are ones that are on us. And go ahead.
I know you spoke well of Lavelle Bailey a few days ago. How's he looked getting regular snaps now at linebacker?
Good. We were discussing him last night. You know, he's very smart, and so, you know, for a second-year player at a position like that, it's night and day, like where he's at today, and, you know, a year ago as an undrafted free agent where he was at. The special teams will be important, you know, all those things where he can get on the field, but we've been impressed, and I'm glad we have him.
Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Rough day for the offense, and what would you give up for Micah Parsons? The latest in the Dallas drama coming up next. Happy Colorado Day. 149 years ago today, our wonderful state was welcomed to the United States of America. Centennial state. That clears it up for you. Are you struggling with the math? Sean Payton just told a pretty funny story. I don't know if you've seen the photos, but they had a topping ceremony today on the new training facility, meaning the last piece, the last beam to go up before they fill everything out. It's like the skeleton of the facility goes up. And Sean Payton says from his office in the current building, which will be knocked to the ground relatively soon, he's looking out and he's seeing the cranes. And he gets a little mesmerized and he has to shake himself like, all right, I got to go back and watch film. But if you missed it today, Greg Penner and Kerry Walton climbed up to the top of the entire thing. The photo's crazy. And Sean said no thanks. And he said that Kerry Walton used to fly around with her grandfather in planes over Walmarts in Arkansas. And that every time the plane would fly over a Walmart, everybody would be like, oh, it's time to get our shizzle together because we've got to make sure the store looks good by the time the plane lands. He comes in for a check. Funny. Funny. I heard Vic griping about, he hates Lone Tree and the whole thing. And I've for a long time have figured out I might be the only one that actually wants the Lone Tree Broncos to actually exist. But Vic's claim that he doesn't even like driving to work, which is in Lone Tree. That's his justification for not wanting a wide open facility with better access to more roads, light rail stations. You can start from scratch. And you can put the facility in a place more people could actually get to easier because it doesn't suit Vic. Listen, if you want to place it at Burnham Yards, I know where it is. I'm one of the few people who knows where it is because I watched my kid play baseball over at Metro throughout the years, and it's right behind that. It sucks right now. I mean, it's a pile of nothing. That's kind of hard to get to, and there's no easy access to anything. But I mean, if you want to knock it to the ground and you can build it from scratch, and maybe it's a wonderful new part of downtown. I know what the proposal is to do things around Ball Arena, which is magnificent, and I hope that does get done. It's going to be incredible if it does. So if you want to build up areas like Lodo was built up around Coors Field, I mean, okay, fine. But I'll just tell you right now, Burnham Yards is not like an easily fun, accessible area right now. Not that can't change. But if you want to plop the whole thing right in Lone Tree, it'd be kind of cool for everybody. Except apparently, I guess Vic would have a problem driving to work. Because it would be the same drive to work as it would be to where they're going to theoretically build it. But I'm not here to argue that you should do it. I'm just here to argue what the Penners have done, climbing on top of cranes and having topping ceremonies on what probably will be the nicest NFL training facility in the world, because I don't think they're doing NFL training facilities in Australia. I guess it would be the world. To me, they get to do anything they damn please. I'm grateful for what they've done, and I think Broncos fans should be too. Golly, man, we went through hell with ownership, what was going to happen and how it was going to go. I don't think any of us could have imagined a situation better than exists right now. Seriously. This might sound like I'm sucking up and kissing butt, but I think I'm just telling you the truth right now. So if they want to place it at Burnham Yards to make Vic just calm down, fine, whatever. I'm just telling you, it's not a place anybody goes to right now. And, the question is, would you rather spend your afternoon walking around the 16th Street Mall or Park Meadows? And listen, I'm not anti-downtown. My older son lives downtown. I love downtown Denver. I am not here to badmouth downtown Denver. But I'm just telling you, as somebody that lives near work and lives in Lone Tree in this area after 20-plus years of living in Aurora, a new facility out here in Lone Tree would be spectacular basically for everybody. But that being said, I'm not I'm not even going to stand on that soapbox loud enough, although I just laughed that Vic thinks like people won't go to Broncos games. Or what are you, nuts? You could put the Broncos in La Junta and Sterling. You could put them in Trinidad and the games would be all sold out. You could put the Broncos, I don't know, by a bulldozer in Granby and we'd all go. And all the complaining would simply be people online, by the way. There'll be restaurants, shops, condos, houses, whatever. And as a relatively new Lone Tree resident, it would be freaking amazing, period. But they're already building a new Lone Tree Center in that area. So either the Broncos are going to go there or they're going to develop that area one way or the other. And it's going to be awesome. Burnham Yards, hey, man, go for it. And if it's great, it's great. I hope it is great. And I hope there are better reasons to go downtown. But if your real gripe is nobody's going to go there and it's too far for you to drive, my man, Vic, come on. I love you, pal. But that happened today, a topping ceremony of the new building. The Broncos, are you kidding me? I'm seeing this ranking right now. And Scott and Tyler will get back, and we'll go over things that happened in practice here today in a second when they get back in the building. Sounds like it was a rough day. By the way, Sean Payton's still talking. All right, let's join in progress. He is going on for close to a half hour at this point. So, yeah, let's join in progress. I don't even know what he's still talking about.
All right. Are we in that business? And so the personnel side of things, it's extremely valuable. We prototype players at positions, and running backs don't have any height requirements. But if they're short, we want them short, not small. R.J. Harvey.
Hey,
you wouldn't say
easy.
He's small. You'd say he's short.
Okay.
And so each position, there's certain things that we're looking for. But clearly, in 2025, yeah, it's different in game, and yet you can't lose track of, man, what's going on. And how are we running it? How are we, what's going on can have a big impact on moving your analytical needle, if that makes any sense.
If you were looking back at a decision in game that maybe didn't go the way you wanted to, what would you regret more? That you didn't trust your instinct, or that you didn't trust what the maybe analytics said about it?
Well, the worst was calling the wrong play because my eyes didn't see the number on the call sheet.
That was funny.
And we ran a handoff against the Vikings in a 2-minute drill, 3rd and 9, and it ended up looking like a brilliant call. That would be the low end. We had cataract surgery that off season. Yeah, I look, the one that's always difficult is, the challenge, throw the flag. You don't get the information, and teams are so good at getting to the line of scrimmage. And there's a good chance, you haven't seen it on the screen. At home you might see it. On the road, they're not required this year to show it. It's new. But now, in the meantime, Hawkeye and what you have in your booth is much more advanced.
There you go.
I don't think that has anything to do with analytics. But that what can be challenged and what can't be is changing every year. And so I think I've been lucky enough to have been blessed with good instincts and trust those. And look, you're not always right when you're making a decision, but I don't lay awake with 2-point. The key is having the plays you like that you want to run. But what can happen is if I love a 2-point play, all right, and I'm first and goal on the 3, and I'm calling that play. I'm not saving a great 2-point play when I can score 6 with it. And so sometimes you run through a few of those, and as soon as the play's run, you're checking it off, and then you're saying, all right, what's our first go-to, but yeah, I think in game there are times where the game ends and I know better. We always have that part of the meeting, win or lose. If we played the opponent again next weekend, what would we have done different? We ask ourselves that every Monday morning.
Coach likes talking ball, guys. What can I tell you, man? He's on one today. He's going over 30 minutes talking, and very philosophical today, very deep today, kind of in a great mood. That dude is in a great mood today overall. So much for the lousy offense putting him in a bad mood. Apparently, it doesn't matter.
What did he say about it? Did he say anything about the offense?
What did he say? He goes, you don't want, there's back and forths. You want an ebb and flow. What you don't want is it to be one way too much. You don't want it to just be one way for like a long stretch of time.
Which you got today. Got that today. Which goes back to what you said. The last 2 days, they finished well. Offense.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing that's been the one redemptive quality for this offense so far in training camp is that they finished strong. Today was different than other days, though. I mean, there were other days that the offense got their butt whipped, and the more I thought about it, kind of on the drive over a little bit more, today wasn't necessarily like amplified in terms of how the offense was getting dominated by the defense, but what it was just a million self-inflicted wounds that you were having previously. I pointed it out. I told you guys that the same things were going on that happened today. It's just that you didn't have flags getting thrown.
Yeah, he said like on the Hufanga interception, he just goes, that was sick.
I saw, the snap count deal is funny. I'm sorry, it feels like I'm patting myself on the back a million times here, but I brought that up the other day, and then I'm watching the O-line drills today, and there was a huge emphasis on the snap count again. And Zach Streif is sitting there talking to him about the differences in the snap count. He's telling them when he wants them to move in the snap count. You can tell that I think on this team, they might have the most variations of the way they go about their snap count of any team I've ever been on. And as of right now, it seems like it's too much.
Do you think it's because they felt they were getting beat off the ball too much?
Maybe. Could be.
Well, are we working on things or are we just installing things? What are we doing?
One thing they did that is a great idea is that during one-on-ones for the offensive line and the defensive line, they, rather than the coach sitting there going, sit up, wide 80, sit up, which every team does, they've got an actual speaker, and Zach Streif has got a little button that he presses, and it's got Bo Nix's actual voice doing his actual cadence.
That's kind of fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's
extra
smart.
reps.
It's smart.
That's kind of cool. He didn't seem too bothered today, guys, overall about how practice went. So, I mean, he talked forever. That's the longest he's talked in the entire training camp. So, no problems with him. He's good.
That beats the, 38 minutes from Monday? Monday went 38 minutes or something like that?
When he wants to go, he goes. And nobody from PR wraps it up. It's his call, what he wants to do. So he didn't talk yesterday, so maybe he had a lot to say. But he just does love talking about football. He just loves talking about this, that, the other thing. He's into it.
Hey, it's easy right now. Keep in mind, this is the same time of the year last year that you guys were sitting here telling me we got a different Sean, and I'm sitting here telling you guys, no, you don't. No, you don't. It's not going to be a different Sean. This is the easy part, right? This is the fun part.
So far, so good.
This is the stress-free part. Give it a couple more weeks. He'll start getting more tense. You'll have more moments where he hates his internet reporters. And I guarantee you it's going to get shorter and shorter as the weeks go by.
Well, let me ask this. Now, like I said, defensively is good, and we don't even know who's going to play in the preseason game. Game 1 preseason game goes like we saw today. You ain't going to see a happy Sean Payton talking in the media after that.
Well, we'll see. That's next week. Tomorrow is the scrimmage.
Gosh, your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
All right, Coach. But we do have a ranking that he should be pleased with. And Micah Parsons. Fun drama in Dallas. Details coming up next. We'll be on with Coach later tonight. Check us out. Hey, when dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. And with summer here, you want to feel great about life and get the most out of it. Well, ED can slow that down. It can ruin relationships. It can be an intimacy destroyer. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is where to go when the pills or herbals fail. With success rates well over 90%, they've treated tens of thousands of men. And if this is your story, they can get things going for you in the right direction. All right, so here's what you do. Schedule a consult, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. That initial visit's only $99. You get the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. But they've got an expert staff. And like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They're up and down I-25, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, Colorado Springs. So call today, 720-440-7900. Reach out at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Of all of the people that I've sat down with as a player, of all the players that I've ever negotiated with, Michael Parsons is as savvy and knowledgeable and understanding of his financial business relative to football as any player I've ever been around.
Is this a Colorado song, Dan?
Yeah.
Who is this?
It's Jimmy Buffett.
Jimmy Buffett? Oh, man. Is this Colorado Christmas?
It's called A Mile High in Denver.
A Mile High in Denver. Jimmy, I've not heard this one. Very nice. Happy Colorado Day. Let me give you Adam Schefter reporting on Micah Parsons, boys. Statements today, quote, I no longer want to be here. I no longer want to be held to closed-door negotiations without my agent present. I no longer want shots taken at me for getting injured while laying on the line for the organization, our fans, and my teammates. I have made a tough decision. I no longer want to play for the Dallas Cowboys. My trade request has been submitted to Stephen Jones personally, and on his own Twitter, he put like a thank you, Dallas, and some emojis there and all that.
Wow.
Listen, things like this in sports happen every once in a while. When Carmelo Anthony with the Nuggets, or I don't know, there's probably a handful of these examples where for an unexpected reason, a great player, not a good player, a great player and an organization just are not a fit. Fellas, the Broncos are looking to pay Nick Bonito big money at some point. Should they shift their focus and put a deal together to try to snag Micah Parsons?
Boy, I mean, first off, wow, that's about as strong of a statement as you can get. Most guys kind of dance around it a little bit. They say what they want to say without really saying what they want to say. That feels like that's finality. That feels like he's really going to get himself out of there. So Micah Parsons is about to turn 27 years old. He's still pretty young in the big picture. Gosh, is this his first time getting paid? I think it is.
I guess so.
I think this is actually this will be just the end of his rookie deal, right?
He was in the same year as Surtain.
Yeah.
And Surtain got the deal last year.
Yeah, so he hasn't been paid yet.
Yeah, I guess so, right.
Yeah. You don't get talented guys like that hit the market very often. Now, sorry, I took forever. I didn't answer your question. I don't think I would. I think you got a pretty good group right now. And it's pretty unusual to have as good of a group as the Broncos have and have it as cost controlled as it's going to be. And even if you pay Nick Bonito, that's going to be a relatively cost controlled contract in comparison to what Micah Parsons is going to get. And he's going to get $40+ million per year.
Yeah, I was going to say, you'd have to do the economic breakdown of what exactly is it going to cost you to get Bonito. You decided it looks like that you're not going to pay him this year. So, and say he gets another 13.5 sacks. What's his cost going to be next year?
Well, there you go. I mean, we could start with that. Okay, so let's say Micah Parsons is going to make, we'll call it $42 million per year, which I think is realistic. I really do.
I agree. It's just
what did T.J. Watt get?
I think it was like just a little over 40, something like that. Yeah,
he's in that conversation.
Oh no, he'll be the highest paid. He'll be the highest paid in the NFL. What will Nick Bonito get? You want to call it 30? So net difference of $11 million. Is it worth the net difference of $11 million?
Well, is Bonito going to settle for 30? He gets 13.5, 14 sacks this year?
Well, I guess I was saying if you're trying to get ahead of it, if you're trying to do a deal right now.
Yeah. Well, could you sign Bonito right now for 30?
I think so. Yeah.
I would try to put it together and make a deal and get Micah Parsons here. I'd give it a shot. He is a unique talent, man. He's listen, I'm not going to be upset if they don't, okay? Because this is so ridiculously unexpected. But my God.
You know where he's going to end up, though, right?
Where?
Washington.
That's what I was going to guess.
Yeah.
But there's no way they're going to trade him.
Why do you think Washington?
From Dallas going to trade him to Washington?
Dan Quinn.
Yeah. I mean, he's been with Dan Quinn. He's done podcasts saying he wants to go play with Dan Quinn again.
Mm-hmm.
He's been very vocal about his love for Dan Quinn. There's no secret that those two are trying to reunite.
Okay. Well, I have no idea what their situation is or their tradable commodities are. I mean, you can always pile up.
They're trying to trade Terry McLaurin. Not that Dallas necessarily needs him. Because
why is that going sideways? What's going on there?
Because he's over 30 years old and he wants over $33 million per year.
Okay, so it's just a money deal. He doesn't care. The team's good and things are on the uprise. He just wants that cash.
As most guys do.
Okay.
You make him sound like such a jerk for that.
No, but, he's on a team that could win a championship. That's all. I mean, he's in a pretty good situation winning-wise. But you want the money, you want the money. I get it. I'm not going to look down on a guy for that.
Well, and then you look at Parsons. He's in neither. He ain't getting paid, and he's on a team that ain't got a chance to win a championship.
I don't know how things have gone so sideways for him in Dallas.
If I'm being honest, I'd be much more interested in a trade for Terry McLaurin than I'd be for Micah Parsons. It's not that I know how good Micah Parsons is. I'm not discounting that at all. Of course, I would love to have him, but we've got a good group. We've got a pretty good group that's going to be relatively cost controlled. I don't see a need to give up a cost controlled group when just to go get one guy, right?
Okay.
Now, Terry McLaurin, that might be a different story.
What would you give up for McLaurin?
Pat Bryant and a second.
Oh, well, okay. Sure, if that's all it's going to take, I'd give that a shot.
I'd be shocked if it goes for a first.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to give up a first, but sure, a Pat Bryant in a second. All right. Get an unbelievably dynamic. Are you going to have to pay him $30 million?
Yeah.
Well, okay, that might be a bit of a deal breaker. I mean, if they weren't going to pay
why? Why isn't that the one position that we've been dying to go get a playmaker?
Hey,
at?
I'm with you. Hey, I got you. But
but we've already got dudes at the pass rushers. Like we need that yak guy. We need that playmaker at the wide receiver spot.
I don't know if that's how Sean Payton feels about it.
I don't disagree. I'm just telling you what I would do.
Okay.
What about Micah Parsons for Benito straight up?
Fine, and we'll pay Benito or pay Parsons.
Micah Parsons has got a chance to go for first. There's maybe two firsts, maybe.
I mean, Bradley Chubb went for a first-round pick. I mean, yeah,
he's only 27 years. He's about to be 27.
Oh, this is highly unusual. A guy this good is attainable. Most guys that are like him, there's no way they're leaving teams that drafted them. There's no way.
If this comes to is all legit, this maybe a smaller scale, but this would be like had the Mavericks said, okay, Doncic is going to be on the open market. He doesn't, and if he just go, I don't want to be, I want to get out of it. Or they said we don't want him, but you just open the floodgates. Micah Parsons is going to open the floodgates.
Yeah.
You think the Rams might not take him?
All right, to the Cowboys, just say, you know what? You're throwing a little hissy fit. You're under contract. I got you. You're not happy, but we're not trading you. I mean, they could do that, obviously.
I think that would be the wise thing to do, but that statement from Micah Parsons, that's about as strong as it gets.
Yeah. Here's CD Lamb, by the way.
I was just going to bring that up.
Never fails, dog. Just pay the man what you owe him. No need for the extracurricular. Shoof! You want to talk about some dysfunction down in Dallas, man. It bleeds over if you don't pay your guys that they all love and they depend on. Right? I mean, that can just ruin a team.
So what was Dallas' record last year?
Oh, shoot. I don't even know, bro.
4 games? 5, 6 games?
I really honestly don't know. Couldn't tell you.
4, 5, 6 wins last year?
7.
7 wins? Micah Parsons played all year.
Okay. All right. I got you.
CeeDee Lamb played all year.
I got you.
Did Micah play all year?
Well, he might have missed a couple games.
I mean, the Broncos had Von Miller when they had lousy records. That happened too.
He helped you win.
Joe Burrow didn't get to the playoffs last year. I mean, chisel happens.
Yeah, it's amazing. The no-fly zone helped you win when Peyton Manning was
Pat
here.
Surtain didn't get to the playoffs until Bo Nix was here. I mean, he's pretty good.
So,
I mean, what's your point, though?
The point is you decide to put a whole lot of money in a quarterback that a lot of people don't like. And you got a lot of money in Dak Prescott. I think he's making over 50, isn't he?
I don't know, but it's a lot.
Yeah. He's up there, yeah.
I think he's up there. And it might even go up to 60. I thought I read something like that.
Is Dak Prescott not a top 10 quarterback?
No. I thought he should have been, and again, let's see how he comes back from injury.
Mm-hmm.
But if you ain't got no quarterback, why? And you can get 2 first rounds and a player for Micah Parsons, why wouldn't you do that?
Damn, Dak Prescott's the highest paid quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah. $60 million, right?
60.
Yeah.
Wow.
So do you want to go out there and throw it on another guy? Jerry's probably sitting there going, dude, I'm going to pay another guy 40. I got $100 million and 2 guys, and we won 7 games.
Well, what you don't want is the guy to get to free agency and you just lose him for absolutely nothing.
Well, but you'll always be able to trade.
Well, that's right, because you can always tag guys. In fact, not only can you tag guys 1 year, you can tag him for 2 years. And if he's at the highest end of the pay scale, it's really no big deal to tag him 2 years in a row.
TJ Watt just signed for $41 million per year, so Mike is going to get 42, 43.
I'd probably just keep him.
I'd like to find out what he's been offered so far that he's turned down.
Yeah, I don't know.
What's he making this year?
Well, he's on his first contract, so, I mean, relatively not a lot. I don't know. First contract, high first rounder. He might be making 12, 15 this year, something like that. I mean, whatever it is.
He's actually making 24.
He's making 20. Did he get a new deal?
No, but he got the club option.
Okay. Wow. All right. He's doing pretty good.
Because they picked up the 5th year.
So they picked. Wow, so he's playing on his. Okay. That's unusual.
Fully guaranteed 5th year option of $24 million.
I'm just saying you don't find guys like him playing on their 5th year option very often.
And the NFL, what are you going to do? Not going to leave $24 million at home this year?
Yeah, because you're about to triple that.
Well, then they do what DMac says. Then you
well, they can tag him.
You tag him
twice.
So you're going to sit out 2 years in a row and now miss over $50 million?
Nah. Yeah, but it wouldn't come to that. Cowboys wouldn't let that sit around that long.
No way. He wouldn't do it. He's not going to miss out on that money. And that's the game of chicken that the players in general lose. But listen, it's not great, and it's obviously not great in the locker room, and it makes you wonder, all right, well, who's going to make an aggressive bid to go get him? And listen, if it's just poison and can't recover, Nolan Arenado. Yeah, why'd they get rid of him?
This has got to be because they just decided to go all in on Dak. This is why you got to make tough decisions sometimes at quarterback. You really want to pay Dak Prescott $60 million per year? Because now you're losing dudes like this.
Now you're in trouble. Myles Garrett signed for his is 4 years, but average is $40 million a year.
Well, Micah Parsons is one of those dudes.
So then I don't know why you don't offer Micah Parsons. Here's $40 million a year.
I don't know.
For 4 years.
I have no idea.
Here's $160 million, and we're going to guarantee 90 of it.
Yeah, but why are they airing their trash out in public too? Why are they doing this?
Because Jerry's senile.
Yeah, man, it's bad. Oof. All right, their problems aren't our problems. Good luck, Dallas. Why don't we recap, if people are just tuning in, what happened at camp today? We'll get to No Dumb Questions too, 303-504-0925 on Twitch, on text, on YouTube, whatever you want. Give us a recap. What do we have today?
This was the defense pulling the middle of the movie of Deliverance out and saying, squeal like a pig, squeal like a pig. That's what happened defensively to offensively.
Yeah, just bad day. I mean, this was an atrocious day of football for the Denver Broncos offense. 90% of it was self-inflicted. I mean, the very first period of practice, this is no joke. They went 4 straight penalties. 5th play, there was a fumbled snap. 6th play, they come back, they got another penalty. 6 straight busted plays to start practice.
And here's the thing. So of the 5 penalties, one was an offsides that would have been a first down gain. The other one, you didn't even get the snap of the ball. They were guys stepping back too soon, guys moving on the one end one time. So offside, that's a young guy not paying a freaking attention that you go down the official and you point up, am I good? And he says, yeah, he just got up in the line, was offsides. It's self-inflicted, but that's a mental mistake that you got to correct. But flinching?
Yeah.
That right there is you're either intimidated or something.
Bo Nix tossed 3 interceptions today.
Mm-hmm.
The first one was just an insane play by Talanoa Hufanga. I think he was mid-blitz is what it looked like to me. I don't have video replay, hard to tell. But it looked like Talanoa was coming downhill real hard, just made an incredible read, snagged that ball out of the air. I just tip the cap to him, right? Second one from Bo Nix was a really bad throw, really bad decision to Cortland Sutton.
Mm-hmm.
He just tossed it up, hoping a prayer, overthrew him by about 5 yards into double coverage. Pat Surtain picks it off. Third one was in a 2-minute drill. Probably was a sack before anything. And then Bo ends up getting picked off. Got bailed out of it because it was pass interference on the defense. But it was a bad throw, bad decision. So look, it was just one of them days. One of them days the offense could not do anything right.
And this even count. He says it. I mean, you don't know, right? Sometimes a guy gets hit on the foot. You think, oh, he's okay. And then he trips and falls. It's a sack. So, I mean, he could have been sacked, 3, 4, 5 times during all those two? I mean, he did. The one time he did get sacked, and then he rolled out. He rolled out and threw it, and I think that's when they called a pass interference. But Glenchie just got blown up. In fact, the guy came up, did that, slapped the hips of Bo, and Bo ran out. I'm like, oh, no, there wouldn't have been no defensive penalty on that one. That right there, he got wasted.
How was the body language coming off the field there for the guys today?
Orange shirts were happy, man. I told you, they met up in their position groups. Tyler and I sitting there.
Yeah.
We got white guys over here, and they got their helmets on their side, and they're like looking intently, and they got the big pile of orange huddle, defensive line, defense. I don't know what it was. Man, they're taking their jerseys off.
Orange got out of there quick.
They got out of there quick, man. They were in a good mood for them.
Yeah, long talk.
Squeal like a pig.
Long post-practice talk from Sean Payton to the team.
Yes, it was.
Is it kind of like, when your brother or sister get in trouble, but you're not in trouble, and you just sort of sit there and you're just
the offense was Ned Beatty today.
That's a sick reference there, my friend, for anybody who gets it.
I'm telling you, though.
Not me.
Just, I don't even know how to describe what Scott's referring to.
It's a movie.
Ned Beatty.
Well, Ned,
look up the movie Deliverance.
Yeah, Ned had to be willing in that movie. Well,
I don't think he was too willing.
No, I don't think he was either. But
maybe the ultimate Burt Reynolds, beat him up. Don't
things
mess with
went
him
in.
movie.
How about this, Tyler? Things went in the wrong direction for Ned Beatty.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Things went south, so to speak.
All right. Well. And that was the offense.
How
today,
many people right now in their Google machine? Siri.
Siri.
What happened to
Ned Beatty and Deliverance?
Deliverance.
And that's what you're saying. The defense did the offense.
Yes, the offense was Ned Beatty today,
and the defense made them squeal like a pig.
Yeah, that fair? Not knowing any reference
outside of Ned Beatty, sure,
but not knowing the reference. That
sounds about right.
Yeah, they squealed like a pig today.
Everybody's going to enjoy. This commercial break so they can all research.
I think we got more cars of workers that are here that are fixing doors than are workers here.
Mm-hmm. You're on one today, aren't you?
Oh, hey, if I'm going to have to walk 2 miles a day and sit and watch what we had to watch today. Now I will tell you this, and Tyler touched this. Hufanga, and again, let's put the caveat out there: if they stay healthy. That dude's a game changer.
You guys are going to fall in love with him.
That guy is a game changer.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, this guy, he's a better Justin Simmons. He's not as tall, not as lanky.
A better Justin Simmons.
Well,
okay.
Because he just, help me, Tyler, describe it. He glides.
He does.
Oh, dude, that would help Ned Beatty. On that note, we'll come back with no dumb questions. It's PhD 92.5.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present
Dum 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 Dum.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
Okay, that was funny. No dumb questions on the text line. Shot Mazda text line. That is the funniest thing Scott has said in a long time. Long ass time. The reason I know this reference is because of South Park. I do think the Deliverance. I'm rolling with you, but that goes back a little bit. Ain't no doubt about it. So, you know.
Well, you know South Park's had to do it.
Yes, I'm aware of the South Park reference too. By the way, we will, after 2 o'clock, have Malcolm Roach responding to being a fat guy. So look forward to hearing how he wants to.
He was chirping out there again today.
He was. I was looking for the number. And
Yep.
There he is again.
Well, do loud guys ever stop being loud? Or you know?
I think Sean's quote about him yesterday was that you hear him before you see him.
It's all right, right? You need a.
Hey, but you know what? Got him on the podium, didn't it?
Sure
did. Got him
did.
on the podium from 2 days ago.
Sure did. Okay, no dumb question.
He's holding court now.
Well,
Gosh, they're still doing pressers? Practice ended an hour ago.
I know.
Well, the offense may have had to go and do something extra.
True.
Things get stretched out longer and longer and longer.
And Malcolm Roach's already been in taking a shower.
You know, this is the longest stretch that they'll have practices. They will not have 6 days in a row, probably the rest of the year. This is stretch.
Teeny tiny bit surprised today that they went in pads, knowing that tomorrow's supposed to be a scrimmage. But that probably tells me don't have too high of expectations for whatever you think that scrimmage is going to be tomorrow.
Okay. Well,
that's a good point. I was saying that earlier today. That's a good point.
Doesn't the offense need
more
to
of a controlled scrimmage? Situational. I don't think it's going to be 4 quarters. Let's
today,
go.
I mean, today was a long, full practice that the offense just got their butts whipped. But I mean, it was a long, full practice.
Do you think they'll manipulate things to get the offense going a little bit better tomorrow?
No, you keep asking me that, and I think that's silly. I think that's a coward's way out, quite frankly. I mean, to put the number 2 defense out there to just have some success, it's not going to make you feel good. No, you got to go out there. You got to do it. You got to earn it.
Okay. No dumb question. Is 3 games on Thanksgiving too many games?
No, it's beautiful. Give me 3 games on Christmas.
Yeah, I don't know if there's such a thing as too many games on any given day for the NFL.
For the NFL, for me, it's nice to catch the first one.
Personally, yeah, whatever you.
Second one, you're usually kind of eating dinner, and then there was one late, and by then you're in the tryptophan coma, and you catch about half of it. And if it's a suck game, you're like last year. I think was the last game the good one or the earlier one? I think the first 2 were really good, and the last one was just horrid.
You want to hear something fascinating? I heard from a bigwig NFL insider.
Sure.
You know why Jeff Bezos created a Black Friday football game? Outside
Jeff Bezos?
Yeah.
Oh, Amazon. Okay. All right. Sorry, I wasn't following you. Gotcha.
Yeah. Do you know why that happened?
Because he wanted to watch a football game?
Scott?
No, he wanted to create more sales.
For what?
For Amazon.
How?
By probably doing deals within the game.
Okay. No.
Okay.
True, he wants more sales. He bought that game on Black Friday and spent whatever the $300 billion it was to get it. Because on Black Friday is the single biggest day that customers actually go to the mall, that they actually go somewhere else to go shopping. So he figured if he buys that game, creates a game on Black Friday, that people are going to be sitting at home and they'll be shopping on Amazon.com rather than going to actual stores. Isn't that fascinating?
That's crazy.
That's some next level stuff right there.
That is definitely next
level.
level.
That means you got more money and you know what to do with, so you can do that.
I bet it worked too.
That's great. No dumb question from Bronco D. Do we honestly need a stronger center to get to where we need to go? Not talking about Jokic, talking about the Broncos. We all right at center, Tyler?
I think you're fine. I mean, does he need to continue to get better? Yeah, I mean, he was a rook, man. He was a young football player that was thrust into a starting lineup, and he's got to get better. But I did not feel like we had an Achilles heel there.
I'm not going to get.
To be honest, our Achilles heel right now is at right tackle.
Whoa!
Well, thank you for saying that. Still my thunder. I was going to say I'm not going to get too excited yet, but if you need a new one, I'm thinking right tackle.
Damn. Do you think he's just a little beat up, or you think there's?
I asked that question earlier in the show. I mean, he did miss a practice or two. You said he was wearing a knee sleeve. I don't know.
Like a leg sleeve.
The one thing I know about Mike McGlinchey is that he's gotten himself in trouble a lot, but he's one of the most athletic tackles in the NFL, and he gets himself out of trouble because of how athletic he is. That athleticism, I don't see it out there right now.
I showed Tyler today, though. We were watching the offensive lineman work. I go, Tyler, watch this drill. This is why your back hurts. And he said, yeah, they're teaching him how to stop a bull rush, but at the end of it, the guy that's stopping the rush, back is arched like a bow and arrow. I mean, it's like a bow, right? I mean, his back is arched. I go, Tyler, that's why your back hurts. He looked at it. He watched about 2 or 3 guys and goes, yep. That's it. That was it right there.
I don't know if anybody has a less fun practice in any sport than watching offensive lineman practice.
Well, they did have a couple, and I turned to Tyler and go, Tyler. He goes, they need filler. There was a couple of things that the offensive linemen were doing. Okay, everybody's doing something, so we got to do something too.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. What was a fun drill? What was a fun moment as an offensive lineman to practice? I'm sure playing is fun, but like all the other stuff.
Individual's not fun. There's no question about it. Individual sucks, but once you get to the team stuff, that's all fun.
Yeah. I'm sure. It's everything that's.
I used to hate one-on-ones as a younger player because you just get your butt whipped. But once you get a little bit older and you just accept that you're going to get your butt whipped all the time, I actually learned to love one-on-ones because it was the only time in practice you could actually experiment a little bit.
I do have a soundbite from DeMarcus Cousins. We're off football just for a second. My no dumb question is, do you believe him or not with what you're about to hear? Here's DeMarcus Cousins talking about Nikola Jokic.
You know, I don't remember who at the time had signed an extension, but, you know, I'm like, such and such signed it for his money. I'm like, man, yours going to be crazy. He was like, you know, cuz I honestly think I might retire after this contract. I said, and leave $300 million on the table? I said, man, you out your mind, man. Like, I said, sign the contract and just get fat at worst. Like, but don't pass up on the $300 million, bro. Like,
no, you can't do that.
Nah, don't do that. He like, cuz I just want to go lay in my I believe he called it like a valley or something like that. I just want to lay out there with my horses. I'm like, yo, them horses gonna be there, bro. Go get the 300.
Go get your 3,
You tripping. Like, you can get more horses. Go get the 300, bro.
All right. Do you think he's exaggerating or telling the truth there?
Both. I think both, don't you?
I mean, I think he's telling the truth.
Yeah.
The Jokic probably did have comments like that. I actually believe that. Now, do I believe that that's how Jokic really feels, or does he just do like every other human being where we complain about our job?
And remember, that was, a year or 2 years before they won the championship.
Oh, the year before.
Yeah, so it was a year before. I think Joker competes. I think his love for the game isn't just basketball. I think it's the competition of us versus you and the mind games that goes into us beating you. I think he loves that. I really do. Now, I think he also knows when it's us versus you and we ain't got a shot. Like I think that year in that Minnesota, I think he was in a worse headspace than he was at this time this year.
Do you think the year before they won a championship, Nikola Jokic was seriously considered, Scott, not re-signing and just calling it a day?
I doubt it, but maybe. I don't know. But you got to remember.
I bet it entered his mind.
You finished the year without
It
Porter,
was a tough year.
without
MPJ.
MPJ.
It was exhausting.
It was kind of exhausting. I don't know. I think that's why you went and got, and you were stuck on make sure we get Valanciunas so you can rest him so you're not grinding him mentally, not just physically, but mentally all year.
I think that makes a great story on a podcast, but to me, it feels like you say, I'm a tired day at work and, that sort of thing. So,
well, I think there's part of that in there too. But I also think, and listen, we don't understand it, but there's a lot of people, money ain't at the root of their existence.
Cousins is funny though, man. Go get your money. The horses will be there.
What do you say?
Sign the contract.
Sign
Just
your
get
contract
fat.
and just get fat. Which one? Now you want to know why maybe Cousins didn't ever get his next big contract?
Oh my God!
He's fighting dudes in Puerto Rico or Philippines, wherever it was.
Yep.
Australia.
I think it was Puerto Rico.
Wait, what's that?
Oh, he got in a
fight with a fan, and dude flipped him off, and he flipping the fan off, and he's grabbing his wing.
Oh, I did see that.
Yeah,
I did.
That's in a Puerto Rican professional league. There's money to be made in basketball.
Boogie was looking pretty fat in that video, by the way.
I mean, you can chase it.
If Boogie was dedicated, he could have been playing the last 3 or 4 years for $10 or $12 million a year.
Is he a Hall of Famer?
As a backup for Joker.
Is he a Hall of Famer?
No.
Not?
No.
Oof. Really?
No.
Okay. Had a pretty good career.
Yeah, but listen, I was telling somebody today. People remember how you acted and treated them when you played. And I got an example of 2 all-time greats. I mean, Hall of Famers, great players, both wanted to kind of get back in the league, and both were kind of held at an arm's distance for most of that time because they were just kind of butts when they played. And then all of a sudden, hey, I want to come back and really? And not only treated media members bad, but other teams didn't give them a flip. The trainer come over and say, hey, my owner would like a signed jersey. I ain't signing that, And so I think the league remembers. The league remembers Boogie.
Okay.
He didn't have the stats of the other 2 guys I mentioned, not even close.
By the way, you want to talk about something?
He'd still be in the league.
Something crazy. Gilbert Arenas is back on social media, just doing podcasts and stuff now, talking all about what's going on with him. It's like, I just ran the house. I had nothing to do with things, but he's just going on.
I didn't know what they were doing.
Oh, dude, he is unhinged. I mean, it's entertaining, but it's like, what is wrong with you?
Forever.
All right, big question of the day comes up next.
Hey, guys, if you're struggling with hair loss, whether you got a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Pick up the phone today. Call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to love your experience at Advanced Hair Restoration. They're the absolute best of the best in the industry. Dr. Tanya Pauls is phenomenal. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, the best at what they do. You're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment and know that nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. You deserve to be the next one. So call 720-459-HAIR. Guys, what I love about Advanced Hair Restoration is they believe in what they do so much, they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
All right. Just catching up on some things. Thank you to our great friends at Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. Tons of Let's Football Go coming up in a little bit. We'll have Nate and Coacher and Andy coming here in a little bit. So it's a day that the offense dominated. I feel like I should recap here just a pinch. Yeah, go ahead.
Before we recap, I was going to tell you do you know what I did last night?
I have no idea what you did last night.
We both kind of worked over across the street. The 50,000-watt blowtorch.
You did not go to that.
I was invited.
Were you invited?
Yeah, I was invited.
You got to be kidding me.
I was invited. It's been a decade and a half there. Why wouldn't I be?
So did I.
Hey, you were there 15 years.
I was there 11 years.
Well, you were at KBPI. This isn't KBPI. This is KOA.
Oh, it's just a KOA?
It's just KOA.
Just KOA. I was there 2.5. Well, 2.5 years.
It's just KOA.
2.5 years, yeah.
It was the 100th anniversary of KOA.
Oh, just KOA. Okay.
Yeah, so it was just KOA.
You were invited over to that.
Yeah, but I was invited.
And my wife gave me a hard time about that because she was listening. And she goes, oh, what are you doing here? I go, what are you talking about? Well, why aren't you at the anniversary thing? She's giving me some shizzle.
Really?
Oh, I didn't even know what was going on.
But it was just for KOA.
Okay. Well, 2.5 years.
Were you a part of KOA?
Yeah, 2.5 years.
He worked with Reggie McDaniel? I didn't know that.
I did Sunday mornings from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. for 2.5 years. And then I filled in for every show you can imagine for. I filled in for Dave.
Did you work with Reggie McDaniel a few times?
Well,
if it makes you feel any better, I was on the broadcast for 2 years also. I didn't get invited.
Me and Reggie, there was a period where KOA used to do live talk 24/7. It was pretty cool,
yeah.
including the weekends and whatever. So the weekend shifts used to be this guy, Sean Rima, who I really liked, myself, and Reggie McDaniel.
Yeah.
And the three of us would do these huge amounts of time of talk radio on KOA on the weekends. And we would also fill in. So I was either like on before Reggie or like after Reggie for like 2 years. So yes, I would, and Reggie he just could, if I was on after him, he was like, come on in. And I was like, that'd be great. And because I loved Reggie. So I did tons of time with Reggie McDaniel.
Wasn't he the greatest?
He was the greatest, but sometimes his shows, I know we're going off the beaten path here just for a second, but some of his shows were like, see, this would be a good part of the reunion that I was not invited to.
Yeah.
Would be like, all right, Reggie McDaniel here, going over the 24 best rental movies of the week. At number 23.
Yeah.
Movie rentals. We'd be talking like movie rentals.
Back when Blockbuster was still open.
Exactly. Number 16.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Reggie, whatever. But Reggie was just amazing to just, he had story after story.
Oh, he's a great storyteller.
Great person. So I actually really loved my time.
Well, they had a whole bunch
weekends.
of pictures. I'd only ask you that because and they were like those photo shoot pictures are like, and you got like 8 or 10 pictures on one sleeve thing, and they had a bunch of pictures of Reggie in there.
Well, Reggie's great. Mike Rosen got me lost. He made sure I got off the air. Mike Rosen.
Really?
Oh, yeah. He hated me.
Wow, airing dirty laundry.
Oh, I'm happy too. Mike, nobody could have treated me more disrespectfully than Mike Rosen did to me over at KOA. You know, you're a young guy. You put your arm around you. I'm not out, but he just didn't. He didn't like me. He didn't like my point of view on things, and he made sure to bitch about it. And like a little crybaby, and got me tossed from the shift that I did for 2.5 years. And that kind of led to, long story short, because of that, I didn't get fired, but I got less shifts, and I got an opportunity over the Fan, and that's what happened.
Oh, so were you still doing BPI then too?
No, they had already fired me. I was working in
Colorado.
Colorado.
Got fired for
They
them.
fired me from KBPI, and then they hired me, same company down in Colorado Springs. I'm like, if you don't have to fire me.
Yeah. Just transfer everything over.
I mean, and 6 weeks later, I was doing stuff on the 4th floor, not the 3rd floor.
So Bob Roberts. No, is it Bob Roberts?
Bob Richards.
Bob Richards.
My guy.
And
was he there?
I didn't see him.
Okay.
Bob Richards and Chris Olinger got you fired.
Chris was great.
Oh, she was the one in charge.
She gave me the bad news, but it was Mike Rosen who did it. He was a jerk to me, man. So yeah, I guess I am Aaron. I'm sure he was there.
No, they said he was, but I never saw him.
Yeah,
I saw Wayne Hagen. Wayne Hagen showed up there.
Hagen, wow.
Nobody knows these people.
Well, Wayne.
I did not know Wayne Hagen.
Well, I don't, but I promise you our listeners don't.
Wayne has a very famous, not a great story for him with baseball and Todd Helton.
Well, when he got in trouble.
Yeah, he was a Mets broadcaster and more or less came out and just said Todd Helton was on steroids.
But if you listen to Rockies on the radio ever, it was always, hey, everybody, it's a beautiful day for baseball in the Rocky Mountains. That's how he started all the home broadcasts. So
let's go to, I didn't get invited to that. I'm not in my college radio Hall of
there's
Fame,
other people
nobody
not
cares.
invited that just showed up, went in there anyway. So
Who was that?
Who do you think would not be invited? But
Brandon Cristal. You got to be kidding me. He wasn't invited. He just showed up for that.
Yeah.
They fired him.
I know.
Radio. What a business. All right. You want to hear some Malcolm Roach? Responding
I would love to hear back.
Being called a fat guy by, I'm seeing if we got that. Well, we got.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Malcolm Roach. I mean, I sit next to him in the locker room. The guy doesn't shut up. He's talking crap to receivers. It's like, dude, like, you're a fat guy. Like, go worry about that. Leave me alone. But, no, we're always going back and forth. But with him, it's just a whole nother deal.
Okay. Let's hear from Malcolm Roach. I have not heard this. It's his chance to respond.
Y'all think I'm really worried about 19, bro? I see him every day.
All right, really quick. 19 is Marvin Mims. Just for people
and that
to
was
know.
the voice we just heard before.
Okay, here we go.
Y'all think I'm really worried about 19, bro? I see him every day. His locker right by mine. He talk y'all think I talk. He really talk more than me, but
I don't believe that.
I ain't worried about Marvin. Because Marvin know he not about to cut that ball back across the middle. That's all I really have to say on that. And Marlon look like a mosquito, bro. Like, he need to worry about that. I could lose this weight. He can't change them looks. You feel what I'm saying? Like, so that's all I got to say about Marlon.
Pretty good. That's really good.
How many of you guys do you know that you really like that much anyway?
Not many. Not many at all. He might be I'd probably say him in trouble. Oh, my guys. Nick my guy, too, so they my teammates now, so. But that's probably the only few guys I probably get down with from OU.
Okay.
Those are a couple good lines in there.
There was some couple good lines. I can lose this weight. He can't do anything about the way he is.
That's great. Yeah. They tried to get Marvin going today early on in practice. I think he was the second play, maybe the first play.
It was the first running play.
It was the very first play.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what I've been saying about Marvin Mims' game. He's got to evolve. He just continues to be the gadget guy, right? And they got him involved on a fly sweep reverse type of deal.
And got hammered.
Probably -2, -3.
At least.
Got absolutely nothing out of it.
And he got bumped, but bumped to the ground.
And that's like, hey, man, teams know now what you are. It worked last year. I'd be surprised if it works as effectively this year, unless your game evolves into a true wide receiver. All this gadget stuff, they're going to know what you're doing. They're going to know when you get involved. So we got to see this guy evolve into a full-time wide receiver.
Yeah, they broke that down. First play. First it was slow reacting, and Bo was standing there, looked like he was holding the ball in a Statue of Liberty for like 1,001, 1,002, and then Mims finally got it. Now everybody in the world's going to read it.
Mm-hmm.
And he went about 2 steps past Bo, and there was no turning it up. And somebody came through lane bumped him hard to the ground. He got up, eventually took his helmet off and slammed it to the ground.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Really?
Yeah, he slammed it to the ground.
Interesting.
So I don't know if he thought he got hit too hard or the play just stunk.
It's funny you say that. In hindsight, as I'm thinking, because I can picture that whole play, I could see it in my head right now. I didn't necessarily recognize that in real time. I do think that something was off with the timing. Because Bo was standing around.
Stood there for like 2 seconds.
Yeah, I wonder if Marvin was too slow getting in motion or something, but the timing on that was not right.
Okay. He paid the price. He did what Malcolm Roach just said. Don't come back across the middle. I remember Lowe's told me years and years and years ago, guys in their teens don't want to be hit by guys in their 50s.
No, they don't.
If you're wearing a teen jersey, you don't want to see number 50 coming at you.
That's a pretty good line.
Right?
That's a good line. Okay. Dominant day for the defense today. Again.
Yes, it was. But it was a little bit of a different type of day. All the mistakes that I've been pointing out over the last couple days, well, now we got referees throwing flags. So not only did the defense dominate, and they did, but the offense had 1.5 million self-inflicted wounds. And combine those two things, and it felt like a practice that couldn't even function. I mean, Scott, would
Really?
you agree with that?
Yeah.
It literally just felt like a practice that could not get off the ground.
Well-
the first 5 plays of practice, the first 6 plays, you went 4 straight penalties, you went a fumbled snap, and then you come back with another penalty. That's how you started practice. Those were the first 6 plays of practice.
And that was actually 3, 4, 5, 6 because the first play was Mims.
Oh, you're right.
Lots
You're
of
right.
yards. And then they ran Dobbins up the middle, and he got hit before the line, like penetration.
You're exactly right.
Before the line of scrimmage, he got hit. And then now it looks like the offense is reeling. Completion pass, but offsides on the receiver. Bring it back. Motion. The next play was
You know what that penalty actually was, though, Scott? Because everybody thought that it was a offsides on the wide receiver. I heard Sean talking about it, and this is what I thought it was live, because I told you guys illegal formation, right?
Right.
And Sean talked about it after practice. He said the tackles were too deep. So Bowles was too deep.
So when they're too deep to the line?
Too far off the line.
Off the
yes.
line. Okay, yeah. So I'm thinking deep would be up against the line, so too far back, which then puts your wide receiver what? Because they called it on 11. He came over there and went like this. Is this a sign for
offsides?
But is it also offside or illegal formation?
I think so.
Yeah, I don't know. So it went like all I know is it was that ref and not Mims. That ref Franklin and Sean were sitting there having a conversation about it after. That's why I thought it might have been on the tackle too.
So what is tomorrow?
I think there was another one. One of those was on the tackle for sure.
What does tomorrow mean then for the offense?
Well, it's now that I understand the full reference. It's just an opportunity to go out there. In theory, hopefully they've got it's not just all situational football, because if it's all situational football, you're probably going to see the defense dominate again. But if you can put them out in some 1st and 10 situations where it's unscripted, defense doesn't know what's going on, there's not a specific situation telling you I'm running the ball, it's 3rd and long, I'm passing the ball, that does set an offense up for more. So when you asked me before, do you want to set the offense up for success? Well, not in the terms of like put the number 2 defense out there. I don't think that's the answer. But I do think one way to set the offense up for more success is to get out of situational football and get into move the ball situations where the defense can't just tee off on the run or on the pass.
Well, that'll be tomorrow, and great coverage all day today. We love football, ain't no doubt about it. Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law partner of Broncos country. Let's football go. Lots of drama in the NFL. Dan Tanner's got you in check next. Low testosterone causes all sorts of problems. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, brain fog, decreased energy. I mean, all this sort of garbage. It's time for you, if you're suffering through some of these conditions, to treat that low T and change your life. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they're the experts in treating low T and other men's sexual health conditions. They've been so successful for so many years. And if low T is part of your life, let's move on from that. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. 10 questions, yes or no, just takes 2 minutes. Schedule a consult. They'll draw your blood and have your result within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider will review your results, discuss your options, and you guys can make the decision together with their medical team. Cost of the appointment is $99 and includes a consult T and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, that is free. So no need to wait. Most men wait a year longer. Doesn't need to happen with you. Call 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Hey. We want them short, not small. Okay. Take that a lot of different ways. Mountain High Appliance, though. You guys are the best. We love you. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan, Bud, Squints, Tanner, so much going on. Let's football go.
Yeah, we'll get to the Micah Parsons and Terry McLaurin news here in just a second. But Tyler, Scott, you guys were out of camp today. Really rough day for the offense, strong day for the defense. Here's Sean Payton after practice on Bo Nix making mistakes and what the post-practice process looks like.
Well, the play to a funga, I mean, that's one where, you look at it, you talk about it, and then you're like, all right. And then I think there was one other. On the film study, when you get a better look at it, that meeting might sound like, all right, here's the play. What are you thinking here? And then, hey, you got to be alert. Like there's one where Pat was floating back off. Sutton was on a double move, and it was just a location error, and you clean it up. And with that route, that the corner, same route we ran against Houston in the same field corner overlap and made an interception. The young corner who's really good there against Russell. It was, and what looks like an open receiver. It's understanding there's a blind area that ball can't go, and then it doesn't happen again.
Okay, so what's the concern level for you guys after the offense's performance?
He just said it right there. Y'all missed it. He's in my head though. So he's making the same mistakes that Russell Wilson made.
I didn't necessarily hear that, but
he just said it's the same ball that Russ threw the interception in Houston. Same play. He don't see the corner. You think it's open.
Okay.
Same play Russell made.
The one thing I will say about today's practice from Bo Nix's point of view, and Scott, I'll be curious if you agree with this or not. He's been under duress all camp long, but today was the first day that, in my opinion, I thought Bo got rattled. And it didn't look like he could recover from it.
I wouldn't disagree with that. Listen.
Hey, has Bo had any good moments here in this camp? Has there been yay, Bo?
3 or 4 throws, maybe.
I mean, he's finished strong in a couple practices,
okay,
and that's been strong. But no, I think for the most part, it's just been fine. It hasn't been bad. It hasn't been good.
Mm-hmm.
It's just he's kind of existed, and that's okay. That's all right. It's better than having a lot of bad moments for sure.
What do you need in training camp as an offense, Tyler, to just be like, we got this. This is good. We're rolling. This feels good today.
To be honest, you don't ever really know that. You don't know that until you get out there till week probably 3. In preseason, everybody feels pretty good. You're comfortable with the guys you're going up against. You know them. They know you. There's no surprises. You got to get through some surprises before you know something.
The 2 great quarterbacks have played here.
Mm-hmm.
They've had 2 great ones.
Okay.
In Elway and Manning. And I know for a fact Elway did this, and I'm pretty sure this was Manning's thing too. You come to back when preseason game number 1, the starters might play a series or whatever, a quarter or half a quarter, whatever. Elway's saying was, hey, let's go down and score this first time so we ain't got to play no more.
Right.
And the offenses would come out in that first game and light it up. Manning was a little bit like that too. And them offenses would come out and go, whoop, 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 touchdown, sit down for the rest of the game.
Yeah, Manning definitely had training camp practices where, he owned what was going on out there, and the offense dominated the defense, no doubt about it. I never saw John really.
Payton would throw interceptions in practice, though. I mean, he wasn't afraid to experiment. He wasn't afraid to try things.
For sure, but there just were times
he
that
would test his receivers.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wanted to see what you're made of.
Yeah, I'm just saying, it was almost like when he got frustrated to a certain degree or whatever, if he had kind of had enough, Payton would be able to be like, all right, let's go here, if need be.
Yeah.
But he would throw interceptions, you're right, all the time. It wasn't,
But he'd also throw about 8 touchdowns.
If he wanted to. I mean, that 2013 team was,
it was in training camp.
So, yes, because 2012 was could he play, get the rhythm. That training camp wasn't whatever. That 2013 training camp, dude, and they knew they were playing the Ravens to open the season, which ended the it was like the amp up to that particular game. And if you remember, it was 7 touchdowns, I think.
Yeah, they
against
killed the Ravens.
They destroyed him with something else. All right, Dan, next story.
All right, some craziness going on in the NFL today with Terry McLaurin. This was actually yesterday. He requested a trade from the Washington Commanders, and today Micah Parsons requests a trade from the Dallas Cowboys. He put out a lengthy statement on social media, some headlines from that. He said, "I no longer want to be here. I no longer want to be held to closed-door negotiations without my agent present. I no longer want shots taken at me for getting injured while laying it on the line for the organization, our fans, and my teammates. I have made a tough decision. I no longer want to play for the Dallas Cowboys. My trade request has been submitted to Stephen Jones personally." So how do you guys think this plays out? Do you think Micah does inevitably get traded, or do you think this is all just a negotiating tactic and he will stay with the Cowboys?
I think if you're the Cowboys, listen, this ain't the 1960s where the coach comes in there where you talk to Tom Landry and Tom says, "Hey, I really need you to sign this today. We need to get this done." This is 2025, and players and agents, and even in the NFL, especially star players. In the NFL, star players. In almost every other league, it's players control the league, right?
Well, didn't Miles?
You don't pull a star player and goes, "Hey, come on, we're offering you $31 million. Come on."
Yeah, didn't Myles Garrett want to get out of Cleveland, boys?
He did it one time too. Yes.
What solved that?
$31 million.
You mean 40?
Yeah.
I thought he only got 31.
He got paid.
I don't know.
What money solved it, Tyler? That's my point. Like, there's a way to end this.
Miles is getting 40.
Yeah,
per.
40.
Yeah.
123 million.
I actually,
123.5 million guaranteed.
I actually do think this one ends up in a divorce.
Really?
I do. I think if the Cowboys wanted to pay him, they would have done it by now. They've had plenty of opportunity. They put a 5th-year option on him.
What do you think the hesitation is? Like,
here's what you know. Dak Prescott.
Well, all right. Do you think it's personal or it's just a pure financial thing for them?
No, I think there's a little bit of all of the above. You went all in on Dak Prescott. You made him the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. You're paying him $60 million per year. Okay? So that makes things difficult how many big contracts could you have on one team? You got CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, how much does he get? What's CeeDee Lamb?
32, didn't you say?
Is he in the 30s?
Yeah, I don't know the specifics, but I know it's a lot. He's top 5 paid, highest wide receiver. But also, there's been reports over the years that they didn't like Micah Parsons' leadership style. They didn't feel like he was putting in the work behind the scenes. They've been taking shots at this guy for years and years. So, what is Micah Parsons' trade value? That's going to be fascinating. It's going to be 2 first rounds and some change.
Welcome, Los Angeles Rams.
Well, this is what's wild about the Broncos, and this is why this window is so special for the Broncos. The only guy you're paying top level to, and that is already being surpassed, is Pat Surtain. I mean, even Cortland, who just got a new deal, that's not that's not even top 10.
18th highest paid wide receiver.
And Surtain is actually being passed as
fourth
time
now.
goes on. So you kind of got the best bargain Broncos version you could possibly get. Now, Bo, theoretically, I mean, we're going to cross that bridge when we get there, but it's in a couple years. Yeah, I mean.
So this is going back a minute, but the last time you could really find a comp to Micah Parsons being traded, meaning a dude that's in his prime, a dude that's going into his second contract, still got a lot of life left in him, all those sorts of things. That's what makes this so unusual. Micah Parsons is not over the hill. He hasn't even gotten paid yet. The last real comp was probably in 2018 with Khalil Mack, and the Bears sent 2 first-round picks, a 3rd-rounder, and a 6th-rounder for Khalil Mack.
And Khalil Mack was never the same as he was.
He had some years, dude.
Now,
not like he did with the Raiders, though.
He had some years.
If we want to go in the Wayback Machine, the trade for Herschel Walker from the Cowboys to the Vikings is what propelled the Cowboys to 3 championships. That's what they did with that deal. Would you do the deal if you were the Cowboys?
I would have paid him.
You would still pay him?
Yeah.
Because you could get a haul.
Maybe.
And it's in their history when they got a haul for Herschel, it paid off for him in the long run.
I'd pay him.
You'd pay him. Scott, what would you do?
Well, Micah Parsons was the guy I wanted them to draft when he came out. So I've been a big fan of his for a long time. I love him. So I'd pay him.
I think if I could get 2 first-rounders and some other stuff, I think I'd make that deal. You know what's crazy is the Broncos did give that deal for Russell Wilson to the Seahawks. What did the Seahawks do with that? I mean, really, what did they do with it? Nothing, is, in my opinion. Not enough for what they got. They should have done better. They should be in a much better spot. But they didn't really have a quarterback. See, in that Cowboys deal, it eventually resulted in Troy Aikman coming to the Cowboys and changed everything. But if you have all this bounty and you can't translate it into the right quarterback, but they're kind of stuck with Dak, aren't they? I mean, what are they supposed to do? You made your decision.
Yeah, they're all in with Dak.
Right. So they're in a bad spot. Next story, Dan.
All right, last one here, fellas. We'll have some fun here, okay? Here is Tua Tagovailoa talking to the Dolphins Muggles down there in Miami. We'll play the first part of this, and then I'm going to pause, and we're going to play a little game here with Tua. All right, Here we go.
I can give you guys a play, and then if you guys want to repeat it after me, as if you guys were in the huddle, you guys can.
Okay.
All right. Should I go once or twice saying it? Once?
Okay.
All right.
Here comes the play call.
Do we get to write this down or not?
No. Do the quarterbacks get to write it down in the huddle, DMac?
Well, they got a wristband. But go ahead.
All right, here's the play call. And then after, I want you to recite it right when he's done. Here we go.
All right. We got north right clamp, south fox, H-top, pass 38, top Gumby, XP, sweat. Let's go.
All right, hold on. North right clamp fox, pass 38, something fox. North right clamp fox, pass 38, fox. I got that much.
Oh, you get it? You get to hear it twice because that was the game. You get to hear it twice.
Here we go.
All right. We got north right clamp, south fox, H-top, pass 38, top Gumby, XP, sweat. Let's go.
North right clamp, fox, south.
North right clamp, south fox, pass 38. I don't know.
I got north right clamp, pass fox, squeal like a pig. Catch me on the sideline. Hey, by the way.
What was he doing this for? What was the test?
I don't know. It's
Just show how tough
off.
his job is?
Yeah, exactly.
Probably.
Right.
Yeah.
It's one of those deals.
Why don't they just say right 34, wide receiver?
Scott, why don't they say purple?
Well, you guys really want to know the answer?
No. Well, yes. I go ahead.
I mean, there are teams that do that. Josh McDaniels we would have a full play call just like that.
Yeah.
And we would also have code words for it. So Buffalo, Sabre, whatever, right? But the real reason why teams use the verbiage that they do that sounds like a full paragraph is because it tells every single specific player on the field their job for that play. Right? So there's nobody that's trying to guess, Buffalo. Gosh, dang it. Is that 39 or is that 38? Which way are we going on that thing? No, it literally tells you your job. So you've got no excuse to not execute your assignment. And plus all the motions and everything else that goes into it. You say Buffalo, well, now we got to add on the motions to it. We got on different tags to it. There's reasons.
So how do they get away with it in college, making it so much more simple?
Because it's not complicated. I mean, they don't run an offense like you do in the NFL.
It's just easier.
Yeah.
They put up a sign with like 4 different figures on it, and it's the bottom right or whatever. And you got
it's Mickey Mouse, Matthew McConaughey, and a doorknob.
Then you're able to look at your little sheet. What does cauliflower equate to? Cauliflower is red right 84.
Hey, so with ESPN buying NFL Network.
How about that, huh?
I'm curious how this works. I really am. Like, do you keep all the NFL Network employees? Is that still its own network?
Half of them you fired at ESPN went to the NFL Network eventually, right?
Wait, did they buy it or is it an agreement?
They bought it.
They bought it, huh? They just bought
I knew
it?
they bought the Red Zone.
Yeah, they bought the NFL Network and the Red Zone package.
Wow.
Yeah.
I would assume.
I mean, do they keep Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport?
You got it. You got 2 different entities.
You don't got to do anything.
Well, no.
I mean, you can make some decisions.
I mean, you could just get rid of NFL Network and not have a competitor and just put everything on ESPN. I don't know.
That's a great question. I'm not sure.
It's $1 billion deal.
Well, like Turner Sports, Turner, though, they own theoretically competitive broadcast entities, theoretically. I mean, they own multiple sort of TV stations. So it'll just sort of go like that. But sure, I mean, there'll be cost cutting or maybe personnel sharing or whatever. I mean, don't take my guy Scott Hansen off the Red Zone, whatever you do. Other than that, I don't really care. But, I mean, the NFL Network, they dumped a bunch of people last year. If you don't remember, our pal James Palmer amongst them. And I don't know. It's a good question. It's a big move by ESPN, who's acquired, obviously, the NBA, too. And that's new and different. So that's a good question. Not sure. Did you guys catch President Trump trying to say Tua Tagovailoa?
I did not, but I did laugh my butt off at Lawrence Taylor at that little deal when he gets up there. He says, "Yeah, I don't know what we're here to do, but I'm going to serve the president the best I can."
Did you know, by the way, Turner Sports manages Bleacher Report's digital thing?
I had no. I mean, I don't know who owns what these days, or what the
crazy.
eye in the sky. Who's in charge of what?
GoldenEye.
Who knows? All right, just here's the president trying to say Tua Tagovailoa. Go ahead.
And Tua Tagovailoa.
First pass. Can't really blame the guy on that, man. I don't know when we all figured out how to say.
I still struggle with it at times.
Tagovailoa.
I gotta hear somebody else say.
Tagovailoa.
Yeah, if you're seeing it for the first time, where are we getting tongue out of? What are we doing
Are
here?
you sure? Like, you always add the N in there. I'm not sure that you're supposed to add the N.
Dude, it wouldn't surprise me at all if I'm mispronouncing it at this point.
Look, I'm far from an expert on this.
A teammate of mine, U.S. Reed. Remember U.S. Reed?
I can say that.
He and I are doing a spelling bee for a grade school. So we were playing for Arkansas. So, two celebrities reading the questions. Like, your question is encyclopedia.
Okay.
And then he had a card. So, like, what's using a sentence? Da. So U.S. gets up, and I'm so glad he got it, not me. Spell horse devore. Hors d'oeuvre.
Hors d'oeuvre.
Dude, the whole building cracked up. Man, the whole place cracked up. I cracked up, and I'm like, what is it? And I looked at it, I goes, that's hors d'oeuvre. You go, horse devore.
I saw this YouTube video of this weather forecaster trying to say precipitation, and she just couldn't get it out, and she was like, rain.
Thank you. All right.
Here is Rick Ross trying to say Tua's name.
Tua Tagovailoa.
I mean, it looks like tag. I mean, really, seriously, it looks like tag.
I'm not sure it's tongue. I'm not sure.
What do you think it is?
I think it's probably tag. Tagovailoa.
No, the correct pronunciation is Tagovailoa.
Tagovailoa.
That's definitely tongue.
How about
and Tua Tagovailoa?
Where did they get the N? Where does the N come from? That doesn't make sense.
No kidding. Maybe we should just go with what Trump said, Dan.
The quarterback. And Tua Tagovailoa.
Tagovailoa.
Tua Tagovailoa.
That's great.
We got to combine both of it. See if you can mix them at the same time.
Why was he even talking about Tua?
There's a President's Council on Fitness, and they're going to bring back this is probably.
Is Tua going to be on it?
Yeah. He's on there with Triple H and, Lawrence Taylor.
And Butker.
And Butker, yeah.
What was
Butker.
it? Was it something about Mary? No, what was the one thing? I don't even remember now. It was about don't do drugs or something.
That was Lawrence Taylor. That was in
The Water Boy.
The Water Boy. Yeah. And most importantly,
don't do drugs.
I think it's even said don't do cocaine.
Yeah,
I think he says don't smoke crack.
Don't smoke crack.
Don't smoke crack.
Right. That's right. Don't smoke crack.
And all the kids are just nodding.
Okay. Yeah. So he's that's happening. Tyler, I'm sure it is before your time, but Scott and I probably had to do it. There used to be a time you had to do the president's physical fitness test.
John Kennedy started.
And in gym class, we were, at least I was, required through grade school to do. You had to do it. Everybody had to be tested to do a certain amount of sit-ups, pull-ups,
jumping jacks.
Yeah, something relatively simple, and it was easy if you were.
Except for pull-ups, I never passed on the pull-ups.
I think we might have had to climb a rope or something. You know?
There might have been, and I didn't climb the rope either. I couldn't do that either.
Yeah. So it wasn't really hard if you were just, just playing sports. Yeah, but it was like torture, though. Torture for the kids who weren't athletic and not playing sports to do this crap.
Have you seen the video of some fitness class they started in California, like in the 50s? And all the dudes are out there and some of the stuff they're doing.
Everybody in America, before there were high processed foods, was just in general in the 50s way better shape. You got to just see people like school classes in the 50s compared to like that. I mean, it's just, it was a different world. What can I tell you?
Eat real food, folks.
Yeah. Yes, you are right about that. All right. Nate, Andy, Coach are coming in just a little bit. We'll catch up everything going on with training camp day. It's PhD on 92.5. 149 years ago today, the state of Colorado became a state. A week later, John Denver wrote this song. I don't know what John Denver was doing in 1876, but I think they had guitars. Is there a more significant, more Colorado song than this one right here?
You know what's funny about that? In 1971, my hometown of Independence, Kansas, little bitty Independence, Kansas, celebrated their centennial. So my little town was a town in 1871. And at the time, the house I was living in was built in 1876. Still standing today, by the way.
Dude, I'm going to crush you guys on when houses were built when you go back to Ipswich, Massachusetts, my friend. So, I mean, if we want to get into that game,
but in the Midwest, 1771 is pretty good.
I understand, but...
Or 1871.
We're going back to the 1500s and maybe 1600. I don't know. There's plaques on houses. It's so old in good old Ipswich.
Well,
we had witches.
I told you when I went to and played St. Andrews. And the big
now we're really going back.
Well, and the big thing is St. Andrews.
You're going to win that.
On the 18th green, you cross it's what's called the Swillican Bridge. It's, everybody stops and you take a picture. I guarantee you, anybody who's ever played the golf course as a tourist, stopped on that bridge, taking a picture. I've taken a leak off of it, but that's another story.
Good for you.
So I was asking the caddy we had that day, and I said, how old is this thing? And I went in 94, so that's how long ago it was. He goes, it's over 500 years old. And I went, wow. And I walked down that. I went, that little stone bridge is older than our whole country.
Still holding up.
that bridge has literally thousands, tens of thousands of people walk over every day.
I'm going to assume it's been renovated.
I don't know.
If bridges could talk.
If bridges could. I sat on there one night and took a leak off.
Well, you're probably not the only one.
Well, but that's a good story. How many guys you know?
Well, they're...
And smoked a cigar.
Thank you for watching us.
I took the leak off the Empire State Building.
Did you really?
No.
Thank you to Safeway.
That would
have been awesome.
Yeah, that would have been kind of major.
Might have been blowback on that one if you were to do it, but, way to go. Safeway Twitch stream. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods and local flavors. Thank you, Safeway. Dan did have a bunch of Colorado facts. We didn't get to any of them. Do you still have a few? You want to? You guys, are you curious for a little?
Are there like Q&A?
Do we get the
factoids?
Some factoids about Colorado.
I mean,
can we guess?
Tyler, as a native, probably knows all of these. Because
I'll ask this one in the form of a trivia question.
Jenny.
All right,
I'll ask this one in the form of a trivia question. What Colorado city or town claims to have invented the cheeseburger?
Oh, I have no idea.
Leadville.
Denver.
Tyler got it. Denver claims to have invented the cheeseburger in 1935.
You guys don't know this?
At the Humpty Dumpty Drive-In.
Well, that's just kind of a boring question, though. The answer is Denver?
We invented the cheeseburger.
The problem was they actually did the cheeseburger
Old
the
Cowtown.
World Fair in like the 1890s.
All right, Denver. Anything else there, Dan?
This one you guys probably know, but Colorado has the highest paved road in North America, the Mount Blue Sky Scenic Byway, formerly Mount Evans.
Didn't know that.
Yeah, so Mount Evans has the highest paved road in North America.
Higher than Pikes Peak. Although, does Pikes Peak get to a dirt road at the top?
I've never done it.
Yeah, I think it might go.
I think it's actually no. I'm thinking of Mount Evans.
I think it goes dirt at the top in Mount Evans. Actually, you can go up to not Mount Evans, Mount Blue Sky. Sorry.
Hey, in 1900, Louis Lassen is often cited as the creator of the first hamburger. That's 30 years before Denver took claims.
But he was lying.
Well, I said cheeseburger.
He said cheeseburger.
Cheeseburger.
Took 30 years. 30 years for somebody to figure that out.
Nobody had ever thought about putting cheese on that thing, Scott.
That's
30
a good
years.
one. Now I got to change the question.
You got one more, Dan, or are we done?
I'll give you one more. Snow mastodon discovery. In 2010, construction workers in Snowmass Village unearthed one of the most complete mastodon and mammoth fossil sites in the world.
Wait, what's a mastodon?
It's a big elephant.
Furry elephant.
A huge one, though.
Huge
stuff.
Furry But still, I think the biggest mastodon, they think it was like one of them sort of sinkhole pits that fell in, is up in South Dakota, and they literally dug out 50 skeletons.
No dumb question.
Yeah.
Do mastodons exist?
No, it's a dinosaur, dude.
Dinosaur.
Well,
You called it an elephant.
It's an elephant.
Well, but it looks like it's an
elephant or is it a dinosaur?
It's a prehistoric elephant.
Okay. That sounds pretty badass, actually.
Look it up. It's a badass looking thing. Wasn't Ice Age, wasn't a mastodon one of the key characters?
A woolly mammoth was one of the main characters, right?
Yeah, a mastodon's a form of a woolly mammoth, isn't it? It's just kind of a bigger one. It's the same that sort of thing. I don't know.
Mastodon.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So you had a bunch of woolly mammoths roaming around the Rocky Mountains.
God, it's no dumb question. Is there a difference between a woolly mammoth and a mastodon? I guess there is.
It looks very similar.
It's the same. Yeah, it's kind of the same thing, isn't it? Well, that'd have been a good nickname for like a hockey team, the Mastodons. Stupid Utah ripping us off. Why don't you just become the Mastodons? It's KKSE FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. All right, we're going to have the boys come in here in a second.
Woolly mammoth is bigger.
Than a mastodon?
Yep.
Is it really? Wow.
And like
Okay,
said,
I wouldn't have guessed
in
that.
South Dakota, there was a big, huge, and still alive archaeology
Never give up.
dig site. Is that what you say?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'd say.
Tega Viola. Thanks to our friends at Revitalized Health. Visit them at revitalized-health.com. Okay, scrimmage tomorrow, and then day off, and we get set for some preseason action.
So when officially are they leaving? Is Wednesday a closed practice to the public?
No, it's a travel day.
Well, Wednesday's a travel day.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if they are practicing. They might be. Maybe you're right. Maybe they're doing something in the morning and then getting on a plane.
Yeah, someone said.
Is that what they're doing?
They're doing a private practice.
Okay.
So no fans anyway.
Okay. They kind of have those moments. I mean, even after training camp's over, they still are in preseason where they have stuff going on. That's when the VIPs, other people come out there. They're actually set up great for the VIPs.
Dude, it's a hell of a setup. I mean, it's elevated, it's covered, it's great.
Like, that's the best. That's better, I think, than they've had in the past.
Oh, yeah. The fact that it's actually elevated
Don't
like
you
that
think?
so they can see above, like us, where we get blocked by all the bodies.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I still wonder where, Listerine would sit.
Listerine?
What Sienna?
Mr.
Sierra.
Clean?
Oh, Sierra?
Yeah, I wonder where Sierra would have sat.
Well, she would be on top of the top. She would have the penthouse on top of
She'd just be hovering in a helicopter.
just blades going,
Just
hanging out, just watching from there. God, we miss Sierra. We don't miss Sierra. We don't miss anything. Who knows?
But hey, Russell do a pick similar to Russ.
They ever sell the Cherry Hills house?
They did. They took a bath on it.
Did they?
They lost millions.
Well, I'd imagine. It was
did.
the most expensive purchase in the history of Colorado.
Yeah, I think they lost over $4 million, something like that, on the house. It did not go well for them.
Tax write-off.
Whatever. I mean, the guy makes a lot of money. I guess he can take a loss on it.
$4 million tax write-off, and you're making $86 million.
The weird. I mean, you want to just talk about the weirdness of Russell Wilson, but like having to buy the most expensive home in the history of Denver. I got to
buy
that.
like an $8 million house.
Correct. Right. No, it had to be this.
Well, but you guys blame it on Russ. He's also married to a
Dude,
diva singer.
There are so many other amazing houses that you can buy aside from what he.
I agree.
It's ridiculous.
You're putting it all on Russ.
He had a large bathroom requirement.
We also,
he needed
what
every
was the
one
number?
of those bathrooms.
What was the number?
It was 12.
That's right. Was it 13?
I thought it was 12.
I thought it was 12.
Yeah. I thought it was the Dirty Dozen.
But, dude, you guys are putting on Russ, and you forget he has a diva for a wife. You don't think she was in on that decision?
I really don't know what goes into, I got to buy the most expensive
too.
place.
So, yeah, you're a power couple.
I mean, dude,
you got to have the finest.
She was walking inside at the facility and using the restroom. Meanwhile, everybody else's wives are going over to the porta potty behind the tent.
Did you guys see the interview?
That's true.
That is true. Did you see the interview that Russ did with FAN?
No.
It was Boomer was asking him about I think the question was about did you regret doing the Mr. Unlimited video? And Russ claimed he doesn't. He's just like, no, kids still like it. It's
kids
the whole
still
thing.
like it. What kids? His kids?
According to Russell Wilson, kids like it.
What?
Kids come up to him and say, Mr. Unlimited.
Yeah, and adults make fun of you for that.
So do kids.
He did it for the kids.
Yeah, kids make fun of him too.
So he did it for the kids.
But
Okay.
Boomer and who's his partner?
Gio.
Gio, yeah.
Yes.
Boomer and Gio got him to. They did like a 1, 2, 3 Mr. Unlimited thing. Russ is still leaning into it, man.
Well,
you know the funny thing is, whenever that Subway commercial,
yeah,
was that different?
Spicy. Yeah. That whole deal.
So, do you think that was the highest paid person to endorse a sandwich that had the shortest run in Subway history?
Yeah, they got rid of those commercials quick.
So, like, I remember, like, one day.
Like Ryan Howard lasted longer on Subway commercials than Russ
Well,
did.
they got
What was
off
the sandwich called? Was it the Danger Russ?
It was the the Danger Russ. It was it was loaded with all different kinds of peppers. Yeah, it was
I don't know if you noticed, but they stepped away from Jared pretty quickly too.
Well,
yeah, Jared has had a tough run.
Jared had a long run.
He had a long run, but a quick
then it
departure.
was we got to turn that page.
Yeah.
We need to erase that.
Yeah,
history.
like this. Like, here, now the boys and girls, look what's on this page.
Gosh, man, we keep going these controversial topics in the afternoon.
right?
Yesterday was Louis C.K.
Yeah, I know.
You know what? With Russ, though, real quick on that, he does have a way of going to a new place and
ingratiating.
Yes, it's the same thing. He'll lean into it. He'll be friendly with you. Listen, to think that we did anything but love every single thing he did in the beginning is disingenuous. We all did. And if you were the one out there that was calling it out from the beginning, well, good for you.
He was hyping Dable yesterday.
He knows how to play the game.
Exactly.
And you go on with
He's a good
Boomer
PR guy.
and Gio, and you Giants fans will do the same thing we all did.
Would you guys?
You'll put on the blinders. You'll think of just the good things with Russ.
Also, if you're a Giants fan, you just got done with the Daniel Jones era. You're just like, I'm hopeful for anything right now.
Would you guys assume that Russell Wilson is quick to absorb information and memorize it and regurgitate it? So
not at all.
How in God's green earth, over the course of the last 3 years, has Russell Wilson memorized entire rosters that he recites at press conferences for new teams on an annual basis?
He does have that gift.
But like,
he's got
does
the
he work at it?
recall.
He's got to work at it.
Oh, you know it. Flashcards.
He just doesn't seem like a very. He doesn't seem like a quick wit, spit it out kind of a guy.
But he can memorize some things. I bet he's like really good at like the state capital test. I bet he's really good at that. That's just pure memorization.
He has to sing the song to do it though.
The state capital song? I know there's a state song. There's a state capital song? There's a state capital song.
I knew a president's song.
There's a capital song, but I don't know if it's state or world. I think it's state, yeah.
The only song I know for memorization is Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua. Okay, that's enough.
Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and John, and Acts, and then there's Romans.
There we go.
I remember that nonsense.
All right,
sure.
quick, do the state capital song.
I actually don't know that song.
Sacramento, Montpelier,
Austin.
Are you guys good at your state capitals?
No.
I'm unbelievable.
Are you
You're
really?
Unbelievable.
Maine,
Augusta. Let's go, man.
West
That's
Virginia.
Impressive.
Charleston.
Okay, very, very good.
Well, Vermont.
Montpelier.
I just gave it to you. New Hampshire. New Hampshire.
Montana is Helena. Who would you say?
New Hampshire.
Dover. That's Delaware. Excuse me.
No.
New Hampshire. Providence.
No, that's Rhode Island.
Hold on, New Hampshire.
Manchester.
Manchester.
I just gave it to you. I meant to say New Hampshire.
That's stupid.
You were doing good though. You were off to a strong start.
I just got to stay in New England though.
About every 8 years.
Connecticut. What's Connecticut?
Connecticut? Come on, man.
Stores.
It's Hartford.
I don't think so.
Yes, it is.
Ooh.
I don't know.
Oh, let's
I
Google
think we gotta
it.
Google it. I don't think it is.
Hold on. What's up for grabs right now?
It's Friday, right?
It's Friday.
It is Hartford.
It is Hartford?
It is Hartford.
Oh, thank God we didn't
I even threw in the New England accent too.
Thank God we didn't make a bet.
Home of the Whalers.
Home of the Whalers.
That's right.
It used to be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Joel Quenville played for the Hartford Whalers.
You're showing off.
All right,
now.
DMac.
He was a defenseman there.
Illinois.
I don't know. Champaign.
Come on, man.
Springfield.
It's the spring.
I don't know.
Baby.
I didn't claim I did know. I didn't sit here bragging about my state capital.
Every state has a Springfield. It's just ours is the capital.
I didn't know that.
All right,
Nor do
Scotty,
I care.
I got one for you. I got a banger.
Topeka. That's all I want.
Washington.
Little Rock, Topeka.
Eureka.
Washington.
It's the one where they had the beer.
DC.
Yes, stubby bottles.
Yeah.
Big stubby little short bottles.
Olympia.
Yes,
Olympia.
very
Is
good.
Olympia beer?
There it is.
Hey, by the way, was there an intermission during the Sean Payton press conference today so people get snacks?
My God.
I truly almost elongated by another 10 minutes.
Dude, okay.
I had a banger ready to go,
okay,
too.
guys. Seriously.
Hold on a second. You didn't get a question in?
No, I did.
Oh, all right.
So I almost went with a second question at the end and I'm glad I didn't because apparently everybody was just about ready to
So the last
jump off a building.
The last 12 minutes of it were we could have just completely done without. And it got into him being basically like giving a lecture on the history of football analytics.
Who is asking questions after the 15-minute mark?
The guy that's on the other station.
You got to be kidding me.
There were a lot of second and third and fourth, fifth questions.
And here's what
what are you doing?
This also is what annoyed me about the question, okay? Is that the question, it was like framed in that like, do you accept football analytics thing? It was let me frame this in the nerds versus jocks debate that exists around the word capital A analytics. Do you guys know what football analytics actually are? Information. That's all it is. It's just information. It is information that is used to inform decision making.
Okay.
And Sean Payton was explaining all of that. Information used to determine, do I want to draft this player because is he tall enough and of the proper size to be able to play this position? And information on, do I want to go for it right here or do I want to go for two? It's just, all it means is information. People act like there's some quant nerd with a calculator up there punching it all in and telling the, no, it's just information. It's just data, and here's information, and now make a decision based upon the evidence and data that is put directly in front of you. That's all it is. That doesn't mean that everyone is like digging into what's the DVOA of this play on 2nd down and 9, and what's the expected points added per drop back for the quarterback.
Oh,
That's
there's
not,
some out there doing that.
And that stuff is absolutely out there. But guess what? The coaches that are making a decision play in and play out, that's not what they're basing it on. They're simply basing it upon, do you have a higher likelihood of success if you do this versus if you do that? That's it.
Yeah.
That's what football analytics are. Now, like, you can get into like the data nerd stuff, and I like some of that stuff, and I'll dig into it, and it'll give me more evidence for an argument or whatever it is on my radio show.
That stuff's good for after the fact.
Absolutely.
Like CPOE, completion percentage,
over expectation.
You're not
not
getting that
Sean
in real-time
Payton
decision
isn't
making.
using that in that moment. He did drop a great note of like he looked at Bo Nix as a college quarterback and 1 out of 82 of his college snaps and resulted in a negative play. Okay, I would look at that data point and I would say, well, if Sean Payton, as a football coach, with the most important thing that you want is a quarterback avoiding negative plays, which is what he wanted. That was why he hated Russell Wilson, because he took 100 sacks in 2 seasons here in Denver. So he looked at Sean Payton and he said, who is less likely to take a negative play? I'm sure he looked at pressure to sack ratio, right there, which is a great number to be able to look at, pressure to sack ratio of like, okay, how often are you just folding up and making your team lose yardage? Bo was very good at that, all right? But like, that's the stuff that they're using.
Who are you pissed at?
Just everybody. I'm pissed at how dumb the discourse has become around data and information in sports. It has become so idiotic, and everybody has lost their mind because there's like new statistical evidence and new statistical markers that have been put in front of us with new initials that we don't understand, and I got to learn about VORP now. And
Cracker.
It's like, no, you don't.
Cracker, you know what the most ironic aspect of football guys that cannot stand nerd analytics guys?
What's that?
Is if you're an offensive or defensive play caller over the last 40 years, you operate based off the probabilities that are actual data of cover 2 versus cover 1, of pressure versus non-pressure as a play caller. Then if you're a defensive-minded guy and you're calling defensive calls, in this personnel grouping, are they what percent run versus what percent pass? Is this a screen?
So you're playing odds.
Yes. So you're doing that. And everybody who hates the quote-unquote new world of analytics, they've been doing that stuff for 35, 40 years.
Forever.
My dad was doing that.
But
my dad's 71 years old.
But you can get into, as Nate just said, deeper stuff. And you said a post game. That's what you can dive it into that can now add information to the information that you already have.
And really,
here's why.
The guys that should be using that stuff. And Scotty, you come from a sport and you have watched it over the last 2 decades, really, the way that analytics have informed the sport of basketball, particularly about shot taking and shot choice, essentially. And they want you taking corner threes. They want threes and layups. The mid-range jump shot is a lower efficiency shot, so you see less of that in the game. Free throws are a higher efficiency possession, and that is the way that the game is now coached today. But again, is David Adelman or Michael Malone, are they standing on a sideline and thinking about all that data in real time? No, they're not. They're coaching the game directly in front of them. Upstairs, you have an R&D department that is now doing this work and that is digging into it and saying, is this player a good fit for our system, and should we be taking more of these shots, all those kind of things. But that has nothing to do with what is happening in-game, in a huddle, or anything else like that. And that, again, we have just lost the discussion on this stuff so badly. It has been devolved into this dumb jocks and nerds debate that makes me insane.
Here's the problem,
because Sandman's dead on. They've been using it forever.
Well, once it started coming to the forefront and becoming out of the closet, so to speak, right? The problem was you had the nerds became elitists and say, you're stupid, you're just a dumb jock. And the dumb jock says, you've never played and you don't know what you're talking about. And you set up, kind of like right now in Republicans, Democrats, we set up battle lines, and neither side's ready to say, hey, what if we reach over and actually talk? Hey, that's not a bad point.
Yeah, we actually agree on these points.
Yeah, we could actually do something
about
about
this. And here's a giant middle ground on all of this.
And instead, they set up battlegrounds initially that I think are slowly getting chipped away, and there's more of a neutral zone now.
What was so funny about Sean Payton today is he took that question, and then it had to just be again, in so many words, you're just talking about information.
Yeah.
And every coach wants more information. Now, you don't want to be buried in the information.
It can become handicapped.
You want me to dumb down this conversation completely? I think he goes long in things like that on minutia, if you will, on stuff that could be answered simply, because his offense was absolutely horrid today.
Exactly. It is a absolute
deflection.
Oh my gosh. Filibuster.
Yeah.
It was the ultimate filibuster.
That's what I took it.
But so I would take it that way. I also took it, if you're going to ask of somebody that's a high profile individual, Sean Payton is one of the 10 most high profile coaches in American sport.
I think he's up there.
What's the most valuable commodity that he can give the media? Time.
Yeah.
And so we can sit here and kind of poke fun at the fact that he went 33 minutes. I know what the life of a coach is like on the other end of it. And the fact that he did give 33 minutes to the media, while at times it probably was a little bit long-winded in some of the answers, I thought he was very thoughtful. I sat around and for me as a football guy, I have become a bigger fan of Sean Payton than I was prior to covering this team the way I am, because I actually pick little tiny things up.
I had a conversation with Vic today as we were listening to it. And Scotty, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. He reminded me of George Karl today. George Karl was excellent at, honestly, there were days where after George Karl finished his media availability, you could kind of just hang out and talk hoops with him, and he was more than happy to do so.
Yeah.
He'd sit there and talk basketball with you for an hour. And he'd give you history lessons.
I can tell you how many conversations I had sitting in a bar with a beer.
Right.
Like on the road somewhere, just talking basketball.
And how often did he take salt shakers and start diagramming things out in front of you? And that was what it was like to talk to George Karl about. Honestly, what was interesting about Sean today, and again, he doesn't necessarily do that, but football culture has always kind of been, we'll keep it buttoned up.
Yeah.
Everything's proprietary, okay? It's paranoia, or it's I'm trying to find whatever edge I have.
Hello, Mike Shanahan.
Exactly. I don't know what it is about the culture of basketball. Basketball coaches will talk your ear off.
Except for Mike Malone, right? Did you feel like at times Mike Malone
almost loved to talk.
But at times, did you feel like it was autopilot? He was in just it was
probably by
very,
the end.
very much a canned answer.
You didn't want to catch him on the road in Portland 4 days before he gets fired. That was a rambling
without a doubt.
hardcore.
But also, he was also a guy that could actually give you thoughtful answers to things. I actually thought Malone was was very gregarious with the media.
Probably at the tail end is what's fresh in my mind.
Right. And Malone was also one of those guys, like national reporters were always like, hey, I absolutely love Michael Malone because he'll just sit there and talk hoops with me. Payton today, and I don't know who the reporter was, but she was doing a story on Declan Doyle, who was the Broncos tight ends coach last year, who is now the OC in Chicago under Ben Johnson. He got that gig. As far as they could still be sitting on that bench talking right now, for all I know. Like they were, because we were waiting for Paul Chesky to come out and talk to us today. They were chatting forever. But I think, again, she asked Sean about a topic that he was interested in, which was a guy that was, an old quality control coach of his. And now Sean's like, hey, I can fluff this dude and fluff my own coaching tree.
Nate, you mentioned that the football culture is one that all the information is just kept very tight, very close to the vest. I asked a question today, one of several questions that got actually, I think it was more than a 90-second answer.
Thoughtful answer.
From Sean Payton. And as I was asking the question, I'm sitting there like, I'm internally panicking, saying that this might be a question as this press conference is broadcast, at least on the interweb.
Yeah.
That it might give too much information about what I saw at practice and piss Sean Payton off.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was about the versatility of having an Evan Ingram. You can basically give the look of 10 personnel, which is no tight ends, 4 wide receivers, because that's frankly what he is.
Split them wide,
But then you can also give the presentation of 11 personnel. In 2 minute today, obviously, Evan Ingram's the one guy in there, and it looks a little bit like somewhere in between 10 and 11 personnel.
So the dumbed-down version of that question is, what's it like to have that kind of a hybrid tight end receiver player?
Yes, but I mentioned also that today was 2 minute showed the versatility of why you added Jahdae Barron, and you yet keep Jaquan McMillan, because they were in dime personnel, which is something that I've been talking about
4 corners
for the last 5 weeks, 6 weeks, that draft pick, it makes sense when you're playing against a team that throws the living crap out of the football and plays with 3, if not 4 wide receivers on the field at one time. Why would you not have Jaquan McMillan and Jahdae Barron in there? And Sean Payton gave a really thoughtful answer. It's always trying to find who are the guys that can cover. Right? Like if you're a man coverage team, the more players.
I think he said something to the effect too of like you could never have enough cover guys.
Yes,
which is a great answer.
And it was I was like, after I got the answer out or the question out, I was like, oh gosh, what's he gonna do?
Mm-hmm.
Did I give too much
He
away?
gave a great answer.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
Yeah,
but you did a coach question. You didn't do a muggle from an internet show. Your cute little.
No, he's a coach from an internet show.
He didn't do a muggle question from a cute internet show. All right, I get at her. I said the Broncos offense. Here's how I describe Broncos offense today. They took a Ned Beatty from Deliverance.
I heard that earlier. I loved it.
More like Bo Picks, am I right? We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll talk about the offense's performance today. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Scott Hastings. You listen to him every day, noon to 3, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yes, it is Ska Friday. By the way, I got a text message. Don't worry, my rant to open the show was statistician approved. So thank you for that. I needed that. It's Nate Kreckman. It's Andy Lindahl. It's the Sandman, Mike Sanford, with us here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, let's just start with this today, guys. One of the stories of camp: Bo Nix had not thrown any interceptions today. He couldn't stop throwing interceptions.
I don't know about that.
4 of them. I counted 4 today.
How many of them would have actually stood as plays on the field?
A lot of flags.
I think it was 1.
Real flaggy out there.
Highly
today.
flaggy type of a day.
It really was. The officials were busy out there throwing the old flags. But all right. So you say no big deal.
I think the bigger deal right now is tomorrow's move the ball situational scrimmage probably needs to yield some semblance of positive juju.
Okay.
Positive vibes for the offense.
Smith-Schuster or just?
Just okay. Jew and Jew.
Okay.
Without the Smith and the Schuster.
Okay.
For the offensive unit, namely the first string offensive unit, because that has been a tough 9 days of practice for that first unit.
They're going up against arguably the best defense in the NFL, certainly top 5 to say the least, and going up against one of the best secondaries in the entire league. But again, today was a day. And Hufanga made a great play on the first pick, and Sean was sure to compliment that and made a point to kind of defend his quarterback, so to speak. But it was a pretty sick play that he made.
It was a great play.
Yeah, Surtain got him on a throw intended for Cortland Sutton, which, as Sean later said, was a play that Russell Wilson threw an interception on against Houston. I think it was Stingley that got him on that play. Derek Stingley got him there.
I didn't actually catch that during the presser. He didn't use Russell's name, did he?
He did. He said Russell.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, he said Russell. He's
apparently in that 33-minute diatribe, I might have gotten lost in the sauce
you
for a
may
quick
have.
second.
Did your eyes glaze over just a little bit?
Just a bit. Just a hair.
Guys, are we going to play the entire 33 minutes today on the show, or what?
I'm just trying to get the dang 9 minutes you and I waited 3 hours for, and technology sucks, and I'm over it. So every time I think I'm sending this thing to KJ, you and I got to talk with Alex Palczewski.
We did.
We actually had a fun conversation.
We did.
He had some good things to say about Bo Nix. He talks about the pass rush. We'd like to bring it to you in its entirety, but somehow we've got to get it off my phone into the guy next door. Every way that I have just keeps subterfuging me, and yeah, I hate it.
Okay.
Alex Palczewski started his college career at the University of Illinois.
Played for Lovey.
And then finished his career at the University of Illinois.
Yeah.
How cool is that?
He was there
and
the
then
entire
played
time.
for Bielema, right?
I played for Bielema. He was there for
Bielema.
6 years.
Lots of time.
He played like 56 games.
So
or
I coached
something
against
like
the
that.
dude twice.
Listen,
You
I'll
would
ask
have,
you
yes.
this. He
2-0.
If he because
1-1. Excuse me.
There
Nate
you
pulled
go.
out the numbers yesterday. I believe if it weren't a $40 million dead cap hit to release Mike McGlinchey, they might think about something there. Because I think Palczewski's done a real good job.
Palcho's he's a dude, man.
Yeah.
He is a great swing tackle. And you remember a year ago at this time, we were panicking about Quinn Bailey's broken leg.
Yeah.
In training camp. Even Leggy had mentioned that they don't have necessarily at the time, we didn't have an established swing tackle. Man, Alex Palczewski and Matthew Pert have not only become really reliable backup tackles, they both can jump, they can bounce inside and have already done it so far this training camp because they're both versatile type players.
Yeah, I think Palczewski, like the swing tackle job is basically going to be his. One of the other parts of it too, guys, and I've made this point to Andy and over and over again, and like, look, is this based in any evidence? No, it's just based in likelihood, okay, whatever analytic that is. They've been so healthy in their offensive line over the last 2 years. The odds of that happening again are pretty low.
Last year was it about 5 total starts missed by the entire unit?
It was like that the year before, too.
Yeah, I think it might have even been healthier the year before.
It was wild.
So last year you had Wattenberg out for a game.
Yeah, Forsyth, I think, played for him. Palczewski made, I think, 3.
I think it was for McGlinchey,
2 or
not?
3 starts last year, yeah, for McGlinchey, because I think Bowles played
was
every
17
game.
out of 17.
Yeah, he played every game last season. Powers, I think, missed
a game.
Yeah, a game.
And then Miners 17 out of 17.
Miners played everything. Second team All Pro season.
I think it was 5 or 6 man days missed.
How many offenses have you coordinated or teams have you coached where all 5 offensive linemen stayed healthy for a full season?
Doesn't happen often. Even just the high ankle sprain, which happens all the time.
The roll up.
Yeah, you get rolled over. It always looks like, oh, it's his ACL.
Right.
It's almost always a high ankle sprain.
Yeah.
And you typically, you miss a game, maybe 2. You probably should miss about 8 games because it's that painful, and you basically break a bone. It just doesn't quite fully sever when you have a high ankle sprain. But it's you tape them up, and about 4 weeks later, they're ready to go.
Yeah, and that's okay. Shoot them up and get back in there. But McGlinchey will be here this year because it would cost him what was the number? 39.1?
$40 million.
$40 million basically. So he's not going anywhere. He'll be here. You'll be like in the red basically. I think $23 million in cap and $39 in dead cap. The out on McGlinchey is next year. I think they would save like $8 million if they were to cut him loose next season if they want to.
Yeah, because I know that Palczewski is a player that frankly is deserving of an opportunity to start in the National Football League. But on the flip side is Mike McGlinchey in his 2024 campaign pretty damn good.
Yeah, they don't need the savings now.
Yeah, but again, he had whatever he had going on beginning of camp, and we all watched a drill the other day where I heard plenty of commentary about by multiple people with plenty of football experience that maybe we need to get off a little bit quicker. Maybe we need to get a little wider. I'm just saying, if there's money to be saved and you've got a young player, why not? Mike McGlinchey's been a great free agent signing. I would knock that. Now, we had the McFlinchy, but the year he was McFlinchy, so is everybody else because Russell Wilson apparently doesn't keep a consistent snap count for his offensive line. But I'm just saying, I like Palczewski a lot.
So do I.
I really do. And I just think at some point, look, I don't have to tell you as a coach. I hear it all the time, especially when you add in some of those zone elements. You want 5 guys that grow together so they're like that unit this franchise was so proud of back in the late 90s on their Super Bowl run.
I think that Mike McGlinchey is a huge part of that unit, though. In terms of the current Denver Broncos and their identity as an offensive line that graded out top 3 in the National Football League. I think it was number 1 in pass blocking, top 5 in run blocking.
Yeah. Pretty good.
And I would say he's a pretty vocal leader in that group. Mm-hmm. Is he the elder statesman? I guess Bowles is.
Bowles is.
What do you mean? Just by experience?
Yeah, years of service.
Bowles is older than McGlinchey?
I coached Mike McGlinchey in 2016 at Notre Dame.
Yeah, Bowles I think has been in the league longer, I think. Now I'm going to double check that.
It's pretty comparable. Bowles was the 17 draft?
Yeah, 2017. He was the 20th overall
I think
pick.
they might have come in the same year.
McGlinchey's rookie season was
17 or 18. It's got to be. Because he was at Notre Dame with me in 16.
18, actually.
Okay. So
yeah,
he was.
So Bowles is one more year in the NFL.
So Mike McGlinchey feels like the elder statesman of the group because as much as Garrett Bowles has been really solid, he's just it's almost like he's got some rookie vibes to him in year 8 and 9.
Because we talked about earlier in the week, because I threw it out there thinking about it. If we're really going to talk about service to the team and what he's done, and if you're looking to do some Ring of Fame stuff from this era of Bronco football, which a lot of people resounding know, and I have no problem with it, it's not been a lot of winning when you've set a bar for yourself. But would you think about a Garrett Bowles for a Ring of Fame? Because with the contract he got last year, I think he finished his career as a Bronco. So what does that count for? And Nate pointed it out aptly, and a lot of the texters agreed. He's had 5 good years as a Bronco. Mm-hmm. He had an absolute disaster of the first 2 years to where you weren't in town yet. But John Elway used to do his own radio show when he was GM, and he wondered aloud on the air, does he know the holding rules? Is how rough that was going for Garrett at the start.
Yeah, Bulls had a pretty rough. He had a pretty rough
17, 18, and 19 were rough.
22 was pretty rough as well. In terms of
he
only played 5
games.
Of
it, yeah.
That's right.
That was the injury season in 22.
That was a broken leg?
Yes, and he's been mostly healthy since then. Coming off that year, it was like, ooh, is this going to be it for him? But he came back and stayed healthy and got rewarded, got a new contract. Good player.
I would say that if this Denver Broncos, the current iteration of the Broncos, does what, frankly, Diana Rossini thinks that is going to happen and they're starting to talk about, which is the 2 words I almost asked Sean Payton about today to extend his press conference to about 42 minutes.
Thank you.
Super Bowl. If that's the case, then there's no doubt that Garrett Bowles, if he's a part of that, he is without question, a Ring of Famer.
I believe the story gets written in the next 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Like right now, he's put himself in a position to be able to write the ending of that story. And it could be that of a Ring of Fame player and that of like a guy that we would call a Broncos legend. It's not there yet, but we'll see.
He and Cortland Sutton, would they be the two faces of going from the doldrums of...
Yeah.
Yeah, right now with Simmons gone.
Yeah.
Simmons would have been the face of that
to
campaign.
actually see it through.
Right.
Because Simmons was the 16 draft, Bowles was 17, Sutton was 18.
Yeah, those guys were both on a lot of really bad offenses.
Remember, there was a point in time before we saw Bradley Chubb not able to stay healthy where it looked like they nailed the 18 draft because they got Sutton, they got Chubb. Didn't they get a running back out of that draft too? And then all the good stuff slowly just faded. And was Josie Jewell that draft?
Was that the Royce Freeman draft?
Royce Freeman, yes.
I like Royce Freeman coming out of Oregon.
For a little bit, and then remember there was a Penn State corner we thought was going to be pretty good. Or maybe he was a receiver, the slot receiver.
Oh, God, and I can see
he was
his
always
face.
He would get open, but we wouldn't either throw it to him, or when they did, he wouldn't catch it.
The whole bag on him was that he was an elite route runner. I was at Casa Bonita when they drafted him. They were doing the announcement. They had like the cliff divers announce the pick and then jump into the water, and that's where I was there covering it that very day. KJ Hamler.
No, that's
not KJ Hamler.
That's a different draft.
No.
Hamler was the second pick in the
All
Judy
right, so
draft.
the 2018 draft
Receiver, third or fourth round.
was Bradley Chubb, Cortland Sutton, Royce Freeman.
Deshaun Hamilton.
Deshaun Hamilton.
Thank you.
Oh, we heard about he's in the right spot. He runs great routes.
Yeah.
Remember Isaac Yiadom?
Oh, yeah, he was another one. Big Boston College corner, I believe, that was supposed to be a real physical guy.
He's in the league now, and he's like kind of had a career.
And he was a
Niner last year, Isaac Yiadom.
Yeah, he was another classic guy. You and I, we talked a little bit about the linebackers we talked on your show, the linebackers that love to make the tackles right at the sticks, which I feel like Jewell and Singleton did a little too much of a couple years ago. Where they get
the recorded tackle,
yeah, but you didn't stop
the running back falls forward for a yard.
Well, Isaac Yiadom was the classic. I was a step away from knocking the ball down, but I didn't, so now I have to tackle
the almost guy.
Yeah,
the one that you have to bring up horseshoes and hand grenades.
You're really a hell of a corner, but you're not.
You never want a corner to have too many tackles.
No, that's not good for you.
That's not a good statistical marker for a cornerback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember that Eddie Yiadom? You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
He was always right there.
Those last
also in that 2018 draft, while I'm hanging out with my friend from the great state of Illinois, I learned that your high school spelled differently, but
Wakanda, Illinois.
Wakanda, Illinois.
Yeah.
You know anything about Waubonsie Valley High School in Illinois?
Waubonsie Valley. We used to play baseball against those guys. Mm-hmm.
Any idea who
that
came out of...
That was a football powerhouse,
Who came out of Waubonsie Valley that was drafted for the Denver Broncos in 2018?
In 2018.
Was it Carlos something?
I'll give you a hint.
Troy Fumagalli?
Troy Fumagalli. Very nicely done.
Yeah. Oh, I was so happy when
another Wisconsin tight end.
So Tyler and I were doing our morning show at the Bronco only station at the time, and we actually got a chance to hook up with Troy's coach. And I thought he'd make it. It was like one of those picks that you got right and then wished 5 years later you hadn't. I'm like, I'd make a great Bronco. They love their Big Ten tight ends. Fumagalli was the third in a string of. Remember, you went with Jeff Hireman out of Ohio State, then Jake Butt out of Michigan, then Fumagalli out of Wisconsin.
None of those
guys worked out.
No.
The best one ended up being Hireman. I will say, I always wonder what Hireman's the reason why he's one of the group of guys why they've changed what the rookie camp looks like. Because he'd come right out of working for the Combine, goes into Kubiak in 2016. They go in, and he's doing his rookie camp running drills and blows the knee out, and that's it for his rookie year.
Talking about Big Ten tight ends that were misses in the Denver Broncos, and frankly has been a miss in the National Football League, you can count me as somebody who is guilty as charged for thinking that Noah Fant was a can't-miss prospect. How did you guys feel about Noah Fant?
Freak of an athlete.
When he was drafted, did you feel like there was going to be a world existed that he did not really pan out and materialize as any form of a success story in Denver? Nor Seattle, by the way.
Here was my question, though. another Iowa tight end went 12 picks ahead.
Yeah, he was the second guy.
It was T.J. Hawkinson.
Yeah, he was the dynamic.
Pretty
dude.
good.
Yeah, pretty good player. And it's like, wait, you got the second guy? How's this going to work out?
And if I'm not mistaken, they were in the same tight end room at least for a year
at Iowa
with George Kittle as well.
Yes,
that's crazy.
Yeah,
swing and a miss.
I let's just say a deep intel. TJ Hushmanzada worked him out, and it told a buddy of mine that is the biggest non-athlete athlete I've ever worked with. Just no quick twitch, no. And you saw it.
Right.
He was a straight line
He's
guy.
right.
You want to know what Nate would often, when we were bored after a bad Broncos Sunday, and believe me, there were plenty of them, he liked to wind me up and bring up the Noah Fant catching a ball, because what they loved, the favorite play of the Vic Fangio era, was to throw to Noah Fant 2 yards away from the sticks, thinking the big boy would break a tackle and get that first down you and I talked about. He never did.
He was the
I don't
king.
care how small the corner was, he was getting down as soon as he caught it.
He was the king of getting 6 yards on 3rd and 8.
Yeah.
He never broke a tackle in his Bronco career. Never broke a tackle, never made anybody miss. He just got a new gig,
Went to
right?
Cincinnati.
Okay, Noah Fant's still in the NFL, but yeah, that was another first round whiff.
And yet, would he have been, I've asked this question, had they decided to bring him back, would he not have been their most kind of two-way tight end they got? Like, he would have been in the middle of Troutman and Ingram.
Yes.
Had they signed him here, which the second time around, I don't know if I'd have hated it as much. But I'll be honest, when I found out, one of the reasons why I wasn't angry about the Russell Wilson trade, it actually did lead to excitement, was I knew they weren't long for the world with Drew Lock, and I knew Noah Fant wasn't going to be a long-term Bronco either. The guy we were upset about was Shelby Harris, because he was our buddy and did the show for a while and was actually a good Bronco. But of the players they gave up, none of those dudes were long-term playing Broncos.
Nah, it was the picks.
So that felt like we were like, yeah, all right, so what? That's what you give up. Now it turns out it was a horrible trade. Horrible trade. But at the time when they gave up those 3 players, nobody in this radio show was upset about it.
Yeah, I didn't miss those guys.
And look, Noah Fant's been fine. Let me ask you this, Coach. How about I ask you this?
Return on investment for Noah Fant has not been good for any team.
By the way, Seattle got a starting left tackle and a starting corner.
Again, they didn't lose the trade because you paid Russell Wilson to go away before a single down played on that contract extension you gave him. That said, Seattle didn't exactly smack that trade out of the park. You had 2 shots at a top 5 quarterback. You didn't take one either time.
They took Devin Witherspoon,
which is a really good player.
Yeah.
Really good player.
Yep.
But again,
they're starting left tackle.
But they're hoping a guy that was, the 3rd overall pick in a draft that wasn't their draft pick is going to be their answer at the quarterback position. I've got a question for you about first-round picks, but I'll tell you what. Let's not do it now. Man. Let's keep me and Nate out of trouble. We're going to do what we got to do. We're going to handle a little business. But I want your philosophy on a first-round pick when we come back. All right. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. It's a Ska Friday. The Sandman joining us here because he's a Ska Friday fan. That's the only way you get to be on this show on a Friday. Quite honestly.
Can I get known? I want to be known now as Coach Scofford just on Fridays.
Coach Scanford.
Scanford?
I like Scofford. Mike Scofford. No.
Yeah, I think we're both feeling Scanford. Like land is Ska Friday.
Yeah.
It's got to stay true to the name.
Stay with the name.
You're not Mike Sanford.
Very true.
You know what I'm saying?
Or Sofford.
Yeah.
What is the best use of the word ska in a ska band's name?
Skankin' Pickles.
That one's pretty good.
That is pretty good.
Pickle. Sorry.
The singular. Yeah.
My 2 votes, one you've heard of was the great Mephistopheles.
Yeah, that's the one I was trying to
the
think of.
satanic ska band from New York. The other...
that toured with the Christian ska band from Denver.
They were awesome. The other was a band, and we saw them. They were trying. They were doing their best, but they had an elite name. Luke Skywalker was the name of the band. Very good.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. All right, go ahead, Andy.
All right. Well, no, it's good you bring up elite. So here's where we're at. Here's what I always think is interesting. And I know you've done college football, not really a pro guy, but we always come down to a debate. Like, you know what? I'll borrow an example of your podcast partner. You can feel right now that DMac is really bothered that they took Jahdae Barron with that top pick because he's not going to be an official starter on the outside. He talks about it a lot, right? For me, and this is where, like, I'll give you Tim Tebow as an example. Tim Tebow, I think, could have found a way to be worthy of that 25th pick you spent had he been all in on just being the do-it-all, frankly, to borrow the Sean Payton term, the joker weapon of the Josh McDaniels offense, where in the red zone, he was the weapon you couldn't stop. If he would have accrued 10 to 15 TDs and he's the problem in the red zone, then that was a worthwhile first-round pick if you get a couple, 3-4 years out of that. I know ideally everybody wants the 10-year answer of something, but sometimes you just get a good player. You know what? You know who was a good player? And I'm trying to remember his name, so maybe he wasn't as good as I'd like. Give me the defensive lineman, the no Sean Moreno draft. Played for him a couple years. They got him at 18, Nate. Who was their defensive lineman that they tried to turn into a linebacker?
Went to the Giants.
Yes.
You're discussing the name
I could see his face.
No, it wasn't.
Sylvester Williams.
Robert Ayers.
Robert Ayers.
Bob Ayers.
Oh. Williams was a nose tackle. So Robert Ayers.
He had a good NFL career.
He did. And when you know what? When they got out of the Josh McDaniels era and went to John Fox, they put his hand down in the ground. He was a starter on the Super Bowl team. He was a good, solid starter. This is all in the vein of the Noah Fant conversation. So it sucks, that the guy was not a good 10-year starter for you. But if you just get a solid football player out of the first round, is that the least you can expect from it? Or do you have to hit superstar? Have you failed if you haven't found the superstar guy?
Second contract, still a part of your team, still a starter.
You want him around.
That's what.
Because let's be honest, that's what Garrett Bowles is.
Yes.
That's what Garrett Bowles is.
Garrett Bowles at this stage of his career,
ends up being a good first-round pick. Didn't look like it
Noah Fant, bust.
Okay.
Bust of a first-round.
I got no problem labeling it that. But
for the Denver Broncos.
You bust if he doesn't stay on your team for a second contract. Is that it?
That's how I look at it. And you shouldn't want to use said player as a chip in a trade.
Agreed.
If they're that valuable
when they're
to your
about to
franchise.
get a contract. By the way, he was like a $4.5 million player.
Give me a good example of a successful first-round draft pick for a NFL franchise that got traded before its second contract. It's a pretty deep cut right there.
Yeah, that's a lot of specifics.
It is. No.
Do you think ChatGPT has an answer on that one?
Okay, but like, let me give a different way of viewing this. And I know sometimes, like, one of the things we talk about the business and transaction of sport far too often, and it kind of kills me a little bit sometimes. But, like, if you take a guy and you get 4, or in the case of the 5th-year option, 5 good years out of the player, and he is on a rookie contract, thus he is below market, and you get a good contribution out of him, and then he moves on, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I know these guys weren't first-round picks, but I'll use the 2 examples of Malik Jackson and Danny Trevathan, 2 Broncos that you drafted that were both excellent players and that were starters on Super Bowl teams, and yet had to move on because you just can't pay everybody. right? Like that's a part of NFL reality too. Like in a perfect world, the Broncos would get to a place where like they're hitting on enough draft picks, the guys are walking out the door and moving on because you just can't sign everybody.
Right. No, I'm with you. But to me, it was about...
There's a capology sort of element to this conversation.
I agree. But see, to me, it's always about the specific... Here's why I bring up the first round in particular. Okay? I feel sometimes a guy gets labeled a bust, even like Robert Ayers would be it. Guy went on to have a pretty good double-digit career.
Yep.
Was he really a bust? No. Was he the outside rush linebacker that Josh McDaniels tried to convince us he was going to be? I was told by one guy he didn't have a quick twitch bone in his body by his old defensive coordinator, But again, he was a solid guy. He played for the Giants a number of years. Look, I don't know if it ended up being a bad pick. Now, Noah Fant, yeah, that didn't feel like a really great pick. But again, that's where...
Was Bradley Chubb a bust for the Denver Broncos?
Yes, unfortunately, yes. Yes, because you know what? And part of it's what you took him. First off, you took him at 5. Secondly, you passed on all sorts of players from Quentin Nelson right behind him to Josh Allen right behind
that. That's pretty good.
To Lamar Jackson at the end of the round. I mean, we could go on and on and on
and again,
of guys you could have had.
I'm not just trying to find exceptions to the rule, but here's this guy's an interesting case study to me. Bradley Roby.
Okay.
You used a first-round pick on him. You did not give him a second contract. He was the starting nickel corner on a Super Bowl winning team.
In a vital piece of that.
Now, did Bradley Roby turn into a star NFL corner? Like, there's no All-Pros, there's no Pro Bowls, there's nothing like that. And he went on to have a lengthy NFL career elsewhere. But again, for what you needed in that moment, did he become a star? No, but he was a quality player. And he filled a need that you had on your football team because, again, you had depth elsewhere.
Were his last several years hampered by injury or no?
Roby?
No.
Yeah, he was in and out of injury. Because remember, he was in Houston, and then wasn't he like in Philadelphia?
I think he was a Saint at the end.
I believe you're right about that.
Those are the 4 teams. Broncos, Texans.
Deep cuts on a player like
New Orleans Saints. But yeah, first-round draft pick was a part of, like, that's an interesting case study.
Let me ask
you a really interesting player.
As a coach, how often does this happen? What was wild about Roby is he was actually very good as the nickel guy, whatever. But he could not take second receiver. He could not be the starting. He couldn't be Riley Moss. Whenever he was asked to be Riley Moss, it didn't go very well. But when he was allowed to come in and be the nickel guy and just kind of mix in those extra receiver packages, he was a really good player.
What is the minimum amount of years that a quarterback has to be your starter to be considered a first-round hit?
That's a good call. That's a
second
great question.
Contract.
You think so?
It's more that than probably the
second contract, but you're barely making the playoffs, or you're just kind of in and out of there right away. Like, what's the success rate?
The 5th year, if you're the starter in the 5th year, you're an absolute
What if they don't set
story.
the market? Wouldn't it be look, we all know just because you get to set the market as the QB doesn't mean you're the best QB in the league at the time. It just means it's your turn for a contract.
How many examples are there of quarterbacks that are somewhere in that gray area?
Sure. How about Trevor Lawrence? He got to set the market. I still don't know what that guy is. And that's a guy I had really high hope for.
I think he's supposed to be good, but
I
don't
know.
What
about Justin Herbert? A guy that we all I think
he's a star.
Okay.
Yeah.
But he's not won a lot to be a star. How many playoff wins does he have?
0.
He doesn't have any. He's been to the playoffs twice, but he doesn't have any wins.
I mean, Now listen, he also is playing at one of the worst times to be in the AFC. Poor Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, 2 MVP winners, are trying to get over the hump that is Patrick Mahomes. Then you got Joe Burrow hanging out there who got to a Super Bowl, but that's only been one time. And then you got guys like Herbert and funny enough, the one time Lawrence won a game was over Herbert in a massive comeback.
You brought up the original question with reference to Jahdae Barron. Is drafting a first-round player that isn't even a 100% starter. He hasn't played outside corner but 5 snaps at training camp.
Pretty much.
And it's only been in base defensive personnel when you have who was Q Campbell before he got banged up and he wasn't out there today. Q was playing that true Sam linebacker, that real 4-3 style. That's the only time I've seen Jahdae Barron outside at corner.
Okay, so let's use this example right now. And again, this is only his rookie season, but how does Jahdae Barron best help the Broncos right now? It's as an inside corner on a team that has Patrick Surtain and Riley Moss, and both of those guys are outstanding players. You put Jahdae Barron on the inside. You use Jaquan McMillan on the inside.
They did it today.
In dime packages.
They had them both on the field today, and it was a beautiful thing.
They're going to have 4 corners on the field, 4 very good corners on the field in dime situations.
And you can blitz either one of those guys.
You can do a lot of things with that group, but that's exactly what it is. Like, okay, you're a first-round pick, but you're not starting on the outside right now, but the team also doesn't need you to. There's also this argument, and that's why I don't think there's any necessity to have is he an outside corner conversation, because everything is a 3-corner defense basically in today's NFL.
90% plus.
You have to have that nickel guy on the field all the time. Like we've been talking about how are they going to use Marvin Mims, and he's talking about going back and looking at slot cut-ups of things that Jerry Jeudy does. Like who's gonna be the guy that covers a Puka Nacua type of player? Like those kind of weapons that all these offenses are trying to find right now. Like you have to have 3 good starting corners if you're going to have a legitimate NFL defense today, and it just so happens one of them has a different role, but my response to it is who cares?
No, I'm with you. And look, from what Jeff Legwald's told us from the word go is they drafted him to be the inside move-around guy.
Right.
They loved him because he could play all the positions in the secondary.
You have to have that guy.
Not just go take Ryan. Like everybody thought when he got drafted, well, Riley Moss is gone. I don't think that's how they looked at it. You got to have an outstanding secondary.
You show me
in
a
today's
secondary
NFL.
that has 2 good corners, and I will tell you, okay, who's your third? You need more of those bodies. By the way, a couple of other notes on this. McMillan is still really good. Guys, I think Chris Abrams-Drain has had a really good camp.
I wouldn't get rid of that guy.
That's a good player.
He's a good player, man. He might be he's probably your 3rd corner right now.
Probably, like you're at least outside, on the outside,
You're true. Like if you got into a pickle with either Riley Moss or Pat Surtain second out, I wouldn't borrow Jahdae Barron nor Jaquan McMillan from nickel and dime packages.
I think Abrams-Drain has had a good camp.
Plug and play, and he's long.
You
He's
notice
athletic.
him. Yep.
He's already has evidence of ball skills in NFL games. He
Good
had an
secondary.
interception.
Good
Great
secondary. Jeff Legwold coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. We'll talk about Bo's interception-filled day that Sanford is trying to.
It was one interception that would have stood after the penalties on the defense.
Sanford.
Hey.
It's got to be Sanford.
It's all it takes to lose a game.
I'm from the birthplace of ska, and I'm going to let it stand with Mike Scufford.
You're from Kingston, Jamaica? It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Mike Sanford with a line that was terribly brutal. Anyway, you know what Mike Sanford's not worried about right now? Going to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. But you never know. A couple seasons coaching a little football, getting stressed again, getting worn down. Yeah, Father Time's never lost a battle, and sometimes we all then end up dealing with ED. If you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, then you know what you got to do. You got to go have a conversation with the guys over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Go over there and see those good folks. It's the summertime. Not for guys like Sanford who thinks it's the fall and getting ready for football. For you, though, it's still summer. There's still long days, gorgeous nights to enjoy it. You got time for a little summer romance before maybe you do a little nesting in the fall. But if you've turned away from all that because you're dealing with ED, then it's time to get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because they've got solutions for you. They've got treatments that work when the pills and herbals fail and treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some of those treatments could even have you lasting an hour or more. That'll really set the sun. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and successfully treated tens of thousands of men. You can schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. First visit, $99, includes that medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. And if you're medically advised to test dose, and if the test dose doesn't work in the office, the visit's free. You got nothing to lose. And if you're like a lot of guys, you could be feeling the same. You're like your old self, I should say, the next day after the appointment. 5 locations in Colorado, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Call them, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You heard Chris DeMakes, the lead singer of Less Than Jake, right there with the Ska Friday theme song. He and his band, Less Than Jake, will be playing Saturday night at the Fillmore Auditorium, Saturday, August 9th. That's a week from this Saturday. Less Than Jake, along with ska legends Fishbone, Detroit's own The Suicide Machines, as well as Catbite, one of the newer ska bands out there. But Less Than Jake's going to be playing that show at the Fillmore Auditorium. We have 5 pairs of tickets to give away to that show.
You know what?
Today on the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
We've got plenty.
Yes, we're not lacking.
We may even do more than 5.
Okay. All right. Executive decisions being made on the other side of the table. I like it. So, yeah, we got Less Than Jake ticks.
Hey, somebody won't be here to make an executive decision later on.
So. We will tell you how you can win those tickets today coming up at 4:45 on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. So if you want Less Than Jake tickets, this is the place to listen as they'll be headlining the Fillmore Auditorium. Andy, long day out there at Broncos. You and I, we put in the OT out there on the grass at Dove Valley today. By the way, I will say this: neither of us attended the topping off ceremony.
No, we didn't. That
today.
was pretty dang early.
I didn't make it to that.
I think I was still trying to get ready for the shower at that point.
But we watched football practice. Then we listened to Sean Payton give his
state of football.
It was, he basically played tweezer today during his press conference. It went 33 minutes, I believe, was the official clock on that there today. So that was quite impressive. Sean wrapped up. We got to hear from Jaleel McLaughlin. We got to hear from Malcolm Roach today.
I like Malcolm Roach. We may have to interview him.
He's entertaining. And then we waited. We interviewed Alex Palczewski. That was fun today. But we were out there for quite some time. We didn't leave Broncos today until 2 o'clock.
2:15 to be exact is when we got to our cars.
And we have a 3 o'clock radio show. So our day was a little bit scrunched when it came to the pre-show, prep time, downtime, whatever you want to call it.
What'd you get for lunch? Because I got to tell you.
Yeah?
I discovered something. I'll play off one of Sean's answers.
Okay. I went with the roast beef and provolone at Snarf's today.
Oh, there you go.
I went Snarf's today.
You know what?
Which I love.
I will say in this tech center area that we're at, there's Snarf, there's Schlotchkes, there's just all sorts of good sandwich shops.
If you can dream up any fast casual establishment, we have it within 3 miles of this radio station.
So I don't know what my deal was. I guess I sat in the car and tested some things out with the mic. We're trying to get this Palczewski interview where we want it.
By we mean Andy.
But you know what? I was thinking to myself, you know what? There's a Walmart right over there.
Okay.
Let me just give the parent company their money back, and I'll just go grab something.
We heard Walmart stories today.
Well, okay, so
amongst Sean's meandering answers.
So this is why I want to bring it up to you.
Okay.
Sean told the story at the end of talking about the building and putting the last beam on and all that stuff of Sam Walton flying overhead, and I think Sean caught some people off guard today. But he said that if the Walmart people heard the plane flying above, it could be Sam who was about to land and come check on your store.
This is like the early Walmarts scattered about rural Arkansas where the family fortune is getting built. And Sam Walton would fly his little, I don't know, his
Rapduster,
Cessna or whatever he had, and he would buzz the tower on a Walmart, find the nearest runway, touch that thing down, and then go inspect the store. So yes, Kerry Walton Penner apparently was regaling everybody with the tale today that if you worked at a Walmart and you heard the plane go right overhead, that meant get your bleep in order.
Yes. Was he flying the Red Baron's plane, by the way? Whatever those things were?
Yeah. Biplane.
Yeah, the one from the Charlie Brown Halloween special. Okay, so anyway, I'm like, you know what? There's that Walmart right there. I just need to grab and go, you know? And our good friends, we'll tell you, the Twitch feed is brought to you by Safeway. You know, you can order, you can get fresh food, you can have it delivered, you can do it all. And we thank our friends at Safeway for sponsoring Twitch. But unfortunately, couldn't think where the closest Safeway was.
Okay.
So I was like, I'll just go hit the parent company Walmart.
Sounds like something you can find in the Safeway app.
Probably.
Andy.
You're right. But at this point,
watch Twitch.
I've had enough frustration that I'm just going to the place where I know where it is.
Okay.
Which there's one about 2 blocks away from the Broncos.
All right.
Now, I've shopped there before, but I've not been there since Walmart has officially bought the Broncos. And I think the story today held weight because that all of a sudden, it was a pretty nice Walmart before. That thing is the crown jewel of Walmart
Really?
all of a sudden. Oh, dude, I'm telling you.
Palatial.
They don't want Mr. or Mrs. Walton Penner showing up at their store without it looking right. I mean, it's as clean as any of those kind of stores that I've ever seen. They had a grab and go aisle as if they knew that's what I was coming in there for. Sandwich selection galore. Sodas, chips, this, that. I found things at this Walmart that's not at the Walmart by my house. Like nice little logs I could put my little solo stove. And I was like, I wonder if they know that an heir to the fortune, an actual Walton is just a couple blocks away. This one better not suck in case they ever come over here, because it is the crown jewel of Walmart.
I don't think that's a coincidence.
I don't either.
No.
As I left, I was like, wow, that's really, and then I thought of Sean's answer, and I'm like, there's got to be a correlation.
Yeah, I'm
now,
pretty
they're not
sure.
flying a plane overhead, but
I'm pretty sure management, yeah, that all adds up to me. Absolutely. If Carrie needs to go and grab and go a sandwich for lunch,
right,
there better not be a dust bunny under the aisle.
I went with the Velveeta cheese and turkey today.
Ooh, how was it?
It was good.
Okay.
Hey, got the job done. Sometimes you get those meals that just get the job done.
You're here and
now,
you're awake.
The next time you're at that facility, I bet you'll stop by just to see what I'm talking about.
Okay, so here's the question, Andy: Is Bo Nix the palatial Walmart, or is Bo Nix just the get the job done turkey and Velveeta?
Oh, it's a great question, Nate. Look, I'm not. I'll tell you why I'm going to have a different reaction to things this year than I did a year ago.
All right.
We know this defense is really, really good, and all they're doing is reinforcing that thought.
Capital L legit.
And they've got pass rushers for days, it feels like. They've got edge pressure for days, okay? And then if you can't escape that, as Bo has had to do on a number of times, then you got to deal with that secondary, okay? So I do think that this is the toughest. This is really the toughest one, the toughest defense, the toughest tests Bo's going to face. Also, something that Coach Sanford said yesterday that stuck with me. Remember yesterday he said to us, we've seen this practice before.
Yeah.
Right? All right, well, guess what? I feel like we've seen this training camp before, too, because I remember being one of those panicked last year when this offense just looked inept and sorry. And now, look, it didn't have a first great month of the season, to be fair about it.
Took some time.
But it feels like there's a process to what Sean's doing, and I'm not going to – I feel like, remember, we're hitting scrimmage day tomorrow. Sean reminded us about scrimmage day last year, and I remember there wasn't just I think last year's where a lot of us started to say, all right, this offense could be in a little bit of trouble because the scrimmage day had a couple moments but wasn't great overall.
Yeah.
I won't be shocked if it looks the same way tomorrow as well.
I tell you one thing I would like to see evolve in this offense is and really the preparation of this offense. So last year – Broncos camp was the Stiddy, Zach Wilson, Bo Nix competition. Emphasis on the air quotes around competition because Bo Nix was going to win it the entire time, but it was generally reps were split evenly. Have you noticed also this year that it is still 4 Bo reps, 4 Stiddy reps, 4 Ellinger reps?
Really? I guess you're right. I guess it didn't dawn on me, but you're right.
What are we doing?
That's a great question.
Why?
But it is, like, for the most part, it is true first team, second team, third team.
They keep it in that order. But can I get some more Bo reps? Can I get some more first string? Like, again, I'm happy for Sam Ellinger that he's getting his NFL opportunity and is trying to make the team. And like and again, I'm using Sam Ellinger basically like all those third teamer guys, like go get him, fellas. I'm rooting for you. But this is a team. The Broncos have less roster turnover than any other team in the NFL this year. I think the number was 86% of this season's roster was here last year. That is the highest amount in the NFL this season. We've talked about this before, Andy. There's hardly any jobs that are up for grabs on this team right now. Like, I can tell you, and I'm looking at the Ourlads depth chart right now. Yeah, that's what it's going to be week one. Like, it's not going to be any different. There's not guys rotating in and out. Like, sure, there's sometimes Trent Sherfield is with the ones, and sometimes Trent Sherfield is with the twos, and sometimes R.J. Harvey is with the ones, and sometimes J.K. Dobbins is with the ones or the twos, or whatever it is. Like, there's some of that going on, but really, there's no jobs up for grabs. Like, get these guys more work, because right now, the offense is way behind. Now, we know the quality of defense that they're going up against every single day, but let's do a little bit more.
Now, it's funny you would say that. I don't know why it didn't dawn on me, but you're absolutely right. That's what we've watched. What I keep waiting for, and I've said it over and over, is when did the number one offense get to go against? When do they go against the number two defense?
I'm kind of waiting for that.
And just let them get some work in.
I agree.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because, again, there's no – and to be fair a little bit to the offensive line, how physical can they get with this pass rush? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Although I will say, gosh, did you notice the rep? And he was either Sanford or Tyler that told me. I was standing next to those guys. I want to say it was Tyler called it out. I'll tell you what. I saw a great moment from Nick Benito I want to get in and break down from you. You may need to pay Nick Benito real soon, Nate Kreckman, even though you don't want to.
You know who's going to weigh in on that weighing in?
Oh, you're right.
Jeff Legwold. We'll be doing that coming up next. We're talking Broncos training camp, as our training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Yeah, Jeff Legwold time here on a Friday afternoon. Training camp coverage powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Leggy, Sean Payton today talking about Bo Nix. And today was Bo's first camp interception. And his first camp interception was on an RPO, and he threw it to Talanoa Hufanga. And at least for what Sean had to say for public consumption, he didn't really make it out to be Bo's fault so much as it was an unbelievable play made by a safety that the Broncos compensated quite well to come in here. That was more of a Hufanga highlight than a Knicks lowlight, wouldn't you say?
Definitely. That's he would gladly trade or gladly want about 4 or 5 of those during the season. It was an incredible play. It was fairly ridiculous that he snagged that one at close range at about a 35-inch vertical. So it was a good snag. I think he'll have a lot more to say about the second one to Surtain. I think that one will be discussed more on a football level.
Well, when he compared it to a Russell Wilson interception, you knew that wasn't a good look for Bo Nix.
Well, Bo actually, he used Russell as a comparison, but again, by my evaluation of it, Bo had 2 of those last year, same overlap, almost same spot on the field. So that is a tough one to decipher as a quarterback, and it's even more. It's kind of a fake man-to-man situation where the corner sneaks in, and when the corner's Surtain. That's a tough one to avoid if you're the QB. Payton called it a blind spot. There's a blind area, I think he said, on that play. So that's the one they'll talk about from a football perspective. The other one, you just say that's an awesome play. That ball will get there through there 99 times out of 100.
Leggy, how close do you think we are to that Zach Allen extension? There were some maybe jump-the-gun reports a couple days ago that they were real close. Haven't heard anything since. How close do you think the two sides are?
Well, I mean, I know, they've had discussions, and I think that's one that could certainly get done, could get finished if the guaranteed money is agreed to and all of those things. I'm going by what people are telling me. I did not feel that imminence from the folks I was talking to, but as we've seen over the years, that can change really fast. But I think much like Sutton and Surtain, they want to stay. They know they're watching what will be a state-of-the-art palace that the Denver Broncos are going to be working in is being built right next to the practice field. They see what it's going to be like here, and people want to stay. So I think he'd like to stay, and they'd certainly like to have him. It's always the tug of war about guaranteed money and when you'll get it. And, that this is no different than any other. Doesn't mean things are tense or any of that. It just means both sides are going to hammer away until they get as close to what they want as possible.
All right, I'm going to ask you a question, and it's a softball for you because it's one I've kind of chatted with you about before, and Nate as well. But I think I was standing next to Tyler, and they did something with Benito. They adjusted something, and Tyler goes, they're going to chip him. They're going to chip him. He could tell. And he goes, I think Benito sees it. And they snap the ball, and Benito goes wide, spins the chip, I want to say, and then eludes the tackle and got inside on a pass rush. And I mean, it all just happened so fast, right? He just is, he's that dude that was the profile in the scouting report that you were telling us. When are they going to quit messing around and get him done? Which one of those two guys would you do first? Now, I think they're great together, so I'd get them both done. But
look, they want him. They want to keep him. Pass rushers like that are hard to find. And Benito is a great example of what you're supposed to do, draft and develop, and that's how it should go. And of course you want those now they're not going to re-sign everybody through the years and all those things, but they want to keep him. But if you're Benito or his representatives, you're going to wait and see what the top of the market is going to be, where the bar is, because then when you slot under that, that affects your income. So unless the Broncos just blow them away with guaranteed money or the total, again, things can always change. But if you're his representatives, getting him signed before Micah Parsons sets the bar is not good business unless the Broncos just go so big you can't say no. Or you're like Surtain and you say, this is an awesome deal in a place I want to be at, and you take it. Those are the scenarios where that gets done. But they know what they have. He knows what he is as a player. And, now it's just about getting the dollar figure what it'll take to get him in. It's going to take near the top of the market, and both sides know it.
Jeff Legwold of ESPN. Leggy, along those lines with Micah Parsons, is today's news that Parsons has requested a trade and, quite frankly, took some pretty bold-faced shots at Jerry Jones and the Cowboys on social media today. Does that speed things up to get something done for Parsons or slow things down? What's your read on this right now?
I actually asked, I was making some calls on some other things, and I asked a couple executives around the league who I know, and they see potentially you have two very stubborn sides involved. You have perhaps the most powerful agent in the NFL now, or if he's not, he's on the podium, gold, silver, or bronze for most powerful agent in the NFL. And you have a player who has no resume flaws on or off the field, who is willing and strong-willed. And Jerry is Jerry. So you have two very stubborn sides. So there's potentially
heavyweight battle.
Yeah, there's potentially, it's just what is Parsons willing to do in the near term? It's $50,000 a day fine if you leave camp. Now, he's on a rookie deal, so I think those fines can still be rescinded later if it comes when you're on your rookie deal. But there's a lot of texture to that. I mean, I don't know anyone in the league who doesn't think the Cowboys have just blown this, and this is not how this will not be in the textbook of how you handle contract negotiations.
All right. Do you think either Terry McLaurin or Micah Parsons is with new teams by the start of the season?
That's an excellent question. I think McLaurin would have a better chance to be moved just because of he wants awesome money for a guy, who's going to be on the wrong side of 30 in the NFL fairly soon. But that's not the contract it will take to finish a trade with a guy like Micah Parsons. I mean, he's going to – if you're acquiring Micah Parsons, it's going to take, first-round picks, maybe players, and the biggest contract of any defensive player in the league, likely.
Yeah, it's what it's going to have to be. He's looking to reset the market right now. Jeff Legwold of ESPN. All right, Leggy, let's bring it back to the Broncos as training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. My eyes tell me, and you can always disagree, Leggy, but my eyes tell me the defense is winning out there when it's ones on ones. That would be my take. I know it's spicy, but that would be my take as of right now. My question is it cause for any concern? Does any adjustment need to be made in camp in order for this offense to find more flow?
I don't think so. It's more a confidence issue if you're the coach.
Sure.
You have to decide when is it impacting the group's confidence. And I don't sense that would be a problem because I think Bo Nix is a pretty powerful fuel of confidence. He's a really competitive young guy and is never going to want to back away from anything. I just see a defense that has most everybody back off one of the league's best defenses last year and only added really good players who are veteran players, so they have fit in quickly and nicely. So I think right now it's more a testament of how good the defense is so quickly in camp than it is, red flag on the offense. Because I think, I thought the offense was going to be behind anyway. They're tweaking the run game. Ingram's a new add. The running back situation. Dobbins is a new guy. R.J. Harvey's a new guy. I mean, they've got a lot more sort of new things to work through on offense. Now, if they get through the second preseason game and they still haven't done much, then now I think you're trying to decide, if you're the Broncos staff, all right, do we have to tweak some things? Are they not getting what we're preaching? I mean, what is going on? But I don't think practice right now is an indicator. I mean, wait till the joint practices. If you think the Broncos offense is having a problem, let's wait and see what the 49ers and the Cardinals offenses, try to do against the group.
LaVale Bailey, we haven't talked a lot about him because there's so many exciting young names it feels like to talk about. Is there any chance he could threaten Alex Singleton's job, assuming everybody can get healthy? I mean, where do you think this guy lines in? Might he steal a starting job before it's all said and done?
Yeah, and I think it would take the injuries to keep going. I think they very much enjoyed the Singleton-Greenlaw pairing. I think they got enough of a look at that already to have decided, that's pretty damn good. And I think it would take an awful lot to sway them from that. But that said, I think he's getting more and more snaps as the first guy in if the other two guys aren't able to practice or whatever. And that's a big jump for him from undrafted guy to suddenly, being in the mix. Now, I think that it is something where you would say in the future, what does it look like? But right now, I think they love the fact he's sort of first guy in when needed. And he's done really well the last week or so. You can see he's put in the time and made the progression and done the work from his part to be in this position.
Leggy, there's no such thing as a perfect free agency signing. Guys are on the market for a reason. Dre Greenlaw, Payton talked about it after practice today. Scan's good. He's expected back next week. But again, this is more work that Dre Greenlaw is missing. Looked super impressive, to your point, when he has been on the field so far. But should we be worried that Dre Greenlaw is becoming injury prone?
Yeah, it's hard. You guys know it's hard for me to use that phrase, and I guess that might just be a personal thing.
Sure.
Because I think it just, there's just sort of that, I woke up this morning and I got in a car accident element to the NFL injuries to me. But it isn't, when they signed him, the reason they got him for the price they did, which was economical in the world where a player this good is on the market, is because I think he's missed 30 some games and since 21 or 22, and I think that is a concern. It was a concern for them when they signed him, but they're hoping for the best. Now, I think this totally is okay. We're not going to take any chances. If this was the regular season, I would be interested to see how they were treating this injury, because I watched him personally go through the stretch doing all of the leg work during the stretch, and then he ran off the field to go work with the trainers. So I think this was more of, let's show Dre Greenlaw he didn't re-injure the same thing he had in the off season, and just take it take it smooth because, again, they've seen enough. He could play in the defense in week 1 and have impact. He's ready to go. I don't think he needs, 20 more practices to prove to them he's ready to go. And I think my gut is in the regular season, he would likely be on the injury report and play a game.
Leggy, last thing, and we got about a minute here, but right now my assumption is Cortland Sutton and Evan Engram will lead the Broncos in targets in the passing game this year. Based on what you've seen out of this camp, reps, performances, etc., who do you think is going to be third on that list?
I think if it's totally, where the ball should go and impact and all those things, I'd say Mims.
Yeah.
But I watched how Bo Nix goes through his progressions and how they're set up on offense, and there might be a good chance that third player is a back or a combination of running backs, if that makes sense. But I think they're going to be active in that part of I've seen too much of effort and work being done in practice on that element of the passing game for me not to believe that they have plans, at least early in the season, for that.
Jeff Legwold of ESPN, his latest camp update. Plus, did you catch his piece about Dre Greenlaw this week? You should have. Go to ESPN.com. Read Jeff Legwold's latest. Excellent stuff. As always, Leggy, we'll talk to you Monday, man. Thank you.
Take care, fellas. We'll see you.
All right, Jeff Legwold with us right there. Training camp coverage powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Andy, it is a Ska Friday, and we are giving away tickets to see ska punk legends Less Than Jake at the Fillmore Auditorium a week from Saturday, August 9th. You want to win those tickets? We will tell you how you can do so coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Need Kreckman for roller auction. I'll just do it in a normal voice now, mostly because it hurts. Roller.bid is the website, guys. Roller.bid. To check out the latest auctions available for you to be able to bid at Roller Auction. Right now, open until Monday. Reconditioned power tools, office furniture, cleaning supplies, and more. Have you wandered the aisles of a hardware store lately and checked the prices on power tools? Yikes. There is a phenomenal selection of Makita power tools. I've been a Makita guy for a long time. Great selection of Makita power tools available for you to be able to bid right now at roller.bid. We're talking circular saws, screw guns, sanders, and more. Go to roller.bid and check it out. But an absolutely unbelievable selection and phenomenal deals to be had. You want a Makita 18-volt circular saw right now? You can be the first bidder on this item. You've got 2 days left to be able to bid. Go to roller.bid and check it out. There's a great auction available for you right now. Reconditioned power tools, office furniture, cleaning supplies, and more. Go to roller.bid to bid and sign up to bid because you can win tickets at roller.bid/altitude. All right, we have got for you. Is that the ska version of Creep? Or wait, no, that's Where Is My Mind? Well, ska Pixies cover? That's fun. Anyway, we have got Less Than Jake tickets to give away to you. They're playing at the Fillmore Auditorium a week from tomorrow, August 9th, headlining along with Fishbone and the Suicide Machines. You want to win tickets to that show? Well, you got to answer the following trivia question correctly at 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. That is the text line. But you must answer this question correctly. Alan Baca is excited to get to read all of your answers. Here we go. This is for Less Than Jake tickets, Andy. The Broncos selected a tight end out of Michigan with the 5th-round pick in the 2017 NFL Draft. His first name was Jake. Text that player's last name along with your name to 303-504-0925. And the first 5 texters to answer the question correctly get a pair of tickets to Less Than Jake Fishbone and the Suicide Machine, Saturday, August 9th at the Fillmore. Again, the Broncos took a tight end out of Michigan with a 5th-round pick in 2017. His name was brought up on the show earlier today. His first name was Jake. Get it? Less Than Jake. Text his last name along with your name to 303-504-0925. First 5 texters to get it correct will win a pair of tickets for Less Than Jake coming up Saturday, August 9th at the Fillmore on Colfax. Wonderful old-school venue right in the heart of Denver, Colorado. Win some tickets to go see Less Than Jake.
Okay, now I do want to point out, I'm not saying it should run your life because it shouldn't, but this is the night of a Bronco preseason game. So
you
keep
want
that in mind.
You'll really want to go to the Less Than Jake show that night.
Because after one play of preseason football, you'll think, I should have gone to that show.
By the way, Chargers covered and the over last night.
I thought about that. You really gave people good advice. I went to something that was some of like a high school reunion.
You went to a high school reunion?
Yeah, I felt like that.
Okay.
It was a big party it was a reunion of people of my past. It was a good time.
You can't tell the people what it was?
No.
Is it a contract violation?
It's none of your business.
That you went?
That's what it is.
I know.
I
know where you went.
Hey, it's none of your affair. Yeah, they had it. Well, you know what? The place I used to work turned a huge birthday, and so a few of us got together.
Yeah.
Like hundreds. It's one of those things where I went, I was like, I'm just going to swing by. I want to see how the places look since I've been there for a while.
Yeah.
And every time I tried, like I got there at like 6:20. I didn't leave till 8:30 because I literally, every time I turned around, had seen someone I'd not seen in at least 5 years,
That's
if not
fun.
longer.
That's
so
a good time.
And the building looks nothing like it used to.
I am bitter.
You didn't get invited for your 5 weeks of service?
That KOA thought they could tell the story of their 100 years without telling the story of the 5 weeks that I worked there.
You were the afternoon board op.
I was.
Who was the duo? Was it Krieger Logan?
It was Logan and Lois Malconian.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
I could see why maybe you opted for other things.
I was the producer well, actually I wasn't even the producer. Amani Ali was the producer. I was the board op whatever guy. I was there for 3 weeks. They trained me. And then I had a better job offer, and so I put in my 2 weeks notice.
Yeah, you got to be on air.
Yeah, I wanted to be on air.
I remember that. I was thinking, I was like cutting tape that day. Go, that SOB. How do you find out about that job?
Yeah.
I'm here cutting tape, and he's out hosting a show.
It was in the works, and then it was like it kept getting delayed, and I was like, well, I
got to take something.
I got rent to pay.
Yeah, this apartment.
Need something.
Turns out that job wouldn't have helped you pay the rent too much.
The nice enough fellow that hired me, he was not psyched when I put in my 2 weeks notice.
I'm sure. I think he was there.
He was a nice enough fellow, though. I do remember that about him. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Denver's new home for Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League, beginning with Week 1 of the upcoming regular season. The extensive package, Andy, the Nick Foles of nationally broadcast games includes Sunday Night Football, Monday Night Football, Thursday Night Football, international games, Thanksgiving, Christmas, every playoff game culminating with Super Bowl 60. You'll listen to all of it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
You like Nick Foles. You don't ever go Drew Lock. I found that interesting.
I feel like Nick Foles, it's like more
legendary.
I
don't know. I'd say Drew had the better nickname.
Nick Foles won a Super Bowl.
Drew started with horse, and it rhymed with his last name.
Was that just the joke, or was
no?
it?
Somebody shared a video after you brought it up because I had no idea. They started sending us videos because I think I asked you.
I never saw
is that
this
a
video.
real thing where quite a few of the college co-eds were yelling it at him as he walked into a game one time.
Hey.
So it seemed like some people had evidence of said nickname.
Good for Drew.
Good for him. Good for you, bud.
Yeah, I tend to go Nick Foles more on that one. Again, more legendary. He's
okay.
He's the NFL's Milton Berle. So.
Do you remember? Boy, we talked about drafts earlier.
Yeah.
Remember how good the Nick Foles? Who was the USC kid that was supposed to just light the next thing up?
Matt Leinart?
No, not Leinart. It was much later.
Matt Barkley?
Barkley, thank you.
Matt Barkley threw 7 touchdowns against the Buffs.
Yeah, I was like, this guy might not be bad. There was a year, my first year doing full-time Buff sidelines.
Yeah.
I got to see Matt Barkley, Nick Foles, Andrew Luck, Brock Osweiler, all
first
in
year
that draft
in the
class
Pac-12.
because they played all of them.
Yeah.
It did not go well. It didn't.
I think I've told you my Matt Barkley story before, but that night that SC came in to play the John Embry Buffs, I was tasked with.
Oh yeah,
dude. You're gonna go to Boulder. You're gonna host that afternoon. You're gonna go to the game. Then we're doing 3 hours. We're taking calls after the Buffs upset USC. It's gonna be massive. It's gonna be huge. You need to be on the air. You need to be the place that everybody goes, dude. And then Matt Barkley, he took out his Nick Foles that night on Colorado and threw 7 touchdowns.
It was a cold night, too. I was like, does nothing bother this kid?
Just annihilated.
Oh, it was brutal.
And the stadium was empty by the fourth quarter. It was awful. They murdered the Buffs. And then I walked back over to the Harvest House, and I think I was on the air for 15 minutes. I took a break. I got a phone call from, dude. Where's the energy?
Yeah, it sounded like you want to be there.
They lost by 50.
Yeah, the energy's gone. The energy's partying on Pearl Street, not at the Harvest House.
I'm sorry. I don't have a highlight to talk about right now.
Oh.
Believe it or not, the phones aren't buzzing.
I board op some of those, the thing that Spring and Bach and everybody does. And we'd have these sold packages.
Yeah.
The hungry man, hungriest offensive play of the game. Yeah, we don't have an offensive play to run. What are we going to do for this?
When you have to host a post game after your team has gotten just slobber knocked,
mollywopped.
Yeah, there's I can try to bring the energy, but then I'm being disingenuous to the audience that is just like, F that game. I don't want to hear anything about it. Because when your team gets killed, the last thing you want is more information about it.
Oh, you're not listening to that. You're listening to, you're rage listening to the coach talk.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
And maybe rage listening to the quarterback to explain it, and then you're out of there.
Like Super Bowl 48, okay, 43-8. And yeah, the phone lines were jammed the next day, but it was mostly just people being pissed off at John Fox. There was a lot of that. I remember, Andy, 2012 after the loss to Baltimore, that was a week of just the calls wouldn't stop because that game was a saga and there was so much that happened in it and there were so many ins and outs to discuss and it just wouldn't stop. Super Bowl 48, it was just well, that sucked.
Well,
and you could have argued they should have used crowd noise in practice or whatever.
Sure, that wasn't going to save them.
Nothing was saving them that day.
Nobody had the O-line to stop that defense, period. And that defense was so good. The thing about Super Bowl 48, what I remember is driving home from the airport going, how do you climb back up the hill after this?
And 2014 was one of the weirdest Broncos seasons. It wasn't a bad team. It was a good team, but it was that season, it started with a quarter tank of gas in the engine.
Well, because what happens, Nate, is we sit there and we go, well, all right, great. You got this regular season offense.
Sure.
And remember, wasn't this all on the heels of when the late Jim Irsay said, the problem is you could put up Star Wars numbers with this thing,
Star
but
Wars
it always
numbers.
falls apart in the playoffs.
It's what he said about Manning.
And it was like, and I think he'd said it in 2012, Manning's first year when he went there or maybe it was earlier in 2013 when he went there to play for the first time.
It was when he was making the decision, and it was tied into making the decision to go with Luck over Manning.
Right. And the bottom line is you're like, oh man, this is what he's talking about. This is what he's talking about.
Yeah.
So I don't know, dude. I don't know. That was rough. You're right. Baltimore, we were all, you know what? I think I'm the only one that wasn't hacked off about him not trying to kick Matt Prater, because I remember distinctly, and again, it's the old sideline report that I used to save up for games like that. It was freezing.
Yeah.
How is he kicking each direction? And I remember Prater was struggling to the direction that south end of the stadium. I don't know why. It's like I can't remember a wind coming in there, but he chunked a few in the warm-ups, and then right before the half, if you remember, he chunked that one and missed that field goal, which let Baltimore go get a score.
Remember they took a knee with 30. They got the ball back with 30 seconds to go, and they took a knee.
What are we doing?
And again, like the one that this will always be my comeback to that is if Peyton Manning goes to John Fox and says, I got this.
Fair enough.
Foxy
You're
is
right.
But guess what? By the end of that game, Peyton couldn't move. He couldn't move.
And his arm was frozen.
Yeah.
He already couldn't feel his hand.
Yeah. And again, like I know there was they're always like the cold weather statistic when it came to Peyton Manning. That was the most bitter cold football game that any of us have ever been a part of. Probably will be in our life. It was that freaking miserable. If you won Less Than Jake tickets, we're going to be in touch with you. So congratulations to you. Andy, what was the last name of the Jake, the tight end that the Broncos took out of Michigan with a 5th-round pick in 2017? What was his last name?
Sandwiched in between the selections of Jeff Hireman and Fumagalli.
Yeah.
Was Jake Butt.
Butt.
And it was, a matter of fact, he had a Twitter handle of J Booty.
We were looking for the answer. We were looking for Butt. Save that drop. 303-504-0925. Congratulations to our winners. You're going to see Less Than Jake Fishbone and the Suicide Machines Saturday, August 9th at the Fillmore Auditorium in Denver. Going to be a kick butt show. But get it? Kreckman and Lindahl, NFL news, 5 biggest stories of the day. Latest from camp, injury updates on the Broncos, plus star players requesting trades all over the league. We got to dive into it next. We're partying at Ground Zero. We are the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on a Ska Friday. It is time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL as our training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Our friend Alan Baca is on the other side of the glass.
All right, guys. First story today, J.K. Dobbins, a lot of confidence in his season. It sounds like he has. This is what he had to say to 9 News on if this is going to be a comeback season for him.
Nah, this ain't no comeback. You know, I came back last year.
Yeah.
This is gonna be kind of personal for me this year because I firmly believe I'm one of the best running backs in the NFL. I think the numbers show it whenever I am healthy. This year I'm coming, and I don't think, God willing, I think I'm gonna be there every single game, and I'm gonna show everyone that I am one of the best.
Cool. I want to see it because you've been a guy so far that you've had a hard time staying on the field thus far in your NFL career. Got banged up last year. Wasn't as good second half of the season as he was the first half of the season. Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers were willing to wave goodbye. If you want to be a guy that's one of the best backs in the entire NFL this year, cool. I'm all for it. Stay healthy. Do the thing. I'm rooting for J.K. Dobbins.
I am too, and you know what? Look, once upon a time, it was thought that he was one of the best young backs in the game, pairing with Lamar Jackson out there in Baltimore. And then again, he had the devastating knee injury. But I'll tell you, some of what we've seen now, it's early in camp. We always caution that, but he's got his burst back. He's got good cutting ability going. Low key, could be very excited to see what he brings. I'll tell you this: he looks faster than Javonte did a year ago, coming off of. That was probably the first full year coming off of his devastating knee injury.
Yeah.
So this could be exciting.
Yeah, no, he runs with a good physicality. You can tell he knows what he's doing out there. He's decisive with the football in his hands. I've been really impressed with J.K. Dobbins. I am disappointed he didn't have more lyrics from Mama Said Knock You Out by LL Cool J in that answer. He started, but then he didn't commit to it.
Do you think, does he know the song well? Or again, are we to the point where...
I hope so.
How old is he? He's in his 20s.
It is a song that came out in 1990, to your point.
To be fair.
But I know the words of songs that came out in the 60s and 70s. Like, people know things.
Sure.
Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years.
Yeah.
Rocking my peers, putting suckers in fear. Anyway, go ahead, Baca.
High five. All right, guys, one of my favorite parts about training camp so far, and it's been happening every day that I've been here this week with you guys, is Malcolm Roach versus Marvin Mims.
It continues.
It continues, and it's hilarious every single time. Here's Malcolm Roach responding to Marvin Mims.
Y'all think I'm really worried about 19, bro? I see him every day. His locker right by mine. He talk y'all think I talk. He really talk more than me, but I ain't worried about Marvin. Because Marvin know he not about to cut that ball back across the middle. That's all I really have to say on that. And Marlon like a mosquito, bro. Like, he need to worry about that. I could lose this way. He can't change them looks. You feel what I'm saying? Like, so that's all I got to say about Marlon.
So, I mean, do you know how many OU guys do you know that you really like that much anyway?
Not many. Not many at all.
Yeah, Marvin Mims, Oklahoma guy. Tail of the tape, Andy. Marvin Mims gives away roughly 110 pounds to Malcolm Roach.
Yes, he does.
Thus, he is the mosquito in this discussion.
He got going at the end there. You know what I wanted to ask him, but we'd been there long enough. Are you the best talker on the team?
Yeah.
That's what, because he talked about in some of his answers how I'm from Louisiana and this is how we play football and we're always talking. And I've had guys tell me the SEC dudes do more talking than any other conference, that you play against.
Roach said today, he said that J.K. Dobbins, like the defense has been talking nonstop in this camp, according to Roach, which is, again, is coming from Malcolm Roach, I think the guy that talks the most. But he said defense has been talking this whole camp. J.K. Dobbins finally gave it back to them. I think it was probably from that practice the other day. What was that, the Tuesday practice?
Yes.
Monday or Tuesday?
Yeah,
either one.
Tuesday got this week going, right?
Okay. So it was that day. But that's what kind of got the thing going a little bit. And Roach said he appreciated it. Okay, we're talking football now. The offense is chatting back with us. So J.K. Dobbins was the guy to give it to him a little bit. I loved listening to Malcolm Roach, talk about football, talk about his journey there today. I thought he was absolutely great, fascinating guy to listen to, good football player. And he was a guy, you heard him out there today because the refs were out there. Yeah. It's always fun, the practices with the officials, because the refs, like Andy, there's nothing borderline. If they see something borderline, they throw a flag, and that's what the coaches want them to do, like clean every last little thing up humanly possible. Give us the example, give us the explanation, let these guys know. And there was, after one of Nix's interceptions today, Roach turned around and they threw a flag on Riley Moss, but there was all in the secondary, but then there was a flag up front, and Roach, you could hear him clear as day. They've been holding all day.
Yes, it was hilarious.
Very funny.
It was so funny.
Good competitive practice today, but man, Malcolm Roach, one of the fun Broncos out there. Yeah, he and Mims, it's fun stuff out there. Go ahead, Baca.
High five.
All right, guys, big news of the day, national-wise, obviously. Micah Parsons requesting a trade. Officially, he put out a statement on Twitter. I actually have exclusive sound that we just got here. This is him.
I'm telling you, this place is perfect. You're going to make friends in no time.
Get me out of here! Here, just eat that! Leave us alone!
It's the old lady from Happy Gilmore 1.
It's the old Happy Gilmore, too.
Yeah. Man, some of the lines in this statement, and it's a manifesto that Parsons put out on Twitter today. Some of the lines include, yes, I wanted to be here, past tense. I did everything I could to show that I wanted to be a Cowboy and wear the star on my helmet. I wanted to play in front of the best fans in sports and make this America's team once again. That's an interesting statement right there. According to him, the Cowboys are not America's team currently.
You could debate that. They're not winning like they used to.
The team my pops and I grew up cheering for way up in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Unfortunately, I no longer want to be here. I no longer want to be held to closed-door negotiations without my agent present. I no longer want shots taken at me for getting injured while laying it on the line for the organization, our fans, and my teammates. I no longer want narratives created and spread to the media about me. I had purposely stayed quiet in hopes of getting something done. So really, what's going on here is apparently earlier this year, while in Abu Dhabi, Micah Parsons called Jerry Jones, requested a meeting. According to Parsons, he wanted to talk to Jones about leadership, but somehow the conversation turned into him talking contract with me. According to Jerry Jones, when he wants to get a big contract done, he says it happens by him talking to the player directly. That's what CeeDee Lamb, Zach Martin, and others have said. Parsons admitted that he had a back and forth with Jerry Jones, who later at the NFL owners meeting in Palm Beach said they came to an agreement on the length, total money, and guaranteed portion of the deal. Interesting, though, Andy, since the meeting, Myles Garrett, Max Crosby, and TJ Watt all got paid and signed extensions, and Watt became the highest paid non-QB in the NFL at $41 million per year. Thus, Micah Parsons and his agent were like, well then, there's a new number. There's a new threshold. Jerry Jones, according to Jerry, was of the belief that it was already done and that he couldn't get on the same page with the agent. Thus, that is why we're in this spot right now where today Micah Parsons requests a trade away from the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, and soon after, CeeDee Lamb tweets, "Never fails, dog. Just pay the man what you owe him. No need for the extracurricular sad face."
Multiple other Cowboys teammates changed their avatar pics to pictures of Micah Parsons in support of their teammate. So, not surprisingly, the guys in the locker room have Micah Parsons back. Andy, what do you think happens here?
I don't know, man, because Micah Parsons, this has kind of been an ongoing thing. He didn't get his contract last year when he wanted it. The big money went to the quarterback and receiver in Dak and CD.
Yeah.
And you mentioned Martin. And it just felt like it was his turn this year. Everybody on all the national talk shows, and by that I mean ESPN and NFL Network, say Jerry does this in part just because he likes being the topic of conversation so that they can lead the camp coverage and blah, blah, blah.
Is true.
And so I don't think Micah Parsons is playing. I don't. I I don't know that I could see him being a man of his word and not coming back there.
There were comments that Jones has made in which he said Parsons' name incorrectly. He said that Parsons missed 6 games last year. He only missed 4. These are the several items that have really ticked off Micah Parsons. Jeff Legwold pointed it out last hour here on the show. Parsons has one of the NFL's most powerful agents, and he himself is a guy that has only done every last little thing right since he has been a member of the Dallas Cowboys. I think there is some legit frustration and feeling of disrespect on the part of Micah Parsons. Now, guess what? If the Cowboys call tomorrow and say, here's $45 million a year, and here's $130 million guaranteed, and blah, 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 it's done.
You set the market.
Yeah.
He's out.
He's a Dallas Cowboy, and it's going to be fine. And honestly, if I was leaning one way or the other, that would be my lean that is going to happen. But there was very strong language in that statement from Micah Parsons that was put out on Twitter. That was some interesting stuff, to say the least. Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. This is Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl. We are talking about Broncos training camp, and we are talking about Broncos training camp on the day in which Bo Nix threw his first interception of camp.
Yeah.
And we're going to dive into it coming up next right here. The offense is lagging behind the outstanding Denver defense. Is it starting to become a concern that the offense isn't getting their punches landed? We'll talk about that coming up here on the other side. Plus, I want to revisit a topic from last hour that we discussed with Jeff Legwold, Andy, and that is this. After Cortland Sutton and Evan Engram, who's going to catch the ball on this team? Who's going to be the guy that emerges? I don't think this is a simple answer. I think there's a lot of branches on this tree. We're going to be talking about the Broncos passing game, both against this defense and against their upcoming 17 opponents. That's next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
The one, the only Gwen Stefani, and the now defunct, no doubt, on a Scott Friday. It's Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl. We welcome you back. We're wrapping up what is really our first full week of Broncos training camp. And boy, it's been getting more and more interesting as we go along out there, because every week we have had the defense continue to kind of flex its muscle. But again, as we said earlier in the show, and I'm firmly in this boat right now, I'm not going to worry about it till we maybe see an offense. And frankly, I don't even know how much we're going to see the offense play in the preseason as it is anyway. I'm not going to worry about it till we get a little bit closer. This is starting to feel a lot like what we saw last year. The offense did not have a lot of breakout moments, and we stressed out last year because it looked like they were going to start a rookie quarterback. But in this case, a little less stress. Bo's shown us what he can do. I do think there's a better offense than what we saw a year ago waiting in there, because I think this offense is going to have more options than they had a year ago, specifically in the run game. And we're hoping to see what they can unlock with some receivers. And Nate, as we went to break that last segment, you talked about this with Jeff Legwold, and it's a good question. Evan Ingram and Cortland Sutton seem firm in their roles. We know that Cortland Sutton continues to be a favorite target of one Bo Nix. Beauregard Nix, even though that's not his name. And Evan Ingram being
He's just Bo.
Evan Ingram being that tight end that I think they were looking for a little bit last year, that they tried to fill the role with a Troutman and a Kroll and a Bandy and all that.
They didn't do well.
Ingram is that dude, right? So as far as being
Adkins,
reliable,
not Bandy, Adkins.
Adkins, you're right. Sorry,
45er.
I can't keep forgetting about
Bandy.
our guy
Is
Bandy,
the most not tight end receiver on the team.
No, you're right. You're right. But look, you asked the question, who's going to be the third to catch it? And I will throw some of the options out there if you want to play along in the radio. You know, R.J. Harvey. It is clear that Bo likes to throw to the backs, and that was kind of he didn't say R.J. Harvey, but Jeff said I wouldn't be surprised if it's a back. Remember Jaleel McLaughlin, who we got to hear from today, fun kid to talk to. He is a guy that Bo threw to plenty of times last year, right?
Yeah.
Was never afraid. And McLaughlin did a good job of taking short passes and turning them into big games. I believe his first touchdown was a short pass, or he ran by everybody and got to the end zone, so wouldn't mind seeing a few more of those. R.J. Harvey, I think, is going to be an option. We'll see about J.K. Dobbins. I'll tell you what. You know what? I'll give you a dark horse, too. Marvin Mims is someone that we talked about. I think Troy Franklin is someone that, Sean Payton talked about today, his growth. And I would not count out Pat Bryant. Pat Bryant, it feels like Bo is not afraid to look for Pat Bryant. And even Sherfield has turned some heads this week as well.
So, obviously, to your point, Sutton and Ingram going to be 1-2.
Well, that was really your point. I made your point back to you.
Yes, but
obviously to my point that you made.
to my point that you reiterated, which was an excellent point. 1-2 is going to be Sutton and Ingram. All right. Last year on this team, Sutton had 135 targets, Javonte 70 as the top running back, 70 targets last year, 52 receptions. Devon Vele amongst receivers, 55. Maybe it's because Vele's been a little bit banged up, and maybe it's out of sight, out of mind. I don't know. Andy, I think Troy Franklin's taken a big step forward. He looks like a legit NFL receiver right now. I think he's looked really good in this camp. I think he's made some great catches, and more than anything, he doesn't look like the guy that the coaching staff is always just hounding right now. He's just out there playing football, and I think he looks good.
He gets talked to every now and again.
Sure.
I don't think he kept his feet in bounds one time, but it's the little things like that. They are not crushing him. Although I guess they did Sean talked about that walk-through speed tip drill that they did at the end, the Hail Mary play, and he did then go talk to, I think it was Kroll and who were we just talking about?
Adkins?
No, the receiver.
Troy Franklin?
Troy Franklin, thank you. Those were I'm struggling.
Are you okay?
No, I am, but I'm trying to remember. First off, I'm trying to sift through all these answers of people that actually wanted to go to Les.
Did we have to sit in the heat for too long
today?
No,
because I wanted to make sure it was either Franklin or Bryant, but I was pretty sure it was Franklin he talked to along with
Did you get
Kroll.
a parasite from that Walmart turkey?
Listen, when we ask a question, we don't need everybody answering that just wanted to answer, because now I got to figure out how many of you actually wanted to go to the concert.
Stay with me.
We got 1,000 people answering. But
Do your secretarial work later.
I believe I'm going home when we're going home, because I've already dedicated plenty of days to this side of town. Listen, Franklin was running deep, Kroll was coming underneath, and Sean did have to talk to him about don't bunch your routes.
Yeah.
Right? At the end of that exercise. But I agree. Franklin looks like a different player than a year ago. My question to you is, will we ever see a Franklin-Mims combo?
I think so.
Because it feels like Sean sees them in the same route concepts in his head.
I disagree with that. I think that Franklin is more of an outside split end type of dude. Whereas Mims is going to be like I noticed Mims lined up in the slot numerous times there today. Hell, at one point I saw a running back split wide today. That was kind of fun. Probably going to get a Patrick Smythe text for talking about all this right now. But it was like, wow, that looks different. But it was creative stuff out there. The Marvin Mims thing, and it's kind of a thing, right, Andy? Like,
it's a thing I can't figure out because, quite honestly, if you want to talk about a joker that can go all over the field and play and be a threat from multiple positions, he's kind of your joker.
It's him, right? It is him.
He profiles to me as a joker type, but we never hear about him in the joker role.
And yet, when you see the way that he was used over the last 7-8 games last year, that's kind of what it was. He was just lined up all over the formation, sometimes in the backfield, sometimes in the slot, sometimes split wide. Like, he was getting used in all of these different ways. Like, I could see Mims, and I don't think we're going to see a world where Marvin Mims is on the field for like 50-plus offensive snaps or anything like that. But I could see a world where he's on the field for 25, 30-plus offensive snaps, which would be a growth over what he did a year ago. And then at that point, it's like you can start to disguise some of this stuff. You can use some of his motion stuff and not make him featured because obviously that's going to be on film now. Like, opposing defensive coordinators are knowing that's what the Broncos are going to want to do. It could perhaps open other things up out on the field, and Bo Nix can take advantage of that. But to me, like, I would like to see an offense where Marvin Mims is third in targets this year. I don't think that's going to be the case. Quite honestly, I think he's fifth at best. And again, this is all things equal and everybody's staying healthy. But right now, my guess is it is going to be some combination of Cortland Sutton, Evan Engram. Then it's going to be, I think it's going to be Troy Franklin and a back.
See, I think it's going to be R.J. Harvey.
Okay. It could
and
be.
Here's the reason. I don't hate your Troy Franklin pick. I just feel like this offense we're seeing it still set up for the dump off pass.
Yeah.
And almost use that sometimes in place of your running game.
Right.
And I would not be shocked if the back feasts off being the receiving option.
So some combination of back and or Franklin at 3-4 and then probably Mims at 5 in terms of targets.
So you see what I guess I do think is interesting is you think that Franklin moves ahead of Mims. I'm not sure I'm quite there
I think he moves ahead of Vele.
Well, the Vele thing's interesting. You're right, Nate. Vele is a big body, prototypical type of receiver for this camp, and yet he's had a couple nice moments.
Without a doubt.
But I'm telling you, I see more consistent throws and catches to Pat Bryant and Sherfield than I do to Vele right now.
Right. And in many ways, like, I look at Devon Vele, and I kind of tend to think of him as a guy that, like, moved into the Tim Patrick role on an offense that needed somebody to do the Tim Patrick role.
Yes.
And Tim Patrick was a really good player, and he got open and he made plays, but also, like, Tim Patrick was not what I would necessarily call the NFL's most dynamic wide receiver or anything like that. The Broncos just have more speed now. There's just more options when it comes to speed out on the field. I think Devon Vele still has a role on this team. I think he's going to be a valuable player for the Broncos, and I think he's going to probably catch, again, all things equal in this offense doing well, 40-plus balls this year, probably, but I think that knocks him down a few pegs on what they are as an offense. I think that Devon Vele did so much as a rookie because he came into the league as a high-floor player, but also I think other guys are going to catch up and surpass him this year.
See, your second statement right there is what's making me kind of wonder. I think in my mind right now, Devon Vele is still on this team.
Oh, without a doubt.
But this is still a 7th-round pick.
Yep.
And to your point, when you're a 7th-round pick and an older 7th-round pick,
right,
which he is, he's 27.
And he's been banged up a lot this offseason.
He's been banged up. I mean, at some point, you do have some intriguing receiver options. And even though we like Devon Bailey, I mean, look, right now what we could see if the things don't change, it could just change from him being on the roster to start the year to being on the practice squad.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably going to be the case. I think this pass-catching group is better. Again, like, it's so weird to say because they're generally losing, especially today. They're generally losing out there against Denver secondary, but also it's an unbelievable group. It's just a bad matchup. I think this Broncos receiving group is a lot better than what it was a season ago, and I think a part of that comes from the natural progression of young players getting better. So that's kind of what I'm looking for this year.
I think it is better. I still would love to see the truly great player among it.
I don't think they have it,
and they have a lot of the same, if you will.
A lot of good, no great.
You know, like again, to me, Cortland Sutton is clearly their best receiver.
Yeah,
but the other guys' skill sets aren't too far off.
Right. But is Cortland Sutton going to be an all-pro? No.
Right.
Good player, but no.
But we'll see.
Like I said, a lot of good, no great. That's what I see out of that pass-catching group right now, which you can get by with that. That's okay. Like the Broncos, they have spent their money on the defensive side of the ball, and based on what I'm seeing, they're getting what they're paying for. Bo Nix threw his first interception of camp today, Andy, on an RPO. Threw it directly to Talanoa Hufanga, who made a pretty phenomenal play.
Sean broke it down pretty well if you want to play that answer. I don't know how long it ultimately ended up being, but he talked about how that was a reaction in the box off like an 8-yard. I mean, he basically was just beyond his defensive line, and if you can imagine it, in a linebacker spot.
Yeah.
And within 8 yards, jumped up and snagged that thing out of the air.
Let's listen to Sean Payton describe that play. In a moment when we have it available for you. Sean Payton discussing Bo Nix's first interception of camp that was picked off, as Andy said, right behind the line of scrimmage by Talanoa Hufanga. Let's go. Now.
The interception was an RPO, and if you really looked at his distance from the throw, I'll bet it was like 8 yards. And so to be able to go up and catch that with a crowded look in front of him, it was. I'm anxious to see it on film. I saw it from behind the line of scrimmage. You know, the one thing over the years, if I asked you to give us the best safeties that are in the Hall of Fame, the traits are always instincts and football smarts. Some are fast.
Well, we got the answer.
We got the gist.
He described the play, and he talked about how that'll be one on film, and it just make you go, wow.
Yeah.
Now, the one that you talked about with Jeff Legwold, the interception we're referring to now, it was kind of tough to figure out what was a real pick and what wasn't, because some defensive flags did go down.
Yes.
Particularly to the one that he talked about, the bad decision. What I loved how Sean said it was the interception, and I think there was technically a defensive penalty on this one, but nonetheless, he was trying to get Cortland Sutton, who was not interfered with, and he threw it to the, quote, blind spot.
Right.
And that's the decision you want to get out of this thing.
Surtain made the play. There was another one, and I think there was a pre-snap penalty, but Bo was rolling right and threw back across his body, and that one was pretty easily picked off by the defense. He had the interception on the Hail Mary at the end of practice, but Bo hasn't thrown a single pick the entire camp. And then today, defense certainly caught up. I think there was some frustration on the part of Bo Nix today. Yeah. I kind of got that impression of, I'm not going to call it a loss of composure. And the good thing about Nix is the guy, look, his rookie season wasn't flawless. He made his mistakes, but he generally he didn't compound them. He generally could come back and play well after a mistake. And so not the worst thing in the world. Look, he's throwing interceptions in training camp. Guess what? The Broncos are still 0-0. They didn't lose a single game as a result of that having happened. But it does kind of get to the point. And Andy, like I don't know if we've even just danced around this topic so far this week, but like at what point did they put the Broncos' #1 offense against the Broncos' #2 defense and let them move the ball a little bit?
Yeah, it's got to be coming pretty soon. Now, I think, Probably not until after the San Francisco game and all those festivities get going next week. I mean, maybe I'll be wrong about that, but
and maybe he'll go out and play great against San Francisco's defense in the inner squad.
Let me ask you this though: the only thing I thought Bo had a bad day. The whole offense had a bad day, but I also thought they had a little something going in the 2-minute drill.
Yeah,
and then it bogged down at the end. But Bo was able to use the classic, the nickel, the dime. He, again, is doing a great job of just kind of scooting out of the pocket, finding someone over the middle, picking up the 10 yards he needs to extend the drive. If you can do that in the regular season, you've got something. And then, I don't know, the last couple plays of their 2-minute drill just fell apart and didn't go the way they wanted to. And then the final play of the 2-minute drill, our guy, Pat Bryant, slipped as Stidham threw the ball. It was a pick, and Sean Payton seen enough.
All right, let me hit you with a couple of NBA notes here. Training camp coverage, of course, is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. So, Andy, we discussed the tweet or Instagram post, I suppose, more specifically, earlier in the week from Misko Raznadovic, the agent of Nikola Jokic. He was sitting on a yacht in Saint-Tropez, France, on the Mediterranean. And the photo was a photo as he sat between LeBron James and Maverick Carter, James' agent. And the tease of the caption was, "The summer of 2025 is the perfect time to make big plans for the fall of 2026. Oh, you mean when LeBron is going to be an unrestricted free agent and could potentially come and sign in Denver to play with Nikola Jokic? Well, I don't think that's what they were talking about, Andy.
No, you're already popping the balloon.
Got more details. A high-profile meeting last week in France, this is according to The Guardian, between LeBron, Maverick Carter, and Nikola Jokic's agent, Misko Raznadovic, was about plans for a new $5 billion international basketball league, according to a report from Front Office Sports. The proposed league, spearheaded by Maverick Carter, would feature 6 men's and 6 women's teams that travel together to 8 global cities in a touring format. Inspired by Live Golf and Formula One, the league aims to offer players equity stakes, something NBA rules currently prohibit for active athletes. Raznadovic, a powerful figure in European basketball, posted a photo of the trio together on a boat. Carter began pitching the league earlier this year, with Bloomberg reporting in January that he is seeking to raise $5 billion in funding. Backers already include the Singapore government, Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund, SC Holdings, UBS, and investors such as Skype co-founder Jeff Prentice and former Facebook executive Grady Burnett. So really what this sounds like, Andy, is like, hey, Misko, you own a team in Serbia. You're as tied into anybody in the world in European basketball, and you represent the best European player in the world, and quite frankly, the best player in the world. Let's chat.
Yeah, is this just to create a league so LeBron's kid has someplace to go when the Laker career ends and he can star and make some more money?
So Bronny can go play in Singapore? Good question.
You know what I mean?
That's a great question, Andy. Great and fair question from you. Excellent point right there.
And who knows? Maybe LeBron joins him for a season to get the league up and running.
That's what he could be doing in the fall of 2026 to get people in Saudi Arabia excited about this new basketball league. A less fun story regarding European basketball. Former NBA forward Danilo Gallinari was recently enjoying a vacation in Puerto Rico when his wife, Eleonora Boy, was attacked by a shark.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Gallinari and Boy, I hope I'm saying her name right. It's spelled B-O-I. Like Big Boy from Outkast.
I don't think any of us are going to question your pronunciation. I can't say I've ever even seen it in print.
They were at a beach in Puerto Rico's Carolina resort when this shark attack occurred. As if the thought of a shark attack wasn't scary enough, Gallinari's wife revealed she's pregnant with her 3rd child. A little bit of good news, Andy. Child is doing fine. It'll be Gallinari and Eleonora's 3rd child. She posted on Instagram, quote, "It was the worst day of my life. Maybe my grandmother Nella was right when she said, 'On the seas, you traitors.'" I never thought that's a good comment from an Italian grandmother right there. Streganona. I never thought I could get attacked by a shark, and I was near the shore on a super crowded beach. Thankfully, me and my baby are fine. I was rushed to the rescue, and the surgery to fix my poor bruised leg went well. Now I just have to recover from the great scare and try to forgive the great friend who betrayed me. Shark will be hearing from my legals soon. Close quote.
So, again, she wasn't too deep, right?
Yeah.
This couldn't have been... maybe there's someone out there that was pregnant and was able to swim with the best of them. But to me, it just doesn't feel like if you're real pregnant, you want to go real swimming.
I don't even think she saw the shark because honestly, like, according to reports, they haven't even confirmed it was a shark.
Yeah, and it's
just
bruised.
Something bitter.
There's a lot of stuff in the ocean.
There sure is.
I told you when I fell in the ocean paddleboarding a couple weeks ago, not 2 minutes later did we see these like big yellowfin looking tuna type things start jumping. I was like,
don't mess with those guys. Yeah.
Hey, listen, I'm not sure. I was like, okay, is something going to come eat those? Maybe we just need to clear the area.
By the way, Andy, one more Jokic note. Starting August the 27th, Eurobasket 2025. And that Serbia roster does include active NBA players Bogdan Bogdanovic, Nikola Jovic, Nikola Topic, Tristan Vukicevic, and Nikola Jokic. So, yep. Joker and my guys, Team Serbia, looking to win Eurobasket 2025. Let's do this, fellas. Let's do this.
This is just how he gets warmed up for the season.
Very much so. Yeah.
He takes all this off. Then he just goes and plays, and that's what gets him in shape.
He's been dumping champagne on his guy. He's winning horse races. Hey, go hoop for a couple of weeks. Get ready for camp. Joker playing in Eurobasket. Can't wait. Kreckman and Lindahl. Quick break before we get out of here on a Friday afternoon. Quick look back on the MLB trade deadline. How did the Rockies really do? Plus, let's be honest, this kind of sucks for one particular Rocky. We'll tell you about that coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Well, guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I can't promise they'll get you sounding like that. I can't promise low T is the reason why you don't get to sound like big voice guy from Westwood One. However, if you just like your energy back and maybe your arms back, looking ripped, looking hot, looking ready for summer, you want to ask people which way to the gym, you want to get back to that life, you got to get over there, get those T levels checked. You know, if you're having low energy and maybe not good sleep, it could be low testosterone. These are at least two signs of it. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can help you figure out if you're dealing with this. Obviously, if your sex drive's down, that could be low T. You could have brain fog. Just, again, for me, it was really about the energy levels. That was the big tell. Get on over there. Let them test you. It's real easy in that first visit. Doesn't take very long. They're going to draw your blood, have your results in 30 minutes, and they'll tell you what they look like. What those results look like. It's a T and a PSA test plus a consultation with a Colorado licensed medical provider. And if you decide that you want to have this discussion and you decide to start on testosterone, this first visit, which usually costs $99, well, that's waived. And you can get your testosterone going and get the benefits going back. Don't wait. This is something a lot of guys wait on, but especially if you're in your 40s and your 50s, go and get this checked out. Get those higher energy levels back. Get the guns back. There you go. Get the weightlifting going again. I know it's summer, but who don't look good for fall? You know, if you do enough weightlifting now, you could wear your He-Man costume by the time we get to Halloween. 5 locations to serve you, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
delightful Ska Friday. Listen to ska music. It'll make your life better. It's Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Lot going on today. We've been talking Broncos training camp all day long. Dre Greenlaw banged up. Q Robinson's got a bone bruise. Greenlaw scans are good. They're just going to be cautious with it. I think right now the idea is, Andy, after most of an offseason missed for Dre Greenlaw and then another leg injury popping up early on, they're just going to use extreme caution and try and get him to the regular season as healthy as they possibly can.
Which they absolutely should. There's no need. I mean,
Yep.
Again, we saw enough of what that person,
He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
He rules.
He's the guy you want to have right there. That's all there is to it. He brings a physical nature to this thing. He and Hufanga are going to be,
guys,
if they stay healthy.
If you haven't had a chance to get out to Broncos training camp, and I know it's limited tickets and it's a little tougher to get out there this year because of the construction and everything else, Andy, I don't think you'll disagree with me. Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga so far, they're living up to the billing. Those guys are going to kick some ass.
It looks like they've had another great year.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's one I'm missing. The Payton and Payton combo have not really had that really stinker free agent signing. Have they?
Randy Gregory. Oh, no, Gregory was before.
No, that was a Hackett disaster.
You're right.
I'm sure if we really thought long and hard.
Josh Reynolds.
The guy was playing a role until whatever went down at the strip club. So, yes, you're right.
Yeah.
By definition, it was. But it's not because he didn't fit in.
They also didn't pay him the way that they like he was.
He was not a Randy Gregory.
It was a weird offseason last year where they were just like, they were bargain shopping, and they did great getting a Brandon Jones as they did last year. But also, like Josh Reynolds was the whiff for last year. No big deal. And guess what? Really, by the time it's all said and done, Andy, whether it's Engram, Hufanga, Greenlaw, I mean, the likelihood of all three of those dudes, which were their three high-profile free agency signings, the likelihood that all three of them stay fully healthy and play at the top of their game all year long is low, just because they're veteran NFL players and they are all guys that have an injury history. I'll say the same thing about J.K. Dobbins. I'll put him in that conversation as well. One of those four guys, and I'd say they're the four high-profile additions this offseason, one of them is going to be a stinker.
Yeah, it's interesting. We just got a text saying McGlinchey. And remember, beginning of the show, and I don't expect you to have listened to the whole 3 hours.
I don't think he's been bad.
He's been good. He's been a starter. Coach Sanford thinks he's been a big part of the culture rebuild.
Yeah.
So, look, has he been...
It was still an excellent offensive line last year.
Yeah, has he been a Pro Bowler? No, but guys, this is what free agency is.
You overpay for veterans
you're paying
that
for
are
the guy's previous resume.
Very much so. And you're paying for guys that are established NFL players. That's why you want them on your team, because they fill in gaps that you can't always necessarily fill in with the draft. So I don't think McGlinchey's a whiff at all.
But you got some trade deadline stuff you want to tell me about.
So, Rockies trade deadline is come and gone. Ryan McMahon, Jake Bird are now on the Yankees.
The Yankees. I'm going to make you buy in.
Tyler Kinley is an Atlanta Brave. Rock Reggio is here.
Good old Rock.
Plus,
is it R-O-C-K or R-O-C?
R-O-C.
Oh, that's how you do Rock.
Yeah, Rock Reggio. Look, they got three other pitchers that are top 30 prospects from the systems that they are from, specifically the Yankees system. So nice job on the part of the Rockies. I want to point out one thing. And first off, did they do enough? God, no. God, no. When you see what teams like Minnesota, like what Arizona did, you can always sell more. A part of the problem is, and I'll get to this here in just a moment, Andy, is that in order to sell, you have to find somebody that wants to buy. And not that many people want to buy what the Rockies are selling. Let me give you a perfect example of this. German Marquez, who is on the IL currently with biceps inflammation. He had been pitching very well in June. It was looking as though, there's good hope to be able to get him, move him before he becomes an unrestricted free agent and walks away for nothing. And in that situation for German Marquez, he could go to a better club. He could do more to establish his value before he becomes a free agent this upcoming offseason and potentially get himself paid. Instead, he's going to be stuck on the Colorado Rockies, and he's overcoming injury, so he doesn't get to go be a rental starter somewhere. That sucks for German Marquez.
It really does.
And it sucks for the Rockies, which it would have been nice if they would have been able to move him and hopefully get, again, decent prospects in return. I'm happy the Rockies did something. They get credit for having done something. I'll give them like a B- to a C for what they did at the deadline. They didn't do enough, but in the very least, they showed an awareness that there is a trade market in baseball and they should probably try.
No, you're right. I mean, I guess we can't ask for everything at once. Baby steps were taken. But again, if you would have moved some slightly high-profile names, I would have been curious, could you have gotten maybe back a little bit better return? Because quite honestly, Nate, and it's so tough to tell, and you would know this, you know, we hear this all the time. And again, we got Tyler Maun on. Like, the most high-profile guy they moved was Ryan McMahon. I'm not even sure really what you got for him. You may get a couple bullpen arms eventually, right?
Right.
So,
which you do need bullpen arms.
You do, but again, if you don't, this is what we keep harping on. If you had done this with some guys years ago, you would have had much better prospects.
I just laugh at the idea of like, oh, you can't move Vodnik and Halvert.